Chapter 1. The World of Tianwu. Two factions of warriors were locked in a desperate battle. Sword chi crisscrossed the air, glinting with cold light, clearly indicating the presence of exceptional masters. Suddenly, a flash of cold light cut through the crowd, as an arrow pierced the throng, hurtling towards the rear. "Your Highness, be careful." The captain of the guards, Su Jiao, was stricken with terror, his voice a haunting cry. Alas, it was too late. The arrow struck a plump young boy at the back. The tremendous force sent the boy flying over a yard, before he crashed heavily to the ground. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" The guards cried out in alarm. The assassins, on the other hand, were invigorated. "It's a hit! It's a hit! The false prince has been struck. Quickly kill them. Curse you!" Su Jiao suddenly bellowed, unleashing his inner strength, as his sword flew from his hand like a streak of lightning, pinning a distant archer to a tree. The man he was dueling with was momentarily elated, seizing the opportunity, his sword darting towards Su Jiao's chest like a venomous serpent. Su Jiao's hair stood on end. He did not evade, but instead charged directly forward, allowing the sword to pierce his chest. In the instant of his enemy's astonishment, Su Jiao's palms struck inward with force, crashing into the foe's head. Instantly, the head burst apart like a watermelon, blood and brain matter scattering in all directions. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" Without a glance at the aftermath, Su Jiao turned and rushed to the fallen boy, lifting the plump youth. Puffed. The boy coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, his eyes still somewhat dazed. "Uncle Jiao, I'm fine." "Fine?" Su Jiao was taken aback, scrutinizing closely, and was astonished to discover the arrow had clearly struck the boy's chest, tearing a large hole in his clothing. Yet strangely, no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, the arrowhead had shattered, leaving only a feeble shaft that fell to the ground. The boy, after a moment of confusion, suddenly remembered something and pulled out a jade pendant split in two from his chest. "Uncle Jiao, I'm fine." His arrow struck the ancestral jade. What a pity for the ancestral jade that has been passed down through the Su family for hundreds of years. On Earth, in an opulent mansion. "I found you." Su Mu Yang's eyes brightened as he swiftly moved the mouse, placing an 8-time scope on the last opponent's head. With a gentle click, victory was within reach. But at that very moment, a chime echoed in his mind. Startled, his hand trembled, causing a shot to veer off course. The opponent reacted with extraordinary speed, nearly simultaneously pulling the trigger. In an instant, the screen dimmed. "Damn it!" Su Mu Yang slammed the mouse in frustration, his anger flaring as he delved into his mind. "Dog system, what now?" A mechanical voice resounded in his mind. "Ding. The multi-child blessing system warmly reminds. Your descendant Su Qing is in mortal danger and is calling for assistance from his ancestors. Shall the host proceed?" Note: Su Qing is the host's only bloodline in the world of Tianwu. Should Su Qing perish, the host will lose the world's power bestowed by Tianwu. World of Tianwu. Su Muyang paused for a moment before recollecting this nearly forgotten realm. However, only bloodline? Had all of his descendants in the world of Tianwu perished? Glancing at his computer screen, Su Muyang suddenly felt vexed. Descendants? As an ancestor with a multi-child blessing system, my bloodline spans countless worlds. Do I truly need you? Even if you are the sole bloodline in the world of Tianwu, what of it? Can you just summon your ancestor at will? What you lose is merely your life, whereas I am losing a chicken. As the saying goes, it is rare to find a chicken in life. Yet, after some contemplation, Su Muyang shook his head helplessly. "Fine, I might as well take a look. The world of Tianwu is, after all, a small world. It would be a pity to lose it." With a thought, the air before him rippled, and Su Muyang's form vanished in an instant. Seeing that the little chubby boy was indeed unscathed, Su Jiao finally relaxed a bit. "Your Highness, protect yourself. I shall now go and slay the enemy." Just as he intended to turn and assist others, a sudden chill gripped him, startling him to his core. For before them, a figure appeared out of thin air. The individual was young, with short hair, clad in peculiar attire, and was glaring menacingly at the chubby boy. It was none other than Su Muyang. "Your Highness, be careful." In a panic, Su Jiao swiftly positioned himself in front of the boy, fixating on the newcomer, his heart sinking into despair. He was grievously injured, with enemies closing in this time. It seemed he was truly done for. Su Muyang examined the chubby boy, then raised his gaze to the sky, murmuring to himself, "This world is truly weak." He then redirected his attention to the chubby boy, his expression darkening. "You are Su Qing? The Su Qing who thwarted my chance to win? Win? What does that mean?" The others were momentarily taken aback. The chubby boy trembled slightly, but managed a grin. "What are you pretending for? Since you've come to hunt me down, do you not even know who I am?" At this, Su Muyang's irritation deepened, and his expression soured. Who the hell are you? With a casual wave, an invisible force bore down, pinning Su Qing to the ground. Moreover, the sword lodged in Su Jio's chest suddenly flew out, as if manipulated by an unseen hand, soaring through the air and smacking Su Qing's backside. Once, twice again. Though it was through clothing, it was evident the boy's rear swelled several sizes. Scoundrel, how dare you insult his highness? Seeing this, Su Jio was instantly enraged, disregarding his bleeding wound as he charged at Su Muyang. Silence. Su Muyang did not even glance at him, casually swatting him away like a fly. With that motion, Su Jio was driven into the ground like a nail. This action left everyone present in shock, causing many to instinctively retreat a few steps. Yet a few rushed back, shielding Su Qing. Some reached to grasp the sword that had struck Su Qing's backside. Others attempted to pull Su Jio from the ground, and some remained vigilant against Su Muyang. Su Muyang frowned, his expression darkening further. What business is it of yours if I discipline my unworthy descendants? Without making any further moves, a series of thud, thud, thud sounds echoed, as though surrounding Su Qing were all driven into the ground. This caused even the pursuers to change their expressions, retreating in haste. In an instant, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Only Su Qing's cries of anguish echoed. Come on, if I furrow my brow, I'm your grandson. Damn it, everyone come bully me, you might as well kill me. It hurts so much I yield, just make it quick. The more he howled, the darker Su Muyang's expression became, and the frequency of the sword's strikes quickened. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you understand the hierarchy of age? You think you could be my grandson? Not even your grandfather's grandfather qualifies. Unworthy descendant. Truly unworthy. I spit on you. What's wrong with me hitting your backside? You're driving me mad. This bizarre exchange left the pursuers bewildered, glancing at one another in confusion. What's happening here? Is it customary for such high-caliber masters to hurl insults so indiscriminately? Though this mysterious master appeared to be targeting Su Qing and the others, it seemed he was on their side. Yet, he was either hitting someone's backside, nailing people down, or cursing seemed a bit unhinged. On the ground, Su Qing grimaced in pain, tears streaming down his face, and he momentarily lacked the strength to continue cursing. Seeing him finally fall silent, Su Muyang's anger abated slightly. With a wave of his hand, the sword fell to the ground, and the two halves of the jade pendant that had dropped earlier landed in his grasp. As he caressed the pendant, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Su Muyang's eyes, and his expression softened a fraction. His system was known as the multi-child blessing system. As the name suggests, the more descendants he bore, the greater his power. Moreover, the system enabled him to traverse through myriad realms. Thus, in his current state, his descendants were spread across countless worlds, and he wielded unparalleled strength in the realm of Tianwu. He had initially entered during the nascent phase of his system activation at that time. He was relatively innocent, enjoying a harmonious relationship with his wife and children, unlike in some later worlds, where his pursuits were solely for the acquisition of power. Devoid of any emotional connection now, upon encountering the jade pendant he had left behind years ago, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Noticing his silence, the pursuing soldiers exchanged glances, until one leader, steeling himself, finally stepped forward. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. He proclaimed, I am the commander of the Imperial Guard. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Muyang's brow furrowed, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes in an instant. The commander's head burst apart like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. Su Qing, who had been lying on the ground, rubbing his rear in discomfort, was startled as the blood and brains rained upon him. He quickly covered his mouth and held his breath, afraid to make a sound. It was not just him, the pursuing soldiers were equally terrified. This enigmatic master had attacked Su Qing and his companions upon arrival, clearly indicating they were part of the same faction. Yet he had suddenly turned on his own. Moreover, the brutality of the act was shocking. If Su Muyang could hear their thoughts, he would surely smirk. The ancestors discipline their descendants. That is a family matter. However, should you dare to take action against me, you are courting death. Swiftly, Su Muyang took a casual step forward. As he did, the ground trembled violently, and dozens of stone pillars erupted from the earth, skewering the pursuers like candied hawthorn. In an instant, blood filled the air, and the sounds of their wails echoed relentlessly. This horrifying scene nearly caused Su Qing's eyes to pop out in disbelief. Those were all 7th and 8th tier experts. With just one step, they were all annihilated. The power of this mysterious master was truly extraordinary. Just moments ago, he had been merely patting his own backside. Now, if that gaze were directed at him, or if that foot were to stomp near him, Su Qing touched his rear, shivering involuntarily goodness. I was nearly frightened to death. Sit. Su Muyang waved his hand and plopped down himself suddenly. A mound of earth erupted beneath him, forming a makeshift seat. The same happened behind Su Qing. However, Su Qing rubbed his sore behind and shook his head with a frown in the presence of a senior. I dare not act recklessly. Is that so? Su Muyang shot him a sidelong glance. Unfazed, suit yourself. After contemplating the shattered jade pendant for a moment, he inquired, Who is Su Zhe to you? Su Fe? Su Qing cautiously stole a few glances at Su Muyang. Perplexed, Su Zhe is the ancestor of my Su family and the founding emperor of the great Su dynasty, who established the foundation of our dynasty 500 years ago. Does the mention of my ancestor imply a connection to my Su family? 5 centuries had passed. Su Muyang couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Time held little significance for him now. As the world he traversed had a vastly different flow of time with his travels, it was impossible to calculate his actual age to this world. Su Zhe was a figure from 500 years past, but to him, it felt like an eon ago, memories now blurred. Upon hearing Su Qing's inquiry, he casually replied, Oh, 500 years ago, Su Zhe referred to me as father. Father? A plethora of large question marks floated above Su Qing's head. If I heard correctly, you are implying that you're my ancestor? Indeed, that must be the case. My esteemed founding emperor has been deceased for centuries, and yet you claim to be his father? That would make you my forebear. I am a legitimate prince, and you dare to take advantage of me? He opened his mouth to retort, but the memory of the astonishing display of power made him hesitate. Observing the change in his expression, Su Muyang scrutinized his plump physique and suddenly broke into a wide grin. Not bad. Not bad. With your temperament and physique, you are clearly destined to be a tyrant. Among my descendants, there are few who can capture the favor of our ancestors quite like you. He was genuinely pleased this sentiment came from the heart to him. It mattered little if his descendants achieved great success, but they ought to multiply quickly. The more descendants he had, the stronger his ancestral power would grow. This lad before him, with such a physique, appeared to be the epitome of indulgence and lethargy. Should he become emperor, he would undoubtedly be consumed by carnal pleasures the ancestor would surely approve. However, to Su Qing's ears, these words only served to heighten his frustration. What the hell? The situation grows increasingly absurd. Not only are you taking advantage of me, but you also dare to suggest that I would be a tyrant? Just as he prepared to erupt in anger, Su Muyang shifted the topic now. Tell me, what is the situation? Why is it that you're the last one remaining of the Su family? And that commander of the Imperial Guard, why was he pursuing you? Is there a plot to usurp the throne? He has endured an overwhelming amount. Merely glancing at it allowed him to grasp the sequence of events. The only thing that piqued his curiosity was why he alone remained the last scion of his lineage in this world. Su Qing's eyes flickered slightly as she rapidly contemplated her situation. Although this individual displayed a considerable lack of respect and seemed intent on taking advantage of her, there appeared to be some connection to her lineage. After all, the presence of that jade pendant and his expression suggested a deeper significance, and his remarkable prowess in eliminating those pursuers could not be overlooked. If only she could manage to win him over. With this thought in mind, she took a moment to compose herself before suddenly erupting into heartfelt sobs. Her cries were so poignant that they stirred the hearts of those who heard them, eliciting tears from listeners. Senior, call me Ancestor. Su Qing choked momentarily, and the emotions he had just begun to cultivate instantly diminished by a third. Esteemed elder, my father has only just passed, and already, treacherous individuals seek to incite chaos, attempting to overthrow our illustrious Su dynasty. Were it not for the unwavering protection of Uncle Jiao and the others, I fear I would have met a dire fate long ago. His words trailed off abruptly, as it suddenly dawned on him that Su Jiao was still ensnared in the pit, serving as a nail. Su Jiao is not a member of the royal family. He serves as the chief guard to Su Qing, demonstrating unwavering loyalty and exceptional capabilities. It was the emperor, Su Qing's father, who bestowed upon him the surname Su. Since his childhood, Su Qing had maintained a rather close relationship with his uncle, whom he affectionately referred to as Jiao Shu in private. However, at present, his dear uncle lies buried beneath the earth. Indicating the several graves, Su Qing spoke cautiously. That venerable elder, Jiao Shu and the others. Su Muyang remained silent, casually stepping on the ground. With his movement, the soil in several depressions suddenly began to writhe, extricating those individuals. Your Highness. Su Jiao instinctively positioned himself in front of Su Qing, a vigilant expression adorning his face. The others mirrored his stance. Though they were immobilized, Their ears remained attuned to the sounds around them. They were aware that Su Muyang had dispatched the pursuing soldiers, hence they refrained from immediate action. Furthermore, they recognized their own inadequacy in facing him. Uncle Gio, you are injured. Quickly, apply the medicine to Uncle Gio. It was only then that Su Qing realized that blood was gushing from Su Gio's chest, and his complexion had turned an alarming shade of pale. Your Highness, there is no need to worry about me. It is merely that I can no longer protect you from this moment onward. Su Gio forced a smile, halting Su Qing. He was acutely aware of his own injuries, with a sword embedded in his chest, having been treated like a nail for an entire day. Enduring until now was already pushing his limits. Su Qing stubbornly shook her head, snatching the wound medicine from the hands of a bystander and pouring it all over without reservation. Witnessing this scene, Su Muyang nodded in satisfaction and remarked with a smile, "You possess a heart of innocence, and this guard is indeed loyal, albeit somewhat lacking in strength." Su Qing was frantically tending to the wound when she heard those words, which instantly filled her with annoyance. The ninth uncle was indeed a master of the 8th tier. Just as he was halfway through his sentence, he suddenly froze. In this world, martial arts experts are classified into 9 tiers, with the 1st tier being the lowest and the 9th tier the highest. However, there are only a handful of 9th tier masters in the entire world, and an 8th tier expert is already a rare sight to behold. At a relatively young age, Su Gio has already ascended to the ranks of the 8th tier, a fact that brings Su Qing considerable pride. However, in the presence of this enigmatic master who claims to be their ancestral elder, the 8th tier seems rather inconsequential. Your Highness, Su Gio urged, grasping Su Qing's arm and lowering his voice. This esteemed senior possesses astonishing abilities and may well be the legendary Grand Master. Your Highness must exercise utmost caution. A legendary Grand Master. Su Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Though his martial prowess was modest, he possessed a modicum of knowledge. The Grand Master was a legendary realm, said to have the power to single-handedly command an army or annihilate a nation, akin to a celestial being among mortals. To think that such a person was before him now? He glanced at Su Gio's wounds and, steeling himself, suddenly knelt before Su Muyang with a thud. Esteemed elder, were you not to become my ancestor? If you can save Uncle Gio, I shall henceforth call you my ancestor. Your Highness, this cannot be. Su Gio's complexion shifted dramatically as he desperately grasped at him. Your Highness, with your esteemed body, how can you kneel? Others rushed over, their expressions grim, intent on lifting Su Qing. Yet, Su Qing remained resolute, merely shaking his head, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Su Muyang. Seeing this, Su Muyang couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ancestor, I have many descendants. Your presence adds one more, but takes none away. Besides, I am indeed your ancestor. Whether you acknowledge it or not, it remains an undeniable truth, and I am rather indifferent to such matters. However, I truly appreciate your sincere heart, and for that, I am quite fond of you. Very well, considering this is our first meeting, I shall present you with a small token of goodwill. Upon hearing the words ahead, Su Qing initially felt a twinge of melancholy. However, upon realizing his willingness to take action, she was instantly filled with exuberant joy. Su Muyang pondered for a moment, then suddenly extended his hands, slowly parting them in the air. With his motion, a pitch-black rift abruptly emerged in the sky, akin to a piece of fabric that had been torn asunder. From within that fissure emanated a disquieting aura, as if it harbored boundless and unfathomable terror. Upon a glance, Su Qing and the others couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines, instinctively taking a few steps back. Su Muyang extended his right hand, gradually probing into the void rift. As his hand delved deeper, his arm vanished inch by inch, as if being consumed by that opening. In the vast expanse of the Zhangxian continent, within a sprawling estate covering 100 miles, there lay a martial arts arena. Thunderstrike. A young girl clad in battle attire stood suspended in midair. With a swift motion of her long sword, several formidable bolts of lightning erupted from the void above, descending with a cataclysmic aura. Below, a middle-aged man observed the impending storm of electricity without a trace of trepidation. He swiftly formed incantations with his hands. Shield. With a succinct incantation, the ground within a Tenjong radius suddenly collapsed, hurling countless stones and earth skyward, coalescing into a massive stone shield. The lightning struck the shield, scattering debris in all directions, yet proved futile. Confinement. The middle-aged man altered his incantation once more, and the stone shield instantly transformed into a stone prison, enveloping the girl. Oh dear, she exclaimed, her form flickering as she transformed into a streak of light, landing gracefully on the ground. Stop, stop. I concede, Uncle San. I cannot match your prowess. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the stone prison crumbled back into earth and stone, a smile gracing his face. Ruo Bing has made commendable progress in her training recently. She stands out among her peers. However, her combat experience leaves much to be desired. Perhaps a period of outdoor training will serve her well. Su Ruobing was immediately filled with pride. Naturally, the Su family is the foremost family in the Zhongshuan continent. And as the Su family's greatest talent, does that not make me the greatest talent in Zhongshuan? As she spoke, she placed her hands on her hips and laughed triumphantly towards the sky. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly, feeling a touch of helplessness. Ruobing, while our Su family is mighty, we must not underestimate the world, lest we invite disaster. Humph. The girl scoffed. Although the Zhongshuan continent is vast, who would dare provoke my Su family? Just as the middle-aged man was about to continue his counsel, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked up at the sky. The girl followed suit, raising her gaze as well. To their astonishment, the sky above had torn open, revealing a colossal chasm as if the heavens themselves had been breached. From this rift emerged a gigantic hand, obscuring the sun as it descended slowly. The hand, smooth and radiant like jade, bore an overwhelming pressure that threatened to annihilate the world, causing even the void to shatter under its might. Enemy attack, the middle-aged man exclaimed, his face paling. In truth, the estate had already been stirred by this immense pressure. Countless formidable auras surged from every corner of the manor. A gigantic protective shield rapidly rose, resembling a transparent dome that enveloped the estate securely. Countless arcane runes flickered upon the shield, instilling a profound sense of safety. Yet, the middle-aged man's expression grew increasingly grave. Such a display seemed otherworldly. Could the family's protective formation truly withstand it? Stand guard. In the manor, numerous individuals soared into the air, comprising men and women, the young and the old. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair and beard. He gazed at the looming giant hand above, his brow furrowed as he commanded in a deep voice, "Who dares to intrude upon my Su family?" As he spoke, he infused his mana into the protective formation, and others followed suit. The shield instantly thickened, its runes shining ever more brilliantly. Despite this, the elder remained unconvinced, shouting, "Sons and daughters of the Su family, heed my orders. The intruder is formidable. We must approach with caution. All disciples of the 4th generation and below, enter the teleportation array and prepare for evacuation." Indeed, he lacked confidence. Although he was one of the pinnacle cultivators in the entire Zhongshuan continent, the terrifying scene before him far exceeded his comprehension. Realizing that catastrophic doom was imminent for the Su family, the elder decisively organized the retreat. Su Ruobing exerted great effort to maintain her magical output, exclaiming loudly, "Second Ancestor, we shall not retreat." Impudent. The elder cast a fierce glare at her. The ancestral teachings of the Su family, at all times and in all matters. The continuation of the Su bloodline must take precedence. Hurry and flee. Su Ruobing bit her lip, her figure flickering as she hastily made her way towards a grand hall. Shadows flitted in all directions, and many others were similarly rushing. Gathering at the entrance of the hall, Su Ruobing raised her gaze, only to find herself surrounded by young men and children, each bearing solemn expressions tinged with confusion. She clenched her fists, resolutely making up her mind, and spoke in a deep voice. "Everyone, immediately enter the teleportation array and prepare to evacuate. Today, the Su family faces a formidable enemy. Your cultivation levels are still shallow. Remaining here will only distract our ancestors. Moreover, you are the hope of the Su family's future. After your retreat, it is imperative that you dedicate yourselves to your training, so that one day we may restore the Su family." With that, she turned to leave. A small boy, no more than 7 or 8 years old, grabbed her arm. "Auntie, I will not leave," Su Ruobing declared, raising her head defiantly. "I, Su Ruobing, am the foremost talent of the Su family. How could I waver in the face of danger? You all must depart. Auntie, leave. Stop your chatter. Auntie, go. Avenge me in the future." "But Auntie, look." The boy was on the verge of tears, desperate. "Auntie, please look." Su Ruobing looked up in confusion, momentarily stunned. In the sky, a colossal hand descended slowly. As it drew nearer, the protective formation flickered ominously, threatening to collapse at any moment. This scene caused everyone's hearts to race. On the Zhongshan continent, The Sioux family's protective formation was undoubtedly among the most formidable. Yet, even so, it seemed incapable of withstanding the pressure emanating from their opponent. Who could this individual be? Was the Sioux family truly unable to escape this calamity today? As the gigantic hand approached, anxiety gripped everyone's throats. However, in the next instant, all were taken aback. Just as the hand appeared poised to breach the protective formation, it abruptly halted in midair. After a brief pause, it gradually shifted to one side. What was happening? The second ancestor of the Sioux family wore a grave expression, commanding in a hushed tone, "The villain is cunning. Proceed with utmost caution." Upon hearing his words, the others, too, felt a surge of trepidation, their vigilance heightened. In the gaze of many, a colossal hand descended slowly upon the vacant ground outside the manor. Remarkably, despite its overwhelming presence, which seemed capable of shaking the heavens, it landed with such grace that scarcely any dust was disturbed. Observing this scene from midair, the second ancestor's pupils abruptly contracted. As the saying goes, the untrained marvel at the spectacle, while the adept discern the intricacies. What appeared to be a simple gesture was, in reality, an extraordinarily challenging feat. This indicated that the adversary's mastery over their strength had reached an unparalleled zenith, allowing them to contain every ounce of power without a trace of leakage. What manner of foe is this? The second ancestor remained vigilant, his mind racing with thoughts. The Sioux family has long been a transcendent presence on the Xianzang continent, rarely embroiled in conflicts with other factions. How could they possibly attract such formidable adversaries? Wait, a sudden chill gripped the heart of the second ancestor, as a realization dawned upon him. During his youth, he had indeed offended quite a number of individuals. For instance, he had once taken a fancy to the seventh princess of the Daoan divine dynasty, boldly storming the royal palace to claim her as his own. She is now his second wife. Furthermore, his third wife, a maiden from a sacred ground, had her childhood sweetheart torn away by him. Moreover, there was the incident with his fourth wife, who, concerned about her nutrition during childbirth, ventured into Dragon Valley to hunt a few dragons for sustenance. Upon reflection, it seems he might not be such a virtuous individual after all. The second ancestor of the Sioux family shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts that plagued his mind. No, I am a good person. All of this is what my father instructed me to do. While he was lost in these musings, the actions of the colossal hand remained undeterred. The enormous hand lingered on the ground for a brief moment before grasping an object, slowly ascending towards the heavens, as if it intended to depart. Second ancestor, what is that? Su Roabing approached the second ancestor, inquiring with a sense of bewilderment. The second elder of the Sioux family was somewhat perplexed, initially believing that an enemy had come to invade. However, observing the scene closely, it appeared as though this individual was attempting to procure something. After a moment of contemplation, he infused his gaze with spiritual energy for a more meticulous inspection. After a considerable duration of scrutiny, he suddenly scratched his head and, in a state of confusion, murmured, "If I am not mistaken, he is holding 2 clumps of foxtail grass." Foxtail grass. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, and they all summoned their spiritual energies for a closer examination. After all, foxtail grass is merely a common weed, ubiquitous along the roadside. Had this person truly stirred such a commotion, causing chaos within the Sioux family, merely for 2 clumps of weeds? Yet, upon further observation, what that enormous hand grasped indeed resembled foxtail grass. What on earth was happening? As the crowd remained shrouded in bewilderment, that colossal hand slowly ascended once more, gradually vanishing into the fissure. The ominous rift, emanating a terrifying aura, subsequently sealed itself, disappearing entirely as if nothing had ever transpired. The second ancestor of the Sioux family cautiously waited for a moment, and upon confirming that everything had indeed returned to normal, he commanded the removal of the protective array. He then soared into the sky, heading directly towards the direction from which the colossal hand had descended. Su Ruabing contemplated for a moment before gracefully leaping to follow. Upon landing, the second ancestor of the Sioux family surveyed the surroundings, increasingly perplexed. The area was overgrown with weeds, and foxtails were ubiquitous, rendering any abnormalities indiscernible. Could it be that he had misjudged? After a brief contemplation, he suddenly closed his eyes, keenly attuning himself to the lingering aura around him. After a considerable time, his expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly retrieved a jade pendant from his storage ring, clasping it tightly in his palm, and let out a resounding cry to the heavens. "Father, is it truly you who has returned? Father, what is this?" Su Ruobing was momentarily stunned. The father of the second ancestor of the Su family. Is he not the revered ancestor himself? Second ancestor, are you truly speaking the truth? Has the ancestor truly returned? The second ancestor raised the jade pendant, his expression filled with excitement. This jade pendant is a relic left by my esteemed father. The lingering aura just now is identical to that of the pendant. Su Ruobing curiously examined the jade pendant, blinking her large eyes in bewilderment as she inquired. If he truly is an ancestor, then why did he only gather 2 weeds? Could it be that the ancestor has a fondness for grass? Ancestor, may I offer you a shoulder massage? Is this pressure to your liking? Su Qing, with her rear end protruding and a countenance of ingratiation, waved her chubby little hands in a flurry of activity. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Jiao and the others silently lowered their heads. Logically speaking, as the crown prince of the Great Su, Su Qing found himself in a precarious position following the demise of the late emperor. Had it not been for the treachery of rebels, he would undoubtedly be revered as the sovereign of the realm. Yet, in such a lofty station, he was reduced to a mere sycophant, serving others, which cast a shadow of disgrace upon his attendants. However, lo and behold, with mere strands of dogtail grass, an unparalleled grandmaster was forged, alongside numerous experts of the 8th and 9th ranks. What astonishing prowess was this? What might could one possess to achieve such feats? To describe him as a living deity would not be an exaggeration. Serving such a celestial being transcends mere servitude. It is an act of profound reverence. Nonetheless, Your Highness, it seems rather inappropriate for you to engage in such demeaning tasks. Were I in your stead? Observing his descendant's obsequiousness, Su Muyang remained unfazed. A smile gracing his features as he inquired, Do you now believe I am your ancestor? Indeed, I must believe, Su Qing exclaimed, his chest thumping with fervor. Ancestor. From the very moment I laid eyes upon you, I felt an extraordinary sense of kinship, even more so than with my own father. However, the situation earlier was perilous. I feared that revealing your identity would endanger you from those pursuing us. In my desire to protect your esteemed self, I pretended to be skeptical. See how I am always considering your well-being. Some among Su Jiao and his companions gazed at the sky, others at the ground, while some quietly closed their eyes to embrace the newfound strength. Your Highness, you have gone too far. How can you utter such shameless words with such nonchalance? Su Muyang found it somewhat amusing. No matter how eloquently you speak, it is of no consequence. The dogtail grass has already been exhausted. Su Qing stiffened for a moment, then resolutely continued to massage the back, flattering with a smile. Oh, esteemed ancestor, what do you mean by that? Am I such a person? Am I doing this for just a few blades of grass? No, I do this for you, my venerable ancestor, for you, who is both kind-hearted and wise, esteemed and respected, growing ever more robust with age, and generous in spirit. Honoring you, dear ancestor, is not only my duty but also a profound privilege. Su Muyang found himself both amused and exasperated. He patted the young man on the shoulder and explained, You rascal, your sweet words have certainly pleased the elder. However, should you truly ascend to the esteemed rank of Grand Master, the evolution of your life essence will render it exceedingly challenging to procreate with an ordinary woman. Therefore, if you genuinely aspire to earn the elder's favor, you must bear several offspring. Do you understand? What on earth? Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape, rendered speechless. Your reasoning is compelling and formidable, leaving me utterly at a loss for words. The others exchanged glances, the exhilaration from their recent surge in power evaporating in an instant. Are you implying that we shall henceforth be but half-castrated? Su Muyang stretched lazily and said, Pray tell, how is it that in the once flourishing Su family, I am now left as the only remaining sprout? Flourishing? A hint of peculiarity glimmered in the eyes of the crowd. Su Qing found himself somewhat bewildered and instinctively replied, Prosperous descendants? How could that be possible? Since the reign of Emperor Taizu, our esteemed Su royal family has maintained a direct line for 18 generations. Wait. Su Muyang interjected decisively, a slight furrow forming on his brow. 18 generations of direct descent? How could that be feasible? Su Qing scratched his head in confusion and inquired, Isn't this a widely known fact? How could you, ancestor, be unaware of it? Widely known. Su Muyang's expression grew increasingly grave. The number of descendants is directly related to his strength. Our Su family's bloodline is unique, making the procreation of offspring quite challenging. Although having fewer descendants is acceptable, the thought of an unbroken line for 18 generations troubled him. He scrutinized Su Qing for a moment and finally discerned the crux of the issue. I must ask you, why have you not cultivated the yin-yang harmony technique that I have passed down? Ah, this. Su Jiao and the others silently lowered their heads, wishing to cover their ears. What a splendid name. From the moment one hears of this technique, it is evidently a legendary dual cultivation method that promises boundless joy. Yet the predicament lies in the fact that you, a celestial being capable of effortlessly creating grand masters, are discussing such a matter of dual cultivation with us. A mere assembly of gentlemen. Are you truly serious? However, to Su Qing, this utterance struck like a thunderclap, causing him to exclaim in disbelief. The yin-yang harmony technique. How do you know this name? His previous reference to Su Muyang as an ancestor was not born from genuine belief, but rather from the realization of his own inadequacy in combat. Yet this name summoned an inconceivable thought within him. Could it be that this is indeed our own ancestor? The name of this technique has been passed down exclusively within the Su family, never disclosed in any manner. Yet this individual has articulated it with ease, which carries an overwhelming weight of information. How would I know? Su Muyang replied with a disdainful snort. The bloodline of the Su family is unique, making it exceedingly difficult to conceive offspring with ordinary women. Thus, I specifically devised this technique to pass on to Su Zhe as the lifeblood of our family. But why have you not practiced it? Why is it that your ancestors, despite cultivating this technique, have remained a singular lineage with dwindling descendants? This is his greatest perplexity. When he first arrived in this world, he already possessed remarkable power, thus his bloodline was far superior to the common folk. In this inferior realm, the suppression of bloodlines makes it arduous to bear offspring, which contradicts the very principles of the system. Therefore, he intentionally exchanged for this technique from the system. Yet now you tell me that the Su family has been passed down for 18 generations in a singular line? Are you jesting with me? In Su Qing's heart, a tempest of emotions had already surged, causing her demeanor to become somewhat more respectful. Ancestor, it is not that I am unwilling to cultivate. It is merely that this particular technique has long been lost to time, with only its name surviving. Lost to time? Su Muyang furrowed his brow, pressing further for clarification. The Su family has not severed its lineage. How could it possibly be lost? Su Qing cast a discreet glance at Su Muyang, murmuring softly. The ancestor of Su Zhe had relied on this technique to conquer vast territories, seizing the throne of the previous dynasty and renaming the nation to Great Su. However, he hesitated for a moment before stammering. The ancestor of Su Zhe had established a family decree, stipulating that an emperor must prioritize state affairs over indulgence in carnal pleasures, which is why this technique was not passed down. It was only occasionally mentioned in the secret lore of the Su family's descendants. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that the ancestor of Su Zhe refrained from transmitting this technique, perhaps out of a sense of shame. If one were to provide a microphone to Su Jiao and the others at this moment, they would undoubtedly sing, I should be under the car, not inside it. Is it appropriate to describe the founding emperor with the word shame? Never mind. You are the crown prince, a descendant of the founding emperor. Your words hold weight. However, upon hearing this, Su Muyang was instantly consumed by rage. What shame? What nonsense? That little rascal Su Zhe is so antiquated, ignorant, and pretentious. Among the three unfilial acts, having no descendants is the gravest. Ensuring the continuation of one's lineage is the paramount concern of the realm. What matters of state, what empire, what world could be more significant than procreation? To not understand this is truly infuriating for the ancestors. Caw, caw, caw. In the air, it seemed as if several black crows were cawing overhead. Ancestors, please do not be angered. Please do not be angered. After all, these matters are recorded in the royal archives. Qing may have been unlearned in the past and perhaps misremembered. If the ancestors truly wish to uncover the truth, would it not be better for Qing to accompany you on a journey to the capital? Su Qing's eyes darted restlessly, while she feigned persuasion with her lips. Su Muyang scolded for a while before his anger subsided somewhat. You little rascal, do not assume that the old ancestor is unaware of your thoughts. Are you hoping for my assistance to quell the rebellion and restore the realm? Su Qing's expression subtly shifted, her ingratiating smile deepening further. The patriarch's gaze was piercing, his formidable presence exuding an awe-inspiring authority that earned Qing's genuine admiration. However, esteemed patriarch, consider this as a figure of your stature. It would indeed be a source of shame if your descendants were unworthy, losing the realm to others. Such news, if it were to spread, would undoubtedly invite ridicule and scorn from those around us. Su Muyang cast a sidelong glance at him and scoffed. Youngster, your provocation is rather inept. I have traversed the world for countless years. What have I not encountered? Do you truly believe such trifling tricks could deceive me? Were it not for the resemblance of your audacity to my own, I would hardly possess the patience to endure your incessant prattle. Would I? Su Qing smacked her lips, uncertain of how to respond. Is your statement a form of flattery directed at me? It must be, right? But since when has shamelessness become a virtue? Su Muyang pointed at Su Jiao and the others, expressing a sense of frustration akin to a teacher disappointed in their students. The caliber of this world is lamentably low. A Grand Master already represents the pinnacle of combat prowess. You possess a Grand Master and an abundance of 8th and 9th tier experts, yet you cannot handle a mere handful of traitors? Even if one were inept, there should be a baseline of competence. Upon witnessing the prince's face flush with embarrassment and distress, Su Jiao reluctantly rose to bow deeply, addressing him with utmost respect. Esteemed Ancestor, the current political landscape is complex, and given the prince's youth, it is only natural for him to feel overwhelmed. We are but martial men, skilled solely in the arts of combat and safeguarding the prince's safety, utterly ignorant of the intricate matters at hand. You, revered Ancestor, possess profound knowledge and divine capabilities, and share a close bond with His Highness. We implore you to show compassion towards the prince and lend your formidable strength to avert disaster. To be candid, Su Jiao and the others harbored doubts regarding Su Muyang's true identity, yet they were not foolish. This was an extraordinary opportunity, an unparalleled ally. If he were to lend his assistance, the prince's return to the throne would surely be assured. Besides, the prince had already shamelessly sought familial connections and acknowledged his ancestors. What more could they do? Indeed, Su Qing nodded fervently, desperately squeezing out a few tears. Ancestors, you cannot fathom the depths of my suffering. Just as my father has passed, armies have surged forth, shouting for bloodshed, even invading the Eastern Palace with intentions to slay me. The capital is engulfed in chaos, flames rising, and cries of battle echoing everywhere. Fortunately, Uncle Jiao and the others risked their lives to save me, allowing my escape. Yet, I must confess that even now, I remain oblivious to the identity of the rebels, uncertain of who are loyal ministers and who are treacherous villains. If you, Ancestor, choose to turn a blind eye, what face do I have left to live in this world? No, having lost the Su family's dominion, I would have no courage to face my ancestors, even in the afterlife. As he spoke, he could no longer contain his emotions, covering his face and weeping uncontrollably, all the while peering through his fingers to observe. Su Muyang was at a loss for words. How could I, an ancestor who has traversed the heavens, end up with such a worthless descendant? The kingdom has been lost, my life hangs by a thread, and yet you remain oblivious to the perpetrator. To be so foolish is truly astounding. After a moment of contemplation, Su Muyang let out a resigned sigh. Nevertheless, if these troubles are not resolved, it seems you shall have no inclination to marry and propagate your lineage. However, for the ancestor to intervene in such trivial matters, certain conditions must be met. Su Qing's tears were swiftly retracted with a soft sound, and in an instant, she appeared invigorated. Grand Ancestor, you have my word. I shall agree to any conditions. Su Muyang scoffed. From this moment forth, for every wife you take, I shall reclaim a city for you. What say you to that? What? Su Qing's mouth fell agape, her eyes widened in disbelief as she began to question the reliability of her own ears. The others exchanged glances, each ensnared in profound self-doubt. One must ponder, are we truly engaged in such a grave discourse regarding the reclamation of our lost realm? Seeing this, Su Muyang nodded with satisfaction. As long as there is no opposition, speak up. Where is the nearest city? Su Qing was on the verge of tears. Elder, which of your eyes perceived that I was not opposed? As she noticed Su Muyang's brow furrowing, her heart skipped a beat, and she timidly raised her finger to indicate a direction. Elder, 30 miles from here lies Jizhou Prefecture, governed by Lord Yi Rui. I had the opportunity to meet him a few times during my official duties in the capital. However, in these tumultuous times, distinguishing loyalty from treachery has become exceedingly difficult, and I cannot vouch for him. She shrank her neck, unwilling to continue. It was humiliating, truly humiliating. This prince's reign was nothing short of a farce. Su Muyang was rather unconcerned. If you were truly a commendable emperor, consumed by state affairs daily, when would you find the time to bear children? Without offspring, how could the strength of the ancestors be enhanced? After pondering for a moment, Su Muyang casually retrieved a handful of golden beans from his pocket and tossed them into the air. Those beans, upon catching the wind, swiftly transformed into over 100 golden-armored soldiers. Each one was robust and imposing, wielding sharp blades, exuding an aura of majesty, and forming a formidable military formation. This spectacle caused the expressions of all onlookers to shift dramatically. Su Qing was so startled that she let out a shriek and jumped to Su Muyang's side, her teeth chattering in fear. Elder Ancestor, who are these people? Where did they come from? Su Muyang, seemingly unconcerned, spoke calmly. Scattering beans to form an army. Merely a trivial technique. Scattering beans to form an army? A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd, as an incredible thought emerged in their minds. Could this suddenly appeared elder be a celestial being from the heavens? Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly placed her hands on her hips and burst into a fit of laughter. Ancestor, you are indeed a celestial being. Surely, you must be a deity, right? Haha. Who would have thought that the ancestor of the Su family is actually a heavenly immortal descended to the mortal realm? At last, the fortunes of the Su family shall be restored. Haha. Su Muyang paid him no heed. Instead, he stroked his chin, contemplating the golden-armored soldiers before him. He murmured thoughtfully, something seems amiss. With a graceful gesture, he extended his hand and gently tapped a few times. The gleaming weapons in the soldier's grasp swiftly transformed, shifting from the glinting blades of swords, spears, and halberds into ceremonial flags, banners for purification, the Baizé flag, and golden gongs. Astonishingly, they metamorphosed from an intimidating battalion of fierce warriors into a stately honor guard. Su Muyang clapped his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Now that us more like it. Since we are going to fetch the bride, we must make a grand display. Let us set off. Fetch the bride? A collective confusion enveloped the group. Old Ancestor, are we not supposed to reclaim the city? In the study of the Jizhou prefecture, Governor Yi Rui furrowed his brow, engrossed in official duties. At that moment, with a resounding bang, the doors swung open, and a figure rushed in. Yi Rui lifted his gaze, an expression of displeasure crossing his features. However, upon seeing the anxious demeanor of his assistant, he was momentarily taken aback. This assistant was not one to disregard decorum. Bursting in without knocking could only mean that something was amiss. As expected, the assistant appeared flustered, his words coming out in a breathless rush. Sir, it's not good. The prince's procession has appeared outside the city. Do not panic. What do you mean? Yi Rui exclaimed, startled, leaping from his chair. The brush he held flew from his grasp, splattering ink across himself. The assistant swallowed hard, his voice dry. According to reports from the city guards, a procession is slowly approaching from 5 miles outside the city. The banner displayed reads, His Royal Highness, Prince Su Qing. Cold sweat broke out on Yi Rui's forehead as he hastily lifted his robe, preparing to rush outside. What are you waiting for? Quickly prepare to welcome him. Wait. Just as he reached the doorway, he suddenly halted, murmuring to himself. Rebels are plotting treason, chaos reigns in the court, and the prince is being hunted, whereabouts unknown. Why has he suddenly appeared in Jizhou City? And with such a grand display, no less? Could there be a hidden scheme at play? The assistant stole a glance at him and whispered, Sir, this matter indeed seems suspicious. According to the soldiers' reports, the procession is moving steadily, showing no signs of distress or urgency. Yet, in these tumultuous times, with traitors in the court and various factions rallying under the banner of loyalty to the throne, if this is truly the prince, does he not place himself in grave danger by acting so overtly? Yi Rui pondered for a moment, ultimately resolving to ascertain the truth. Whether it is true or not, we shall know once we investigate. With that, he hurriedly made his way outside. His assistant hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. Sir, if it truly is His Highness, how shall we respond? Yi Rui paused, then swiftly continued on his way. Inside an enormous carriage, Su Muyang reclined languidly. Su Qing, with a playful smile, nestled to one side and raised her chubby little fist to thump his legs, chattering incessantly. Oh, esteemed ancestor, as the saying goes. When one achieves enlightenment, even the chickens and dogs ascend to the heavens. Since you are a celestial being, I, as your junior, cannot afford to tarnish your reputation. Can I? Why not impart a few skills to me? My request is not grand. I merely seek the secret to eternal life. Su Muyang did not even lift his eyelids, scoffing, eternal life? How fantastical your imagination is. This world is bound by rules, and the maximum lifespan is merely 200 years. Anything beyond that is but a distant dream. 200 years sounds splendid. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she patted her chest, declaring, As long as it is a gift from the ancestors, I shall not complain. I would gladly accept 200 years, or even just 199. I would be willing to embrace it. Ah, such thoughts. Su Muyang's lips twitched slightly. Although I, the esteemed ancestor, traverse the myriad realms, your words hold such profound reasoning that I find myself at a loss for words. At this moment, Su Jio's voice resonated from outside the carriage. Esteemed ancestor, your highness, the governor of Jizhou, Yi Rui, has arrived to extend his greetings. Su Muyang waved his hand, seizing the opportunity to divert the conversation. He invited him to speak. Su Qing opened his mouth, and in an instant, a wave of dismay washed over him, his resentment towards Yi Rui burgeoning, just as I was on the verge of extracting valuable treasures from the ancestor. Your arrival is indeed ill-timed. This humble servant has overstepped. Yi Rui, initially filled with doubt, discerned the truth upon seeing Su Jio and the others. He hastily offered his apologies and, with utmost reverence, ascended the palanquin. Upon a glance, he was taken aback. The plump young boy before him was none other than the missing crown prince Su Qing, who had been relentlessly pursued. Yet, he was not surprised for this reason alone. What truly astonished him was the presence of another individual within the palanquin, with peculiar hair and bizarre attire, sitting prominently in the central seat. The crown prince Su Qing was actually kneeling respectfully, massaging his legs. Who is this? What is happening? His heart raced with fear, yet his expression remained calm as he deeply bowed. Governor of Jizhou, Yi Rui, pays his respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Su Qing assumed the demeanor of a prince and nodded slightly. Yi Qing stood at attention, then sat down to speak. Thank you, Your Highness. It was only then that Yi Rui cautiously lifted himself, carefully perching on the edge of his seat. Su Qing scratched his head, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. Master, what shall we do next? Master? What master? Where did this master come from? This appellation filled Yi Rui with suspicion. Yet as a seasoned veteran of the officialdom, he maintained a calm demeanor on his face. Su Muyang cast a fleeting glance at him and spoke with an air of indifference. There are those who scheme for power, as a governor. Do you intend to ally yourself with the crown prince or with the rebels? Yi Rui felt a shiver run through him. He could scarcely pay heed to the coarseness of the man's words as he promptly knelt before him. Your Highness, may you discern my loyalty. I am unwavering in my allegiance to His Majesty and the Crown Prince. Though my talents may be modest, I am willing to devote myself to Your Highness. Pledging my utmost loyalty in order to repay the Emperor's grace, he declared fervently. Enough, enough, Su Muyang interjected, raising a hand to halt him. Since our esteemed ancestor is present, there is no need to entertain thoughts of treachery. I shall pose but one question. Yi Rui's heart raced, and he cast a furtive glance at Su Qing. Noticing his lack of objection, he replied with utmost respect, Please, speak, esteemed sir. Su Muyang revealed a peculiar smile. Do you have a daughter at home? How old is she? Is she married? Yi Rui was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that? However, seeing that Su Qing did not oppose, he could only muster the courage to respond. I have a daughter, aged 28, and she is yet to be married. Perfect. Su Muyang clapped his hands, instantly filled with joy. I have taken a liking to your daughter. What on earth? Suddenly, Su Qing felt darkness envelop her vision. Oh, ancestor, how can you, a celestial being descended from the heavens, behave like a rogue, brazenly seizing maidens on the streets? Yi Rui was equally taken aback, instinctively responding, Sir, please refrain from such nonsensical talk. This young lady possesses a delicate beauty. No worries. I have no qualms, Su Muyang interjected with a cheerful smile. In fact, this little chubby fellow's appearance is hardly commendable. Marrying your daughter to him would be a fair exchange for all. I will take charge of this matter, and it shall be settled thus. Qing, you would not object, would you? Who? Me? Su Qing pointed at her own nose, utterly bewildered. Just as I was enjoying the gossip, how did it suddenly turn to me? Marriage? I am still a child. How could I possibly step into the grave of love? At this moment, Yi Rui finally reacted as well. His complexion turned pale, and there was a hint of anger in his tone. Preposterous. Such matters cannot be treated as a jest. If this gentleman continues to speak nonsense, he should not blame Yi for turning hostile. Su Muyang, unfazed, smiled and remarked, Why do you object? The crown prince is yet to be wed. Should he be betrothed, he would ascend to the esteemed position of empress once he takes the throne. Is it possible that Lord Yi, in his repeated refusals, harbors doubts about the crown prince's potential for a turnaround, fearing he might be implicated by him? Su Qing blinked in realization. Indeed, what does it signify that you are unwilling to have your daughter become a queen? Do you believe I am doomed? Yi Rui, witnessing this, erupted in righteous indignation, rising to his feet with fervor. I, Yi, am deeply favored by the emperor and shall exert every effort to assist the crown prince in restoring order. It is my solemn duty. However, how can national affairs be equated with personal matters? The position I hold today, as the governor of Jizhou, is the result of my own intellect, my fervent passion, and my unwavering dedication to the country and its people. Am I not one who seeks glory through integrity, rather than one who would barter their daughter for personal gain? In that moment, it seemed as if a beam of righteous light illuminated him, accentuating his stature, which, though not tall, appeared magnificent and noble. For a fleeting instant, Su Qing felt a wave of shame wash over her. The esteemed official, with his unyielding spirit and loyal heart, truly stands as a paragon for all. This matter was merely a jest from our ancestor. I implore you, esteemed official, to take no offense. Ancestor, shall we not spare the esteemed official further distress? Su Muyang looked at Yi Rui with a playful smile in his eyes. In that case, let us put this matter to rest, hoping that Lord Yi will not come to regret it in the future. Before he could finish his words, his expression suddenly changed. At that moment, a clear notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! The multiplicity and prosperity system warmly reminds you. It has detected that your descendant, Su Rua Bing, on the Zhongxian continent, is summoning her ancestors. Would you like to proceed? Zhongxian continent? Is my descendant in peril? Su Muyang's expression grew slightly more serious. The current realm of Tianwu was merely a lower-level world, where the strength of his descendants was almost negligible. As long as the lineage continued, one could obtain the blessing of world power. However, the Zhongshuan continent was a different matter entirely. It was a mid-level world. Beyond acquiring world power, each descendant could enhance his own strength, proving to be a remarkably valuable resource. Should anything happen to them, it would truly weigh heavily on his heart. In the blink of an eye, Su Muyang swiftly made his decision. Young one, you should first discuss matters with Lord Yi. I have some matters to attend to, but I shall return shortly. With that, he waved his hand, causing the air before him to ripple unexpectedly. The figure of Su Muyang gradually faded, eventually vanishing into the air. This scene left Yi Rui utterly astonished. Upon witnessing the abrupt disappearance of the ancestor, Su Qing became frantic. Ancestor, please do not leave. I have yet to resolve my matters. If you depart, what am I to do? Alas, despite his desperate cries and pleas, Su Muyang's presence was nowhere to be found. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Yi Rui suddenly retracted his neck and quietly inquired, Your Highness, who exactly is this ancestor? Su Qing cast him a sidelong glance and murmured, This is my ancestor from the Su family, the father of our founding emperor, Su Zhe. What? Yi Rui's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising an octave. How can this be possible? The founding emperor lived hundreds of years ago. What is impossible about it? Su Qing raised his chin, regarding him with a look akin to that of a condescending noble. My ancestor is a celestial being, immortal and ageless. What are a mere few centuries to him? Celestial being? Yi Rui swallowed hard, forcing a nervous laugh. Your Highness, please don't jest. How could there possibly be celestial beings in this world? Humph. Su Qing shot him another glance, gesturing grandly. Do you see this procession? These are soldiers summoned by my ancestor with but a handful of beans. And this palanquin was transformed from a great tree through his enlightenment. Do you think I would carry such a large vehicle while fleeing if it were not so? And my guards, he continued, they were on the brink of death. Yet my ancestor casually bestowed upon them a couple of weeds, and they recovered completely, even producing a Grand Master and a host of 8th and 9th tier experts. The capabilities of my ancestor are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like you. This. Yi Rui surveyed his surroundings, his expression shifting unpredictably. Logically, he could not bring himself to believe in celestial beings. However, the astonishing methods displayed by Su Muyang moments ago were indeed remarkable. He had also scrutinized Su Jiao and the others. Though his martial prowess was limited, he could discern that each of them carried a dignified bearing, exuding the presence of masters. Moreover, the procession exuded an air of excellence, with each member possessing a glimmer of keen insight, all evidently top-tier experts. This was no ordinary retinue for a prince. Could it be that the ancestor truly was a celestial being? An astonishing conclusion surfaced in Yi Rui's mind. Lord Yi, what are you pondering? Pray, enlighten me about the current situation. Seeing his expression fluctuate, Su Qing furrowed his brow and interrupted him. It was then that Rue awakened from his reverie. Gazing at the plump young man before him, he suddenly made a resolution. With a firm heart, a benevolent smile instantly adorned his face. Your Highness, the current situation is intricate and multifaceted. It would be difficult to convey it all in mere fragments of conversation. Perhaps it would be more prudent for Your Highness to accompany me to my humble abode for a more thorough discussion. Oh, by the way, I have a daughter at home, a lovely maiden of 18, possessing a beauty that rivals the moon and flowers, with grace and composure. Not only is she well-versed in literature and wise beyond her years, but she also excels in culinary arts. If it pleases Your Highness, might she prepare a meal for you herself? Su Qing blinked, feeling that something was amiss, and instinctively objected. Lord Yi, is it appropriate for your daughter to remain in the boudoir? Yi Rue immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, appropriate? What could be inappropriate? Under heaven, all lands belong to the king, and all shores are ruled by the sovereign. My daughter, as a citizen of Desu, is naturally Your Highness's subject. It is not merely a matter of cooking. She could serve you in any capacity. His eyes brightened, and he spoke eagerly. Given Your Highness's esteemed status, how could you possibly embark on a journey without attendants? The esteemed Lord Jiao and his companions possess exceptional martial skills and could ensure your safety with ease. However, when it comes to pouring tea and serving, they might prove somewhat clumsy. If Your Highness does not mind, my daughter is more than willing to accompany you, serving tea and making your bed. This Su Qing pouted, finally coming to her senses. Lord Yi, you did not say this before. You were once steadfast and unyielding, refusing to sell your daughter for glory. Yi Rue's face flushed with embarrassment, and he promptly asserted, Your Highness has misunderstood. How could I ever sell my daughter for personal gain? This is all a misunderstanding. To be candid, during my tenure in the capital, my daughter has harbored feelings for Your Highness for quite some time. Whenever I return home from the palace, she eagerly inquires about Your Highness's affairs, be it your appearance, talents, or character. He cast a furtive glance at the chubby boy, swiftly diverting the conversation. In short, my daughter has already vowed that she shall marry no one but Your Highness. I implore you, Your Highness, to consider my sincere affection for my daughter and my unwavering loyalty and fulfill this heartfelt wish of mine. Rue squeezed his eyes tightly, forcing out 2 tears, and spoke with deep emotion. For the sake of my daughter, I would bear the world's misjudgment of seeking wealth and status without complaint. After all, what I lose is merely my reputation and dignity, but what my daughter gains is love. In the realm of Tsangxian, in the main hall of the Su family manor, the second ancestor of the Su family sat in the main seat, holding a jade pendant. Lost in profound reminiscence of his father, the others exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say. Only Su Ruobing, emboldened by her favored status, gently offered her consolation. Please, Ancestor, take heart. Our Su family is currently flourishing, thriving with many descendants. Surely, if our forebear were to see this from beyond, he would feel a sense of comfort. Silence. The second ancestor shot her a fierce glare. My father is not dead, nor could he ever be. He is merely traveling the world. Yes, Su Ruobing replied, feigning agreement, though her heart held a different sentiment. Despite their formidable prowess as cultivators, the finite nature of human lifespan remained inevitable. Even as powerful as the second ancestor, who had long stood at the pinnacle of the Zhongshuan continent, he was now in the twilight of his years, with only a few left to live. No matter how great the forebear was, he could hardly surpass the second ancestor, who likely had already. However, the Su family was known for their unity and filial piety, and such thoughts were not words she would utter to provoke the second ancestor. After a lengthy contemplation, the second ancestor reluctantly extended the jade pendant towards Su Ruobing. Ruobing, this pendant was left by my father. It carries his essence. He once declared that this pendant would be bestowed upon the one among the Su family's descendants with the strongest fate. Among the new generation of the Su family. Although you are young, your talents are exceptional, and your cultivation is extraordinary. You are indeed capable of great things. Today, I entrust you with this pendant. What? The hall erupted in astonishment as the Su family members rose in unison, their expressions shifting unpredictably, and many even had reddened eyes. For all had realized that the second ancestor was designating the heir of the Su family as next generation. More critically, this signified that the second ancestor's time was drawing near, and arrangements for the future were beginning. The thought of the second ancestor, who had presided over the Su family for countless years, soon departing instilled in everyone a sense of impending doom. Su Ruobing was overwhelmed with trepidation. repeatedly shaking her head in refusal. Second ancestor, I am still young. How can I bear such a heavy responsibility? I implore you to retract your command. What are you all crying for? The second ancestor chuckled softly. This frail body of mine can still endure for a few more years. I am not on the brink of death just yet. Ruabing, I can still guide you for a few more years. Do not underestimate yourself. It is imperative that you grow swiftly. Having reached this point in the conversation, Su Ruabing had no choice but to acquiesce. With utmost respect, she accepted the jade pendant and earnestly declared, Rest assured, second ancestor, I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the flourishing of the Su family. The second ancestor nodded with satisfaction and cautioned her, Remember this, the teachings of the Su family dictate that, at all times and in all matters, the continuation of the Su bloodline must take precedence. This was a repeated admonition from your father. You must adhere to this principle and refrain from reckless bravado that could endanger the descendants of the Su family. Furthermore, as you prepare to venture out for training, ensure that you keep this jade pendant close to you. Consistently attune yourself to the aura of the pendant. It may very well lead you to your father's whereabouts. As he continued to impart his advice, Su Ruabing found herself somewhat distracted, her fingers tracing the contours of the pendant, her heart filled with perplexity. The second ancestor spoke with such gravity that she was led to believe the pendant was a powerful artifact. Yet, upon closer examination, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary piece of jade. Was it possible that her lack of cultivation prevented her from perceiving the pendant's true potency? Su Ruabing was filled with an insatiable curiosity, and instinctively, she squeezed the jade pendant a few times. However, with a sharp crack, the pendant shattered into two pieces. In an instant, the hall fell into a profound silence. Everyone was astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the two halves of the pendant in Su Ruabing's hand, their minds blank. Had the second ancestor just entrusted this precious heirloom to her, only for her to break it moments later? The very token of familial legacy had barely arrived in her possession before she had damaged it beyond repair. The second ancestor of the Su family paused for a moment. His face suddenly flushed crimson as he rose with considerable force. Under the immense power of his strike, the table made of millennia-old purple sandalwood was instantly reduced to a pile of dust. Observing the second ancestor of the Su family, he trembled with rage, his voice booming with ire. Su Ruabing, you possess unfathomable audacity. You dare to destroy. Before he could finish his words, with a resounding thud, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed backward, his eyes tightly shut, succumbing to unconsciousness. Father, grandfather, second ancestor, quick, someone. The second ancestor has fainted. In an instant, the hall erupted into chaos. Some rushed to attend to the second ancestor, while others frantically retrieved various elixirs to administer to him. Yet, some stood frozen in place, merely shouting in panic. This wave of terror spread from the hall, swiftly engulfing the entire estate. The second ancestor has fainted. Hurry, fetch a few soul recovery pills from the alchemy chamber. What did you say? The second ancestor has fainted? What? The second ancestor is dead. This is dire. The second ancestor has perished. A calamity has befallen the Su family. Within mere moments, the entire estate was thrown into disarray. What is happening? I heard someone exclaim. Has the second ancestor truly passed away? Near the Su manor, a crowd gathered, filled with questions and uncertainty. The earlier occurrence of a colossal hand descending from the heavens, only to vanish in an instant, had startled not only the Su family but nearly everyone within a 1,000-mile radius. In an instant, opinions were rife. Some speculated that the second ancestor of the Su family was practicing some divine art, while others believed they were facing a formidable enemy. There were even those who vehemently claimed that the Su family had been exterminated. Masters from nearby sects and spies from various factions hastened to the Su family, eager to uncover the truth. Yet upon their arrival, they were met with the shocking news of the second ancestor's demise. This revelation was indeed exhilarating. The Su family held a prestigious position in the Zhongshuan continent and rarely engaged in conflicts with other powers. However, there was a long-standing flaw within the family. Each generation of Su descendants harbored a propensity to pursue those they fancied, often leading to direct marriage proposals that were hard to refuse. They would offer an abundance of rare treasures as dowries, or, if necessary, resort to intimidation with fists the size of cooking pots. For ages, the Su family had adhered to this domineering approach, establishing intricate relationships with numerous factions while inadvertently offending many. After all, who could bear the thought of a revered goddess marrying into the Su family as a concubine, or their childhood friend? once cherished, now bearing several children for the Sioux family. The one they had coddled since infancy now wept, yearning to marry into the Sioux family and share a man with others. Who could tolerate such indignities? Well, some could, for the Sioux family's might was undeniable and resistance was futile. Yet now, with the second ancestor's death, chaos engulfed the Sioux family, and an opportunity had arisen. Amidst the panicking crowd, Sue Roabing stood in a daze, her mind clouded with despair. She had caused a calamity, a grave disaster. She had inadvertently destroyed the family's heirloom, leading to the second ancestor's fury, which left him bloodied and unconscious. In a moment of thoughtlessness, she had shattered half of their ancestral legacy. Overwhelmed by regret and fear, she found herself lost in thought when, unexpectedly, the air before her began to ripple, akin to the surface of water disturbed by a breeze. Gradually, a figure emerged from the undulating air. The individual was youthful, donned in peculiar attire, with short hair atop their head, presenting an altogether bizarre appearance. Who goes there? Sue Roabing was jolted, and in a reflexive response, a bolt of lightning struck down. With a crack, the lightning hit the top of the man's head. To her astonishment, the bolt seemed to dissipate upon contact, akin to water merging with the vast ocean. It neither harmed him nor even disturbed a single strand of his hair. This is bad, a master. Without a moment's hesitation, Sue Roabing conjured a long sword in her hand and swiftly positioned herself before the intruder. This commotion startled the others in the grand hall. An alarming realization dawned upon them: an enemy attack. Protect the second ancestor? The crowd reacted with remarkable swiftness. In the blink of an eye, their figures darted about, their energies intertwining seamlessly, forming an impressive formation. HM? Sumu Yang chose to disregard them, instead surveying his surroundings with a slight furrow of his brow. Wasn't there someone calling for him? The atmosphere seemed rather peculiar. Observing their demeanor, it was evident that, despite being his own descendants, they appeared to be on high alert. After a brief moment, Sumu Yang's gaze settled upon the figure of his second ancestor lying on the ground. Was this his son, Su Xian, in this world? The realization dawned upon him. Sumu Yang finally came to a profound realization. It was not a matter of encountering life-threatening danger. Rather, it was the grievous injury sustained by his son that summoned him forth. With a slight nod, Sumu Yang set forth towards Su Xian. However, this action only heightened the anxiety of those around him. Halt! Do not move. Who are you to dare intrude upon the Su family? Thief, meet your demise. As the words were uttered, the great formation was already set into motion. Within a radius of several dozen miles, the spiritual energies of heaven and earth suddenly surged violently, rushing fervently towards the Su family estate. Through the transformation of the formation, it instantaneously coalesced into an overwhelming tempest of wind, fire, and lightning, descending upon Sumu Yang with ferocity. In that moment, their hearts were filled with both terror and rage. In the conference hall of the Su family, an intruder stealthily made their way inside. Judging by the scene where he confronted Sue Roabing with lightning speed, it was evident that he was a master among masters. If that were the case, how could he possibly hold back? Alas, discord has erupted within the Su family. Sensing the tumultuous fluctuations of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, someone over 10 miles away from the Su manor exclaimed in delight. Beside him, another, puzzled, inquired, "Brother Ke, what do you mean by that?" The elder, with a rather lecherous visage, confidently gestured towards the manor and elucidated, "Look at the violent upheaval of spiritual energy. It does not resemble mere training or sparring. It must signify an earth-shattering battle within the Su family. But we are all here, so who are their adversaries?" After much contemplation, he declared, "The truth can only be one." Twirling his beard, he appeared almost as if possessed by the spirits of legendary strategists, his slanted eyes shimmering with wisdom. "Here is what transpired. That enormous hand we saw earlier belonged to an enemy who launched an attack. The second elder of the Su family led the charge to defend against it, although they managed to repel the assailants. The second elder suffered grave injuries and passed away before he could name a successor. His demise was far too sudden, leaving no time to appoint an heir. This is the Su family, after all, with its vast wealth, countless treasures, and a position of immense power in the realm. Who wouldn't desire a piece of it? Consequently, all those deemed worthy within the family emerged to stake their claims to the inheritance. Everyone wants more. No one is willing to yield, and thus, conflict ensued. The commotion was undeniably substantial, with numerous individuals likely involved. The crowd exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement, their eyes filled with admiration for the old man. Astute. Remarkable. With mere fragments of information, he has deduced the truth. Indeed, it seemed that all men named Ku were born detectives. The earlier speaker's eyes darted momentarily before he quietly inquired, "Esteemed friends, I have a few acquaintances within the Sioux family. Now that chaos reigns, I intend to lend my support. Is anyone willing to accompany me?" The others regarded him with knowing glances. "Support? Are you certain you are not simply seeking to profit from the turmoil? Do not ask how I know this, for I share the same sentiment." The elder, unconsciously tightening his grip on his beard, inadvertently plucked a few strands. "Friends, let us speak plainly. It is well known that the most beautiful women, the rarest treasures, and the mightiest powers reside within the Sioux family. I refuse to believe you are not tempted." He surveyed the crowd, noticing many averted their gaze, their eyes flickering with uncertainty, yet no one spoke. After all, the Sioux family's formidable reputation loomed large, casting an immense shadow. The elder steeled his resolve, determined to take the lead. "Since none of you are willing to step forward, I shall be the one to do so. Friends, this upheaval within the Sioux family presents us with an unparalleled opportunity. If you are inclined, join me in storming the Sioux family estate. Those with grievances can seek vengeance. Those wrong can seek justice, and for those without enmity, seize the chance to profit. What do you all think?" Silence enveloped the group, yet the glint in their eyes betrayed their hidden desires. After a prolonged pause, someone curiously asked, "Brother Ku, your enthusiasm, do you harbor a grudge against the Sioux family?" Upon broaching this topic, the elder's countenance turned a shade of green, a faint glow illuminating his head. "I bear a deep-seated grudge against the late second elder, Su Xian, one that cannot be reconciled." A collective gasp of intrigue ignited among the crowd. The elder sighed deeply, lost in reverie. "I recall a time when I, too, hailed from a lineage of cultivators, youthful and ambitious. One fateful day, I chanced upon her and was instantly captivated, vowing to marry no one else. Alas, that old scoundrel Su Xian leveraged the Su family's prestige, using rare treasures to win her favor, taking her as his concubine, leaving me solitary and desolate. How infuriating! Today, at last, I have the chance to exact vengeance upon that old villain and reclaim my beloved." His eyes brimmed with a hatred that nearly overflowed. The others, feeling a pang of empathy, offered quiet consolation. "Brother Ku's plight is truly heartrending. Your love for her must have endured all these years. She surely has missed you." The elder sighed again, shaking his head, his face etched with sorrow. "Miss me? Perhaps not. She was a revered saint. While I was merely a common outer disciple, she likely never even learned my name. Though she may not have known me, I am convinced she distanced herself to protect me. The moment she was taken by the Sioux family, I vowed to one day breach their walls and rescue her. Today, that opportunity has finally arrived. My millennium-long dream is on the verge of realization." He raised his fist, brimming with fervor, envisioning a radiant future. Yet, what he failed to notice was that the others exchanged glances, their silence laden with unspoken thoughts. What was transpiring? Su Muyang furrowed his brows slightly, a myriad of doubts swirling within him. His descendants summoned him forth, only to unleash a torrent of fervent hostility upon him. Yet, witnessing their ferocious assault, he had no time to ponder further and slowly uttered a single word: "Freeze." As the word escaped his lips, it appeared to invoke some arcane rule of the universe, causing time to come to an abrupt halt. The once tumultuous spiritual energy in the surroundings abruptly shifted from chaos to stillness. The members of the Sioux family, who had been exuding such fierce determination, suddenly resembled statues, as if a pause button had been pressed upon them. Their bodies became immobile, their magical powers rendered stagnant, with only their thoughts able to traverse the confines of their minds. What was happening? A wave of profound terror and unprecedented despair surged within everyone. Despite being among the most esteemed cultivators on the Sichuan continent, this display of power was far beyond their comprehension. When had the Sioux family incurred the wrath of such a formidable adversary? Had the Sioux family, standing resolute for a millennium, finally met its doom today? As these thoughts raced through their minds, a sense of utter hopelessness enveloped many. Particularly within Su Ruobing's heart, a deep remorse took root. Had she not carelessly shattered that jade pendant, her ancestor would not have been driven into unconsciousness by rage. Had he been present, his unparalleled prowess would surely have been sufficient to withstand this mysterious foe. Alas, it was too late for such reflections. The Sioux family was doomed. She had only just been recognized as the heir, yet had single-handedly wrought destruction upon her own lineage. "I am the center of the Sioux family," she lamented, tears welling in her eyes. Regrettably, now rendered immobile, she could only wallow in her despair internally, her expression fixed, unable even to shed a tear. Su Muyang, having quelled the crowd's concerns, stepped forward to the prostrate figure of his second ancestor, Su Xian. As he gazed down, his expression darkened with a somber realization. With his discerning eye, he discerned the underlying cause of the unconsciousness. An overwhelming surge of emotions had led to a critical imbalance of qi. However, the pressing question remained. How could Su Xian, a man of considerable experience, succumb to such a fate? The answer was unequivocal. He had been provoked by his unruly descendants. Furthermore, the audacity of these individuals to act against him hinted at internal discord within the family, possibly a treacherous attempt to usurp power. As this troubling thought crossed his mind, Su Muyang's mood soured, and he turned sharply, casting a fierce glare at the group of sculpted figures. Look at the chaos you have wrought. The intensity of his gaze sent a chill through everyone present. It was evident that such a ferocious countenance foreshadowed dire consequences. Amidst the collective despair reflected in their eyes, Su Muyang slowly extended his right hand, summoning a soft, ethereal white light that enveloped Su Xian entirely. If it were possible for the Su family members to close their eyes, they would have instinctively done so, unable to bear witness to such a poignant scene. The venerable Su Xian, who had traversed the vast expanse of the Zhongxian continent for countless years, was on the brink of fading away into obscurity at the hands of an unknown adversary. However, to everyone's astonishment, moments later, Su Xian, shrouded in the white light, began to cough and gradually opened his eyes. The first image that met his gaze was the slightly wrathful visage of Su Muyang, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief, as if he had encountered something utterly miraculous. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Su Muyang's legs and weeping uncontrollably. The sight of a white-haired elder weeping at the feet of a young man ignited a furious ire among the onlookers. Wretch, what have you done to our second ancestor? Yet, in the next breath, Su Xian cried out, Father, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly. The revelation struck like a thunderclap, leaving the crowd in a daze. The second ancestor referred to this young man as father? Surely, they could not be mistaken. As Su Xian's tears began to overflow, Su Muyang frowned and delivered a swift kick. Get up. You're not dead yet, so stop this wailing. I am heeding your words, father. Su Xian sprang up, wiping away the tears from his face, revealing a radiant smile. In that moment, he was as joyful as a child. Su Muyang let out a cold snort. Sitting confidently in the main seat, he spoke with an air of indifference. Go on, tell me, what have you turned the family into over the years? Su Xian keenly discerned the displeasure in his father's tone and hurriedly replied in a hushed voice, Esteemed father, I perpetually heed your teachings and would not dare to exhibit even the slightest negligence. Now, our Su family flourishes abundantly, having thrived for 7 generations, with a direct lineage of 238 descendants. Indeed, splendid. Su Muyang was also somewhat taken aback. At first glance, this number appeared rather modest. However, it is important to understand that the more powerful a life form is, the more challenging it becomes to conceive offspring. This is an immutable truth. The prowess of the Su family requires no further elaboration, and the lineage inherited from Su Muyang is indeed extraordinary. In such circumstances, the ability to sustain hundreds of descendants speaks volumes about Su Xian's tireless efforts over the years. Contemplating this, Su Muyang's anger subsided somewhat, and his tone softened slightly. My dear Xian, our illustrious Su family naturally has numerous affairs to attend to. You must not become so engrossed in your cultivation that you neglect the daily management of the family. Yes, Su Xian replied, lowering his gaze in acquiescence. You are right, father. I shall take your words to heart. Father, it has been a long time since you returned home. This time, I shall ensure that we all honor you properly. However, as he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed an unusual silence in the conference hall. It was eerily quiet, with so many present, yet none daring to utter a word. What are you lot doing? Have you all lost your senses? Is this not a mockery of me? He swiftly turned around, his voice deep and commanding. Why are you all frozen? Come forth and pay your respects to the ancestor. Yet, the atmosphere remained unchanged, still devoid of any sound or movement. Su Xian felt an immense frustration within. Truly, what a group of unworthy descendants. Do they intend to drive their elder to his grave? Su Muyang let out a cold snort and spoke lightly, Rise. As the word escaped his lips, a group of individuals instantly came to life. Without hesitation, they knelt in unison upon the ground, clamoring in unison, We pay our respects to the esteemed grandfather. Grandfather, We pay our respects to the great-grandfather. We pay our respects to the ancestor. The expressions on their faces were brimming with excitement, their fervor unmistakable. Ha ha. It turns out that this extraordinary master, beyond imagination, is indeed a member of the Sioux family. Moreover, he is my grandfather, great-grandfather, and even my great-great-grandfather. This is truly a formidable connection. No wonder the moment I laid eyes on him, I felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, a reverence that resonated from the depths of my soul and bloodline. You may rise. Sumu Yang waved his hand, signaling everyone to rise and speak. Although they were his own descendants, he was not fond of being bowed to in such a manner. The moment they prostrated themselves, a familiar voice seemed to echo in his ears. Wishing you prosperity. Bring forth the red envelopes. He mused to himself that with so many offspring, if they all demanded red envelopes, it would undoubtedly lead to his financial ruin. Upon hearing his words, the others hastily stood up, respectfully positioning themselves to either side. Only Su Ruobing remained kneeling in the center of the hall, a look of deep remorse etched upon her face. Ancestral figure, second ancestral figure. Today I have committed a grave error. I implore both of you to impose punishment upon me. Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly provided an explanation. Father. Her name is Su Ruobing, and she is the 8th descendant of our Sioux family as 7th generation. Her cultivation is exceptional among her peers. And even when compared to the older generation, she does not pale in comparison. She is destined to be a leading figure for our Sioux family in the future. Sumu Yang cast a glance at her, slightly nodding his head, and casually remarked, Indeed, possessing a natural thunder spirit body, you are indeed a person of great potential. What mistake did you just mention? Su Ruobing lowered her head, a look of guilt etched upon her face. I inadvertently destroyed the heirloom of the Sioux family, she confessed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sumu Yang was somewhat taken aback. A token of inheritance? What token of inheritance? Su Xian hastily elucidated, Father. It is the jade pendant you specifically left for me when you departed, as it is a treasured heirloom bestowed by you. I regarded it as a symbol of our family's legacy. However, to my dismay, Ruobing has erred and inadvertently destroyed that precious pendant today. Alas. Su Ruobing lowered her head and murmured, I merely exerted a bit of force, and unexpectedly, the jade pendant was destroyed. All the blame lies with me. I implore the ancestor to administer punishment. The mention of the jade pendant jolted Su Mu Yang into realization. No wonder I was summoned. I had thought something grave had transpired, yet it turns out to be a mere blunder by the young girl. It was both amusing and exasperating. What is that so-called treasure? Merely an ordinary jade pendant imbued with temporal and spatial information. This pendant was intended for summoning me in dire circumstances. Should it be shattered, I would naturally receive the message to come to the rescue. If truly no treasure could be destroyed, would that not lead to complications in critical moments? Wait. Su Xian suddenly appeared dazed, incredulously asking, Father, did you say that by merely shattering the jade pendant, you would return? Indeed, what seems to be the issue? So, your return today is also due to Ruobing's fortuitous mishap in breaking the pendant? Yes, have I not already stated that? Su Xian opened his mouth, yet found himself utterly speechless, his heart racing as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through it. Father, why did you not clarify this? A millennium has passed, an entire 1,000 years. I have cherished this jade pendant as a precious heirloom, treating it with the utmost reverence, fearful of even the slightest scratch. And now, you reveal that this pendant was merely a toy for your amusement? Throughout these 1,000 years, I have longed for you countless times, mourning in solitude, believing you had long since ascended to the heavens. Yet now you tell me that shattering the pendant would summon you instantly, without delay? Good heavens! How have I endured these 1,000 years? Gazing at the pendant, now split in two, Su Xian felt as though his heart were bleeding. This is no mere pendant. It is a representation of my lost youth. In that moment, a torrent of grievances and sorrow surged within him, causing his eyes to redden. Father, why did you not make this clear in the past? His demeanor, filled with a sense of grievance and melancholy, resembled that of a wronged young bride. Did I not mention this? Su Mu Yang was momentarily taken aback. After all, he had traversed numerous worlds, leaving behind a multitude of jade pendants. Could it be that he genuinely forgot to give instructions? No, he absolutely could not say such a thing. Otherwise, where would his authority as a father stand? Despite the doubts swirling in his mind, his expression remained stern as he spoke in a deep voice. If I had clarified matters with you earlier, you would have had a foundation to rely upon, and your actions would have become increasingly reckless. As your father, I am merely fostering your ability to be independent. Is that so? Su Xian scratched his head, feeling that something was amiss. Noticing his lingering confusion, Su Muyang promptly shifted the subject, turning to Su Ruobing and saying, "You broke the jade pendant. In truth, it is of no great consequence, merely an unintentional mishap, not a grave error." Su Ruobing was instantly filled with joy, but before she could utter a word, Su Muyang continued speaking. "To say you were mistaken, you indeed made an error. Let me ask you, after my arrival, did you strike me with lightning?" Su Ruobing was momentarily taken aback, her delicate face paling instantly as she hurried to explain, "Ancestor, it is all my fault. Your sudden appearance startled me, and I mistakenly believed we were under attack. Thus I humbly request your punishment." At that moment, despair gripped her heart. This was disastrous. Encountering the esteemed ancestor for the first time and inadvertently invoking a thunderous reprimand, such an act was profoundly unfilial. The old ancestor appeared to possess a rather irritable disposition. Surely, she was not contemplating a punishment for her? The others exchanged glances, and in unison, they resumed their kneeling position, fervently speaking. "Esteemed ancestor, we too have unwittingly formed a formation that has offended you. Please, we implore your punishment." "Grandfather, this is not solely Ruobing's fault. We share in the error. Great ancestor, it is primarily your formidable presence that has instilled fear within us." "Oh, how remarkably united you all are." Su Muyang felt a quiet satisfaction within. Throughout history, the downfall of many formidable powers often began from within. When he first arrived, he believed that the Su family was embroiled in internal strife, which left him somewhat vexed. However, upon observing Su Xian, he realized that this young man was quite capable, managing the household admirably. He nodded slightly and spoke in a calm manner. "Though your mistake was unintentional, your actions were ultimately inappropriate. Thus, punishment is warranted." At that moment, many felt a tinge of resentment towards the elder. It was not entirely fair to blame the young lady, was it? The elder's indiscriminate punishment seemed rather unjust. After all, this was their first meeting. Despite recognizing the elder as a family member, the bond with Su Ruobing, who had grown up before their eyes, was far more profound. As someone appeared ready to plead on her behalf, Su Ruobing swiftly interrupted, saying, "The elder has spoken. Ruobing shall accept the punishment. Please, elder, be so kind as to deliver your decree." Su Muyang raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through all obstacles. "Don't you enjoy slaying enemies?" Perfect timing. 13 miles southeast of the Su residence, dozens of individuals are conspiring against our family. Go forth and eliminate them all. Those who deserve death shall perish. Those who warrant burial shall be interred. Ensure they do not disturb the peace of the Su household." "What? Enemies?" The crowd gasped in unison, their eyes darting outward. Though the estate's layered barriers obstructed their vision, they proved utterly futile against the sweep of divine perception. Su Xian's mind swept over, and he immediately became somewhat anxious. "Father, although Ruobing has defied you and committed a grave mistake, it does not warrant a death sentence. You cannot proceed in this manner." Su Ruobing remained unaware of the unfolding events. Observing the second ancestor's defiance towards the elder ancestor, she hurriedly intervened, saying, "Second ancestor, since the elder ancestor has spoken, it is only fitting that Ruobing takes to the battlefield. Please, do not let your feelings for me provoke a dispute with the elder ancestor." Su Xian shot her a fierce glare and exclaimed urgently, "What do you know? Are you aware of the kind of people out there? The leader, Old Ku, is a formidable figure in the demonic realm, a true ancient being of the nascent soul. Moreover, the others are no mere amateurs. If you were to confront them alone, it would be a certain death." Gasps of disbelief filled the air, and the way they looked at Su Muyang changed, tinged with an unspoken sense of alienation and rejection. What a petty old ancestor. You suddenly appeared, and they instinctively unleashed a bolt of lightning, leaving not a strand of your hair disturbed, yet you expect them to risk their lives? Earlier, upon hearing that the ancestor had descended with such power, everyone was elated. But now, witnessing such a petty old ancestor, it remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Su Xian hurriedly bowed to Su Muyang, saying, "Father, if Ruobing is still young and unable to confront such a formidable foe, I beseech you to permit me to face the enemy in her stead." Among the crowd, several voices rose in disarray. "Grandfather, I am willing to accompany Ruobing into battle. Please grant your consent." "Old ancestor, I wish to join the fight." "Old ancestor, perhaps we should activate the clan's protective formation to ensure those scoundrels cannot return." What is the meaning of this? Su Muyang raised an eyebrow, stifling a laugh. How precious are the members of the Sioux family? Would we truly engage in such reckless sacrifice? Do you genuinely believe that the old ancestor is so heartless as to watch her go to her doom? Though many remained silent, their eyes betrayed their unspoken thoughts. Su Muyang, disinclined to offer an explanation, waved his hand, and several golden orbs fell into Su Ruobing's grasp. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, simply cast these beans aside. The crowd instinctively turned their gazes towards her, only to behold Su Ruobing cradling a few resplendent golden beans. For a moment, all were rendered speechless, though those objects shimmered with a lustrous hue, appearing as if they could fetch a handsome price. One could not help but wonder, after all, were they not merely a handful of beans? Would one truly attempt to deter an adversary with such trifles? Surely, this was a jest. Su Ruobing bit her lip and bowed deeply to the crowd. May the ancestor and the second ancestor take care. Ruobing departs. With that, she turned and flew outward. Her figure imbued with a poignant sense of melancholy, reminiscent of the chilling winds by the Yi River. Su Xian pondered for a moment, and suddenly a light flickered in his eyes. Father, those few beans must be formidable treasures, right? This remark jolted everyone into realization. Indeed, the ancestral figure's might was unparalleled, and his methods were nothing short of miraculous. Surely, whatever he casually retrieved would be a priceless artifact. Are you referring to this? Su Muyang responded, nonchalantly extracting a few beans from his possession and tossing them into his mouth, crunching them with abandon. They were merely a handful of ordinary beans, remnants of a snack meant to amuse a certain grandson, your nephew, to be precise. The crowd was left dumbfounded, an overwhelming sense of despair creeping over them. If Su Ruobing were to falter, would throwing these beans be an attempt to pacify the adversaries as one would do with children? Su Xian opened his mouth, yet no words escaped his lips. Nevertheless, his thoughts followed Su Ruobing, and he had silently resolved within himself. Should Su Ruobing falter, he would risk incurring his father's wrath to assist her. After all, he surmised that his father would merely impose a light punishment. No matter the circumstances, she was, after all, a descendant of his bloodline. It was unlikely he would truly wish her harm. Observing the fluctuating expressions on Su Xian's face, Su Muyang suddenly shifted the topic. By the way, I see your time is drawing near, isn't it? This statement instantly captured the attention of all present, causing their hearts to sink as they could no longer focus on Su Ruobing. Indeed, while the Su family thrived and boasted numerous experts, the status of the second ancestor was unparalleled. Should he pass away, the absence of the supreme deterrent over the Zhongxian continent would undoubtedly bring calamity upon the Su family. As for the ancestor, though he was a formidable figure, his absence rendered his strength futile. A hint of bitterness suddenly appeared on Su Xian's face. I must report to you, father, that it is indeed the case. Upon reflection, it has merely been these 3 to 5 years. Consequently, I am currently making arrangements for the future, and I have chosen Ruobing as my successor. His intention was to advocate on behalf of Su Ruobing, yet Su Muyang seemed oblivious to the underlying meaning in his words, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Indeed, this realm is governed by certain rules, limiting cultivation to the Yuaning stage and lifespan to no more than 1,000 years. You are, in truth, nearing your end. Su Xian let out a long sigh, filled with a blend of regret and solace. My dear father, throughout the millennia, I have lived a life of enough splendor. To behold your venerable presence once more before my demise shall render my passing without regrets. Many lowered their heads in silence, as an air of sorrow enveloped the surroundings. However, a middle-aged man suddenly brightened up, urgently inquiring, Esteemed ancestor, I dare to ask, how old are you this year? His words suddenly stirred everyone's consciousness. Indeed, the second ancestor was nearing the end of his days, so why was the old ancestor still so vigorous and sprightly? Su Muyang chuckled softly, offering no response to the inquiry. After all, he found himself unable to provide an answer. Traversing through various realms, time had become utterly inconsequential to him. Enough of this incessant lamenting. It is rather vexing. It is merely a matter of lifespan, nothing of great significance. Just a mere lifespan, is it? Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, but suddenly his expression shifted, adopting a sycophantic smile as he grasped Su Muyang's hand and shook it fervently. Father, I have been an unfilial son, failing to honor you all these years. Please grant me this opportunity to serve you well in the future. Su Muyang felt a shiver run down his spine, a wave of revulsion washing over him, almost prompting him to deliver a kick. The sight of an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, Acting coyly with a young man was utterly repugnant. Yet, upon deeper reflection, it seemed rather natural for a son to exhibit such affection before his father. Su Muyang abruptly withdrew his hand and spoke with irritation. Enough, since I am here. I shall not be the one to mourn the elder for the younger. He glanced at Su Xian's head of white hair and then touched his own thick, glossy locks, hastily diverting from the topic. As for the methods to extend one's lifespan, they do exist. The first approach is to transcend this world, to ascend to a higher realm for development. To leave this world and ascend, Su Xian echoed, a radiant light illuminating his eyes. I see now. Father, you have not returned all these years. Could it be that you ventured to the higher realms? If so, I am willing to accompany you to the higher realms and fulfill my filial duties at your side. However, Su Muyang suddenly faltered, a subtle headache creeping in. Ascending to the higher realms was not inherently difficult. The dilemma lay in the fact that the number of worlds with higher power levels diminished as one ascended. In a world you cannot comprehend, I married a legitimate wife, formidable in strength, one I cannot even contend with now. The most crucial issue is her propensity for jealousy. She revels in it daily. In this lesser world, she pays little heed to my affairs, yet should we enter a more potent realm? What if one day she happens to glance my way and discovers I suddenly have a son? That would surely invite domestic strife. Noticing Su Xian's eager gaze, Su Muyang pondered for a moment before responding. This realm is merely a small world. After all, power has its limits. In the future, our Su family shall ascend as a whole. However, the time is not yet ripe. You should remain in this realm for a few more years. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd as everyone rejoiced. The implication from the ancestor was clear. The future of the Su family held limitless potential. Yet, some were left feeling uneasy. As the saying goes, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. The Su family, a formidable power on the Zhangxian continent, has truly established itself at the pinnacle of the world. But what awaits them in the higher realms? Will their journey be smooth sailing, or will they encounter formidable challenges? After all, they are entirely unfamiliar with the upper realms, leaving them unable to weigh the advantages and disadvantages. They can only heed the directives of their ancestors. Having broached this topic, Su Muyang casually retrieved a peach, roughly the size of a fist, and offered it to Su Xian. Xianer, do partake in this peach. Su Xian, somewhat perplexed, obediently accepted the peach. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the fruit boasted a lustrous crimson hue and a perfectly rounded shape, yet beyond that, it appeared entirely unremarkable. Father, I shall partake as instructed. Indeed, I shall comply. Su Xian no longer hesitated and directly stuffed the peach into his mouth. The peach appeared unremarkable, yet it dissolved upon contact, instantly transforming into a warm current that enveloped his entire being. A soothing warmth radiated throughout his body, providing an exquisite sense of comfort. Father, what is this delightful treasure? Su Muyang waved his hand dismissively and remarked nonchalantly, it is merely a low-grade peach of immortality, of little significance. It can only extend one's life by a few years. What? Su Xian exclaimed in astonishment. This is actually a treasure that can prolong life? Just as he was about to speak, the crowd in the hall suddenly erupted in exclamations. Second Ancestor, your hair has turned black. Wow, Second Ancestor, your wrinkles have disappeared. Oh my goodness, this is utterly incredible. Su Xian was taken aback and hastily conjured a water mirror. Upon a mere glance, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Previously, he had been a figure with hair and beard turned white, resembling an elderly man in declining years. There lingered an air of twilight about him. Yet now, the visage reflected in the water mirror bore no trace of age. With lustrous black hair and smooth skin, his dark beard danced in the breeze, presenting him as a dashing middle-aged gentleman. Moreover, he distinctly sensed a transformation within his body. It was as if an antiquated, rusted machine had been anointed with lubricant, rendering him light and agile, with every cell pulsating with vibrant life. Su Xian was momentarily stunned, his speech faltering as he exclaimed, Father, have I truly become younger? Su Muyang waved his hand dismissively and spoke nonchalantly. This peach possesses the ability to extend one's life by a millennium. Thus, at your current state, you are merely in the prime of your life. However, every gain comes with a sacrifice, and you shall have to endure some tribulations. Endure tribulations? Su Xiangang was still in a state of ecstasy when these words struck a sudden chill in his heart. Could this heaven-defying divine artifact possibly have some hidden side effects? Before he could even react, Su Muyang abruptly reached out, seized him, and casually tossed him upward. With a piercing scream. A gaping hole was torn through the roof of the council hall. Su Xian soared into the sky like a ball, darting out from the hole towards the heavens. All eyes instinctively followed the tiny black that was once Su Xian, only to be struck with terror as they realized the sky had suddenly transformed. Previously, it had been a clear blue expanse, but now it was shrouded in thick, ominous clouds, rolling in with a menacing presence, darkening the very atmosphere. Furthermore, within those stormy clouds, bolts of lightning roared like the fury of celestial beings, shredding the darkness into fragments, as though the apocalypse had arrived. In an instant, accompanied by a resounding thunder, a lightning bolt, as wide as a bowl, erupted from the clouds, descending with a cataclysmic force. Its target was unmistakably second ancestor. Many gasped in unison. Su Muyang, however, was not taken aback. He merely spoke in a calm tone, urging everyone not to panic. He had transcended the limits of this world by breaking through to the infant transformation stage and extending his lifespan by a millennium. Thus, he inevitably had to face the tribulation of heavenly punishment. The very mention of heavenly punishment caused a wave of dread to wash over the hearts of all present. It was indeed a dire situation. The second ancestor had merely consumed a peach, yet now faced the threat of divine retribution. We shall first enter the Su family manor under the pretense of visiting friends. Old Ku meticulously outlined his plan. We will then conduct a thorough investigation. If the Su family remains unharmed, we must refrain from taking action to avoid falling into a trap. However, if the Su family is indeed in turmoil, that will present us with an opportunity. An inquisitive voice broke the tension. Old Ku, what if the Su family refuses us entry? Old Ku chuckled. That would be splendid. If they truly deny us entry, it would indicate that something grave has transpired within the Su family. So what are we waiting for? Upon reflection, the crowd suddenly grasped the implications. Indeed, a prestigious family like the Su family would typically be eager to welcome guests. It was inconceivable that they would turn anyone away. If they were to refuse entry, it could only mean that something monumental had occurred. What could such a monumental event be? The second ancestor of the Su family has passed away. Indeed, the descendants of the Su family have become embroiled in fierce conflict over inheritance, resulting in a veritable river of blood. If this is the case, the Su family has become a lamb awaiting slaughter, ripe for our taking. Ha. Just as a multitude of thoughts began to swirl in the minds of the onlookers, a delicate voice echoed from afar. Who dares to intrude upon the Su family? In that moment, a graceful figure soared through the air. It was Su Ruobing. The laughter abruptly ceased, and some instinctively took a few steps back. The reputation of the Su family is not to be trifled with. As they plotted against the Su family, the sudden appearance of the main figure sent shivers down many spines. Old Ku's eyes twinkled as he approached with a smile. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be Ruobing. You see, we previously witnessed a colossal hand descending, seemingly striking the Su family estate. We thought perhaps the Su family was facing a formidable enemy, hence our intent to lend assistance. Quickly, go and inform Su Xian that Old Ku has arrived. Su Ruobing's delicate face darkened as she coldly exclaimed, Do you still wish to deceive me? Your so-called assistance is clearly intended to bring harm to the Su family. Prepare yourself. With that, she formed a series of intricate hand seals, summoning arcs of lightning that danced ominously in the air around her. Witnessing her impulsive attack, many were momentarily taken aback, followed by silent laughter. This girl is truly insane. She resorts to violence at the slightest disagreement without considering the strength of her opponent. With merely a few bolts of lightning, standing still, could she truly hope to strike me? Yet, as this thought crossed their minds, their expressions shifted dramatically. For as her lightning manifested, the world around them darkened in an instant, the sky becoming a tumultuous sea of dark clouds, within which countless bolts of lightning writhed ominously. Is this girl truly that formidable? How can this be possible? Not only were the onlookers astonished, but even Su Ruobing herself was taken aback. I merely formed a lightning seal. How did it create such a tremendous uproar? Fairy Ruobing, please cease at once. Seeing the overwhelming display of power, the old monster Ku was utterly terrified, surrendering without a second thought. He feared that with a single misstep, the terrifying lightning would descend upon them, reducing them to mere ashes. At that moment, their hearts were filled with a desperate cry for help. What on earth is happening? Su Ruobing is merely a junior member of the Su family. How could she possibly employ such astonishingly extraordinary methods? This spectacle is likely beyond even the capabilities of the esteemed Su Xian, the foremost figure of Zhongxian. Goodness, the Su family is indeed shrouded in profound secrecy. Although Su Ruobing was taken aback, her expression remained impassive as she continued to perform the thunder technique, her voice ringing with a delicate authority. What, pray tell, is the purpose of your visit to the Su family? Will you not candidly reveal your intentions? Despite the elders' warning that these individuals harbored ill will, Su Ruobing found herself uncertain upon recognizing a few esteemed elders among the crowd. Seizing the opportunity to instill fear, she chose not to act hastily. Old Ko, with a crafty glint in his eye, lowered his gaze submissively and replied, "What a misunderstanding, fair Lady Ruobing. We have come solely to forge friendships. Is that so?" Su Ruobing retorted with a cold laugh. "If your intentions were indeed to foster camaraderie, why then do you lurk in the shadows rather than approach openly? Your actions clearly betray ulterior motives. Among them were not a few prominent figures of considerable influence. As a descendant of the Su family, Su Ruobing was merely a junior in their presence. However, within the realm of cultivation, there exists an unwavering principle. Strength commands respect. In the grand scheme of the universe, one's life is of utmost importance. When faced with the overwhelming power of thunder, a group of individuals found themselves compelled to bow their heads and concede before this junior. For the sake of self-preservation, Fairy Ruobing, please do not misunderstand. Koleagwai exclaimed urgently as he hastily produced a vial of elixir. Behold, this is the 9 Treasures Calming Heart Pill, capable of dispelling inner demons and aiding in cultivation, an exceedingly rare treasure on the Zhangxian continent. It took me decades of effort to concoct this, and I have come specifically to share it with Brother Su. Fairy Ruobing, I implore you to understand my good intentions." The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been the most vocal, eager to eliminate any competition for his goddess. Yet now, instead of resisting, he was offering money to pave the way. Not only were they astonished, but Su Ruobing was equally bewildered. She was acutely aware that the Tempest of Thunder bore no relation to her. Should a conflict arise with this group, the outcome would be dire. Thus, she chose to leverage the chaos to intimidate them into retreat. As for the ancestors' ominous suggestions of execution and burial, how could they possibly expect such boldness from her? While she was lost in thought, the others quickly regained their composure and began to speak in unison. Fairy Ruobing, the second ancestor offered me guidance centuries ago, and I have come today to express my gratitude, bringing with me a Yang Yin immortal herb as a token of appreciation. Fairy Ruobing, I find myself perplexed in my cultivation and seek the wisdom of second ancestor. I am willing to offer 3 heavenly bamboo shoots as a reward. Fairy Ruobing, I must mention, I have a rather unremarkable niece, yet she possesses extraordinary beauty. I have come to seek a match for her. In but a brief moment, a plethora of rare treasures, magical artifacts, and elixirs had amassed before Su Ruobing. Su Ruobing was utterly taken aback. With such overwhelming politeness, she felt almost embarrassed to take action. The eccentric Ko, seasoned with age, dropped his belongings and dashed outside without a moment's hesitation, exclaiming, "Fairy Ruobing, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. No need to see me off." Before Su Ruobing could even comprehend the situation, he vanished in a flash. Goodness, that old man. The crowd was nearly in a state of shock, hastily imitating him and fleeing in all directions, fearing that they would be struck down by the cataclysmic thunder should they lag behind. Only Su Ruobing remained frozen in place, staring at the pile of precious materials before her, engulfed in profound self-doubt. There are truly so many virtuous individuals in this world. Brother Ko, you are quite inconsiderate, she lamented. Indeed, we haven't gained anything, yet I've incurred considerable losses. Fortunately, Su Ruobing's modesty spared her from a dire fate today. After a considerable distance, the group reconvened, each voicing their grievances against Ko. He scoffed, feeling exceedingly displeased. What do you all understand? I am merely a discerning individual who knows when to yield. Moreover, had I not set the example, could you have escaped so effortlessly? Instead of expressing gratitude, you dare to complain? Before he could continue, a deafening crash resounded, as a massive bolt of purple lightning descended with a cataclysmic force. The crowd was momentarily startled. Could it be that the little demoness, Su Ruobing, had accepted a bribe for their lives and then reneged? Without a second thought, they turned to flee. Wait, Ko suddenly called out to them. Look, following his voice, they beheld that the target of the lightning was not them, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the question arose, if the lightning was not aimed at them, then at whom? It's Su Xian. Ko pointed into the air, exclaiming in disbelief. In midair, an unexpected figure had appeared, none other than Su Xian, the second ancestor of the Su family. To their astonishment, the devastating bolt of lightning struck him directly. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd as many felt an instinctive shiver. The sheer force of the purple lightning was palpable even from a distance. How unbearable must it be for Su Xian, who had been struck by it? Su Xian is doomed. At that moment, a simultaneous realization surged through the hearts of all present. It seemed to validate their foreboding. Following a purple lightning strike, another soon followed, once again striking Su Xian midair. This was not the end. A third bolt descended, relentless in its fury. After 3 strikes of violet lightning, Su Xian's protective talismans and garments were reduced to mere powder. He transformed into a darkened silhouette and plummeted heavily, vanishing from sight. Had he been consumed by the flames of calamity? Even as they witnessed the occurrence firsthand, an overwhelming disbelief enveloped the crowd. Was Su Xian, who had traversed the azure mystical continent for a millennium, truly gone? How could this be? I had believed he would only meet his end upon reaching the limits of his lifespan. Yet here he was, struck down by lightning in his prime. What sins had he committed to deserve such a fate? After a moment of silence, the old monster, Ku, suddenly spoke. The extraordinary phenomena witnessed moments prior were undoubtedly not instigated by Su Ruobing. The crowd cast him sidelong glances, remaining silent. Was this not a statement of the obvious? Setting aside whether Su Ruobing possessed such power, even if she did, would she dare strike the second ancestor of the Su family? Ku smiled faintly, a knowing expression illuminating his face. In truth, I had discerned this earlier. However, to lull the Su family into a false sense of security, I feigned indifference towards Su Ruobing, biding my time for the opportune moment. The crowd exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. How fortuitous that we all arrived at the same conclusion. I initially thought you were genuinely intimidated. How could that be? I would never fear a mere young girl. As expected, our intellect prevails. Ha ha ha. A glimmer of shrewdness sparkled in Ku's eyes, reminiscent of a crouching dragon or phoenix. Now, the Su family must have lost all vigilance against us. If we were to strike back now, bang, with a resounding crash. The charred figure of Su Xian landed heavily in the conference hall through the gaping hole from earlier, slowly expelling a series of black circles. Father, second ancestor, grandfather. The crowd hurriedly rushed over to assist him. Su Xian, still feeling a bit dazed, instinctively inquired, Father, what is happening? Su Muyang chuckled softly. Why don't you take a shower and change into some fresh clothes? It's important to maintain a respectable image in front of the younger generation. Huh. Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively lowering his gaze before letting out a startled cry, vanishing in an instant. Overhead in the hall, several crows seemed to flutter by with their cawing. The onlookers silently withdrew their hands, recalling the earlier scene with a faint sense of discomfort. Nonetheless, it must be said, the second ancestor's physique is truly remarkable. After a brief interval, a revitalized Su Xian re-emerged before the crowd, leaving them utterly astonished. Previously, he had merely regained a middle-aged appearance, but now, even his skin had significantly improved. It was fair, delicate, smooth, and taut, as if it could burst at a touch, exuding a warmth akin to jade, reminiscent of a newborn infant. Many of the women present felt their eyes welling with tears, exclaiming, Second ancestor, what whitening technique is this? We are family. Do not keep secrets from us. Not only were they bewildered, but Su Xian himself was equally astonished. Yet, his astonishment did not stem from the transformation of his skin, but rather from the immense and formidable magical power coursing through him. Father, what realm is this? Su Muyang lifted his teacup and savored a sip, speaking in a calm tone. This realm is but a small world, with limited levels of power. The utmost one can achieve is the Yuanying stage. Beyond the Yuanying, there exist several realms such as Huashan, Lianxiu, Hengtai, Dujia, and Deshang. Only upon the completion of the Deshang stage can one reshape their celestial form and ascend to immortality. You have merely just broken through to the Huashan stage. In the journey of cultivation, you are still at the nascent phase, not even an immortal yet, so there is little to be proud of. His words stirred the hearts of the listeners, yet they felt an unmistakable sense of a new gateway being unveiled before them. Su Xian took several deep breaths, compelling himself to calm down a little, and sincerely remarked, What you say, Father, is indeed true. In the past, I have been narrow-minded, failing to appreciate the vastness of the world, and I have underestimated the capabilities of others. I am grateful for your guidance. Otherwise, I fear I would have brought great misfortune upon myself in the future. Su Muyang nodded approvingly. However, there is no need for you to belittle yourself. In this realm, you have ascended to the pinnacle of cultivation, possessing exceptional talent, character, and perseverance. Previously, you were confined within the Yuaning realm, with a lifespan of merely 1,000 years, constrained by the rules of this world. Now that you have shattered this limitation, you are faced with the tribulation of heaven. This serves both as a test and a rare opportunity. After enduring this trial, you have been tempered by the heavenly tribulation, achieving a semi-immortal physique. Your path to cultivation will undoubtedly be smooth, with no obstacles left before your ascension to immortality. Immortal ascension. The crowd erupted with joy, flocking to congratulate Su Xian, and the atmosphere became one of jubilant harmony, especially Su Xian, who feigned calmness on the surface, while internally, he was on the verge of bursting with happiness. Su Muyang gazed upon this harmonious family gathering, and his spirits were undeniably uplifted. There is no need for envy. The descendants of the Su family, inheriting my bloodline, possess their own extraordinary qualities. When the time is ripe, I shall unveil the celestial pathway, allowing any Su family member who has reached the nascent soul stage to ascend to the higher realms for cultivation. By then, achieving immortality and becoming ancestors will merely be commonplace. Upon hearing the elder's words, everyone became increasingly exhilarated, prostrating themselves on the ground and exclaiming in disarray, "Thank you, esteemed ancestor. The ancestor is magnificent. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that I too might have the chance to attain immortality?" Observing the fervor of the crowd, Su Muyang smiled gently and turned to Su Xian, speaking in a warm tone. The path of cultivation emphasizes the clarity of thought. There is no need to suppress oneself. If you feel the urge to laugh, then do not hold it back. Su Xian could no longer contain himself. He finally let go and burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha. Today, I, Su Xian, have transcended the infant stage of divinity. From this moment forth, the celestial gates are wide open, and the path to immortality is unimpeded. Cheers to the Su family. Ha ha. The crowd echoed in unison, congratulations to the second ancestor. Cheers to the Su family. In an instant, the sound reverberated across the land. Second ancestor. The scene where the purple lightning struck Su Xian had not escaped Su Ruobing's eyes, and her heart tightened instantly. What on earth had transpired? What had occurred at home? Why had such a celestial phenomenon suddenly manifested, and why had it directly struck the second ancestor? Could all of this be related to the mysterious ancestor who had suddenly appeared? In a flurry of confusion, she hastily gathered the heavenly treasures before her and turned to fly back home. At that moment, however, a series of swift, slicing sounds pierced through the air from behind. Old Ku, accompanied by a group of people, soared back into view. Unlike before, they no longer appeared humble. Instead, they bore a fierce demeanor. After all, having inadvertently lost face in front of Su Ruobing moments ago, they were now eager to reclaim their dignity. Su Ruobing was inwardly anxious, yet her expression remained composed. "Senior Ku, is there anything else you wish to discuss?" Ku, the elder, let out a cold sneer and remarked ominously, "Fairy Ruobing, were you satisfied with the celestial treasures and elixirs presented earlier? However, with the Su family's overwhelming power, I dare say the treasures hidden within your abode must be infinitely more precious than those baubles." Su Ruobing felt a sudden heaviness in her heart, instinctively tightening her grip on the sword in her hand. It appeared that a confrontation was inevitable today. Previously, when the ancestor had spoken of eliminating certain individuals, she had harbored some doubts, thinking perhaps the ancestor was overly ruthless. Maybe her initial unfamiliarity with these people had led to some misunderstandings. However, it was now evident that these individuals harbored ill intentions. The ancestor had indeed been correct. The mere thought of the ancestor brought to mind those golden beings, and she instinctively squeezed her hand around them. Observing Su Ruobing's hesitation and silence, the old monster Ku felt a sense of assurance. Indeed, everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion. He let out a cold laugh, the glint of cold light flashing in his hand as he brandished a blood-red long knife. "Come forth." Just then, a boisterous laugh echoed across the landscape. "Ha ha. Today, Su Xian breaks through to the transformation realm, and from now on, the gates of the immortal realm are wide open. The path to immortality is clear. Cheers to the Su family." Was that voice Su Xian? Ku's pupils constricted, and alarm bells rang loudly in his heart. Su Xian is surprisingly still alive. Moreover, what does he mean by the concept of transformation into divinity? What is this transformation? And what does it signify when the celestial gates are wide open? Although I find myself somewhat perplexed, the power resonating from that voice is undeniable. Even from a distance, it sends shivers down my spine. Could it be that Su Xian has not met his demise but instead achieved a new breakthrough? In that crucial moment, a decision crystallized within him. With his hands cradling the blade and a smile gracing his face, he reflected on those previously encountered treasures. They were indeed inadequate. Fair Lady Bing, this is my life as ultimate treasure. Do you consider it a worthy gift? Above Su Ruobing's head, several large question marks slowly emerged. Seeing her bewildered expression, Kuleigwai's smile broadened. Fairy Ruobing, Su Xian Sr. is indeed the foremost figure in Songshuan. Now, with this breakthrough, it is not only a joyous occasion for the Su family, but also for the entire Songshuan continent. How could we arrive to congratulate you empty-handed? Alas, my pockets are rather light, and after much contemplation, I can only offer this Song Yue blade. I hope, dear Fairy Ruobing, that you will not find it lacking. He spoke lightly, but his heart was bleeding. This was his life-esque treasure, a rare existence in the entire Songshuan cultivation realm. Yet, what could he do? Observing the commotion Su Xian had stirred, he realized that a single misstep could lead to his demise. If he were to blame anyone, it would be his own poverty for leaving home without sufficient funds. His audacious maneuver left the crowd dumbfounded. Good heavens! Kuleigwai has indeed navigated through the years with skill. They thought, you are at least a peer of Su Xian. Do you not feel any shame addressing him as senior? Even offering his life-esque treasure, he did so with a finesse that tugged at the heartstrings, suggesting he had been a sycophant for many years. However, this tactic proved effective. Even Su Ruobing appeared utterly confused, clearly at a loss. With a precedent set, a throng of individuals skillfully produced various rare treasures, each a marvel of the Songshuan continent. Fairy Ruobing, I seek nothing more than for the esteemed second ancestor to open a teaching forum to enlighten us. Fairy Ruobing, you must believe me. I come with the utmost sincerity and goodwill. Fairy Ruobing, might your family be accepting students at an academy? If not, perhaps servants will suffice? Upon witnessing the crowd's fervor surpassing his own, Kuleigwai felt discontent. What do you all mean? Are you attempting to steal my thunder? In this crucial moment, his millennia of experience proved invaluable. Suddenly, he produced a stack of portraits, his face beaming with a smile. Fairy Ruobing, I have heard you are yet unmarried. I happen to have several suitable candidates to recommend. If you fancy any, they could join the Su family. Look at this portrait. This is our sect's chief disciple, the future leader of our sect, trusted by all. And this one, though his cultivation is lacking, he is handsome and has been deemed the most dashing man in our sect. Then there's this one, a young prodigy destined for greatness, sure to be a strong ally for the Su family. Oh, and this one. Oh dear, I've taken out the wrong one. This is my self-portrait. Suddenly, upon hearing Kuleigwai mention marriage, Su Ruobing felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Especially upon seeing his self-portrait, she was startled into a shudder. In her surprise, she inadvertently dropped the golden bean she was holding. The bean fell to the ground and, upon contact with the wind, rapidly transformed into several soldiers clad in golden armor. Everyone froze in astonishment, including Su Ruobing. When she had first received the bean, she had scrutinized it, believing it to be merely an ordinary bean. Yet her ancestor had instructed her to use these beans to confront the enemy, suggesting they were not truly ordinary, but rather some special treasure she could not comprehend. However, she could not have fathomed that these beings would morph into living beings. For a moment, she stood there, stunned. She was frozen, Kuleigwai and the others were frozen. But the golden-armored soldiers were not. Upon their emergence, they immediately locked onto Kuleigwai and the others, swiftly shifting positions to encircle them tightly. Kill! Commanded the leading golden-armored soldier with a thunderous voice, and everyone sprang into action. Some unleashed a barrage of elemental spells, others charged with weapons aimed at the center, while some concealed themselves in the void, poised to deliver fatal strikes. They are all in the nascent soul stage. Someone gasped. We're doomed. In an instant, panic spread through the crowd. In the Songshuan continent, the nascent soul stage represented the pinnacle of cultivation. Even among their ranks, only a handful had reached that level. Yet, the dozen or so golden-armored soldiers present were all in the nascent soul stage. Su Ruobing stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. A piercing scream shattered the air, marking the first casualties among the crowd. The disparity in cultivation levels was stark, and these golden-armored soldiers seemed inherently born for battle, each of them wielding their spells and combat techniques with unparalleled mastery. To make matters worse, even when spells struck these formidable warriors, their defenses remained unbreached. How on earth could they possibly fight back? The wails of despair echoed relentlessly, as one after another, individuals collapsed. Even the nascent soul cultivators were not spared, utterly obliterated. Spare us, Fairy Ruabing. Though we harbored ill intentions, we never acted upon them. We beseech your mercy. They cried. It was all the doing of that old monster Ku. We were merely misled by him. Fairy, save us. Witnessing the fall of renowned predecessors, Su Ruabing felt an unbearable pang of sympathy and began to stomp her feet in agitation. This is a treasure bestowed upon me by my ancestor. The ancestor instructed me only to release the beings and did not teach me how to control them. If you could hold on just a little longer, I shall seek counsel from my ancestor. Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, despair gripped the hearts of those around her even more tightly. It was common knowledge that the Su family revered the second ancestor, Su Xian, when had an ancestor emerged. Could it possibly be an elder of Su Xian? If that were the case, what kind of earth-shattering cultivation level could they possess? Today was certainly not the day to provoke the Su family. Overwhelmed by boundless regret and hopelessness, more and more individuals crumpled to the ground. Annihilate! With a commanding shout from the leader, a chilling light pierced the center of old monster Ku's brow. In an instant, his eyes bulged, then gradually dimmed, as he fell heavily to the earth. Is this truly the end? Su Ruabing stared blankly at this scene, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of unreality. These individuals were seasoned veterans, renowned in their own right. How could they have fallen so swiftly? As the battle concluded, the golden-armored soldiers remained tirelessly occupied. Some gathered the spoils of war, while others channeled their magic to create a vast chasm in the ground, disposing of the fallen bodies within. A few even wielded their powers to summon foliage to cover the site. In mere moments, the battlefield was rendered immaculate, devoid of any trace of the recent fierce conflict. Subsequently, the golden-armored soldiers, bearing the spoils, formed a line before Su Ruabing, kneeling on one knee, and solemnly declared, "The battle has concluded." The Yellow Turban warriors humbly report to the esteemed one. "Please, command us." Yellow Turban warriors? Were these golden-armored soldiers truly referred to as the Yellow Turban warriors? Only then did Su Ruabing realize their true identities. Observing them kneeling on one knee, immobile and awaiting her commands, she was suddenly overwhelmed by an intense desire to possess them. So powerful, so skilled, so industrious, and yet so obedient. Goodness, what should I do with this longing? Ancestor. Upon her swift return to the council hall, Su Ruabing's face lit up with a radiant smile as she called out sweetly, "Oh dear!" Several individuals smacked their foreheads, their faces flushing with embarrassment. In their astonishment at the second ancestor's breakthrough, they had completely forgotten that there were still battles unfolding outside. This was indeed inexcusable. However, seeing Su Ruabing's beaming expression, it seemed that all was well, didn't it? Wait, who are those golden-armored soldiers? Their aura is remarkably potent. As the energy surged, some individuals discreetly began to channel their magical powers. Su Muyang gently sipped his tea, a subtle smile gracing his lips. How goes the battle? Upon hearing this, Su Ruabing's spirit soared. She gave a thumbs up, her face radiating admiration. Indeed, the ancestral figure is truly formidable. What treasures are these beings that they have transformed into such a multitude of powerful cultivators? No, Yellow Turban warriors, who effortlessly cut through foes as if they were mere vegetables. I merely stood there, shouting a few commands, and then it was all over. Ancestor, these being artifacts must be exceedingly precious, yes? Su Muyang was acutely aware of her subtle intentions, yet he refrained from exposing them immediately. With a mere wave of his hand, the formidable Yellow Turban warriors instantaneously transformed back into a cascade of golden beans, rolling gracefully onto the ground. The collective gaze of the onlookers instinctively gravitated towards these beings, their eyes reddening with astonishment. What appeared to be mere beings were, in fact, the remnants of several adept masters. Only at this moment did Su Muyang leisurely begin to speak. Ah, these beans? They are but ordinary legumes, albeit quite palatable. They happen to be a favorite snack of one of my younger grandsons, which is why I carry some with me. When he mentioned the prowess of the Yellow Turban warriors, he chuckled softly. Though they possess a degree of strength, their primary role is to manage menial tasks, serving as aides and errand runners. Our Su family ought to possess a broader perspective. If we were to be overly astonished by the mere presence of Yellow Turban warriors, it would surely be a disgrace to our ancestors. What is this nonsense? The crowd was nearly driven to madness. Such powerful cultivators, and you utilize them for trivial errands? Is this not a gross waste? Su Ruabing, who possesses a naturally vivacious and cheerful disposition, had previously been somewhat reserved due to her unfamiliarity with her elder and her own missteps. However, upon discovering the elder's amiable nature, her confidence has notably increased. With a playful glimmer in her eyes, she decided to leverage her youthful charm and began to act coy. "Elder," she implored, "I am soon to embark on a solitary journey, all alone in the vast world. It is quite pitiful, isn't it? Might you kindly bestow upon me a few small beans? Would that be agreeable, dear elder?" Sumuyang gazed at her with a smile, his demeanor revealing a playful intent. "Who would have thought you possessed such a sweet tooth? Bestowing upon you a few beans is no great matter." However, he paused. And in response to Su Ruobing's ecstatic gaze, he continued, "These few beans were previously infused with my magical power, enabling me to summon the yellow turban warriors for assistance. If I were to withdraw my enchantment, they would merely be a handful of trivial snacks. Are you certain you still desire them? Ah, so that's how it is." Su Ruobing was instantly deflated. If it were merely a handful of snacks, what purpose would that serve? Did they truly think her so easily tempted? However, she was soon captivated by the mention of divine powers from Sumuyang and immediately inquired, "Ancestor, what exactly are divine powers? Are they formidable spells? Is the technique of creating soldiers from beans easy to master?" Not only was she eager to learn, but the others were equally intrigued. Sumuyang patiently elucidated that the art of magic merely involves the manipulation of the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, whereas divine powers pertain to the fundamental principles of the universe. Not only are they immensely powerful, but they also possess unparalleled utility for an ordinary cultivator. Acquiring even one or two divine abilities is indeed a stroke of fortune. The most commonly known divine powers include the 36 celestial techniques and the 72 earthly arts. The 36 celestial techniques encompass the manipulation of creation, the inversion of yin and yang, the shifting of stars, the reversal of time, and the summoning of rain and wind. The 72 earthly arts include the passage through the ethereal, the driving away of spirits, the burdening of mountains, the restriction of water, the borrowing of wind, the dispersing of mist, the prayer for clear skies, and the supplication for rain. Seizing this opportunity, Sumuyang imparted knowledge of some advanced cultivation methods, leaving the audience mesmerized and filled with longing. After a considerable time, Sumuyang finally paused, lifting his teacup to take a sip. Su Ruobing's eyes sparkled as she approached with a mischievous grin. "Grand Ancestor," she said playfully, "you speak so passionately. Why not impart a few skills to us? I assure you, I am not greedy in the slightest. Just teach me the divine art of summoning soldiers from beans, and that shall suffice." The others nodded in eager agreement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Su Xian approached with a warm demeanor, affectionately exclaiming, "Father, you mentioned that I have already advanced to the transformation stage. However, I am at a loss regarding my future cultivation. Would you not offer some guidance? Moreover, as a representative of the Su family in the Zhongshan continent, it is essential for me to possess formidable skills. Would you not agree with this reasoning?" Sumuyang cast a stern glance at them and, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Haven't you yet mastered the art of walking, and already you dream of running? Such lofty aspirations are not conducive to a cultivator's journey." Observing the slight disappointment among the crowd, Sumuyang's expression suddenly shifted to a smile. "However, as your ancestor, it would be remiss of me not to impart some teachings during my rare return. Among the 36 techniques of the Heavenly Gang, there exists one known as the Golden Light of the Earth, which allows one to transform into golden light and traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. Are you willing to learn it?" "Willing. Willing." The assembly, initially disheartened by the prospect of disappointment, erupted into exuberant joy. Yet, Su Ruobing could not help but scoff, muttering softly, "This clearly sounds like a technique for escape. Why not impart a formidable power that can vanquish foes of greater strength?" Despite her hushed tone, every attentive ear in the gathering caught her words. The atmosphere abruptly stilled, and many inwardly lamented the situation. "Dear little ant," they thought, "your usual pampering has made you somewhat headstrong. But today you stand before the Ancestor. Should he take offense, he might withhold even the golden light of the earth." Sumuyang, however, remained unfazed, merely smiling as he spoke. "Little girl, as a cultivator, one must understand the principle that there are always those beyond oneself, in realms beyond the heavens. Although the Su family is prosperous, each individual is indispensable. Temporary successes and failures hold little significance, as long as one retains their life. The future will surely reveal its course." Su Xian also echoed, "Father is absolutely correct. The ancestral teachings of the Su family dictate that, at all times and in all matters, the continuation of the Su bloodline must take precedence. Therefore, let us cease this debate." Su Ruobing stuck out her tongue, rendered speechless. Sumuyang spoke slowly. "The golden light of the earth is a celestial technique. unattainable through direct practice by you. Therefore, I have simplified it. Once the foundation is established, it can be wielded, allowing one to traverse 10 miles in an instant. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage, one may cover 100 miles in a heartbeat. After enduring the heavenly tribulation and transcending to become an immortal, one may then practice the complete technique. As he spoke, an extraordinary phenomenon materialized in the sky. Heavenly flowers cascaded down, golden lotuses erupted from the ground, and an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, accompanied by ethereal sounds that lingered, creating an atmosphere of purity and serenity that captivated all present, akin to a divine awakening. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Su Muyang finally ceased his narration, yet the audience remained enraptured. After a considerable while, individuals gradually opened their eyes, and upon sensing their surroundings, were filled with immense joy. Not only had they effortlessly mastered the simplified version of the golden light of the earth imparted by their ancestor, but their magical powers had also significantly increased. Remarkably, several clan members even achieved breakthroughs on the spot. Su Muyang nodded with satisfaction, raising his hand as a storage ring gracefully floated before Su Xian. Xianer, within this storage ring lie 100 low-grade peaches. Should any member of the Su family reach the peak of the nascent soul stage or approach the end of their lifespan, they may each receive one. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Ancestor. Under Su Xian's lead, the crowd expressed their gratitude in unison. A few elder relatives, their eyes glistening with anticipation, gazed longingly at Su Xian. Second Ancestor. It is I whom the Ancestor speaks of. Well then, with this matter concluded, I must take my leave. Su Muyang drained his cup of tea in one swift motion and then rose to his feet. What? Is he leaving already? The crowd was taken aback, and a sense of reluctance enveloped them. The Ancestor was both powerful and enigmatic, generous in his actions, and utterly captivating. Su Xian grasped Su Muyang's arm tightly, his eyes glistening with emotion. Father, why must you leave so soon upon your return? I have yet to properly honor you. With a gentle smile, Su Muyang ruffled his hair and replied softly, I have certain matters to attend to in other realms. How could I linger here? After some time, I shall open the celestial passage, and then you may ascend to the upper realm to meet me. There is no need to rush. With that, Su Xian could only acquiesce with a sense of resignation. At that moment, Su Ruobing suddenly blurted out, Ancestor, I am just about to embark on my own journey. Why not take me along? In Jizhou City, the residence of Governor Yi Rui was heavily guarded. Soldiers clad in golden armor and wielding sharp blades stood resolutely at the gates and along the pathways, resembling immovable statues. Many servants, frightened, hid inside, peering cautiously through the windows and whispering amongst themselves. How could soldiers dare to cause a ruckus at the governor's mansion? The atmosphere was tense, as it appeared they were intent on taking control of the estate. Could it be that something had happened to the governor? In the main hall, a banquet was laid out. The chubby Su Qing occupied the highest seat, with Governor Yi Rui at his side. On the opposite side sat two women, a middle-aged lady, Yi Rui's wife, and a beautiful young woman, Yi Rui's daughter, Yi Qiao'er. Both mother and daughter bore grim expressions, and it was no wonder. According to the customs of the Tianwu continent, women did not partake in banquets and were rarely seen by outsiders. However, with the unexpected visit of the crown prince, Yi Rui had allowed them to accompany him. What a breach of decorum, especially since the crown prince seemed rather domineering upon his arrival. His guard had taken over the mansion. Was this not a case of the guest overshadowing the host? Most importantly, though they were women, they were still members of the governor's family and had some understanding of the current turbulent political climate, aware of the treason and rebellion afoot, and the crown prince's precarious situation. To appear so brazenly in Jizhou was surely to invite trouble and danger upon them, hence their troubled expressions were entirely justified. Yet, Yi Rui remained unfazed. Having witnessed Su Muyang's extraordinary abilities, he knew that the crown prince had divine beings backing him. What could mere rebels accomplish against such power? Seizing this opportunity to ally with the beleaguered prince was an astute move. Besides, the divine being had already arranged a marriage. His foolish daughter was destined to become a queen. Your Highness, in light of the current turmoil, when do you plan to return to the capital and restore order? After several rounds of wine, Yi Rui casually inquired, seemingly indifferent. Upon hearing these words, Su Qing found himself momentarily bewildered. His abilities had always been rather mediocre, and having previously focused solely on escaping danger, he had not considered the future. Now, with the presence of the venerable ancestor, safety was no longer a concern, and returning to the capital to reclaim his position seemed only natural. Yet, if the ancestor was present, What need was there for him to worry? Would it not be more delightful to heed the ancestor's commands and behave as a dutiful and obedient child? Suddenly posed with this question by Yirue, he found himself at a loss for an immediate response. However, a thought struck him regarding the ancestor's stipulations to marry a wife and capture a city, which implied. His eyes brightened, and he tentatively replied. According to the ancestor's intention, it seemed there was no urgency for him to return to the capital. Oh, no urgency? Yirue raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback. Logically, the priority should be to return to the capital swiftly, eliminate the traitors, and ascend to the throne. Yet, the immortal was in no rush for him to do so. After pondering for a moment, Yirue's expression suddenly lit up, and he clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Brilliant! Truly remarkable! No wonder you are an immortal descended to our realm. Your vision and poise are truly admirable." Huh. Su Qing was taken aback and quickly inquired, "What has Lord Yi discerned? I implore you to enlighten me." Yirue, stroking his beard, regarded Su Qing with a smile. "Look at my son-in-law, how humble, polite, and respectful he is towards me. Your Highness, I dare to speculate a few insights. In my humble opinion, the immortal has 3 intentions. First, the court is currently a chaotic mix of fish and dragons, with numerous generals rallying troops under the pretense of loyalty to the throne. It is exceedingly difficult to discern who is loyal and who is treacherous. In such a case, it would be wise to sit back and watch the tigers fight, allowing them to reveal themselves, making it clear at last. When that time comes, your Highness can return to the capital and act with thunderous resolve, thus sweeping away the treacherous and restoring peace to the court. Oh, the Ancestor has such intentions as well. At once, Su Qing's eyes sparkled with insight, and she nodded in deep agreement. Secondly, Yirue said with a meaningful tone, the immortal harbors high hopes for his Highness. High hopes? Su Qing furrowed her brow and eagerly inquired, Lord Yi, it seems that the Ancestor does not favor me. Upon our first meeting, I was struck on the backside. How could one expect such high hopes from me? Yirue, momentarily taken aback, explained with a hint of resignation, Your Highness, please forgive my presumption. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the greater the hatred. Your Highness previously lost the realm and fled in haste, which must have greatly disappointed the immortal. Hence, a slight punishment was administered. Otherwise, with the immortal's extraordinary powers, if there were true intent to harm your Highness, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, if the immortal did not hold your Highness in high regard, why would he bestow such elite guards to ensure your safety? Indeed, upon hearing this, Su Qing suddenly realized, almost on the verge of tears, I knew it. I knew it. I am the sole descendant of the Su family. The Ancestor must surely care for me. However, the current predicament is due to my late father's inadequacies. The Ancestor's strike was a miscalculation. Noticing the mention of the late emperor, Yirue swiftly redirected the conversation. Your Highness, the late emperor has long passed. It is likely that his guidance was somewhat lacking. The immortal has advised your Highness to return to the capital at a measured pace. In my humble opinion, this is an opportunity for the immortal to take you under his wing for personal instruction. You are wise and eager to learn, and with the immortal's extraordinary abilities, should you acquire even a fraction of his knowledge, you will undoubtedly become a virtuous and accomplished ruler, bringing peace and prosperity to the realm, thereby achieving the status of a revered monarch for generations to come. This grand vision stirred Su Qing's blood to a boil. Yes, I knew it. I am the Ancestor's most cherished offspring. Not only is he personally assisting me in reclaiming the realm, but he also aims to elevate me to the throne of an illustrious monarch. Ancestor, I adore you. Stealing a glance at Su Qing's expression, Yirue continued, Furthermore, Your Highness, to achieve great deeds, you will certainly require the assistance of numerous loyal and wise individuals. However, if you wait until you have eliminated the treacherous, the court may find itself significantly depleted of personnel, which could hinder its operations. Thus, the immortal's directive for your Highness to return to the capital at a measured pace serves as a means to evaluate officials across the regions. By observing their governance and the welfare of their people, as well as their public reputation, one can discern their character and capabilities. Should you encounter worthy talents, they may be summoned to the capital to assist you in governing the realm. Your Highness, the immortal's intentions are to cultivate capable ministers for your benefit. Such immense favor from the immortal should not be taken lightly. Do not disappoint his thoughtful intentions. Now I understand. Su Qing's expression fluctuated, and within his heart surged tumultuous waves. After a long while, he suddenly composed himself, standing tall and deeply bowing to Yi Rue. Listening to your words is worth more than a decade of study. Lord Yi, I am acutely aware that I am merely an average individual, lacking the capability to govern effectively. Now, upon witnessing your extraordinary talents, I realize that your position as a mere prefect is truly an underutilization of your gifts. Once I ascend the throne, I implore you, Lord Yi, to come to the capital and assume a ministerial role to aid me in governing this realm. Upon receiving the crown prince's bow, Yi Rue was so startled that he hastily knelt down, not daring to raise his head. Hearing the crown princess' earnest words, Yi Rue was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. What merit or capability do I possess to catch your highness's attention? Grateful for your highness's favor, I shall dedicate myself entirely to assisting you, serving with utmost diligence until my last breath. Su Qing assisted Yi Rue to his feet, and the two rulers exchanged knowing smiles, their unspoken understanding palpable. This scene of camaraderie and mutual respect left Lady Yi and Yi Qiao momentarily bewildered. Was it possible that within such a brief span, her husband, father, had ascended to the rank of chancellor? Yet, one must awaken to reality. Even if titles were to be bestowed, surely it would follow the quelling of rebels and the official ascension to the throne, wouldn't it? Given the current circumstances, what merit did one have to claim the restoration of the empire? Was it merely the title of crown prince that granted such authority? However, the two appeared entranced, firmly believing in the prince's capabilities, leaving one utterly perplexed. Moreover, what of the immortal and ancestor they spoke of? Are we not all subjects of Desu? Must we require a translator to comprehend your words? Once seated again, Yi Rue pondered for a moment before speaking. Your Highness, the immortal has indicated that he will arrive shortly. It would be prudent to wait in Jizhou Prefecture, thereby adhering to the immortal's directive. Upon receiving Su Qing's nod of agreement, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Yi Rue's eyes. Since your highness has a flaw, why not seize this opportunity to wed? Bringing my daughter into your household? The immortal seems to disdain mundane customs. Thus, we need not make grand arrangements and can keep it simple. What say you, your highness? What? The women of the Yi family stood up in astonishment. Yi Qiao, initially enjoying the gossip, suddenly found herself the center of attention. Embarrassed and furious, she instinctively exclaimed, "No, this cannot be allowed." Why ever not? Yi Rue's expression darkened. The mandates of parents and the matchmaking of a mediator are not to be dismissed lightly. Moreover, your highness is the destined child of heaven. Should you choose to favor her, it is a blessing for us, the Yi family, indeed. Seeing her daughter in distress, Lady Yi felt compelled to speak up. My lord, the current situation is precarious. We must prioritize the affairs of the state. How can we act so hastily regarding the esteemed crown prince? Truth be told, she harbored reservations. Setting aside the uncertainty surrounding the prince's position, aligning with him now might prove perilous. Furthermore, even if he were to ascend to the throne, entering the palace would mean entering a world of isolation. Her daughter might not find happiness there. Yet, Yi Rue was resolute in his determination to solidify this union. With a flourish of his hand, he declared, "This marriage is decreed by the immortal. It is a match made in heaven and cannot be contested. My decision is final. Cease your frivolous objections." His words served to admonish the women while simultaneously reminding Su Qing of the immortal's decree. This daughter was destined to be wed. Yi Rue was far from foolish. He possessed a keen intellect. Though his dealings with Su Qing had been limited, he had discerned his character. Lacking in certain talents, Su Qing was nonetheless gentle, humble, and gracious to his subordinates, devoid of the frivolous airs of the young and privileged. His daughter would eventually marry, so why not to Su Qing? With his elevated status, noble lineage, and gentle demeanor, supported by the immortal, he was indeed the most desirable match. Daughter, if you could wed him, it would be a great fortune for our family, and I would bask in your glory. As the family began to quarrel over this matter, Su Qing found himself at a loss. After some contemplation, he said, "Lord Yi, let us defer this discussion until the ancestor returns. We shall heed his wisdom." Your highness speaks wisely. Yi Rue pondered briefly and could only acquiesce, though disappointment lingered in his heart. Previously, he had resolutely rejected this union, adopting a stance of unwavering loyalty. Now, he sought to turn the tide while Su Muyang was absent, hoping to act before the immortal's influence could be gauged. Alas, he realized that Su Qing's unwavering respect for the immortal might thwart his plans. So be it. The bitter fruit of his own making must be borne by him alone. He could only blame himself for his lack of foresight. Fortunately, the prince had already consented to the match, which was a significant gain. Although they had shifted away from this topic, the atmosphere remained charged with tension. At that moment, a rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from outside. The group turned to see the earlier statuesque golden-armored soldiers suddenly surge forward, encircling the hall with impenetrable fortitude. Not only that, but these soldiers drew their swords and nocked their arrows, positioning themselves defensively, as if bracing for an imminent threat. A squad of soldiers even ascended the roof, armed with longbows, concealed among the eaves. What was transpiring? Everyone was taken aback. As Su Qing was about to inquire, Su Jiao suddenly burst through the grand entrance. Upon witnessing the scene, he was taken aback, then reported, "Your Highness, a contingent of soldiers is rapidly advancing towards us." What? Everyone was utterly astonished. Su Jiao continued to elucidate. Shortly after our entry into the city, a formidable troop unexpectedly emerged from the military camp outside the city walls, sealing off all 4 gates before advancing towards the governor's residence. The flags they bore indicated that they were the garrison troops of Jizhou, numbering at least 2,000 to 3,000. In former times, such a sight would have instilled panic in him. However, the circumstances had changed. After consuming that stalk of dogtail grass, he had ascended to the status of a grand master, a superlative expert. The other guards were also skilled, ranking between the 8th and 9th tiers, constituting an exceedingly substantial force that could easily outmatch a mere 1,000 ordinary soldiers. Moreover, if the need arose, they could ensure the prince's discreet departure. Thus, although a sense of tension lingered, he did not appear flustered. Yi Rui, possessing some knowledge of their capabilities, especially with the immortal's unwavering confidence, maintained a composed demeanor, stroking his beard with a smile. "Your Highness, the Jizhou garrison is led by Governor Gui Xing. This individual and I have always held differing political views, and we have had our share of conflicts. It is likely he seeks to seize this opportunity to eliminate me." While they spoke calmly, the Yi matriarch and her daughter were thoroughly alarmed. Lady Ye's complexion turned pale as she surveyed the scant 100 golden-armored soldiers surrounding them, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Your Highness, my lord, since Gui Xing harbors ill intentions, perhaps it would be prudent for us to take cover." Su Qing grinned, a subtle sense of triumph evident in his demeanor. Previously, he had been relentlessly pursued, living in a state of constant peril, always anxious and fearful. However, the situation had now changed. With his ancestor's support, why should he fear these insignificant foes? The tables had turned, and now it was his time to act boldly. He touched the jade pendant on his chest, restored by Su Muyang, and felt an overwhelming surge of courage. As the heir to a great nation, the crown prince of the Desu Empire, how could he flee without a fight, thus tarnishing the dignity of the royal family? His declaration was imbued with a grandiose spirit, exuding an air of defiance against the world. Even Yi Rui could not help but be taken aback. Could it be that he had misjudged this young prince? Was he truly a gem in the rough? Indeed, I must hold on tightly to this golden son-in-law. Just then, Yi Qiao'er unexpectedly interjected, "Absurd." "Ah?" A multitude of gazes turned towards Yi Qiao'er. Under the scrutiny of so many, she felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Yet she summoned her courage to speak. As the saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Why would His Highness engage in such a futile struggle? For the sake of fleeting pride and a mere semblance of dignity. Placing himself in peril, surely this is not the conduct befitting a prince? The realm is on the brink of chaos, with His Highness's legitimate claim. His presence brings a semblance of restraint. Yet, should the prince find himself in peril, the realm would undoubtedly descend into true turmoil. Yi Rui paused, regarding his daughter with newfound respect. Even Su Qing shared a similar sentiment. Previously, he had consented to marry this unfamiliar woman due to his ancestor's insistence, albeit with a sense of reluctance. After all, he was a distinguished prince. This was his first romantic involvement. Yet, she was merely the daughter of a provincial governor, and the arrangement felt somewhat forced. However, upon reflection, she appeared to possess some insight. He pondered and then inquired, "What do you suggest, Miss Yi?" At this moment, it is unwise to act rashly. Yi Qiao'er replied without hesitation. After a moment's thought, she continued, "However, the city gates have been sealed. It would be difficult to escape directly. Your Highness might consider sending someone to impersonate you, leading the armored soldiers and guards to forcefully breach the east gate. At that time, the guards at the surrounding gates will surely respond, rendering the other gates vulnerable." Su Jiao nodded slightly and inquired, "Then, Your Highness may exit through the west gate." "Indeed, Miss Yi has devised a commendable strategy." "Not at all." Yi Qiao'er continued with increasing confidence. This tactic of feigning an attack in the east while striking in the west is not particularly astute. The governor of Jeju would certainly foresee it. In that scenario, he would ostensibly reinforce the east gate, while secretly positioning ambushes at the other 3 gates, awaiting your highness. Should one attempt a forceful exit, it would undoubtedly be perilous. In my humble opinion, it would be wiser for your highness to take refuge among the common houses during the chaos at the east gate, creating the illusion that you have already departed. After a few days, when the commotion subsides, you may leave without haste. Yi Rui chuckled, stroking his beard, his delight palpable. My daughter truly impresses me. Though somewhat naive, she displays considerable wit. What do you think, son-in-law? Are you satisfied with this future empress? Su Qing was indeed astonished. It appears that Lord Yi Rui possesses a profound understanding of human nature. Who would have thought that having a daughter would yield such intelligence? However, do you perhaps harbor some misconceptions regarding the forces at my side? Shaking her head, she replied with a faint smile, those individuals are targeting me. If I were to abandon the situation, would it not place everyone in the Yi residence in peril? Alas, in such times, how can we still concern ourselves with these matters? Yi Qiaoer, anxious, stamped her foot and spoke rapidly. My father holds considerable prestige in Jizhou City. Even if the Jizhou governor were to act against us, it would not be excessively difficult for us to navigate the situation. The smile on Su Qing's face grew even more pronounced. Messia's genuine concern for me left me somewhat flabbergasted. However, dear Missia, you need not worry. With Uncle Gio by my side, a mere 2,000 or 3,000 men are hardly a cause for alarm. Yi Qiao, both embarrassed and indignant, softly spat in retort. Who is concerned for you? Really, you mustn't overthink it, your highness. It is merely that your fate is intertwined with the world. Should calamity befall you in Jizhou, that region would indeed become the epicenter of chaos. In such a case, my father's efforts in Jizhou would be rendered futile. Though Mr. Su Jio is indeed skilled, can he truly contend against 1,000 foes alone? Do you take him for a legendary grandmaster? Many, including Yi Rui, bore peculiar expressions. Congratulations. You all seem to have mastered the art of jumping to conclusions. Su Jio truly is a grandmaster. Bang, bang, just as they were embroiled in their debate. A resounding knocking echoed from outside the door. To describe it as knocking would be an understatement. Banging would be more fitting. Before anyone could approach to open the door, with a sudden crash, the entrance was forcefully thrown down, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Amidst the swirling dust, a troop surged in, each armed with swords and clubs, filling the courtyard to its brim. The formation then parted, revealing a heavily armored general who strode in with a measured gait. Your Highness, please remain calm. Allow a Geo to confront the adversary. In Su Jio's tone, there lingered an unmistakable sense of eager excitement. He had now ascended to the status of a Grand Master, indeed, a Grand Master of legendary repute. Alas, ever since his elevation, he had been accompanied by an inscrutable old sage, which had rendered him overly cautious and unable to revel in his newfound prowess. However, the circumstances were now markedly different. With the old sage absent and surrounded by numerous adversaries, it presented a perfect opportunity for him to hone his skills and demonstrate the majesty of a grandmaster. Not only he, but the other guards, whose powers had significantly increased, were also brimming with anticipation. Su Qing nodded and cautioned, "Be careful, ninth uncle." Yi Rui pointed towards the general entering the room and added, "That individual is General Gui Xing of Jizhou. If you have the capacity, it would be best to capture him alive. He is merely a minor general, yet he dares to involve himself in treason. There must be a significant villain behind him. Rest assured, Lord Yi, I can hardly contain my eagerness to act," Su Jio replied. Just then, a resounding thud echoed from outside. The golden-armored soldiers stepped forward in unison, moving as if they were one entity. The leader of these soldiers brandished his long blade and shouted sternly, "Surrender, or face death." The guards who rushed in were startled by the commanding presence, instinctively retreating a few steps. Instantly, their formation faltered, and their morale plummeted. Gui Xing had just entered and had not yet spoken, but was also taken aback by the fierce proclamation. Observing his soldiers' trepidation, he felt a surge of anger and bellowed, "You dare to be so audacious? Bring forth that impostor claiming to be the prince to confess." Before he could finish, the golden-armored soldier interrupted him, declaring, "If you do not surrender, then die. Kill." With that single word, the remaining soldiers echoed in unison, "Kill." At the utterance of this command, a tremendous aura surged forth from the 100-odd soldiers, so potent that it distorted the very air around them. The sky seemed to take on a blood-red hue, reminiscent of a surging sea of crimson. The guards were thrown into disarray by this overwhelming force, their courage shattered. The clattering of weapons filled the air as many dropped their arms in terror. Some even fell to the ground, crushed by the sheer intensity of the moment. Even Gui Xing, who had appeared so fierce moments ago, turned pale, trembling in fear. This scene left Su Qing and the others utterly astonished. While they stood in shock, the golden-armored soldiers were undeterred. Suddenly, a multitude of golden glimmers danced within the courtyard, one of which sped directly towards Gui Xing's neck. Moments later, the atmosphere shifted from chaos to an eerie silence, marked only by the sound of footsteps. The leading golden-armored soldier strode boldly into the main hall, holding aloft a severed head with wide-open eyes, and knelt before Su Qing, presenting the grim trophy. "I report to you, my lord. The yellow turban warrior has decapitated the bandit leader." The Su Qing finally regained her composure, opening her mouth with a voice slightly hoarse. "Please, General, rise." "Not at all," replied the golden-armored soldier with utmost reverence. "We are but the yellow turban warriors under the command of our master, tasked solely with menial duties and servitude. Unworthy of being called general." "Menial duties? Servitude?" A sense of confusion washed over the crowd. These individuals were unparalleled in battle formations, and yet they claimed to be mere laborers? Such a waste of talent seemed utterly absurd. Sujio silently approached, gazing at him for an extended period, before unexpectedly uttering, "Are you also a grandmaster?" The yellow turban warrior, however, did not respond. He merely stood with utmost respect, seemingly too disdainful to answer. Su Qing was also somewhat intrigued. "Indeed, what is your true strength?" The yellow turban warrior then replied with utmost respect, "Your Excellency, we are constrained by the laws of this world and can only exhibit the pinnacle of power within it. If we define our martial prowess by the standards of this realm, we are indeed at the Grand Master level." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, their expressions shifting dramatically. "Grand Master, a legendary existence. Yet now you tell me that all of you, over 100 individuals, are Grand Masters?" Especially Sujio, who began to question his own existence. "After all, I am a Grand Master myself, a figure of considerable stature in the world. But why, after my ascension, do I feel so inconspicuous? Initially, the presence of celestial beings made my pride seem unwarranted. But now, I finally found an opportunity to display my might, only to be told that being a Grand Master is of little value. Are your Grand Masters merely a dime a dozen? Why do I feel so insignificant?" However, upon seeing the head of Governor Gui Xing from Jizhou, he suddenly regained his confidence. "Thankfully, I still have a role to play, unlike Gui Xing, who barely has a line to speak. Moreover, a single Grand Master could easily subdue the guards. Yet here we have over 100 Grand Masters. How could one not be intimidated?" After the initial shock, Yi Rui was suddenly filled with elation. This gamble has paid off. From their words, it seems they are also celestial beings. If they were in the celestial realm, their cultivation would be unfathomable. Most importantly, judging from their earlier behavior, these more than 100 yellow turban warriors follow only Su Qing. This implies that this is a private force belonging solely to Su Qing, with no possibility of betrayal. With that thought, he bowed deeply to Su Qing, his expression brimming with excitement. "Congratulations, Your Highness. Congratulations." "Oh." The crowd looked on in confusion. "Your Highness, with celestial beings assisting you and such formidable experts at your side, you will surely sweep across the lands, conquer vast territories, and even unify the world. In time, your achievements will be unparalleled, your benevolence will bless the realm, your might will echo through the seas, and you will become an eternal emperor. Congratulations, Your Highness. Congratulations." Indeed, his words awakened everyone present. A single Grand Master could obliterate a city. What then of over 100 Grand Masters? In this vast world, who could possibly stand against them? In this light, could it be that this little chubby fellow is destined to ascend to eternal emperorship? Is it truly so outrageous? Su Qing also contemplated these thoughts, her smile nearly stretching to the roots of her ears, while she feigned humility, saying, "All of this is the achievement of our esteemed ancestor. I have merely benefited from their grace. Moreover, while seizing a kingdom may be an easier task, maintaining it is far more challenging. To govern the realm effectively, we require the support of wise individuals like Lord Yi." Thus, she expressed her wishes, refraining from making any demands. Yi Rui bowed once more, his heart brimming with excitement. In the future, he would serve as the chancellor of this magnificent empire, standing just beneath one man and above countless others, a sure path to eternal glory, not to mention his own daughter. As Su Qing followed his gaze, he turned to see Yi Qiaoer, who appeared utterly stunned. His heart warmed instantly. Since his escape, Apart from the ancestors and Sujio, Yi Qiaoer was the first person to express concern for him. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qing spoke slowly. Lady Qiaoer, our engagement was decreed by my esteemed ancestor, and your father has consented. This matter is irrevocable. Yet, I vow in the name of the Crown Prince of Desu, that when I reclaim the capital and ascend the throne, it shall be your day to command the palace and embody the mother of the nation. Upon hearing Su Qing's declaration, Yi Rui was taken aback, collapsing to the ground in shock, his voice trembling with excitement. Your humble servant, Yi Rui. Thanks, Your Highness, for your gracious favor. In stark contrast, Yi Qiaoer was left bewildered. Why was she being promised the position of Empress without any prior discussion? Wait, did I agree to this? Seeing her dazed expression, Yi Rui felt an overwhelming urge to shake her awake. The situation was crystal clear. The Crown Prince was destined to rise, and hesitating now was futile. With the promise of the Empress position already made, what was she waiting for? He urged her in a hushed tone. Qiaoer, quickly express your gratitude. Finally, Yi Furin also came to her senses, hastily pulling Yi Qiaoer down to kneel beside her. This humble servant Yi, thanks Your Highness for your gracious favor. The rapid changes in the world left Yi Furin momentarily disoriented. Just moments ago, the Crown Prince was fleeing for his life, and now he was on the verge of becoming an eternal emperor? Indeed, our Qiaoer truly brings fortune to her husband. A splendid son-in-law has crossed paths with our Qiaoer, leading to a remarkable turn of events. Yi Qiaoer still felt a bit dazed, her words stumbling. What do you mean? Yi Rui interrupted her in frustration. Qiaoer, once His Highness ascends, state affairs will be exceedingly demanding, and you must not be troubled by trivial matters. As the mistress of the inner palace, you are to manage all affairs diligently. Do you understand? Instinctively, Yi Qiaoer was about to nod, but suddenly froze. Wait, why are we discussing my responsibilities in the palace already? After a brief pause, an unexpected thought popped into her mind. Manage the inner palace? Does that mean the emperor will have many wives? An awkward silence enveloped the room, as if a few crows were cawing overhead. What an intriguing question. It seems this prospective empress has quite the jealous streak. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a melodious voice floated in from outside. Where is Su Qing? Come forth to meet me. The voice rang clear and sweet, reminiscent of a nightingale's song, echoing in the ears of all present. Who is it? Everyone instinctively turned to the door. A woman slowly entered, her delicate brows and dark eyes captivating, her lips tinted like vermilion, her gaze like misty autumn waters. Clad in a flowing white gown, she exuded grace and elegance, as if a celestial being had descended to earth. A glimmer of fascination flickered in Yi Rui's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by alarm. Who was this enchanting woman? She seemed to have some connection to the Crown Prince. He glanced at his daughter and then back at the newcomer, lowering his head in silence and letting out a sigh. My daughter, your greatest rival has arrived, and it appears you have transformed from a swan into an ugly duckling. Not only Yi Rui, but Su Qing was also taken aback. Despite having grown up in the palace and encountered many beauties, he had never before seen such an extraordinary woman. Yi Qiaoer instinctively turned to glance at the copper mirror in the room, then looked down at her own feet, quietly stepping back a pace as she whispered, Your Highness. Who is she? Su Qing wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, finally regaining her composure. I am at a loss, she confessed, having never encountered such a situation before. A flicker of despondency crossed Yi Qiaoer's eyes as she forced a smile. Your Highness, please do not conceal the truth from me. Since you have granted me the position of the head of the harem, I believe I have the right to inquire about this matter. Indeed, this sister was strikingly beautiful, her allure surpassing that of Qiaoer 100-fold. If your Highness is interested, I would be willing to mediate on your behalf. As she spoke, her voice began to tremble, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Truly, the tales were accurate. All men were insatiable swine. Just moments ago, he was showering her with sweet nothings, and now he was entangled with such a stunning woman, withholding the truth from her. This was indeed a troubling affair. Hearing her words, Yi Rui felt both comforted and pained. He was comforted by the fact that his daughter had already embraced the role of queen, demonstrating the poise and grace befitting the head of the harem. Yet, he felt a pang of sorrow for Qiaoer. In this situation, she was at a distinct disadvantage. Sujia was momentarily taken aback, but suddenly his eyes sparkled as he spoke softly. Your Highness, the Ancestor once mentioned that if you were to marry a woman, he would assist you in reclaiming a city. He did not finish his sentence, yet the implication was unmistakable. Since one must marry, why not choose a woman of exquisite beauty? The question then arose, Who could possibly be more beautiful than this woman? The lady in white gracefully entered. Casting her gaze around the room, she observed that 2,000 or 3,000 individuals were kneeling, while over 100 golden-armored soldiers stood on high alert. Any ordinary person witnessing such a scene would likely be startled. However, the woman in white merely nodded slightly and remarked coolly, "If one cannot manage their own troops." The Ancestor's words ring true. This little rascal is indeed inept. With a few casual musings, she continued to stride toward the main hall. As she walked, the golden-armored soldiers not only refrained from obstructing her, but also made way for her passage. Before long, she arrived at the entrance of the main hall. Surveying the assembly within, her gaze settling on Su Qing, her delicate brows knitting slightly. "So you are Su Qing? You appear acceptable enough, seemingly festive, though rather plump and somewhat lacking in prowess." What? Upon hearing these words, before anyone else could react, Su Jiao erupted in fury. As the head of Su Qing's personal guards and his most devoted follower, he had always regarded Su Qing as the focal point, with everything revolving around Su Qing's will. Thus, upon hearing someone speak disrespectfully of Su Qing, his protective instincts and inflated sense of duty as a grandmaster compelled him to immediately intervene. "Silence! Who are you to disrespect His Highness?" "Oh." The woman in white lifted her gaze to him, her tone indifferent. To speak impertinently, one must be reprimanded. As she spoke, she raised her right hand, as fair as jade, and with a gentle wave, a translucent hand materialized in midair, swiftly striking towards Su Jiao's cheek. Su Jiao instinctively attempted to muster his energy in resistance. Yet to his astonishment, the immense true energy within him lay stagnant, akin to a pool of stagnant water. Utterly immobile. Not only that, but the air surrounding him seemed to grow oppressively heavy, rendering him completely unable to move. As he remained immobilized, the translucent hand did not cease its motion. With a resounding slap, the hand forcefully struck his cheek, propelling him outward and causing him to crash heavily to the ground. It was clearly an adversary. In an instant, everyone made their judgment. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qing's guards surged forward. Su Qing hurriedly retreated, repeatedly calling out, "Where are the yellow turban warriors? Quickly, protect His Majesty." Yet, a strange scene unfolded before her eyes. The guards of Su Qing, having ascended to the ranks of the 8th and 9th tier experts, suddenly halted in their tracks, resembling statues, their faces flushed and cold sweat beading on their brows. Their demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of the guards outside. This state of paralysis was not exclusive to them. Even the yellow turban warriors, who had prepared to confront any foe prior to the arrival of the guards, stood motionless, though they were merely a contingent of 2,000 or 3,000 ordinary soldiers. Over 100 of them had been mobilized to ensure Su Qing's safety. Yet, at this moment, it was as if they were oblivious to their surroundings, remaining rooted in place. No, it was more precise to say that someone had indeed made a move. The leader among the yellow turban warriors, holding the severed head of Gue Xing, retreated silently a step back. The woman clad in white, as if nothing had transpired, gracefully took her seat at the head of the table, calmly extracting a silk handkerchief to delicately wipe her hands, and said nonchalantly, "Su Qing, upon meeting this young lady, why do you not kneel?" Stunned, Su Qing was momentarily at a loss. "Who are you to demand my kneeling upon our first encounter?" Before he could articulate his thoughts, Yi Qiao stepped forward, summoning her courage to exclaim, "Who are you to insult my husband?" Though her voice trembled with fear, she stood resolute. Her words, however, caused the woman in white to pause, her gaze flitting between Yi Qiao and Su Qing, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. "Husband, have you wed? Then tell me, how have I acted with disrespect?" Feeling the tension in the air, Yi Qiao replied anxiously, "My husband is the crown prince. One kneels to the heavens, to the earth, and to one as parents. To demand his kneeling is to humiliate him." The woman in white appeared unfazed, pressing further, "You have yet to answer my question. When did you marry? Is this truly the crux of the matter?" Countless thoughts surged through the minds of the onlookers, yet none dared to voice their opinions. After all, she had effortlessly dispatched a grandmaster with a mere slap. Who would dare to speak? Yi Qiao's heart sank. Her concern for this matter confirmed her suspicions. In that crucial moment, a peculiar possessiveness surged within her, momentarily overshadowing her fear. "Though we have not yet wed, we have received our parents' blessings and the words of a matchmaker. Our engagement is sealed and cannot be altered." "Ah, I see." The woman in white nodded lightly. "Since you are the daughter-in-law of the Su family, allow me to clarify a few things. As a junior, you ought to kneel before your elders. Yet you speak with such insolence. So tell me, who is truly lacking in propriety? Your elder? In an instant, the crowd was taken aback. At that critical juncture, a spark of realization ignited in Su Qing's mind, and he blurted out, "Could it be that you, celestial maiden, are an elder of the Su family? But our family has been passed down for 18 generations." The woman in white chuckled softly. "You are the 18th descendant of the Tianwu Su family, while I am the 7th descendant of the Zhongshuan Su family. By ancestral reckoning, you should address me as your great-grandaunt." She suddenly faltered, pondering how to calculate this familiar relationship. "Never mind, I will concede a bit. You may simply call me Aunt." A profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone rendered speechless, their minds blank. After a prolonged pause, Su Qing finally grasped the gravity of the situation, and with a resounding thud, he knelt before her, bowing deeply. "Your grandson and great-grandson, Su Qing, humbly greets his great-aunt." In the courtyard, the newly ascended Grandmaster Su Jiao, who had just struggled to rise, paused momentarily before slapping himself across the face. "How foolish of you. Encouraging His Highness the Crown Prince to wed his great-aunt. Who else should I strike but you? You deserve it." Su Qing knelt on the ground. A smile plastered across his face. "Esteemed elder, how is your health?" He confessed that he had not recognized her at first, which warranted punishment. "Did the Ancestor send you?" Although he held the title of prince, he dared not exhibit an ounce of arrogance at that moment. The harrowing experience of fleeing had imparted a vital lesson. Status and face are but illusions. True strength is paramount. This esteemed lady was evidently a celestial being, and her temperament appeared rather formidable. What harm was there in acknowledging his humility? After all, she was a senior in his family. Bowing to one's elder is not a sign of weakness. Rather, it embodies filial piety. Yet, his flattery seemed to have struck a discordant note. As Su Ruobing raised an eyebrow and responded coolly, "Elderly? Do I appear old to you?" "Not at all. I misspoke. Please forgive me." Su Qing forced a smile, lightly slapping his own face as if to reprimand himself. "How could you be old? You are in the prime of your life. A vision of beauty that eclipses the moon and the flowers, a sight that could make fish sink and geese fall. I thought you were a celestial being descended from the heavens, which is why I did not pay my respects immediately. Please do not hold it against me." His adept flattery brightened Su Ruobing's mood, causing her radiant eyes to narrow slightly with delight. "Surprisingly, your words are rather sweet, and I appreciate such compliments. However, no amount of flattery will exempt you from your due punishment. Do you understand?" "Absolutely, absolutely." Su Qing nodded vigorously. He recognized that the reprimand from his elder was entirely justified, and he dared not express any dissent. "Very well." Su Ruobing smiled meaningfully, extending a delicate hand and gesturing lightly. Suddenly, a tumultuous mass of dark clouds, intermingled with flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder, materialized in the void above Su Qing. From within this ominous cloud, a bolt of white lightning, as slender as a chopstick, shot forth with remarkable swiftness, striking Su Qing directly atop his head. "Ah!" Su Qing let out a chilling scream, collapsing to the ground. His hair stood on end, his entire body charred and blackened. Trembling incessantly, Your Highness, Your Highness." The others immediately panicked, calling out in urgent distress. Su Ruobing casually withdrew her hand and said indifferently, "The yellow turban warriors. Take him away for a bath and change of clothes, then bring him back to see me." "Understood," replied the two yellow turban warriors, as they lifted the charred Su Qing and exited the hall. Su Ruobing wore a smile on her face as she cast her gaze towards Yirue. A wave of terror surged through Yirue's heart, and he hastily knelt on the ground, bowing with utmost reverence. "Your humble servant Yirue pays his respects to the Crown Prince and the Celestial Maiden." The disparity in their ranks was indeed overwhelming, leaving him at a loss for how to address her, and internally he lamented his predicament. This formidable lady appeared to be anything but easy to confront. Su Ruobing nodded slightly and spoke with a hint of detachment. Though she harbored some personal interests and displayed a degree of shrewdness, she was still quite capable. Not unworthy of the elder's choice to have her assist that young man. Although he exhibited some ineptitude, he remained a direct descendant of the Su family's bloodline. In the future, he must dedicate himself to his endeavors and lend his support. However, if one were to view his youth as an opportunity for inappropriate musings, she smiled knowingly, leaving her statement hanging in the air. Yet, to Yi Rue's ears, her words resonated like a thunderclap, sending shivers down his spine and causing cold sweat to beat upon his forehead. I dare not. The celestial being sees clearly. Your humble servant's loyalty is unwavering, and I would never entertain treachery." Su Ruobing nodded slightly, and then directed her gaze towards Yi Qiaoer, her expression softening considerably. Yi Qiao? Startled, Yi Qiao hurriedly knelt in reverence. I pay my respects to my esteemed grandaunt. At that moment, her heart was in turmoil. In ordinary families, the relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law is often fraught with difficulty. How much more complicated would it be within a royal family, especially when the generational gap was so vast? It was indeed a daunting challenge. However, to her surprise, this grandaunt's demeanor towards her was markedly different. Please rise, I wish to observe you closely. Yi Qiao momentarily froze, but gradually lifted her head. Su Ruobing carefully scrutinized the young lady, nodding in satisfaction and praising her. Indeed, she possesses a pleasing appearance, clear eyes, and a commendable disposition. She is a fine girl. No wonder the esteemed ancestor has taken notice and selected this match. The mention of the esteemed ancestor left Yi Qiao in a state of bewilderment. Others had spoken of this figure before, but she had paid little heed. However, it now seemed that this ancestor might indeed be a tangible presence. Contemplating this, her curiosity became insatiable. Dear grandmother, has the esteemed ancestor ever laid eyes upon me? Su Ruobing chuckled lightly and remarked, the esteemed ancestor possesses boundless powers, omniscience, and omnipotence. What need is there for a face-to-face encounter? Not to mention him. Even with my humble cultivation, merely by extending my divine consciousness, I can perceive every subtle movement within 100 miles. The crowd, upon hearing this, was filled with awe and wonder. Previously, their understanding of the formidable nature of deities had been somewhat nebulous, but now they had finally caught a glimpse of its essence. Su Ruobing pondered for a moment before casually retrieving a jade vial from her storage bag and presenting it. I must confess, I hurried out and brought little with me. Allow me to give you this vial of beauty elixir as a token of our meeting. An elixir? The thought flashed through the minds of the onlookers. Their gazes fixated on the jade vial, brimming with fervent anticipation. This was the legendary elixir of immortality. Yi Qiao intended to decline graciously. Yet her hand moved instinctively toward the offering. The beauty elixir. Its purpose was unmistakable, and to receive it from an immortal was undoubtedly a genuine remedy. For a young woman, the impact of such a gift was immense. Thank you ever so much for your generous gift, esteemed lady. Qiao expressed her heartfelt gratitude. The term esteemed lady rolled off her tongue with sincere willingness. Su Ruobing waved her hand dismissively and remarked, since you have entered the Su family, we are all family. And there is no need for such formality. This bottle of beauty elixir is hardly a precious item. It is merely a product crafted by the younger generation during their alchemical training. While it bears little significance for cultivators like us, it can work wonders for mortals, enhancing their beauty and nourishing their skin, preserving their youthful visage for a century. I hope you do not think me stingy. Not at all, not at all. Countless voices screamed in their hearts. If you think you're being stingy, then you should give me a bottle as well. Particularly Mrs. Yi, a fellow woman, felt a twinge of envy, her eyes glinting with jealousy. How fortunate is this young lady? No, I must have a word with her and negotiate for a few pills. Suddenly, a thought struck her. My husband is a chancellor, and my daughter is an empress. I am, in a sense, part of the royal family. I cannot let our royal dignity be tarnished when out in public. Therefore, for the sake of royal decorum, I must have my share of this beauty elixir. Mrs. Yi was already calculating in her mind. Thank you so much for your kind gift, Annie. Just then, someone entered from outside, immediately bowing deeply without uttering a word. The crowd was taken aback as they recognized the newcomer, Su Qing. However, he was markedly different from before. Previously, though not exactly rotund, he had been plump. Now, he appeared to have shed a significant amount of weight, possessing a certain robustness. As he strode in with confidence, he exuded an aura reminiscent of a dragon's vigor and a tiger's fierceness. What could have caused this transformation? Su Ruobing broke into a smile, her eyes twinkling with delight. Although her pleasantly plump appearance was undeniably charming, as an empress, it lacked a certain regal grandeur, which was rather incongruous. Just moments ago, I had employed heavenly thunder to assist you in refining your physique, thus incinerating some of the excess fat. Now, you appear far more agreeable. It dawned on everyone at that moment. Yet, there lingered an odd sensation in the air. Might I inquire, with your dual focus on beauty and weight loss, are you perhaps a proprietor of a beauty salon, dear aunt? With this gesture of goodwill, Su Ruobing standing in the eyes of the crowd rose significantly. Aunt, please indulge in some tea. Despite the discomfort that accompanied being struck by lightning, Su Qing felt a surge of joy at the prospect of weight loss and respectfully presented a cup of tea. Xiao Qing, Su Ruobing said, taking a sip from the cup and adopting the demeanor of an elder. What are your plans moving forward? Su Qing's eyes flickered slightly, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. Traditionally, this matter should be decided by the venerable Ancestor. But with the Ancestor currently absent, naturally it falls to you, dear aunt, to take charge. Su Ruobing nodded, visibly pleased with his demeanor. The ancestral teachings of the Su family dictate that, at all times and in all circumstances, the continuation of the Su bloodline must take precedence. Other matters can be set aside for the moment. Prepare yourself to swiftly marry Qiaoer. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. He had initially believed that this esteemed lady had come to lead him back to the capital to ascend the throne. Yet now, the priority seemed to be marriage? Was this matter deemed more significant than the empire itself? Surely, even if urgency was at hand, there was no need to rush into such a decision at this very moment. Instinctively, he glanced at Qiaoer, who, with a blush gracing her delicate features, lowered her head in silent acquiescence. In desperation, he turned his gaze toward Yu Rui, who, to his astonishment, wore an expression of unrestrained elation, repeatedly affirming the necessity of the situation. The fairy speaks true. This matter is indeed of utmost urgency. Rest assured, I shall prepare forthwith, ensuring that the wedding festivities are conducted with great fanfare. His joy was genuine. After all, witnessing one outrageous relative after another from the bride's family appear had stirred his concern regarding potential complications in this union. To avert any unforeseen delays, it would be prudent to expedite the arrangements. What? You speak of reclaiming the empire? Pray, with this fairy and the multitude of yellow turban warriors at our side, does that even warrant consideration? Moreover, our esteemed ancestor has advised a gradual return to the capital. Finding himself without allies, Su Qing could only bow in resignation. I shall defer to my esteemed aunt's judgment. Indeed, Su Ruobing nodded, her tone turning earnest as she imparted her counsel. Once married, you shall be considered an adult. You must not act recklessly or indulge your whims. Furthermore, adhere to our ancestral teachings and strive to bear 7 or 8 children promptly. Thus shall my heartfelt intentions not be in vain. Her persistent admonishments rendered the scene particularly peculiar, for outwardly she appeared to be a youthful maiden herself. At that moment, a light laugh echoed from above. As the sound resonated, Su Mu Yang's figure gradually materialized before the assembly. Ah, Ancestor, you have returned. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Su Ruobing sprang up and darted to Su Mu Yang's side. Ancestor, I have warmed your seat and prepared tea, please. Take a seat. As she spoke, she eagerly assisted him, transforming from a venerable matriarch into an obsequious sycophant, leaving everyone utterly astonished and momentarily speechless. Su Mu Yang, undeterred, leisurely approached the main seat and sat down, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Is it enjoyable?" Su Ruobing smiled radiantly, nodding repeatedly. "How delightful. It is truly fascinating. Ancestor, as you are aware, I am merely a junior at home, always needing to show utmost respect to everyone I encounter. Yet now, unexpectedly meeting a descendant of such a lower generation, my own status has suddenly elevated. This is indeed most amusing. Ancestor, venturing out with you. Oh no. Embarking on this journey for experience is simply delightful." Su Qing's lips suddenly twitched uncontrollably. Ah, no wonder she exuded such an air of authority. It turns out she had grown accustomed to being pampered at home, and now she had come to assert her dominance here. Like a wolf of Zhongshan, she becomes arrogant upon achieving success. However, she soon realized her folly and hastily knelt down, bowing deeply. Qingqing pays her respects to the ancestor. Yi Qiaoer was momentarily taken aback, but quickly followed suit, inwardly lamenting her plight. One must wonder, when will the members of the Su family arrive all at once? Each time they do, I am subjected to yet another interview, which is quite a considerable source of pressure, isn't it? Yi Rui and Su Jiao also bowed in reverence. Rise, for the customs of our Su family are not so stringent. Su Muyang waved his hand, signaling them to rise. Behind him, Su Ruobing, who was diligently massaging his shoulders, secretly stuck out her tongue. Old ancestor, could you refrain from exposing my secrets? Just moments ago, I had used Su Qing's rudeness as an excuse to give him a sound thrashing. Ah, Qing, what plans do you hold for the future after the marriage? Su Muyang and Yin Yusei approached the inquiry with gentle and amiable demeanor. Su Qing slightly parted his lips and offered a response akin to a universal remedy. He was merely acting upon the directives of the elder, which he found entirely acceptable. However, this was indeed troubling. Su Muyang gently shook his head. You are the sole descendant of the Su family in this realm. It is only fitting that you take charge of all matters here. Otherwise, after I depart, what will become of you? Now that you possess the means for stability and have the capable Lord Yi by your side, it is essential that you cultivate your own perspectives. Elder, you intend to leave? Su Qing was taken aback. Although their time together had been brief, he had genuinely come to regard Su Muyang as a revered elder and his only pillar of support. The sudden revelation of this support's impending departure left him in a state of shock. Su Muyang nodded and explained, "If it had not been for your misfortune, the Ancestor would never have crossed realms. After your marriage, the Ancestor would have departed. The restoration of the realm must primarily rely on you." His words were indeed true. For him, he had already reached a bottleneck in strength. To transcend this limitation, there were only two viable methods. One was to nurture a powerful offspring. Currently, in a certain pinnacle realm, he had married a wife of formidable strength. However, the greater the strength, the more challenging it became to bear offspring. This was a law of destiny. Thus, while this method seemed straightforward, it was far from easy to accomplish. The other method involved enhancing the existing descendants. As their power escalated, Su Muyang's own strength would naturally amplify, allowing him to harness greater cosmic forces. Yet, to elevate them, one had to adhere to specific world rules. Hence, in the Zhongxian continent, Su Muyang directly augmented their abilities. In this realm, he planned to support Su Qing on the path to becoming an emperor. Should he truly forge a path along this route, the world's cosmic power would undoubtedly fall into his grasp. However, such details need not be communicated so explicitly to Su Qing. Su Qing pondered for a long time before finally letting out a resigned sigh. Ancestor, in the past, I was indeed lazy and frivolous, lacking in knowledge and skills. Now, I am aware that I must return to restore the realm and ascend the throne, yet I am utterly ignorant of how to proceed. Please forgive me, Ancestor. It's of no consequence, Su Muyang replied with a gentle smile, not casting blame upon him. To possess a clear understanding of oneself is, in itself, a form of wisdom. As an emperor, one must concern oneself with four fundamental matters: military affairs, governance, finances, and the welfare of the people. Master these, and you shall be a sagacious ruler. Previously, during my travels in Tianwu, I discovered that the governor of Jizhou, Yi Rui, governs adeptly and enjoys the people's favor. Though somewhat worldly in his demeanor, he is nonetheless a capable minister. With his assistance, you shall navigate political affairs with ease. Yi Rui quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, unable to suppress an inner chuckle. You may praise me as you wish, but to speak of my worldly wisdom, in the presence of such a revered figure as yourself, I would not dare to entertain any ulterior motives, no matter how adept I might be. Su Muyang continued, As for the military, I shall leave behind some means, so there is no need for you to worry. However, governing the realm necessitates wealth and the support of the populace. Therefore, I previously sent Rua Bing to meet you while I ventured elsewhere to procure a few items for you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and several books materialized out of thin air, gently floating before Su Qing. Su Qing took the books and glanced at them, her face reflecting a mixture of confusion and intrigue. Master, the titles of these books are quite amusing: Barefoot Doctor's Manual, Militia Military Training Manual, and Friend of Dual-Use Talent. If this were to be heard by Earthlings, they would surely burst into laughter. What is this? Is this the fabled 3 sacred books of transmigration? Seeing the amiable demeanor of the celestial being, Yi Rui mustered his courage to inquire, Might I ask, esteemed immortal, are these 3 tomes indeed the legendary celestial texts? While he spoke, his mind couldn't help but critique the simplicity of the titles. Are these names not remarkably unadorned? Could this be the essence of simplicity is the ultimate sophistication? A flicker of respect glimmered in Su Muyang's eyes as he earnestly proclaimed, Do not underestimate these 3 volumes. Should you master their contents thoroughly, you would emerge invincible in the external realm and ensure peace and prosperity within the nation. He casually picked up one of the tomes. This particular volume, titled The Manual for Barefoot Doctors, is regarded as a comprehensive compendium of general medicine, characterized by its clarity, simplicity, and practical effectiveness. It encompasses a wide array of topics, from common ailments such as coughs and vomiting to complex cardiovascular diseases and cancers, from knowledge on pest control to protection against nuclear and biochemical weaponry, and from acupuncture and herbal remedies to commonly used Western medicines. It covers it all. Should this book be disseminated widely, it is anticipated that within a decade, the population of Dessau could multiply several-fold. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. The realm of Tianwu resembles the ancient world of the Dragon Kingdom, where medical advancements are rudimentary and countless lives are lost to commonplace maladies. Coupled with the frequent turmoil of war, population issues have always been of paramount concern to nations. Now, the prospect of this singular book potentially multiplying the population of Dessous several times is indeed remarkable. It is no wonder that it is revered as a divine text passed down from celestial beings. Truly, it is extraordinary. Yet, terms such as cardiovascular diseases, cancers, nuclear weapons, biochemical weapons, and Western medicine, what do they signify? Could it be that these are terminologies from the celestial realm? Indeed, this tome is profoundly enigmatic. Su Qing curiously opened a manual, delighting in her discovery of the militia military training handbook, which evidently instructed on the art of marching and combat. "I must delve into this thoroughly," she exclaimed. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and a multitude of question marks seemed to float above her head. "Ancestor, what is an atomic bomb? What is a rifle? What is a grenade? What is a landmine? And are there flying roosters that resemble airplanes? Why must we defend against them?" A barrage of questions ensued, leaving everyone perplexed. Even Su Muyang could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. After escorting Su Ruobing, he had returned to Earth to retrieve these 3 books. He recalled that these volumes were essential for traversers, yet he had not perused them in detail. Upon examining the content now, it appeared to exceed his expectations. However, as the Ancestor, he could not allow his authority to falter. With a slight smile, he calmly replied, "These are relatively advanced weapons that require your own study. Otherwise, if I were to divulge everything, it would be too effortless for you to assume your role as emperor." Indeed, Ancestor, your wisdom is profound," came the hurried agreement. Su Qing's had suddenly drooped, silenced by fear. On the other side, Yirue trembled with excitement as if he had been electrified. "Your Highness, the divine manuscript, the divine manuscript. Look at this compendium of dual-use talents. It is truly all-encompassing. Not only does it contain the strategies for military victory, but it also teaches the cultivation of vegetables and trees, the rearing of livestock, the construction of dwellings, the art of culinary delights, and the repair of household appliances. What exactly are household appliances? And here, what is this photography? What is accounting?" He found himself at a loss, plunged into profound self-doubt. How could I, Yirue, who often prided myself on my erudition, come to realize today the vastness of the world, only to discover that I am but a frog at the bottom of a well? There are so many things of which I have never even heard. I am truly ignorant. Observing the crowd's outbursts of astonishment, Su Ruobing felt a sense of pride, reveling in their naivety. Very well, we shall study it slowly in the days to come, since it is a treasured legacy passed down by our ancestors. It must be incredibly profound, not something one can comprehend at will. Upon reflection, Su Qing realized the truth of the matter and ceased to dwell on it. In the fervent gaze of the onlookers, she secured the 3 books close to her person. Then, her thoughts shifted as she gestured towards the courtyard and inquired, "Elder, how shall we handle these guards?" Su Muyang smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. Upon witnessing this, Yirue immediately grasped the implication. The immortal was imparting wisdom to Su Qing. He promptly whispered, "Your Highness, throughout history, the fate of captured soldiers has invariably been confined to 4 outcomes: execution, release, surrender, or enslavement. However, these soldiers are part of our esteemed Su Guard. They may have merely been misled by Gue Xing and are unaware of the full situation. Nevertheless, their actions have indeed constituted a rebellion. How to proceed rests in your hands, Your Highness." He swiftly elucidated the crux of the matter. Yet he entrusted the decision-making power to Su Qing, wishing to convey his intentions before Su Muyang and Su Qing. "I am here solely to provide counsel. The final course of action is yours to determine." Su Qing ran his fingers through his hair, appearing somewhat distressed. According to the laws of Dessous, those who conspire against the state are to be punished along with their entire clan. Although they are merely accomplices, they cannot escape retribution. Yet, considering the number of individuals involved, all of whom are citizens of Dessous and not genuine captives of an enemy nation, executing them seems excessively cruel. Moreover, he furtively glanced at Yi Qiaoer and continued, "With my wedding day approaching, such bloodshed would disturb the heavens and is rather inauspicious. Indeed, quite ill-advised." Instantly, 2 crimson clouds blossomed upon Yi Qiaoer's cheeks as she shot him a gentle glare. "We are discussing serious matters. Why are you dragging me into this?" She found his sudden remark rather unexpected. Observing the fleeting exchange of glances between the 2, Su Muyang felt a profound sense of contentment. The lad possesses quite the charm. It seems he is not far from the prospect of parenthood. Su Qing, grasping her hair in contemplation, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. "Ancestors," she mused, "as I return to the capital to ascend the throne, it would be unwise to bring merely a handful of individuals with me. for I would struggle to suppress those rebellious factions. What if I were to recruit them instead and escort them back to the capital? This way, they could atone for their past transgressions, and it would spare us the necessity of bloodshed. What are your thoughts on this? Su Muyang smiled silently, merely directing his gaze towards Yirue. Yirue instantly understood and praised with a smile. Your Highness's actions embody the spirit of a benevolent ruler. In this chaotic world, with rebels gathering in the capital, their numbers exceeding several 100,000, even though the celestial being possesses great powers, it is unwise to burden oneself with every trivial matter. While these 3,000 may seem few, they can certainly rally support and bolster your Highness's presence. Seeing Su Muyang's approving expression, Yirue's spirits lifted as he continued. Since ancient times, to subdue others has required a balance of grace and authority. If your Highness can pardon their rebellion, it would be a tremendous act of mercy, and they would undoubtedly be filled with gratitude, pledging their unwavering loyalty. Moreover, the formidable reputation of the Yellow Turban warriors has already instilled fear in them. Now, with your Highness's intervention, success is assured, and they will be completely subdued. At this point, Su Muyang nodded slightly and remarked, "The principles of an emperor lie in internal virtue and external governance, recognizing talent and employing it wisely. The balance of grace and authority is indeed the way to command subordinates. However, to transform these 3,000 into your most loyal followers will require some special methods." Special methods? Everyone was taken aback. Su Muyang smiled softly and directed his gaze towards Su Ruobing. "My dear, what do you have to say?" Su Ruobing pondered for a moment before responding. The Ancestor's words resonate with truth. Since time immemorial, human hearts have been capricious. Ephemeral displays of grace and authority may indeed inspire loyalty. However, one must recognize that every individual is distinct. And here lie 3,000 souls. Can you truly guarantee that each one is of the same disposition? Perhaps some may profess unwavering loyalty today, their faces awash with gratitude. Yet upon stepping beyond these doors, they may harbor discontent or even treachery. There may also be those who, while willing to pledge their fealty, falter at the critical moment, gripped by the instinct for self-preservation. After all, when ensnared in dire straits, how many truly possess the courage to face death? Yirue's lips twitched slightly, sensing an implicit reference to himself. Yet I, an old man, am not one to merely speak. My heart is steadfastly loyal. Su Qing nodded in deep agreement, saying, "You are right, my dear aunt. During the reign of my father, the emperor, all officials professed their loyalty with fervent words. Yet, upon his demise, rebels arose in droves. Furthermore, during my escape, I was initially accompanied by over 100 guards. However, some fought valiantly without retreat, while others chose to flee for their lives. In the end, only a handful remained, including Uncle Gio and a mere 10 others. Were it not for their presence, I fear I would not have had the fortune to reunite with my ancestors and you, dear aunt. It is Uncle Gio who deserves the greatest credit for my safe return to the capital." Su Gio hurriedly bowed, a look of deep shame on his face. "Your Highness, you humble me." As the chief guardian of the Eastern Palace, Su Gio felt mortified that his subordinates, driven by fear, had placed the prince in peril. His inability to discern character and maintain discipline among his men was a grave oversight. "It is already a great mercy that your Highness refrains from punishment. How can I then presume to claim credit for your benevolence?" Su Qing hurriedly assisted him to his feet, and the ruler and his minister exchanged a knowing smile, creating a poignant scene of mutual respect and wisdom. After a brief moment of camaraderie, Su Qing turned to Su Ruobing and grinned, "My dear lady, who would have thought you were so adept in the ways of the sovereign?" Su Ruobing raised her delicate face with pride and declared, "My family. The Su clan of Zhongshuan is the foremost family in the Zhongshuan continent, an extraordinary entity in this realm. When disputes arise among the 4 sacred grounds, the 8 sects, and the 13 dynasties, it is inevitable that my Su family will step forward to mediate. As the next head of the Su clan, I have been immersed in both cultivation and the art of intrigue since childhood. With my innate talent, is it not a mere trifling matter?" Su Qing quickly nodded fervently, extolling praises with great enthusiasm. "You are absolutely right, esteemed lady. Your brilliance and intellect are truly admirable, and I cannot help but feel envious. If only I possessed even a fraction of your talent, I would not have fallen to such depths." This flattery brought a sense of secret delight to Su Ruobing, causing her large, expressive eyes to squint in satisfaction. Seeing this, Su Muyang shook his head in resignation. This little girl, having spent so long in the Zhongshan continent, had been a paragon of excellence since childhood, inevitably cultivating an air of arrogance. His intention in bringing her out was to temper her spirit and broaden her horizons. However, he did not anticipate that she would don her pretenses once more. How infuriating. With a light cough, he spoke with a hint of indifference. Your analysis is indeed astute, but how exactly should we proceed? Su Ruobing spoke without a moment's hesitation. It was a simple matter. As long as the ancestral figure displayed their might, who would dare to defy? However, to summon the ancestor for such trivialities seemed beneath their dignity, and it would be more fitting to leave it to Ruobing. Although her cultivation was modest, she could still manage to present herself adequately in front of others. A subtle smile graced her lips, revealing a hint of pride upon her face. It was indeed exhilarating to accompany the ancestor on such outings. Where at home could she find so many people to praise her? For a fleeting moment, she couldn't help but feel a sense of elation. Sumu Yang's heart was as clear as a mirror, yet he did not intervene. Instead, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in his eyes. If that is the case, let it be done according to your wishes. I shall heed the elder's command. Upon hearing this, Su Ruobing was overjoyed. With a wave of her hand, a gleaming sword materialized in midair, which rapidly expanded into a size akin to that of a door. Su Ruobing stepped onto the sword, forming a hand gesture as she softly exclaimed, "Swift." Instantly, the sword transformed into a streak of light, racing forward with astonishing speed. Hiss. This dazzling display left the onlookers gasping in awe. Su Muyang smiled gently, saying, "It is merely a rudimentary sword technique. There is no need for astonishment. You may step outside to observe." Upon receiving his command, the crowd hastily exited the hall. "Lift your heads." In the courtyard, Su Ruobing soared through the air on her sword, her voice resonating powerfully. With her directive, the yellow turban warriors relinquished their oppressive aura. Instantly, the guards felt an immense lightness, as if a tremendous burden had been lifted from their shoulders. As they heard the voice from above, they all gazed upward. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd. Heavens, how is she flying? How exquisite. Could she possibly be a celestial being? Is she truly riding upon a sword? Surely. I cannot be mistaken. It must be an illusion, a mere trick of the mind brought on by the overwhelming pressure moments ago. Su Ruobing let out a cold snort, akin to a thunderclap echoing in the ears of the crowd. Instantly, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Su Ruobing's voice rang out coldly. "I am Ruobing, the fairy of ice, master of the thunder of heaven and earth. Crown Prince Su Qi, ordained by destiny, is the sovereign of the mortal realm. You dare to deceive the emperor and turn your weapons against the crown prince, an act of rebellion that is utterly unforgivable. Today, at the invitation of Crown Prince Su Qi, I have descended to the mortal realm to execute the laws of thunder, ensuring your annihilation, so that you may never find rebirth." As she spoke, she formed a thunderous incantation with her hands, her internal powers surging rapidly. Soon, countless strands of fine lightning flickered around Su Ruobing, illuminating the skies with their brilliance. Amidst this flickering, an aura of devastation subtly emerged, instilling terror in the hearts of all present. Yet, what truly instilled fear in the guards was the implication of her words. They realized that their rebellion would result in divine retribution, leading to their souls being scattered. Quick to react, some immediately fell to their knees, repeatedly bowing their heads. "Fairy, spare us. We have been deceived. Yes, it is all Gui Xing's fault. He only told us to come here for military duties. We were unaware of the true purpose. He even claimed that His Highness the Crown Prince is an impostor. We are wronged. Fairy, please show mercy. I have a 90-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. I beseech you to spare us." They cried out in despair, but Su Ruobing remained indifferent, focused solely on her incantation. Soon, a vast expanse of thunderclouds formed within the courtyard, slowly descending. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qi felt as though her eyes might burst, and her heart was filled with despair. "Goodness gracious, did you not promise to subdue these individuals on my behalf? Why are you unleashing your most formidable abilities right away?" Your Highness, Yi Rue, understanding the gravity of the situation in an instant, urgently whispered, "I implore you, Your Highness, to intervene swiftly and plead for leniency on behalf of these guards." What? Su Qi was taken aback, and only then did realization dawn upon her. She hurriedly stepped forward and exclaimed, "Dear lady, I beseech you to cease. The child has something to convey." Su Ruobing then feigned a halt, her expression dark and brooding. "Qinger, do you have anything further to say?" Su Qi clasped his hands respectfully and spoke, "Dear aunt, there are no fewer than 3,000 people here, all subjects of my great Su. They have been deceived by Gui Xing. As the saying goes, ignorance is no crime. I implore you, for the sake of this child, to spare their lives." The crown prince is pleading for his own sake? Many were taken aback. They had come armed to kill the prince. Yet he neither held them accountable nor sought vengeance. Instead, he interceded on their behalf. The thought brought tears to the eyes of numerous onlookers. Truly, the prince is a benevolent soul. Wait a moment. What does the prince call this celestial being? Dear aunt? What sort of address is that? Su Ruobing furrowed her brow, feigning displeasure as she spoke. Chinger, have you truly considered this? From a public perspective, these individuals have committed the grave offense of treason, which is impermissible under the law of the land. On a personal note, the great Su dynasty represents the legacy of my family, and these rogues conspire against us, provoking the wrath of our ancestors. Thus, a celestial decree has been issued, commanding me to descend and assist you in restoring our realm. As a descendant of the Su family, you must act with resolute decisiveness. Why do you hesitate? The assembled guards were taken aback, their gazes towards Su Qing brimming with fervor. It turned out that the crown prince was indeed a descendant of the immortals. Su Qing could not help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Oh dear aunt, so this is the kind of aunt you are. Yet, she had no choice but to proceed with her performance. I beseech you, dear aunt, although these guards have committed offenses, they do not warrant the death penalty. Moreover, with my wedding imminent, shedding blood at this time would be inauspicious. I implore you to grant them a chance to atone for their sins and serve our great Su in battle, expanding our territories. I am willing to guarantee their loyalty, and they shall not harbor any ulterior motives henceforth. Upon witnessing this, the others knelt and bowed fervently, their voices rising from the depths of their hearts. We are soldiers of the great Su, and we shall obey the prince's command without hesitation. Rest assured, fair maiden, the prince is benevolent. From this day forth, I, Zhang, vow to serve you unto death. Wang foolishly attempted to harm the prince, a crime deserving of death, and I dare not hope for your forgiveness. Yet, I humbly request an opportunity to fight valiantly for his majesty. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Su Ruobing slowly nodded. Very well. Since the prince has interceded on your behalf, I shall spare you today. However, while you may escape the death penalty, you cannot evade the consequences of your actions. Purple Flame Thunderpool, descend. As she altered the incantation in her hand, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Bolts of purple lightning surged forth from the clouds, striking down upon the gathered guards. In an instant, the air crackled with thunder, and the entire courtyard was enveloped in a violet tempest. Countless bolts of heavenly lightning struck the guards, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries. Dear aunt, please show mercy. Su Qing was taken aback and called out loudly. However, Su Ruobing was entirely focused on manipulating the thunder and had no time to respond to him, just as Su Qing was at a loss. The tranquil voice of Su Muyang reached everyone's ears. Do not panic. Ruobing has not taken your lives. Upon hearing the elder's words, Su Qing and the others instantly felt relieved. Yet, their hearts were filled with confusion. What on earth was their grandniece doing? After an indeterminate amount of time, Su Ruobing gradually withdrew the thunderous incantation. Soon, the lightning dissipated, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sky regained its clarity. In the courtyard, many individuals lay sprawled in disarray. Each of their faces was ashen, their garments torn and tattered, groaning upon the ground. Su Ruobing let out a cold snort and spoke in a detached manner. Since you have pledged your allegiance to the crown prince, you shall henceforth be renamed the Thunder Army, designated as the prince's personal guard. Remember to obey the prince's commands without the slightest hint of defiance. I have employed the secret thunder technique to aid in your physical refinement, thereby opening all your meridians and paving the way for your martial prowess. Should you achieve great deeds in the future, I may grant you the supreme secret arts. Those who succeed in their cultivation may attain everlasting life. However, if any of you dare to harbor treacherous thoughts under the ominous purple lightning, I shall reduce you to ashes. What? Everlasting life? Upon hearing these words, the pain that had plagued everyone vanished without a trace, replaced by fervent excitement. Everlasting life. A pursuit desired by countless souls throughout history, yet so elusive. Yet today, we are presented with the opportunity for immortality? As they took a moment to reflect, despite lingering discomfort, they felt an undeniable surge of strength and a sensation of lightness akin to that of a swallow in flight. Is this the boon of the divine? In an instant, countless individuals were overwhelmed with joy, falling to their knees in fervent gratitude. If one were to gauge their loyalty, it would be evident that their allegiance to Su Qing had soared to unprecedented heights. Su Ruobing waved her hand lightly and said indifferently, Su Jiao, take them down for some rectification. From now on, the Thunder Army shall be under your command. Understood. Su Jiao could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Oh, longevity, how I yearn for it. However, upon reflection, She realized that she had already caught the attention of the Ancestor, so why should she envy them? After the crowd departed amidst expressions of gratitude, Su Ruobing suddenly turned pale, staggering slightly, nearly falling from her sword. In her effort to impress those around her, she had exhausted nearly all her magical energy. Nevertheless, it was evident that the outcome was quite remarkable, and she felt a sense of pride, forcing herself to say, "Ancestor." Ruobing has completed her task, and humbly reports back. Ha ha ha. A light chuckle resonated from within the main hall. Completed your task? Perhaps not just yet. You might want to look up. Su Ruobing, filled with confusion, gazed upward toward the heavens, and the crowd followed suit. Upon their glance, their expressions changed drastically. In the vast sky, a colossal golden eye slowly opened, casting a gentle golden hue over the entire world. Within its gaze lay a profound indifference, a serene detachment devoid of any emotion. Yet, amid this coldness, there resided an ineffable majesty that compelled one to instinctively submit. It was not just them who beheld this sight. The entirety of Jizhou City, and indeed everyone within 1,000 miles, witnessed it. In an instant, countless individuals fell to their knees, bowing their heads in reverence. The gods had manifested. Divine beings, please grant that my elderly mother swiftly recover her health. May the deities bless my business endeavors with prosperity. My spouse has gone to war. I beseech the gods to ensure his safe return. Divine entities, bless my wife with a robust son, that the Zhang lineage may continue. As she beheld that immense eye, an inexplicable sense of trepidation washed over Su Ruobing. Ancestor. What is this? What does it intend to do? Su Muyang chuckled softly and remarked, "This is the eye of the heavenly Tao, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao in this realm. As for why it has manifested, it is, indeed, for you." Su Ruobing was momentarily taken aback. The heavenly Tao, after all, is the sovereign of a realm. What merit do I possess to warrant the attention of the heavenly Tao? What does the Ancestor intend to do? In Su Muyang's tone, there lingered a hint of schadenfreude. In this realm, martial arts reign supreme, and the Grandmaster represents the pinnacle of existence. As an outsider, you have exhibited powers that transcend these limits. As the guardians of the cosmic order, they are naturally compelled to investigate. Heh, little Bing Bing. You were just eager to showcase your prowess before others. Now, may you seek your own fortune? Su Ruobing was instantly taken aback. What? Is there really such a notion? Why didn't you mention it earlier, Ancestor? If you had told me sooner, would I have resorted to such pretense? No, Ancestor. It is you who have led me astray. A tremendous and overwhelming pressure descended upon the world, rendering the atmosphere stifling. Even the air seemed reluctant to stir. Positioned at the very center of this oppressive force, Su Ruobing's complexion turned ashen, sensing an unprecedented terror looming over her. Even though she was not entirely defenseless in the Songshuan realm, when confronted with the laws of a mere ordinary world, she felt no more significant than an insignificant insect. Ancestor, save me. In her despair, she could only place her hopes upon the enigmatic Ancestor. Yet, her hopelessness deepened as she beheld the Ancestor leisurely sipping tea, a smile adorning his face, appearing utterly unconcerned with the unfolding chaos. It was a dire situation. Su Ruobing had succumbed to utter despair, never anticipating that her journey of cultivation would lead her to fall victim to a manifestation of the heavenly Tao. In her desolation, the immense eye of the heavenly Tao finally fixed its gaze upon her. A brilliant beam of golden light suddenly shot forth, hurtling directly towards Su Ruobing. Though she yearned to muster her strength and resistance, the oppressive force of the heavenly Tao had completely ensnared her, rendering her utterly immobile as she could do nothing but watch the golden light approach. To the onlookers, the scene was perplexing. While they could not discern the specifics of the situation, they instinctively understood that it was far from auspicious. An overwhelming sense of urgency mingled with helplessness gripped their hearts. At last, the golden light descended from above, enveloping Su Ruobing entirely. However, to her astonishment, the light did not inflict harm. Rather, it seemed to significantly amplify her internal power. What could possibly be the reason for such an inexplicable transformation? This bewildering turn of events left Su Ruobing utterly confounded. Moments later, the golden light gradually dissipated, and the eye of the heavenly Tao receded once more, as if it had never existed at all. Su Ruobing was in a daze for quite some time before finally recalling the Ancestor. Observing Su Muyang savoring his tea with great enjoyment, she felt an irritation bubbling within her. Ancestor, you have long been aware that the eye of the heavenly path harbors no malice towards me, correct? But what, precisely, is the meaning of all this? Su Muyang took a sip of tea and then leisurely began to explain. It's quite peculiar, I must say. If you had truly demonstrated your formidable prowess, that would be one thing. However, You boldly and shamelessly declare that you command the thunder of heaven and earth. And therein lies the trouble. Ah? Su Ruobing wore a perplexed expression. Wasn't I merely boasting a little? Ancestor, is there any issue with that? Su Muyang patiently elucidated. The operation of heaven and earth follows an inherent order. All is governed by the Tao of heaven. If you claim to control the thunder of the cosmos, you are, in essence, usurping the authority of the Tao, thereby establishing a connection of cause and effect with it. What on earth does that mean? Su Ruobing's mind was in a state of perplexity. As a practitioner, she was naturally aware of the concept of causality. How could it be that she had inexplicably touched upon such profound causality, and with the heavenly principles of an entire realm no less? Was it truly so exhilarating? Yet, upon further reflection, doubts began to plague her. However, venerable Ancestor, if this were the case, then why had the heavenly principles not inflicted harm upon me? Moreover, it seemed I had even reaped certain benefits, albeit shrouded in ambiguity, difficult to articulate or comprehend. Su Muyang couldn't help but chuckle softly. My dear girl, you possess quite the fortune. The celestial laws of this realm harbor their own intentions. They have long aspired to ascend to a higher dimension. However, the elevation of an entire world is no trivial matter. With your arrival from another realm, your power system stands in stark contrast to this one, presenting the celestial laws with a unique opportunity to enhance the entire heavenly martial world. Thus, they have chosen to incorporate you into their divine workings, bestowing upon you the authority to wield thunder. Noticing Su Ruobing's bewildered expression, clearly lost in confusion, Su Muyang decided to clarify directly. To put it succinctly, you have been deified in this realm. Deified? The moment this term escaped his lips, Su Ruobing was taken aback, springing up in shock as she stammered. How can this be? Isn't the concept of deification exclusive to the upper realms? How could it possibly exist here? Moreover, aside from a slight increase in my magical abilities, I feel no other changes. Su Muyang sighed and spoke with a sense of resignation. The celestial forces in this realm are exceedingly feeble. It is already quite a challenge for them to sustain the world's operations. Where would there be any surplus power to bestow upon you? Moreover, according to the principles of the Great Path, it is impossible for him to convey this information overtly. He can only offer subtle hints, leaving the rest to your own comprehension. Su Qing swallowed hard and spoke in a dry tone. Great Ancestor, what advantages does my esteemed aunt's ascension to divinity bring? Su Muyang nodded and remarked, the advantages are indeed present. The most straightforward one is the profound connection with the heavenly Tao. As long as this world endures, so too shall Ruobing remain immortal and unscathed. Reflecting on the vast wilderness of the great world, in the pursuit of appointing the 365 rightful deities, beings from the three realms have fought fiercely, their blood flowing like rivers. Yet this time, Ruobing merely boasted and, astonishingly, has ascended to divinity. He chuckled softly, offering no further commentary. However, within his heart, he added a caveat. All of this hinges upon having a formidable ancestor capable of obliterating this heavenly Tao backing you. Otherwise, as an invader, how could you ever aspire to usurp the powers of the heavenly Tao and attain godhood? Even the slightest misstep would lead to dire consequences. Su Ruobing pondered deeply, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Is it truly this straightforward, Ancestor? Having gained such substantial benefits without any cost, does this not disrupt the natural order of cause and effect? Su Muyang nodded approvingly. You speak wisely. Rights and obligations are indeed relative. One must naturally pay a price commensurate with the benefits received. However, there is no need for concern regarding this matter. Ultimately, it is merely a transaction I have made with the heavens. The consequences shall be borne by me. As the elder of the Su family, I cannot simply stand by and watch you all struggle and fight. Su Ruobing abruptly rose to her feet, her expression grave. Ancestors, you are the venerable progenitor of the Su family, a figure of immense reverence, and must not expose yourself to peril. Should you suffer any harm due to this matter, Ruobing would bear an insurmountable burden of guilt. Not to worry, Su Muyang contemplated for a moment before addressing the matter directly. It is better to speak frankly, otherwise, it will surely weigh heavily on your conscience. To put it succinctly, the heavenly principles of this realm are inclined to assist you in attaining divinity and in fostering the prosperity of our Su family. In return, I am tasked with facilitating its transformation into a higher realm. Such is the simplicity of the matter. As for the means of this transformation, he surveyed the gathering with a serious demeanor. It rests upon your shoulders. Upon us? The assembly exchanged bewildered glances, each person perplexed. Ancestors, you surely hold us in far too high regard. Matters of celestial principles and world ascension are monumental affairs. How could we mere mortals possibly bear such a weight? Su Muyang nodded at Su Ruobing and spoke softly. Ruobing, you must accumulate virtue diligently in the days to come. When the time is ripe, you shall establish the celestial court and wield authority over the heavenly realm. As for Su Qing, he cast a sharp glance at Su Qing, a trace of sorrow flickering across his face. Once you ascend to the throne upon your return to the capital, you must broaden your vision across the world and swiftly achieve the position of the earthly sovereign. Furthermore, you ought to bear several offspring. After your demise, your son will inherit the title of the earthly sovereign, allowing you to establish the realm of reincarnation and govern its dominion. When the three realms are completed and operate harmoniously, the heavenly Tao will have the opportunity to transcend and evolve. However, even at that juncture, the affairs of the heavenly martial three realms will still be dictated by the Su family. It is truly unfortunate that, despite the Su family's vast presence across the heavens and the multitude of talents within, such a heavy responsibility has fallen upon you, a mere fool. Silence enveloped the hall, leaving everyone in a state of stunned contemplation. The atmosphere was thick with an eerie quiet, their minds buzzing with uncertainty. Was the ancestor speaking truthfully? Or was this merely jest? I had merely aspired to reclaim the throne, yet somehow the conversation had turned towards establishing the three realms. Su Ruobing and Su Qing exchanged a solemn glance, both perceiving the gravity in one another's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ruobing, with a distressed expression, spoke. Ancestor, concerning such a significant matter, I fear that Ruobing may not be up to the task. That is only natural, Su Muyang replied without reservation. Though it was merely a small realm, it was not a trivial undertaking. However, there is no need for concern. Simply accumulate virtues and await the right moment. When the time is ripe, I shall procure the heavenly book and the divine list to assist you in establishing the celestial court and the underworld. You need only focus on your own responsibilities. Noticing that they seemed inclined to refuse, Yi Rui could no longer contain himself. Everything that had transpired today had far exceeded his expectations. I am but an ordinary man, at best a man of some talent. Yet here I am, hearing about the establishment of the celestial court and the underworld. Wait, let me clarify this. I am the crown prince's loyal minister, poised to be a power in the underworld. My daughter is soon to wed the crown prince and will become part of the Su family, which makes me, in a sense, half a member of the Su family. If what the ancestor speaks is true, then both in public and private matters, I might one day ascend to the ranks of the immortals. Good heavens, this is an immense opportunity. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Yi Rui felt himself becoming somewhat delirious, his speech trembling with excitement. Fairies, Your Highness, since the ancestor has made arrangements, he must have a clear understanding. Thus, you two should not hesitate any longer. As an unworthy elder, I wish to follow your highness in accomplishing great deeds. Su Muyang nodded slightly and continued to instruct. Yi Rui, having become the right hand of Qing heir, you have now acquired this opportunity. In the future, within the realms of Tianwu, there shall undoubtedly be a place for you. However, for the time being, there are several matters you must attend to. Please, do instruct me, ancestor. Yi Rui exclaimed with overwhelming joy, promptly bowing deeply and awaiting Su Muyang's commands with utmost reverence. Previously, when Ruobing manifested her divine presence, it had caused a dramatic upheaval in the celestial phenomena, and the outside world must be in disarray now. You shall spread the word, proclaiming that Ruobing has transcended the ordinary and attained divinity. Furthermore, within the confines of Jizhou City, establish a temple for Ruobing, fashion a golden effigy, and receive the incense offerings from the populace. Yes, I shall diligently adhere to the ancestor's instructions. Yi Rui nodded earnestly, hastily agreeing to the tasks at hand. Su Muyang turned and spoke. Ruobing, for the time being, you shall traverse the world under the title of Fairy Ruobing. When the celestial court is established, I shall then bestow upon you an official title. During this interim, you should manifest your divine presence before the masses, perform numerous benevolent deeds, and minimize acts of violence. If you earn the praises of the people, many troubles shall be alleviated. Should you encounter individuals of noble character, you may impart your cultivation methods to them, for they may aid you in the future. He then extended his finger, gently tapping the center of Su Ruobing's forehead. At that moment, she suddenly transformed. A resplendent golden wheel of virtue appeared behind her head, revealing faint images of mountains, rivers, flowers, birds, and fish, radiating an infinite golden light of merit. Her attire morphed into a flowing, iridescent gown, with winds and clouds swirling beneath her feet. Already ethereal and transcendent, she now exuded an even greater celestial aura. Your cultivation still requires significant enhancement. I bestow upon you a wheel of virtue to aid in consolidating your merits and augmenting your magical power. Furthermore, I grant you the 5 elements merit technique, a flowing celestial gown, a rainbow cloud, a space of Mithraea, and several other treasures. Do not fail to meet the expectations I have placed upon you. As he spoke these words, he felt a twinge of pain in his heart. While he could part with the other items, the wheel of virtue was a portion of his own merit. Yet, this also served as a small experiment for him. If he could truly enable his descendant to become a ruler of the 3 realms, the elevation of this world would eventually reflect back upon his own strength. Having traversed so many worlds, if he could experience suitable opportunities, would his power ever face a bottleneck? At that point, he could rejoice as a liberated serf. And even his partner in a supreme world would have to adjust their positions. Su Ruobing was overwhelmed by the flood of information that suddenly surged through her mind. So much so that she was on the verge of tears. The ancestral figure had shown her such profound affection. If Ruobing truly was the ancestor, she would devote herself to caring for you in your later years. Sumu Yang's expression instantly froze. Can you even speak? Do I really need you to take care of me in my old age? Who knows which of us will depart this world first? However, such words were not meant to be spoken aloud. He merely waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. Enough of this. Let us not linger any longer. Each of you should return to your own affairs. I, too, must take my leave. Leave? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Su Qing earnestly clutched his thigh, pleading, Ancestor, you simply cannot leave. You have assisted Qing'e so much, yet I have not had the opportunity to honor you properly. Moreover, you have yet to witness my marriage or the birth of my children. Sumu Yang smiled gently, ruffling his hair playfully. Silly child, do I, as your ancestor, still concern myself with such trivial matters after all these years? I have imparted to you the methods to control the 108 yellow turban warriors. Take your time to comprehend them. In the days to come, as Su Jiu leads the 3,000 Thunder Army to expand our territories, these yellow turban warriors shall remain with you for your protection. Su Qing opened her mouth, yet no words escaped her lips, her eyes now thoroughly reddened. Although the ancestor's presence was brief, their kindness towards her was undeniable. Not only did they save her life, but they also bestowed upon her formidable assistance in the form of her great-aunt. Furthermore, with the elevation of Su Jiu and the addition of over 100 yellow turban warriors, such elite strength was remarkable. They even recruited the astute and capable Yi Rue, securing a promising alliance with Yu Chaoer as well. Most importantly, the ancestor had meticulously arranged her future, living as an emperor and, upon death, becoming the lord of the underworld. The pathways of her destiny had been clearly laid out before her. With such a benefactor, what more could one desire? The mere thought of the ancestor departing filled her heart with an unbearable sorrow. Yet, seeing the ancestor's resolute determination, what could she do? She lifted her sleeve to wipe away her tears and nodded emphatically. Rest assured, ancestor, I shall not bring disgrace to you or our Su family. Su Muyang nodded with satisfaction, about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Ding the detection revealed that the Su family's transmission jade pendant had left the possession of the Su family, indicating a possible mishap. May I ask the host, do you wish to investigate? What? Su Muyang was taken aback. This teleportation jade pendant was something he had left for his descendants in every realm. However, under normal circumstances, the pendant would be carried closely by the members of the Su family, to the extent that losing it would be inconceivable. The only plausible explanation was that the owner of the pendant had willingly relinquished it. Yet, he had placed a restriction on the pendant, making it a treasure that all Su family members revered. How could they possibly abandon it? Now, astonishingly, a pendant from one of the worlds had indeed departed from the Su family. Su Muyang furrowed his brow and slowly issued a command. System, initiate the traversal. Just as the journey commenced, an unusual thought suddenly crossed his mind. Wait a moment. I am clearly the venerable ancestor of the Su family, the supreme being of the clan. Yet now, why have I assumed the role of a fire chief? This world bears some resemblance to the primary realm. However, in comparison to the main world, the technology here is somewhat inferior, approximately equivalent to that of a decade past. Su Muyang strolled leisurely along the streets, casually surveying his surroundings. Before long, he found himself standing before an opulent office building, ascending to the 18th floor via the elevator. He was greeted by the grand entrance of a company. The sign at the doorway boldly proclaimed the name of the establishment, Ding Tai auction house. An auction house? Sumu Yang's consciousness expanded, and soon he made a discovery. Within a small safe, the jade pendant lay quietly in a box, nestled amongst several other collectibles. Sumu Yang's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his mind. Could it be that his own descendants had sold off the ancestral treasures left behind by their forebears? To part with family heirlooms is indeed the mark of a wayward progeny. Hello, welcome. How may I assist you? The young receptionist at the entrance, noticing a young man scrutinizing the surroundings, took the initiative to inquire. Sumu Yang pondered for a moment before stepping inside. Please summon your manager, he requested. The receptionist, possessing keen discernment, noticed that although the young man appeared relatively youthful, his demeanor was extraordinary. She did not dare to be negligent and replied with a smile. May I inquire if you have any business to attend to? Please allow me to escort you to the reception lounge for a brief respite while I fetch the manager. She guided Sumu Yang to the lounge and poured him a glass of water before hastily departing. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit entered, his face adorned with a warm and welcoming smile. Good day, sir. I am Zhao Xingtai, the manager here. I understand you have business matters to address. May I ask how you would like to be addressed? Sumu Yang remained silent, casually flipping his hand to reveal a lustrous jade pendant. Have you ever seen this pendant? A gasp escaped the manager's lips as his pupils dilated. It turns out this type of jade pendant comes in pairs. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized his faux pas and quickly donned a smile once more. Are you looking to entrust us with its auction? Your discernment is truly remarkable. Our Ding Tai auction house is one of the largest in the province, boasting an extensive network of elite clientele. If this jade pendant can be authenticated by us and featured in our auction, it is certain to fetch an excellent price. Sumu Yang's gaze flickered subtly as he spoke calmly. From your words, it seems you have indeed encountered such a jade pendant? The manager nodded enthusiastically, his face alight with excitement. Yes, just yesterday we received an order for a pendant identical to this one. Upon our appraisal, it is confirmed to be top-quality mutton fat jade, and the craftsmanship is nothing short of exquisite. If it were to be sent to auction, it could fetch at least 10 million. If these two pieces were sold together, as a pair, the price could potentially triple. Sumu Yang casually pushed the pen and paper forward. Who delivered the last jade pendant? Please provide me with the client's information. Certainly. Under the influence of some mysterious force, the manager took the pen and began to write without hesitation. As he wrote, he explained. The individual who brought it is named Su Ying Fei, a young and accomplished entrepreneur renowned in our city. However, it seems he has recently encountered some difficulties, facing a significant financial shortfall, which is why he decided to sell this jade pendant. In the midst of his speech, he had already completed writing the information about Su Ying Fei. Sumu Yang casually tucked away the piece of paper, feeling a slight sense of relief. It appeared that financial difficulties had prompted the sale of the ancestral jade pendant, which could not truly be considered a hopelessly extravagant item. With this thought, Sumu Yang's irritation diminished somewhat. After all, if everyone were as inept as Su Qing, even an elder like myself would feel weary. Having obtained the information he sought, Sumu Yang chose not to linger any longer. In a flash, he vanished from the reception room, leaving the manager alone in a daze. After a moment, the manager shook his head, looking utterly bewildered. Huh? Wasn't I preparing for the weekend auction? How did I end up in the reception room? It seemed the recent work pressure had indeed been overwhelming. Following an instinctive pull, Sumu Yang soon arrived at the entrance of a kindergarten. Within the premises, a palpable sense of bloodline resonance washed over him, instantly dissipating any lingering dissatisfaction and replacing it with a buoyant spirit. For no other reason than the simple fact that if one could dutifully bear children, they would be a great contributor to the Su family. As for everything else, even if the sky were to fall, I would shoulder it all. At that moment, it was precisely dismissal time, and a throng of parents awaited at the kindergarten entrance to pick up their children. However, as Sumu Yang scanned the crowd, he did not spot any sign of his own bloodline. It seemed the person meant to pick them up had yet to arrive. Shortly thereafter, several kindergarten teachers emerged, leading a line of innocent and joyful little ones. Sumu Yang's gaze instantly fell upon a little girl with large, expressive eyes. Her big, sparkling eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief, evoking an overwhelming sense of affection at first sight. However, at that moment, her small lips were pouted in discontent, revealing her unhappiness. Even someone as venerable as Sumu Yang, with countless descendants, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Who could possibly have wronged our precious little one? Have Su Mingyu's parents arrived? The teacher inquired loudly. From the crowd emerged a petite girl in her 20s. Here I am, she exclaimed. Su Mu Yang's brow furrowed instantly. This girl was evidently not of the Su family's bloodline, and she bore no semblance of kinship to Su Mingyu whatsoever. She claimed to be Su Mingyu's guardian. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and simply stood quietly by, observing. Upon encountering the girl, Su Mingyu's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight, and she exclaimed joyfully, "Aunt Lu, I'm over here." Aunt Lu swiftly approached, beaming at Su Mingyu, then turned to address the teacher. "Hello, teacher. I am Su Mingyu's guardian." The teacher sighed, appearing somewhat exasperated. "Ms. Mingyu's guardian, it is as follows. Today at the kindergarten, Mingyu had a scuffle with some other children." "A scuffle?" Aunt Lu gasped, shaking her head in disbelief. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Our Mingyu is so well behaved. How could she possibly get into a fight?" "Teacher, could you be mistaken?" The teacher was momentarily taken aback. "Am I unaware of whether a fight occurred? It transpired right before my very eyes." Before she could continue, Su Mingyu timidly raised her small hand. "Aunt Lu, I really did get into a fight today." "Oh dear," Aunt Lu exclaimed in shock, her hands quickly searching over Su Mingyu's body. "Little Rain, did you get hurt in the fight? Are you injured anywhere?" Su Mingyu raised her small face, radiating an extraordinary pride. "No, I won. I even made Andy cry." The teacher, increasingly exasperated, patiently explained, "Mingyu's parent, it's quite normal for children to engage in playful scuffles. However, we hope that parents can educate their children properly so they do not develop tendencies towards violence." Aunt Lu smiled apologetically. "The teacher is right. I will certainly relay this to Mingyu's father and ensure he disciplines her properly. Thank you for your concern." The teacher nodded and couldn't help but inquire, "May I ask who you are?" Aunt Lu slightly stiffened but soon regained her composure. "I am Lu Wenhui, a colleague of the child's father. He has been quite busy lately, so he entrusted me with picking up Mingyu. I appreciate your understanding." Just then, a sharp voice pierced through the air at the doorway. Who hurt our Andy?" A middle-aged woman stormed in, leading a small child, exuding an intimidating presence. The child timidly pointed at Su Mingyu from behind his mother. "It's her. She's the one who hit me." The middle-aged woman glared fiercely, her spittle nearly splattering on Su Mingyu's delicate face. "Is it you who hurt our Andy? Do you have any idea what you've done to him?" Lu Wenwei quickly shielded Su Mingyu, lowering her voice. "I apologize. I only just learned about this incident and am seeking clarification from the teacher. Regardless of the circumstances, there is no need to direct your anger at a child." The teacher hurriedly interjected, "Andy's mother, please try to remain calm. This incident hardly qualifies as a fight. It's merely children playing and roughhousing, which is entirely normal. Our school nurse has examined Andy, and he is perfectly fine." "Perfectly fine?" Andy's mother scoffed. "Our Andy is a little man. If he wasn't hurt, would he be crying? Is this how you teachers trivialize such matters?" Just as Lu Wenhui attempted to explain, Su Mingyu peeked out from behind her, indignantly declaring, "I hit him because he deserved it. Who told him to say, 'I don't have a mother'?" The atmosphere in the room immediately froze. Even the onlooking parents furrowed their brows, some casting disdainful glances at Andy's mother. As the saying goes, one should not expose a person's shortcomings or strike their face. To utter such words in front of children is truly excessive. Moreover, how could a child understand such complexities? The fact that he could voice this indicates that his mother must have frequently murmured such words behind his back. It is a pity for such a lovely little girl to have lost her mother so early. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, Andy's mother sneered, "Did our Andy say anything wrong? His mother ran off with a scoundrel and took all his father's money. What is wrong with that? Our Andy dares to speak the truth. Is there anything wrong with that?" Gasps filled the air as the audience was taken aback, their curiosity ignited by this explosive gossip. Was there such a sensational story? Many now regarded Su Mingyu with a hint of sympathy. In the midst of the crowd, Su Mu Yang's expression darkened significantly. So that was the case. How dare anyone bully our Su family? Do they truly believe my ancestor has perished? Wow. Su Mingyu could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears, her enchanting eyes immediately veiled by a mist of sorrow. Anyone who beheld her would inevitably feel a pang of compassion. Lu Wenwei hurriedly crouched down, flustered as she tried to comfort her. In stark contrast, Andy's mother displayed not an ounce of remorse. Rather, she wore a smug expression of triumph. After all, having inflicted such harm upon our Andy, a sum of several tens of thousands in medical expenses was undoubtedly in order. However, I pride myself on my magnanimity. Furthermore, Su Yingfei, that worthless individual, is now drowning in debt and likely cannot even muster a few thousand. Did he ever consider the consequences when he seized our company's market share? This is what one might call poetic justice. Ha ha. She erupted into a maniacal laugh. her face contorted with glee. Enough. Su Muyang could no longer contain himself and strode forward, his expression dark and brooding. His aura subtly emanated, momentarily halting the atmosphere in the room. Even Andy's mother's raucous laughter ceased abruptly, akin to a duck whose throat had been grasped. Su Muyang surveyed the surroundings and spoke in a deep voice. Are you all unscathed? What are you still doing here? Is it so captivating? As some emerged to disrupt his eavesdropping on the gossip, a few instinctively wished to retort. However, upon encountering Su Muyang's frosty gaze, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over them, and they found themselves devoid of the courage to argue back, hastily taking their children and departing. In just a moment, the once lively entrance of the kindergarten transformed into an unexpectedly desolate scene. Su Muyang then turned his gaze towards Andy's mother, his expression as cold as water. According to the rules of the underworld, one does not involve family in personal disputes. If you truly have a grievance with Su Yingfei, you should address it directly with him. What kind of cowardice is it to bully a child? Andy's mother had just felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. But upon encountering this young man who was brazenly accusing her, her anger flared. Who are you? Why does my situation concern you? Su Muyang's fingers twitched slightly as he coldly remarked, Who I am is of no concern to you, since you exhibit such interest in these trivial matters. Allow me to impart a free piece of information. You may find an unexpected surprise in room 888 at the Hilton Hotel. Having said that, his expression abruptly darkened as he barked, Why are you still here? Depart at once. An invisible pressure emanated from him, causing Andy's mother to feel as though she was suffocating under its weight. The courage to retort evaporated entirely, and instinctively, she grasped the bewildered Andy and fled. It wasn't until they were seated in the car that she suddenly came to a realization. What was I so flustered about? Why did I find that young man so intimidating? Though she initially contemplated returning to confront him, the recollection of Su Muyang's words lingered in her mind. Room 888 at the Hilton Hotel. Her gaze shifted, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. After a brief moment of hesitation, she suddenly ignited the engine and steered the car towards the hotel. Su Muyang, however, showed little concern. After dismissing Andy's mother, his expression softened immediately. He crouched down in front of Su Mingyu and gently spoke. Little darling Mingyu, please don't cry, all right? Allow me to perform a magic trick for you. Shall I? A magic trick? Su Mingyu, with her childlike innocence, was instantly captivated, nodding enthusiastically. Oh, that is wonderful. Uncle, are you a magician? Wow, uncle. Is your surname Zhu? How cool. Mr. Zuzu? This address left Su Muyang momentarily bewildered. Little girl. How thoughtful of you to change your surname to mine while having nothing better to do. He said, Look at my hands. There's nothing here, right? Su Muyang extended his hands and gestured to indicate that he held nothing. Look closely, it will appear any moment now. As he spoke, a jade pendant unexpectedly materialized in his palm. Wow, Uncle Zhu, you are truly impressive. Su Mingyu instantly transformed her tears into laughter, clapping her hands and bouncing with joy. Look, it's disappearing. Oh, it's reappeared. A jade pendant suddenly materialized in Su Muyang's hand, only to vanish just as swiftly, leaving Su Mingyu both enchanted and entertained. Even Lu Wenwei and the teacher, who stood nearby, could not help but marvel at the spectacle. Having finally succeeded in cheering up the little treasure, Su Muyang gently draped the jade pendant around Su Mingyu's neck, speaking softly, All right, little you. This stone is a gift for you. Do you like it? No, no. Su Mingyu vigorously shook her head, tugging at the pendant as if to remove it. My father said I shouldn't accept gifts from strangers. Lu Wenwei interjected with concern, Mr. Zhu, this is far too precious. We cannot accept it. Although she was not well versed in jade, she could see that the pendant was lustrous and exquisitely crafted, clearly of considerable value. The notion of a stranger bestowing such an extravagant gift upon Su Mingyu set off alarm bells in her mind, prompting her to take a small step forward, instinctively positioning herself to shield Su Mingyu from behind. Su Muyang, however, paid her no heed, merely chuckling softly, his affection for the little girl growing ever deeper. It was merely a stone picked up by the roadside. Besides, I am not a stranger. If we were to trace our lineage, I would indeed be a relative of your family. Relative? Su Mingyu furrowed her brow, her face a picture of confusion. Lu Wenhui, however, became increasingly vigilant, swiftly lifting Su Mingyu into her arms. Sir, to my knowledge, little U.S. grandparents passed away early, and there are hardly any relatives in the family. Who exactly are you? Su Muyang let out a faint sigh, feeling a twinge of unease within. Truth be told, he harbored a sense of guilt towards the younger generation. In the past, he had paid them little attention, viewing them merely as instruments for his own cultivation. The descendants from powerful realms were somewhat better off, yet he had scarcely acknowledged the ordinary individuals from mundane worlds. Reflecting on it now, he felt a certain regret. Rising to his feet, he spoke calmly. "Take me to see Suing Fei." Lu Wenhui was momentarily taken aback. Her imagination had run wild, casting Su Mu Yang in a sinister light, though it seemed far-fetched to label him a human trafficker, given the bustling urban setting. She wondered if perhaps Suing Fei had offended someone, leading to a potential threat against the child, as depicted on television. However, the fact that he now expressed a desire to meet Suing Fei left her bewildered. After a moment of contemplation and uncertainty, she retrieved her phone to contact Suing Fei. Suing Fei found himself somewhat bewildered, yet he acquiesced. At a small stall within a bustling food plaza, a middle-aged man was diligently occupied. Although the sky had yet to darken, patrons began to arrive in droves. Curiously, this particular stall was enjoying markedly better business than its counterparts, with nearly all the tables nearly filled to capacity. Occasionally, compliments were heard. "This vendor truly pays attention to detail. Look how neatly the tables and chairs are arranged. Even the shredded potatoes are cut to a uniform thickness." A sight that brings immense satisfaction to those with obsessive tendencies. Moreover, the cleanliness is commendable. The tables are nearly devoid of grease stains. Who would have thought such a humble stall could be so meticulous? You may not be aware, but this proprietor is also a computer whiz. Just take a look. Oh. Some curious onlookers turned to investigate. Beside the vendor's workspace sat a laptop. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he would open the computer and type away, though it was unclear what he was engaged in. Suing Fei. Su Mu Yang stood at a distance, observing for a moment before nodding slightly, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. Although this descendant was currently in a state of decline, he seemed to possess a grand spirit, unbroken by adversity. Even while operating a humble street stall, his attire remained impeccably clean and orderly, and his face bore no trace of despondency. He was simply engaged in his work with utmost seriousness and tranquility. This was indeed a pleasant surprise for Su Mu Yang. In an instant, he had made up his mind. He would take this descendant under his wing, and not in a superficial manner. After all, such fortitude of character is a rarity, even among the countless progeny of Su Mu Yang. "Father, father." Su Mingyu skipped joyfully towards Suing Fei and nestled into his embrace, playfully exclaiming, "Daddy, Daddy. I received a little red flower at kindergarten today." Suing Fei gently pinched her small nose and said, "But how is it that I've heard you got into a fight at kindergarten? A girl like you shouldn't be fighting." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Su Mingyu quickly redirected the conversation and pulled Suing Fei over. "Daddy, Daddy, this is my great-uncle, a truly extraordinary magician," she exclaimed proudly, showcasing the jade pendant. "Look. This is the stone that great-uncle gave me. Isn't it beautiful?" Upon seeing the familiar jade pendant, Suing Fei's pupils dilated, and his expression turned grave. After all, he had just sent this pendant to the auction house. How could it possibly be in front of him now? Unbeknownst to him, this jade pendant had circulated from Su Mu Yang's possession, of which there were numerous. "Excuse me, sir, may I inquire as to your identity? It seems we are not acquainted. Today, you come to see my daughter and meet me. May I ask what brings you here?" Suing Fei gazed intently at Su Mu Yang and slowly inquired. Su Mu Yang appraised him with a few glances and calmly remarked, "Find a suitable place to converse. For instance, take me to your home." Suing Fei sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from the individual before her, compelling an instinctive urge to submit. Nevertheless, she declined politely, stating, "I apologize, but I am currently occupied and have numerous guests to attend to. Perhaps you could take a seat and wait for a while?" Su Mu Yang remained silent, merely crossing his arms and gazing at him, leaving several individuals utterly perplexed. At that moment, the guests at the numerous tables dining were inexplicably rising to their feet and making their way outside. "Oh dear, I just remembered something important. I must be off. I need to hurry home, as I seem to have forgotten to close the door," one exclaimed. "Strangely enough, I feel an urge to leave right now, though I cannot quite fathom why." In the blink of an eye, the once bustling dining area was completely vacated, with the guests having departed in an orderly fashion. Su Mu Yang then leisurely remarked, "Now that you have no guests, can you take me home to converse?" Suing Fei opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words to express refusal. "Then let us depart," Lu Wenhui interjected swiftly. "As for you, Fij, I shall take my leave now. I have already spoken to Xiao Yu about this. Please refrain from criticizing her further." A flicker of complexity crossed Suing Fei's eyes as she softly spoke. "Thank you. And please take care on your way home." "Wait." Su Muyang suddenly interrupted them. After surveying the two for a brief moment, she calmly stated, "She should return with us as well. After all, once you are married, she will be considered a member of the Su family." You. Lu Wenhui's cheeks flushed. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. Su Yingfei let out a bitter smile, shaking his head with a sigh. "Wenhui is a good girl. Yet I find myself in such a dire predicament." "Young man." Su Muyang's expression darkened slightly. "She harbors deep feelings for you, and you dare to reject her? If this were to spread, it would truly tarnish the reputation of the Su family." In a modest rental apartment, everything was tidily arranged. Su Mingyu entered the room and immediately immersed herself in playing with the toys without hesitation. Su Muyang pulled a chair and sat down, his gaze continuously following Su Mingyu, growing fonder with each passing moment. Su Yingfei gazed intently at Su Muyang, remaining silent as he pondered deeply within his mind. Lu Wenhui glanced from one to the other, sensing an odd tension in the atmosphere. After a considerable pause, Su Muyang finally withdrew his gaze and spoke in a calm tone. "Please, enlighten me. What is the matter?" Taken aback by the inquiry, Su Yingfei hesitated. "What matter? What about the child's mother?" Su Yingfei faltered instantly. He wished to evade the topic, yet for reasons unknown. He felt a peculiar sense of humility in front of this enigmatic individual, even lacking the courage to decline. After a moment of silence, he forced a wry smile. "It's nothing. I merely misjudged the situation." Beside them, Lu Wenhui became agitated, her voice rising with indignation. "Fij, how can you blame yourself? It is that wicked woman. She colluded with others to abscond with all your money, leaving the company in ruins and burdening you with a mountain of debt. Moreover, she abandoned you and your daughter to flee to the lighthouse nation." "Wenhui." Su Yingfei interrupted her, a rare expression of fatigue crossing his face. "Let us not speak of her any longer. It is my own folly for failing to see her true nature. Besides, I was preoccupied with my career at the time and did not notice these issues sooner. I no longer wish to dwell on the past. My sole focus now is to settle the debts and care for Xiaoyu, nurturing her as she grows." Lu Wenhui pursed her lips, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Su Muyang listened quietly, gradually grasping the essence of the matter, and a hint of displeasure appeared on his face. "How audacious! It is your woman. You alone hold the reins of your fate. Speak now. Do you wish for her demise, or do you have other intentions?" "What?" This statement startled both individuals. And Su Yingfei stood up in disbelief, his expression one of utter incredulity. "What did you just say?" Su Muyang let out a cold laugh. "It has always been the case that the Su family bullies others. Who dares to challenge us? That woman, having betrayed the Su family, must not blame me for enforcing the family law." You, Su Yingfei, after a prolonged silence, have finally recalled a crucial question. "May I inquire as to your identity?" "Me?" Su Muyang chuckled, beckoning Su Mingyu over. "Little you, come here for a moment." "Uncle, are you going to perform a magic trick for me?" Su Mingyu ran over with a lively gait, her eyes filled with eager anticipation as she gazed at Su Muyang. Su Muyang smiled gently and said, "Little Rain, shall I accompany you to play in a little while? Could you first show that stone to Daddy?" "All right then." Su Mingyu pouted slightly, but obediently removed the jade pendant and handed it to her father. "Daddy, look, this beautiful stone was given to me by Uncle Zhu." As Su Yingfei held the familiar jade pendant in his hand, his emotions became a blend of nostalgia and complexity. "Do you recognize this jade pendant?" Su Yingfei let out a bitter laugh. How could he not recognize it? This was a family heirloom. However, just a few days ago, I sent it to the auction house. "But, sir, how did you come to possess it?" "You are mistaken. This is not the jade pendant you sent to the auction house," Su Muyang replied nonchalantly. "This is the jade pendant of the Su family, a symbol of the legacy passed down to the core descendants of the Su clan. The one you hold in your hand is a gift I bestowed upon Su Mingyu. It signifies that from this moment onward, Su Mingyu shall become a core descendant of the Su family. As for yours, you must retrieve it yourself." Su Yingfei was momentarily taken aback. Family, core descendants, symbols of inheritance. Did he think he was writing a novel? His lips twitched slightly, and he offered a resigned smile. "Ancestor. Call me old ancestor." Su Muyang interrupted him. "By the standards of our lineage, you should refer to me as old ancestor. Are you out of your mind?" Su Yingfei increasingly felt that the individual before him was not in his right mind. He steeled himself and said, "Sir, although I am unaware of the origin of this jade pendant, according to the commission agreement I have with the auction house, this pendant has already become one of the items for this weekend's auction and cannot be retracted. Furthermore, I currently do not require any family heirlooms." What I need is a substantial sum of money to make a comeback. In my view, caring for Xiaoyu is far more important than any ethereal notions of family. Indeed. You are quite lucid, Su Muyang remarked, his gaze growing increasingly satisfied. Your branch has been estranged from the main family for far too long, and due to various reasons in the past, you have severed ties with home. I do not hold this against you. However, your unwavering dedication to caring for Xiaoyu pleases me greatly. The ancestral teachings of the Su family state that, at all times and in all matters, the continuity of the Su family bloodline should take precedence. You have embodied this principle exceptionally well. Su Yingfei was left speechless. Elder brother, what on earth are you talking about? Of course, now that you have returned to the family and Xiaoyu has been included among the core descendants, I must also make my intentions known. You require funds, correct? How much do you need? You still want to give money? Su Yingfei was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding the situation. Su Mingyu's eyes lit up with a sudden sparkle as she coquettishly pleaded, Uncle Zhu, if you have the means, could you kindly lend some to my father? He works tirelessly every day to earn money and hardly has any time to play with me. Su Muyang gently ruffled her hair and softly stated, to an ancestor like me, money is the most useless thing. His words were undeniably truthful, a statement of utmost sincerity. Lu Wenhui, who had been silent until now, suddenly brightened and eagerly exclaimed, Mr. Su, although Fei Gu has been operating a stall recently, he has been diligently working on a program, and it is nearly complete. However, we lack the funds for subsequent operational investments, with an initial budget exceeding 10 million. Wenhui. Su Yingfei interrupted her sharply, his voice low and firm. Sir, I am uncertain about what you are implying. While I may be short on funds, I would not entertain any dubious financial sources. If you wish to invest, please do so through formal negotiations. Ha. Su Muyang suddenly chuckled. Dubious, you say? In that case, let us discuss funds with a clear provenance. He casually grabbed a piece of paper nearby and swiftly scribbled a series of numbers. These are the winning lottery numbers for tonight. If you purchase a ticket with these numbers, you could win 30 million. Such funds have a clear and legitimate source. You should have no doubts now. With that, he stood up. It seems you still harbor considerable suspicion towards me. That is understandable. Given what you now know about the Su family, it offers you no advantages. Prepare yourself. Accompany me to the auction this weekend to reclaim your jade pendant. What a blunder. Once outside Su Yingfei's house, Su Muyang couldn't help but feel his cheeks flush. Why would Su Yingfei need money? It had been ages since he had traversed this world. How could he possess its currency? Surely, he would not resort to using alchemical powers to conjure a lump of gold for him. That would be far too ostentatious, tarnishing his esteemed reputation. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Su Muyang was reminded that this world also had lotteries. He calculated the winning numbers with a flick of his fingers, barely managing to save face. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had somewhat lost dignity. For an esteemed ancestor to resort to merely a lottery ticket felt rather petty. After pondering for a moment, inspiration struck him, and he promptly transported himself back to his primary realm. Ha. When we meet again, I shall surely astonish you, compelling you to willingly recognize your ancestry. He departed with elegance, leaving Su Yingfei and Lu Wenhui in a state of bewilderment within their humble abode. After a while, Lu Wenhui managed a dry laugh. Fei Gu, your relative is quite something. Surely, you're not an heir to some grand family, are you? This feels like something out of a novel, so surreal. Su Yingfei shook his head with a bitter smile. How could this be possible? Our family has never been prosperous. For generations, we have only had a single heir. Where could such a relative have come from? And speaking so seriously, it's simply madness. Suddenly, he gasped, his body convulsing uncontrollably as if struck by lightning. Fei Gu, what is wrong with you? Should I call for an ambulance? Lu Wenhui hastily helped him to sit down, her anxiety palpable as beads of sweat formed on her brow. I'm fine. Su Yingfei eventually regained his composure, scratching his head in confusion. He was unsure of what had just transpired. It felt as though he had been struck by thunder, his mind buzzing incessantly. However, he reassured himself that he was all right now. Lu Wenhui observed him for a while and, seeing that he was indeed not gravely harmed, finally felt relieved. Turning her gaze to the note on the table, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. Fei Gu, do you actually believe in this lottery number? Su Yingfei curled his lips and retorted directly. Lottery numbers are entirely random, and the odds of selecting the winning combination are exceedingly slim. Even if other factors come into play, they are not accessible to the average person. Simply scribbling down a few digits and claiming they are the winning numbers is rather laughable. Kindly dispose of it. He initially intended to mock further, but suddenly recalled the electrifying sensation from earlier and instinctively swallowed his words. "Oh," Lu Wenwei exclaimed softly, picking up the slip of paper. Just as she was about to toss it into the trash bin, she hesitated and instead tucked it away in her pocket. Although Su Yingfei noticed, he paid no heed and glanced at the time. "Wenwei, it's getting late. You should return and rest," he said. A flicker of sadness passed through Lu Wenwei's eyes. Yet she forced a smile and replied, "Fij, you should also rest early. Tomorrow afternoon, I will pick up Xiaoyu, so you need not worry." Su Yingfei nodded silently, escorting Lu Wenwei to the door. After spending some time with Su Mingyu, taking care of her hygiene, and preparing to lull her to sleep, his phone suddenly erupted with a cacophony of alerts. He glanced at the screen and was momentarily taken aback. The caller was none other than Lu Wenwei, who had just departed. "Wenhui," Su Yingfei began, but she swiftly interrupted him, her voice tinged with urgency. "We won. We truly won." "Won?" Su Yingfei felt a jolt of disbelief surge within him. "Are you saying that the numbers actually won?" "Yes," Lu Wenwei exclaimed eagerly. "The latest draw just announced the winning numbers, and we've hit the jackpot. The prize is 30 million. Even after taxes, that amounts to 24 million. Goodness." Su Yingfei was startled, leaping to his feet, only to pale and collapse weakly back into his chair, his voice laden with regret. But I didn't buy it." "I did," Lu Wenwei exclaimed with exuberance. "As I was heading downstairs, I passed by the lottery shop at the entrance of the community and, quite inexplicably, purchased a ticket. And lo and behold, we actually won. Brother Fei, we are now wealthy. 24 million. You can finally make your comeback." Su Yingfei pressed her lips together, her tone laden with complexity. "Wenhui, this is your purchase, your prize. Your money." "I cannot," she replied. "Though if you place your trust in me, you may invest. Yet, I must confess, I harbor little faith in this venture." "Brother Fei, what are you saying?" Lu Wenhui exclaimed, her impatience palpable. "This money was clearly left to you by your relative. How can it possibly be considered mine?" "Brother Fei, I understand your desire to maintain face, but this is not the moment for such concerns. At worst, you can treat me to a lavish meal." Su Yingfei shook his head repeatedly. "No, this simply won't do. Perhaps we should consider it an investment instead." In an instant, one person insisted on giving while the other adamantly refused, resulting in an impasse between the two. Su Mingyu lay on the bed, her eyes darting around restlessly. In the tranquil room, the voice from the phone was distinctly audible. Although she did not fully comprehend the situation, she sensed it was somehow related to financial matters. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly piped up in a childlike voice, "Daddy, why not let Aunt Lu marry you and be my mother? Wouldn't that be wonderful?" The two adults fell into a profound silence simultaneously. What a remarkably constructive suggestion. After a considerable pause, Su Yingfei managed a few awkward chuckles, breaking the uncomfortable stillness. "How about we first go claim the award tomorrow? Also, that esteemed old ancestor, wasn't he supposed to come pick us up this weekend? We should also listen to his thoughts then." "Sounds good." Lu Wenwei happily embraced the proposal, secretly reveling in her delight. It seemed that Fij was placing great importance on the opinion of the relative who referred to himself as the old ancestor. Yet, he had just expressed his approval of her as a daughter-in-law of the Su family, which made her blush with embarrassment. Time flew by, and before long, Saturday arrived. Early in the morning, Lu Wenhui arrived at Su Yingfei's home, unable to suppress her nervousness. "Fij, are we really going to the auction? Am I also going? What should I do?" Su Yingfei wore a bitter smile, feeling rather flattered by the high regard placed upon him. "You are well aware of my past circumstances. Although I have accrued a considerable sum of wealth, my dedication has solely been to my work, leaving little room for any other pursuits. I possess no knowledge of auction houses. Yet, since it is the esteemed elder who has taken us there, he must possess a profound understanding of the matter. In recent days, they have engaged in extensive discussions about the sudden emergence of this Su family member who claims to be an ancestor. The consensus reached is one of inscrutability. After all, his uncanny ability to predict the winning lottery numbers suggests a deeper intrigue at play. If he indeed manipulated the lottery, it would signify a figure of immense power. If he merely guessed, how could that be possible? Coupled with the hints dropped by Su Muyang in previous conversations, their unease only grew. Could it truly be that the Su family is akin to the legendary vast clans depicted in novels? Su Yingfei is the legitimate descendant of the Su family, who has wandered outside for years. Is she now returning to the family to embark on a journey of personal resurgence? Goodness, must the plot be so melodramatic? Such chaotic thoughts. Even with Su Yingfei's resilient mentality, would undoubtedly lead her to indulge in wild fantasies. However, fortunately, today the revered ancestor will make another appearance, and certain matters will begin to clarify. Knock, knock. Just as the two were murmuring quietly, a knock resounded at the door. The revered ancestor, you. Su Yingfei opened the door, ready to greet, only to be taken aback. Standing outside was an imposing throng of individuals. At the forefront was Su Muyang, clad in casual attire, surveying the surroundings with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him loomed a dozen or so figures dressed in black suits, each possessing a robust physique and sporting dark sunglasses, as if they were inscribed with bodyguard on the left side of their faces and underworld on the right. What on earth is happening, ancestor? Su Muyang paid no heed to their titles, merely nodding slightly. Call them in. A dozen men in black uniformly bowed. We have met young Master Yingfei. They also bowed to the astonished Lu Wenhui and Su Mengyu at the door. We have met Madame Lu. We have met Miss Mengyu. Lu Wenhui was taken aback, repeatedly gesturing with her hands, stammering, No, I am not a madam. What I say is final. Su Muyang remarked, hands clasped behind his back as he strolled inside leisurely. Bring everything in. Yes. The dozen men in black silently filed in, neatly placing the bags they carried in the living room before quietly retreating. Subsequently, a few flamboyantly dressed young men entered, trembling with palpable anxiety. Su Muyang then spoke nonchalantly. As for me, I have never been one to fuss over appearances when I step out. I prefer to wander about casually on my own. However, considering your prolonged absence from the public eye, it is only fitting that you pay some attention to your image for this first appearance. Hence, I have prepared several outfits for both of you. I have also summoned the city's finest stylists to assist in your transformation. The makeup artist forced a smile, one that was more akin to a grimace than joy. At that moment, their hearts were on the verge of collapse. Receiving such a significant order should have been a cause for celebration. Yet the atmosphere hinted at a potential encounter with something far more sinister. Su Yingfei felt a sense of utter dismay within. This relative certainly had a flair for the dramatic. Old ancestor, is this truly necessary? He questioned, bewildered by the sheer number of people gathered. Isn't this a bit excessive? Excessive? Su Muyang called for Su Mengyu, affectionately ruffling her delicate cheeks before calmly stating, These individuals will be at your service in the future. They possess limited skills, primarily dedicated to ensuring your safety and running errands. Rest assured, they will adhere to your every command without question. Su Yingfei's lips twitched in disbelief, rendered utterly speechless. Old ancestor, I currently possess nothing. I cannot possibly support so many individuals. Young Master Yingfei, a figure cloaked in black, suddenly appeared, standing respectfully with hands at his sides. You may call me Huang. We are a total of 108 individuals, with names ranging from Huang E to Huang E08. Among us, Huang E to Huang C9 are male, tasked with your personal protection, while the remainder are female, responsible for the safety of the lady and the young miss. We shall not present ourselves before you and the lady unless called upon. Should you or the lady have any needs, merely issue your command, and within 10 paces, someone will be at your service. Beyond this, you need not concern yourself with our well-being, as we shall manage our own affairs. With that, he swiftly exited. Su Yingfei felt utterly paralyzed. So, you require no salary, no sustenance, and are solely dedicated to work? He mused incredulously. What an employer's dream come true. Yet, what did you mean by within 10 paces, someone will be present? Are you suggesting that you will be watching over me while I sleep? Will you stand by with toilet paper when I need it? And when I am engaged in more private matters, do you expect to assist me directly? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He was not alone in his discomfort. Lu Wenhui was equally flabbergasted. But I'm still an innocent maiden. How can you address me so casually as madam? She protested. I am merely an ordinary girl. Must there be such a grand display? Several stylists were on the verge of tears. I am 100% certain that you are part of a nefarious gang. This is utterly terrifying. Su Mengyu, unlike the adults, was not taken aback. Rather, she found the situation amusing. After a moment's thought, she subtly raised her hand. May I buy a candied hawthorn? She inquired. Immediately, all eyes turned toward her in unison. Little girl, you certainly dared to make a request. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Mengyu also sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere. She shrank her neck and pouted, saying, I was merely speaking out of curiosity. I thought it would truly be that entertaining. Before she could finish her words, a woman clad in black strode in swiftly from outside, her expression devoid of emotion, resembling a mechanical being. In her hand, she held several candied hawthorns and approached Su Mengyu, bowing slightly as she presented them. Miss, I was unsure of your preferred flavor, so I prepared 7 varieties. If they do not meet your satisfaction, I shall procure more. The crowd was left in bewilderment. Wait a moment, in just a few seconds. Where did you acquire these candied hawthorns? Could it be that among your group, someone is specifically carrying a target laden with skewers of candied hawthorn? The image of the stern, cool figure in black holding a target was indeed quite incongruous. Perfectly satisfactory. Su Mingyu cheered with delight as she accepted the candied hawthorn. Her happiness illuminating her face, her large eyes transforming into crescent moons. How delightful. Little you, consuming too many candied hawthorns is detrimental to your teeth. Su Yingfei uttered weakly, her words sounding particularly pale and powerless. It matters not. Su Muyang casually snatched a candied hawthorn from the little girl's hand and popped it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. Since you have returned to the Su family, certain matters will gradually be revealed to you. If you ever suffer from a headache or a cold, you may seek out these yellow turbans or Huang Yi. Their medical skills are quite commendable. However, as members of the Su family, it is only natural to lead a life free from illness and misfortune. He almost let slip a secret and quickly diverted his attention. Indeed, these men in black were far from being part of any nefarious organization. They were merely the yellow turban warriors summoned by Su Muyang. Yet, to don golden helmets and armor in a modern city would be rather extravagant, so he had merely altered their appearance slightly. Enough with the dawdling. You lot, prepare to commence your duties. Su Muyang gestured towards the stylists and casually remarked. The smiles on the faces of the several stylists appeared more sorrowful than tears. As they cautiously stepped forward, Young master, shall we commence with the styling? Do you have any specific requests? Su Yingfei glanced at Su Muyang. Having completely relinquished any struggle, I do not comprehend these matters. You may proceed as you see fit. Thank you very much, he said politely, which caused the stylist to bow repeatedly in fright. No need to be so modest, it is only proper. Before he could finish his sentence, Huang Yi suddenly appeared beside them, discreetly placing several stacks of thick bills into each of their hands. The young master has commanded a reward. After delivering this message, he silently withdrew. The stylists exchanged glances at the cash in their hands, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Goodness, we haven't even begun our work yet. Merely exchanging pleasantries has resulted in a reward of 50,000 yuan for each of us? If we deliver satisfactory results, how much might we receive then? The mere thought invigorated the stylists, banishing their earlier trepidation. Their legs no longer trembled, their teeth no longer chattered. Instead, they bent even lower in deference. What? Afraid? How could that be possible? They are not from some nefarious gang. This is undoubtedly a prestigious family. Old Ancestor, this truly feels a bit awkward. Su Yingfei stepped out of the room with a wry smile, his exquisite suit appearing particularly immaculate. His hair had been meticulously styled, and a subtle touch of makeup adorned his face, rendering him much more spirited than usual. Su Muyang held Su Mingyu gently, tenderly braiding her hair, and spoke softly. Since you are a member of the Su family, it is only natural to possess a demeanor unruffled by the whims of fortune. As long as you feel at ease, there is no need to concern yourself with the gaze of the mundane world. If it weren't for the fact that you would inevitably encounter such common folk in the future, our ancestors would hardly bother with these matters. Little you, do you like this braid? Su Mingyu tugged at her little braid, clapping her hands joyfully. I love it. How beautiful. Uncle Zhu, you are amazing. Even more so than our kindergarten teachers. Su Yunfei glanced at his daughter, adorned in a fresh and elegant ancient-style long dress, complemented by an intricately styled hairdo, and felt a hint of curiosity. Old Ancestor, I never expected you to style a child's hair. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Of course, Su Muyang replied, carefully assessing the situation, before deftly inserting a jade hairpin into Su Mingyu's hair without even lifting his gaze. The children I have cared for are not merely a handful. However, few possess the charm and obedience of little you, which endears her to me. Ah, such words left Su Yunfei momentarily speechless. Pray tell, what exactly is your identity? You sound akin to a professional caregiver. Fei Fei, am I presentable like this? At that moment, the door to another bedroom creaked open, revealing Lu Wenwei, who stepped out with an air of shyness. Clad in a resplendent black evening gown, she radiated elegance, yet it was evident that she felt somewhat anxious, her head barely daring to lift. Wow, Aunt Lu, you truly look stunning. Su Mingyu skipped over, twirling around her. Even Su Yingfei's eyes brightened at the sight. Miss has issued a decree, a reward. Suddenly, the woman in black who had just purchased candied hawthorn appeared, stuffing several stacks of cash into the hands of the stylists. Thank you, Miss Su. The stylists were instantly filled with joy, repeatedly expressing their gratitude to Su Mingyu. The bodyguards appeared somewhat foolish, but perhaps this was simply the grandeur of a wealthy family. Su Muyang nodded with a smile. Indeed, this young man Ingfei has finally exhibited sound judgment this time. However, you must possess a touch more confidence as a daughter-in-law of the Su family. There exists no circumstance nor individual in this world that should compel you to bow your head. Su Ingfei hurriedly interrupted him. Master, at this moment, my sole focus with Wen Hui is to swiftly revive my career. Matters of the heart are not something I wish to contemplate for the time being. Furthermore, from a legal standpoint, I am still married. Su Muyang's expression darkened as he expressed his discontent. Career? Is that truly a matter of concern? With the Su family's support behind you, what endeavor could possibly be beyond your reach? Remember this, within our clan, no matter the circumstances, the matter of marriage and procreation is paramount. Furthermore, does that woman, who betrayed the Su family, even possess the qualifications to be an obstacle? If simplicity is what you desire, I could easily eliminate her, rendering you a widower, thus allowing you to remarry without hindrance. A sharp intake of breath echoed among the stylists as their faces paled in unison. The casual mention of taking a life was unsettling, revealing the grim reality of even the most affluent families. The expressions of the others also turned ashen, and Su Ingfei quickly waved his hands in protest. No, that's unnecessary. I have already filed for divorce, and it should be finalized in the coming days. As for the future, let us part ways amicably. After all, she is Xiao Yu's biological mother, and we cannot disregard that. Master Ancestor, allow me to manage this matter. Su Muyang furrowed his brows, choosing not to elaborate further. He simply lifted Su Mingyu and made his way outside. Since everything was in order, it was time to embark on their journey. Su Ingfei and Lu Wenwei hesitated for a moment before hastily following suit, leaving a few stylists in the room to exchange puzzled glances. However, they soon became exhilarated. For a figure clad in black approached, clutching a box filled with cash. Mr. Old Ancestor, this seems rather unnecessary, Su Ingfei exclaimed, startled as he reached the ground floor. To his astonishment, a line of vehicles was parked outside, sleek black sedans, all bearing the unmistakable emblem of Rolls-Royce. In the center stood an elongated model, measuring 8 to 9 meters in length. Beside each vehicle stood several motionless figures in black, resembling statues. Such a grand display had already attracted the attention of the neighborhood residents, many of whom peeked from a distance, engaging in hushed discussions, while others eagerly captured the scene with their mobile phones. Follow me, came the command. Su Muyang, cradling Su Mingyu, strode confidently towards the elongated Rolls-Royce. The men in black had already opened the car door in anticipation. Su Ingfei and Lu Wenwei exchanged a glance of resignation before stepping inside. The opulent decor within the car instantly enveloped them in a sensation akin to that of Lu Laolao entering the Grand Garden. Su Muyang produced several bags of snacks, playfully teasing Su Mingyu as he spoke. These cars were gifted by several princes from the Middle East. They are now yours. After all, as you embark on the journey of establishing your company anew, having a few vehicles for your convenience is only fitting. Should you desire a private jet? Now that I am in a generous mood, do not hesitate to express that wish. In this world, he indeed lacked monetary wealth. Yet for him, earning money was hardly a challenge. However, to alleviate some burdens from Su Ingfei, he had not been idle. He sent a clone to the Middle East recently. A small display of skill had garnered him reverence from the affluent there. A mere sum of money was trivial in the grand scheme of things. Though he spoke with a casual air, Su Ingfei was left in a state of astonishment. A private jet? Initially, the notion of using a Rolls-Royce as a means of transport was already staggering, but in comparison to a private jet, it seemed rather mundane. No, thank you. Esteemed elder, I truly do not require it. I had already won 24 million from that lottery ticket. Su Ingfei spoke somewhat hesitantly. That is your pocket money. You may accept it without concern. Su Muyang waved his hand dismissively and remarked, I have told you before, money is the most useless thing to our Su family. Of course, in this world, the power of money is undeniably immense. Thus, if you aspire to establish a company, pursue a career, or seek wealth, I wholeheartedly support you. Open the chest beneath your feet. That is the true gift bestowed upon you by your ancestor. A chest? It was only then that Su Ingfei discovered a large black safe beneath his feet. Upon opening the safe, he found it densely packed with computer hard drives, each adorned with a label. Titles such as Peacekeeper Elite, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, League of Legends, Honor of Kings, Black Myth, Wukong, and Plants vs. Zombies filled him with bewilderment. Noticing the perplexed expression on Su Yingfei's face, Su Muyang calmly began to explain. These are all established games, and everything you need is contained here, including source code. Artwork, modeling, it's all comprehensive. To put it plainly, you merely need to set up a server and conduct promotional activities, and you can officially launch operations. If executed properly, earning several hundred billion within a year is entirely feasible. Several hundred billion? The staggering figure jolted Su Yingfei upright, causing his head to collide sharply with the roof of the car. Ouch! He exclaimed, nearly brought to tears by the sudden pain. However, he quickly dismissed the discomfort, waving his hands in disbelief. No, this simply cannot be. Calm down. Maintain your composure. Su Muyang shot him a fierce glare. As a member of the Su family, one must possess the poise to remain unperturbed even in the face of calamity. Look at Wenhui. She exhibits far more composure than you. Lu Wenhui forced a smile, one that was more painful than sorrowful. Elder, this is hardly composure on my part. I am utterly stunned. The prospect of earning several hundred billion in a year was simply overwhelming. She struggled to articulate her thoughts, grappling with the enormity of the figure. Still feeling disoriented. Stay calm. Su Muyang wore an expression of tranquility. I have previously stated that money holds little significance for us, the Su family. Hundreds of billions a year is merely a trivial matter. A trivial matter? Su Yingfei shook his head with a wry smile, his heart awash with mixed emotions. In his heyday, he was a renowned young entrepreneur in the city, with an annual income exceeding 100 million. But now, what does 100 million even mean? That venerable elder, I was previously engaged in the IT sector. I am quite unfamiliar with the gaming industry. Su Muyang glared at him fiercely, his expression tinged with frustration over his perceived incompetence. Don't you know how to recruit talent? Find some professionals to handle the work while you sit back and reap the profits. As long as you offer sufficiently high compensation. What kind of expert could possibly elude you? If other companies offer $1 million in annual salary, why can't you bid $5 million? Our Su family has always been small in number, with few direct descendants capable of sustaining such vast enterprises. Our success hinges on recognizing talent and utilizing it wisely. This is how we've thrived. Must I really spell this out for you? Remember this well. Yes, elder ancestor, I'll remember. Su Yingfei nodded thoughtfully, though a moment later, he froze in bewilderment. Why did I respond so naturally? It feels as though I were a child facing a parent. From now on, address me simply as ancestor, Su Muyang corrected offhandedly. After a brief pause, he continued slowly. Still, you do raise a valid point. The gaming industry has its limits. There's only so much room for growth. Very well, in due time, I shall provide you with another set of materials, all concerning highly promising IT ventures. For instance, there's an app called Kuaishouyan, a short video platform with the potential to dominate its field and become a national sensation. Then there's Tuanlim, a food delivery service, Didi, a ride-hailing app, and Taoduoduo, an e-commerce platform. This world lags over a decade behind the primary one in technological advancement. Countless essential mobile applications from there remain entirely untapped here. Su Muyang, in a fit of inspiration, decided to draw upon the principal realm and unleashed a plethora of ideas. As for whether he could truly accomplish this, one might be underestimating the capabilities of a formidable being. In the main world, he seldom resorted to extraordinary powers, as he perceived it to be a sanctuary for his spirit, preferring to preserve its tranquility. If he were to apply himself, would one not wonder the origins of the information regarding these games? Was it not Su Muyang who had skillfully appropriated it? After enumerating a multitude of examples, Su Muyang concluded with a lingering sense of satisfaction. These systems are well established. One merely needs to operate them methodically, provided one possesses sound judgment. Achieving the status of the world's wealthiest individual within 3 to 5 years is indeed quite feasible. The world's wealthiest individual? Su Yingfei sat there, his eyes vacant, slumped softly in his seat. The notion of being the world's wealthiest individual is something most can scarcely dream of. Yet, why is it that when you speak of it, it seems so effortlessly trivial? Most intriguingly, why do I always feel that what you say is destined to come to fruition, particularly regarding those projects? They sound so credible upon first hearing. Goodness, is this the path to becoming the world's richest person? Beside him, Lu Wenhui was so astounded that she appeared almost dazed. I confess, I harbor feelings for Su Yingfei, even though he has a daughter. Even in his downfall, I hold no disdain. But why is it that at this moment, I feel unworthy of him? How fortuitous my taste must be to choose a man with the potential to be the world's wealthiest. Only Su Mingyu seemed oblivious to these thoughts, exploring the car with a curious demeanor, much to Su Muyang's endearment. As for that ancestral legacy, I find myself somewhat perplexed. This information is indeed invaluable. How could I be the chosen one, even if I were truly a descendant of the Su family? It hardly justifies such a grand gesture. The Su family must be quite a prominent lineage, and surely the others within the family must have their opinions. From what I've seen in television dramas and novels, the intricacies of aristocratic feuds are notoriously complex. After a considerable time, Su Yingfei finally regained some composure and posed the question that had long piqued his curiosity. Su Muyang let out a sigh, revealing a hint of helplessness on his face. The bloodline of the Su family possesses some peculiarities, making the procreation of descendants exceedingly challenging. For instance, one branch has transmitted its lineage for 18 generations over 5 centuries, nearly leading to a cessation of its heritage. Another branch has maintained its lineage for a millennium. Yet over this span of 1,000 years, the total number of offspring barely surpassed 200. As for the main lineage, he fell silent, recalling that formidable woman who was, for thousands of years, had shown no signs of potential offspring, causing Su Muyang to feel a wave of despondency wash over him. With a weary wave of his hand, he diverted the conversation. Ultimately, every member of the Su family is regarded as an invaluable treasure. Previous misfortunes had caused your branch to drift away, yet now that you have finally returned to the family, it is indeed a momentous occasion. Moreover, having just turned 30, you have gifted the family with the delightful little one, Xiaoyu, which is a significant contribution to the Su clan. It is merely a trivial sum of money, hardly worth mentioning. You may accept it with ease. As for your concerns regarding internal strife, there is no need for apprehension. Due to the family's limited population yet abundant resources, there is no danger of familial bonds being severed for the sake of selfish gain. Rather, mutual support is the prevailing tradition of the household. If others were to learn of your return to the ancestral roots, they would be overjoyed, not harboring any grievances. Upon hearing about the enduring nature of the sub-branches, Su Yingfei was inwardly astonished. Goodness! The depth of the Su family's heritage is far more profound than he had imagined. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, a sense of unease crept in. Ancestor. Even though I have returned to the family, I have achieved nothing. It feels unjust to receive such a grand gift without merit. Is there something I can do to contribute? He inquired. If I could be of service, it would ease my conscience. Upon mentioning this, Su Muyang's spirit was rekindled. Instantly sitting up straight and fixing his gaze upon Su Yingfei, pronouncing each word with conviction. The only request I have of you, my ancestor, is to procreate abundantly, expanding our Su family's lineage. Ah, indeed. Su Yingfei was momentarily at a loss for words. What a straightforward request. However, recalling the earlier mention of the Su family's lack of offspring, he found it somewhat understandable. Only Lu Wenwei's face flushed crimson, her head bowed in silence. I can't shake the feeling that this remark is directed at me, yet I possess no evidence. As expected, Su Muyang effortlessly steered the conversation towards her. Wenwei, you will bear significant responsibilities in the future, he proclaimed. Of course, this matter is entirely voluntary and also dependent on luck. However, should you indeed contribute to the Su family's lineage, you would undoubtedly be hailed as a great benefactor, and the Su family would certainly not be stingy in their gratitude. Observing Lu Wenhui's face reddening to the point of resembling a ripe fruit, Su Yingfei hastily interjected to alleviate the tension. By the way, esteemed ancestor, when might I have the pleasure of meeting the other members of the family? Su Muyang shook his head with a bitter smile, just about to speak when he suddenly froze. Immediately, his brows knitted together as he plunged into deep contemplation. Su Yingfei and Lu Wenhui exchanged a glance, both feeling somewhat perplexed. Was it truly necessary to complicate such a simple matter of merely meeting? Little did they know. Su Yingfei's attempt to shift the conversation unexpectedly sparked inspiration in Su Muyang. Indeed, the Su family is scattered across various realms. Why can they not establish connections with one another? Much like when Su Ruobing was taken to Su Qing's Tianwu world, a remarkable chemical reaction ensued. What initially seemed to be a trivial matter of reclaiming a lowly world transformed into the monumental task of reshaping the 3 realms within the Tianwu world. What kind of sparks can emerge from the collision of distinct worlds, cultures, and powers? Take Su Yingfei's current predicament as an example. To the other members of the Su family across different realms, it is hardly a concern. Yet here we are, with me, the elder, having to intervene personally. And while I toil, those dutiful descendants merely reap the rewards. How absurd. I am not your servant. In a fleeting moment, Su Muyang quickly conceived some thoughts. Noticing Su Muyang lost in contemplation, Su Yingfei dared not utter a word. instead silently calming his emotions. Time passed, and eventually, the vehicle came to a steady halt. Huang Yi, in the driver's seat, suddenly spoke up. Master, we have arrived at the Four Seasons Hotel. Already here? Su Muyang nodded absent-mindedly. His brow still furrowed in concentration. He had managed to clarify his thoughts to some extent. It was not particularly challenging to connect the members of the Su family across various realms. The real difficulty lay in traversing time and space. His ability to facilitate such journeys stemmed from the existence of his system. However, without his direct involvement, how could he accomplish this task? After meticulously reviewing his available resources, Su Muyang felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. This endeavor was indeed quite complex. Welcome to the Four Seasons Hotel. Upon witnessing a convoy of Rolls-Royce vehicles arriving at the hotel entrance, a few of the greeters felt a jolt of excitement, their hearts racing. This spectacle undoubtedly signified the arrival of elite guests. Before they could approach to open the doors, a line of individuals clad in black had already formed on either side. And one person gently opened the car door. Su Muyang descended the stairs while cradling Su Mengyu, maintaining an air of distraction. Following closely behind were Su Yingfei and Lu Wenhui, who had just alighted from the vehicle. They were well aware that the Four Seasons Hotel was the most prestigious five-star establishment in the city, frequented by guests of considerable wealth and status. In the days of Su Yingfei's former grandeur, he often hosted clients in this very place, rendering it somewhat familiar. Although it was Lu Wenhui's first venture into such an upscale venue, the presence of Su Yingfei alleviated her nerves. Only Su Mengyu, with an inquisitive demeanor, twisted and turned in Su Muyang's embrace, peering around with wide-eyed curiosity. Amidst a throng of individuals clad in black, they swiftly arrived at a banquet hall on the 8th floor of the hotel. However, today's banquet hall had been transformed into an auction venue, with several security personnel and hostesses stationed at the entrance. A few guests were in the process of signing in. Yet, despite the seemingly professional demeanor of the security staff, they paled in comparison to the formidable black-clad figures reminiscent of warriors. Oh dear, Su Yingfei exclaimed suddenly, recalling something important, and quietly inquired, Ancestor, do we have an invitation to the auction? Such prestigious auctions are not accessible to just anyone. They require prior invitations from the auction house, and only those in possession of such invitations may enter. Furthermore, a bidding deposit must be submitted in advance. His unexpected question caused Su Muyang to momentarily stiffen. Over the past few days, he had been quite occupied, returning to the main world to organize materials and taking a trip to the Middle East. Such trivial matters as invitations were hardly of concern to the Ancestor. However, upon being questioned by Su Yingfei, he couldn't help but feel a slight flush of embarrassment. At that moment, a middle-aged man at the registration desk turned around and, upon seeing Su Yingfei, paused in surprise, recognizing something. A cold smirk crept across his lips as he approached Su Yingfei. Oh, isn't this Mr. Su? Congratulations, Mr. Su, on the expansion of your business. Have you set up a stall at the Four Seasons Hotel now? Indeed, it seems that exceptional individuals excel in all endeavors. His tone dripped with sarcasm, accentuated by the unabashed disdain etched on his face, amplifying the mocking atmosphere. Su Yingfei let out a cold snort and remarked nonchalantly, I was wondering who it could be. It turns out to be you, Mr. Zhang. After the collapse of my company, a vast market void has emerged. Why are you not busy seizing market share but instead here? Ah, I see now. It appears you believe victory is assured. Hence you have sheathed your sword and turned your horse to pasture. It is only today that I comprehend why you were so thoroughly defeated by me in the past. It turns out you are exceedingly proud and arrogant. How foolish of me to consider you a rival. It seems my judgment was lacking. Before Su Muyang, he spoke with a certain lack of confidence, yet when confronting others, he showed no signs of retreat. Naturally, all this was underpinned by a crucial factor. As the saying goes, money is a man's courage. With the mysterious Su family backing him and substantial financial resources at his disposal, Su Yingfei radiated confidence. Lu Wenhui whispered, Master, this person is Zhang Mingjie, a former competitor of Brother Fei's company. He was consistently suppressed by Brother Fei's firm in the past. However, later on, Lu Wenhui had originally been an employee of Su Yingfei's company. After the company faced its downfall, most employees scattered like birds and beasts, with many even adding insult to injury. Only she remained by Su Yingfei's side out of admiration, thus she was well aware of these matters. Su Muyang nodded slightly, remaining silent as he quietly observed. Such trivial matters could be left for future generations to handle. What was of utmost importance to him now was to swiftly address the issue of the invitation. Otherwise, if he arrived with his descendants to reclaim the jade pendant, only to find the doors barred, or worse, having to resort to unconventional means to gain entry, wouldn't that tarnish his dignity as an ancestor? Ah, is that not Mr. Su? One of the men remarked. Oh, who is this? Is she the new girlfriend of Mr. Zhang? Truly, Mr. Zhang is quite the charmer. His wife just ran off. And he already has a new flame? Just as the two men exchanged barbed comments, a woman, strutting in her high heels with an air of arrogance, approached. She immediately launched into a scathing mockery upon their introduction, all the while sizing up Lu Wenhui. Goodness, Mr. Su is indeed fortunate in his romantic pursuits. And this lady, Lu Wenhui? She suddenly faltered. Lu Wenhui, adorned with exquisite makeup and a splendid gown, appeared strikingly different from her usual self. It took her a moment to recognize her. Upon realization, a surge of anger welled up within her. Miss Lu's tactics are quite impressive. No wonder she defends that little girl so fiercely. It seems she aspires to be a stepmother. Yet her choice in a partner is rather lacking, settling for a mere street vendor? How utterly laughable! After a few derisive remarks, she shifted her gaze back to Su Muyang. But upon meeting his eyes, her complexion paled, and instinctively, she retreated a few steps until she stood beside Zhang Mingjie, seemingly regaining her confidence. Pointing at Su Muyang, she cried out, "Darling, that's him. Just a few days ago at the kindergarten, he insulted me. He even frightened our little Andy." Su Muyang casually glanced over and was taken aback to discover that this woman was, in fact, a familiar face. She was none other than the mother of little Andy, whom he had encountered a few days prior while picking up Su Mingyu. However, he was astonished to learn that she was related to Zhang Mingjie. No wonder she harbored such animosity towards Su Mingyu. Su Yingfei maintained her composure. Even while embroiled in a dispute with Zhang Mingjie, her face still adorned with a smile. However, upon suddenly invoking Su Muyang's name, she could no longer restrain herself. After all, Su Muyang was the representative of the Su family and a significant benefactor to him. Moreover, given Su Muyang's temperament, one could easily imagine him uttering threats to deal with her. That would spell trouble. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yingfei stepped forward and commanded in a low voice. Silence. When she turned to face Zhang Mingjie again, her expression had darkened ominously. Zhang Mingjie, control your wife and make her quiet, lest she provoke someone she should not. Zhang Mingjie was taken aback, but before he could respond, the woman had already begun berating Su Yingfei. Su Yingfei, you can't even manage your own wife. Yet you have the audacity to criticize others? You dare tell me to be silent? Her words abruptly ceased, as if an invisible hand had clutched her throat. Not only did her voice vanish, but her appearance mirrored that of a suffocated duck. Just as she spoke, Huang Yi suddenly emerged, extending his right hand to grasp her neck, lifting her effortlessly from the ground. Young master has commanded you to be silent, with her neck in his grip. The woman's face turned a deep crimson, her hands flailing desperately to pry Huang Yi's arm away. Unfortunately, her strength paled in comparison to that of the formidable warrior. After a brief struggle, her face grew even redder, her strength waning, and her mind began to swirl with dizziness. Stop! Zhang Mingjie exclaimed, startled by the scene, and rushed forward in an attempt to rescue his wife. However, as he moved, several men in black swiftly surrounded him, immobilizing him completely. Only then did Su Yingfei regain her composure and shout, Huang Yi, release her. Yes. Huang Yi replied expressionlessly, loosening his grip, causing the woman to crumple to the ground. Coughing violently, Zhang Mingjie hurried to her side, helping her up, yet his gaze remained fixed on Su Yingfei, his heart filled with confusion and suspicion. He was no fool. Having sparred with Su Yingfei in the business arena, he was far from naive. In that fleeting moment, he had sensed that if not for Su Yingfei's intervention, that man in black might have indeed choked his wife to death. The unchanging expression on her face suggested that such events were mere commonplace for her. What kind of people are these? Where did Su Yingfei find these formidable bodyguards? Could they possibly be his protection? Even at the pinnacle of his success, it would have been inconceivable for Su Yingfei to possess such guardians, let alone in his current state. His gaze swiftly fixated on Su Muyang. Could it be that these bodyguards belong to this young man? Who exactly is this youth, and what is his connection to Su Yingfei? The adage, the wealthier one becomes, the more one fears death, rings undeniably true. Zhang Mingjie, who had previously dared to mock Su Yingfei, now found himself at a loss for words, hesitant to utter another syllable amidst the uncertainty. The thought of meeting an untimely demise under such circumstances felt utterly unjust. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the entrance of the venue. Even the security personnel and receptionists who had been present earlier had retreated to a safe distance. Just then, a figure rushed out from within the venue. and upon spotting Su Yingfei, hurriedly approached him, seizing his hand and shaking it fervently, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Mr. Su, welcome. We are honored by your esteemed presence. Su Yingfei focused his gaze, feeling a twinge of confusion. For the individual before him was not a stranger. It was none other than Zhao Xingtai, the manager of the Dingtai auction house, which was hosting the current auction. Previously, when he entrusted the jade pendant to Dingtai, it was Zhao Xingtai who handled the matter. Yet, even then, Zhao's demeanor was merely one of professional courtesy. How could he now exhibit such warmth and even a hint of reverence? However, Su soon dismissed his thoughts, reasoning that perhaps this was all orchestrated by his ancestors. What he failed to notice was, suddenly, a faint blush appeared on Su Mu Yang's face, but it quickly faded, as if nothing had transpired. How embarrassing. It was truly mortifying. The esteemed ancestor had overlooked even the invitation, resorting to magic to resolve the predicament. Although a mesmerizing spell had successfully subdued Zhao Xingtai, alas. Ever since acquiring the system and magical powers, I have increasingly shunned intellectual exertion. After a few days apart, General Su has become even more handsome and charismatic. I wish him a swift return to his former glory. And this must be Mrs. Su? Indeed, she is both beautiful and gracious, gentle and virtuous. They are truly a match made in heaven. Especially commendable is Mrs. Su's unwavering loyalty during General Su's hardships. Such devotion is truly enviable. Lu Wenhui pursed her lips, remaining silent. The initial compliment was delightful to hear, but the latter remark felt rather awkward. Zhao Xingtai, grinning broadly, continued to shower flattery. This must be the esteemed daughter of the Su family indeed. He suddenly froze, glancing at Su Mu Yang holding Su Mengyu. Confusion etched across his features. How peculiar. Who is this? Why do I feel as though I have seen him before? Unbeknownst to him, he had indeed encountered Su Mu Yang before, though the memory had been erased. With Zhao Xingtai's company, the need for an invitation had naturally dissipated. At that moment, the auction venue was already bustling with numerous attendees engaged in casual conversations. As soon as Su Yingfei and his companions entered, they were promptly noticed. "Ha ha, little Su has arrived," exclaimed an elderly man with graying hair, who was slowly approaching with the assistance of a young woman. He scrutinized Su Yingfei for a moment before nodding approvingly and remarking, "You seem quite spirited. It appears you have regained your strength." Su Yingfei gave a slight bow, infused with a hint of respect. "Mr. Tian, it has been quite some time since we last met. I trust you are still in good health? I was just contemplating visiting you in the coming days, and unexpectedly, here we are today. If it is convenient for you, may I invite you for tea after the auction concludes? We could also address the matter of the debt. However, that is not pressing." The elderly gentleman waved his hand dismissively, chuckling softly. "Let us discuss it when your finances are more favorable. I am not in urgent need of the money. If you find yourself still in a tight situation, it is of little consequence. My offer remains unchanged. As long as you consent to become our family's son-in-law, we shall consider the debt as part of your bride price. I will also assist you in resolving that matter. You and my granddaughter, Xiaoxua, have frequently interacted in the business realm and are quite familiar with one another. Do take some time to ponder this." Grandfather, Tian Shui, standing beside him, immediately expressed her discontent with a playful pout, casting a fierce glare at Su Yingfei. "Dare you accept the offer? Oh, is there some gossip brewing?" Su Mu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, instantly intrigued. This old man's discernment is rather impressive, as he has immediately recognized a member of the Su family. However, a son-in-law? Does he think the Su family lacks worthy candidates? Nearby, Lu Wenhui was equally taken aback by this statement. What does this mean? Is someone attempting to steal my man? Her heart tightened, and she instinctively leaned closer to Su Yingfei. As Su Yingfei caught a glimpse of her actions from the corner of his eye, he sensed her underlying tension. He gently grasped her hand and, with a smile, said, "Mr. Tian, Miss Tian, allow me to introduce you to Lu Wenhui. In a few days, once my divorce litigation concludes, I intend to host a wedding. I sincerely hope you both will be able to attend." However, the smile on the old man's face suddenly froze, while Tian Shui's gaze turned sharp, fixating intently on Lu Wenhui, filled with scrutiny. Despite her reluctance towards this arranged marriage, she pondered the meaning of such a direct refusal. Was it an affront to her? Her eyes swept over Lu Wenhui's exquisite attire, and suddenly the young woman smiled, her gaze towards Su Yingfei tinged with a hint of mockery. "No wonder, Mr. Su has the capacity to resolve his debt issues. It all makes sense now. Which esteemed family does this young lady hail from? Why hasn't Mr. Su offered a proper introduction?" Su Yingfei gently patted Lu Wenhui's hand, signaling her to be at ease, before responding with a faint smile. Miss Tian has misunderstood. Wenhui is merely an ordinary girl. She was originally a minor employee in my company, and after my misfortune, while others scattered and even took advantage of the situation, she remained steadfast by my side. In recent days, my family has come to appreciate her greatly, which is why we have decided to proceed with our engagement. Family? The venerable Mr. Tian, astute as ever, quickly shifted his attention to Su Muyang, who was amusing Su Mengyu, his mind racing with inquiries. Is this truly Su Yingfei's family? But his parents passed away long ago. He has always been solitary. How could he suddenly have a family? Moreover, the moment this family emerged, Su Yingfei promptly began addressing his debts, suggesting a substantial financial backing. This young man must be secured. For a long time, Su Yingfei had been a figure Mr. Tian greatly admired. In terms of character and talent, he was among the elite of the younger generation. Regrettably, no one is without flaws, and his choice in women had been rather questionable. However, with the departure of that unreliable woman, Mr. Tian's long-dormant aspirations had been rekindled. Despite Su Yingfei's previous unsuccessful marriage, Mr. Tian was unconcerned. After all, men do not suffer losses in such matters. It often leads to invaluable growth. Hence, he proposed this notion. Yet, he did not anticipate the overwhelming reaction from his granddaughter. Nor could he have foreseen that Su Yingfei would find a new partner so swiftly, one who had gained familial approval. Mr. Tian pondered briefly, stepping forward a few paces, and smiled at Su Muyang. My young friend, stop. Su Muyang, engrossed in entertaining the little girl, did not even lift his gaze. Firstly, the term young friend should be used with caution. You may not be worthy of it. Secondly, as members of the Su family, we cannot become someone else's son-in-law. Thirdly, your granddaughter does not possess the qualifications to enter the Su family. What? Mr. Tian was momentarily speechless, unable to utter a word. However, Tian Xue's brow shot up in indignation as she exclaimed, What do you mean by that? What do you mean I am unqualified to enter your Su family? Who wishes to enter your Su family? Su Muyang gently pinched Su Mengyu's delicate face and casually remarked, acting impulsively with an arrogant disposition. You are headstrong and possess the temperament of a spoiled young lady. Such traits inevitably disturb the peace of the household. Most importantly, lacking in curves. It is evident that one would not be conducive to nurturing. Tian Xue, pointing at Su Muyang, was so enraged that her complexion turned pale, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Wenhui silently lowered her head, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. No wonder the elder holds such affection for me. It appears I am devoid of any of those shortcomings. Noticing the atmosphere had grown tense, Su Yingfei quickly intervened to ease the situation, saying, Elder Tian, my apologies. In a few days, I shall personally come to offer my apologies. For now, let us take our seats, as the auction is about to commence. Without waiting for Elder Tian's response, he promptly pulled Su Muyang away. Once they had distanced themselves, he whispered in discontent, Elder, please be mindful of your words. After all, she is a young lady, and we ought to consider her feelings. Su Muyang was unconcerned, merely responding with a faint smile. Oh, I didn't realize you had such a tender heart for the fairer sex. Su Yingfei shook his head and said helplessly, Ancestor, please don't tease me. During my time running the company, I had a few business interactions with Tian Xue, but nothing more. After all, we ought to maintain a semblance of decorum, right? Decorum? Su Muyang scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. That is something the Ancestor has no need for. The essence of the Ancestor is to act freely and without constraint. Remember this, when you possess immense strength, you embody the very rules and decorum you speak of. Grandfather, that individual is exceedingly overbearing. Does he truly think the Tian family is easy to bully? No, I must find a way to teach him a lesson. And, grandfather, honestly, what is so commendable about Su Yingfei? He is merely a good-for-nothing who cannot even manage a woman. Do you truly wish for me to marry him? Is he worthy? Seated, Tian Xue remained visibly fuming. Tian Lao scrutinized the retreating figures of Su Muyang and the others, his brows slightly furrowed. Xiao Xue. This person likely has a significant background. Do not act recklessly. Su Yingfei is a capable young man, intelligent and resourceful, even if you genuinely dislike him. There is no need to escalate matters unnecessarily. He noted Su Muyang's composed demeanor. Though he spoke little, there was an unmistakable aura of distinction about him. As a successful businessman, he preferred to avoid enmity unless absolutely necessary, especially with someone who appeared to be extraordinary. Tian Xue huffed in response, choosing not to speak further. However, her indignant expression made it clear that she had not heeded her grandfather's counsel. Esteemed guests, welcome to the spring auction at Ding Tai Auction House. As time drew near, the hall filled with attendees. An elegantly poised female auctioneer took the stage, eloquently commencing the auction. The first item for bid was a painting from the Ming Dynasty by court painter Xie Huan, titled Cloud and Mountain Scenery. This piece, centered on landscapes, employed rice dots for texture, evoking a sense of vastness and showcasing exquisite ink tones. The auctioneer spoke fervently, introducing the first piece, while a large screen behind her displayed the painting's image, eliciting waves of admiration from the audience. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yingfei gently addressed Su Muyang. Elder Ancestor, if I wish to visit the other members of our family, I am uncertain what gifts would be appropriate. There are many exquisite items at this auction. Perhaps you could select a few for me? Is that so? Su Muyang casually glanced up, then returned his focus to teasing Su Mingyu, eliciting peals of laughter from the little girl. It's merely an ordinary painting, essentially akin to the practice works of some of the younger generation in our family. Your intention is what truly matters. If you genuinely wish to present a gift, some local specialties would suffice. The value of the item is insignificant compared to the sentiment behind it. Su Yingfei smacked his lips, at a loss for words. Although he was not well versed in artwork, he was aware that Xie Huan was one of the renowned landscape painters from the early Ming Dynasty, with very few surviving works, naturally making them quite valuable. Yet, to hear it referred to as merely an ordinary painting, and that even the younger members of the family produced works of similar caliber, left him in awe. What kind of existence was the Su family? However, upon reflection, he felt a flush of embarrassment. After all, he currently possessed nothing and was burdened with debts. Even if he were to prepare gifts, it would be with money from the elder ancestor, which made him feel somewhat awkward. After a moment of discomfort, he could not help but inquire, Elder Ancestor, where exactly is our family located? When will I be able to meet the others? Curious, are we? Su Muyang shot him a sideways glance, chuckling lightly, then you should hasten your marriage to Wenhui. When you tie the knot, I shall bring a few family members to grace the occasion. Ah? Lu Wenhui, who had been attentively listening, was taken aback by the sudden mention of her name, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Elder Ancestor, there are children present. What are you saying? Hee. Su Muyang reached out and gently pinched Su Mingyu's little nose, smiling softly. Little you, would you like your Aunt Lu to be your mother? Is that true? Su Mingyu's eyes lit up with excitement as she clapped her hands and exclaimed, Yes. Yes, that would be wonderful. Aunt Lu cooks delicious food, never scolds me, and plays with me. I absolutely adore Aunt Lu, unlike my previous mother, who hardly paid attention to me. As she spoke, her mood suddenly took a downturn. Su Muyang raised an eyebrow, a flicker of anger igniting within him. How dare they allow the little princess of the Su family to be wronged? That woman is doomed. They were animatedly discussing matters here. Yet the others could only observe their gestures, utterly unable to hear a sound. Why? Because of the soundproof barrier, of course. The 12th item up for auction was a magnificent jade pendant. Crafted from exquisite mutton fat jade, its texture was smooth and delicate, truly a paragon among jades. And the workmanship was exceptional. On the large screen, the familiar image of the Su family's jade pendant appeared. At that moment, Su Yingfei's spirits soared. He had not forgotten that the purpose of attending this auction was to reclaim the pendant in a rightful manner. Previously unaware, he now recognized that this was the Su family's heirloom, and he secretly regretted his ignorance. Fortunately, with the support of the ancestral funds, retrieving it would not pose a significant challenge. However, while he thought this way, Su Muyang had a different perspective. This was the property of the Su family. Allowing it to be auctioned publicly was tantamount to tarnishing the family's reputation. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he casually cast a glance at Zhao Xingtai. Suddenly jolted, Zhao Xingtai hastily ascended the stage. Wait a moment. Everyone turned to look at him in confusion, and the auctioneer instinctively paused. Zhao Xingtai wore an apologetic smile, bowing repeatedly to the audience. I sincerely apologize, everyone. This jade pendant has been withdrawn from today's auction. What? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Withdrawn at the last minute? What sort of maneuver was this? Not only the attendees, but even the staff at the venue were taken aback. In the auction business, credibility was paramount. Now, with manager Zhao's abrupt declaration, who would be willing to engage with them in the future? Wasn't this self-sabotage? After a moment of uproar, someone voiced their displeasure. Manager Zhao, what is the meaning of this? I came here specifically for that jade pendant to gift it to my son for his birthday. What does it mean that you suddenly refuse to sell it? Others echoed similar sentiments of dissatisfaction. On stage, Zhao Xingtai maintained a beaming smile. continuously offering apologies but providing no explanations whatsoever. Su Yingfei glanced at the serene Su Muyang and tentatively inquired, "Elder Ancestor, what is the matter?" Su Muyang shook his head slightly and said with a hint of indifference, "To auction off the possessions of the Su family in such a manner would be tantamount to slapping my ancestors in the face. Thus, I have no qualms about employing a few subtle tactics." Su Yingfei was taken aback for a moment, then smiled wryly. "Ancestor, I understand your good intentions. However, the Ding Tai auction house is renowned throughout the province, with substantial resources backing it, and I have had dealings with them in the past. Given the current situation, they are likely to suffer significant reputational damage. This jade pendant was brought forth by me. It is my mistake, and there is no need to involve others. Moreover, if it can be reclaimed with just a bit of money, it ultimately returns to our coffers, resulting only in a minor loss of handling fees. Ancestor, what are your thoughts?" Su Muyang's gaze swept across the venue, lingering momentarily on the faces of several individuals before suddenly breaking into a silent laugh. "Very well. Let it be as you wish. After all, if things do not go as planned, I am here to support you." The atmosphere had grown somewhat chaotic, with numerous guests engaged in animated discussions while others vocally expressed their dissatisfaction. Originally, it was merely a jade pendant, and they may not have desired it fervently. However, the auction house's approach made them feel that they were not accorded the respect they deserved. This was the root of their discontent. At that moment, Su Yingfei stood up and ascended the stage, leaving the audience momentarily stunned. With a beaming smile, Su Yingfei clasped his hands and addressed the audience, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize, but allow me to clarify the situation. I am Su Yingfei, and having mingled in the marketplace for several years, many of you may recognize me and be aware of my circumstances. To be candid, this jade pendant is a treasured heirloom passed down through my family. As some of you may know, I encountered certain difficulties recently that strained my finances, compelling me to part with this pendant and place it in the auction house. Fortunately, my luck has turned, and I find myself in a position to reclaim it. After all, this heirloom represents my ancestors' legacy, and losing it would weigh heavily on my conscience. Manager Zhao Xingtai has been exceedingly generous, willing to risk the reputation of Ding Tai Auction House to assist me, which has truly touched my heart. However, since Manager Zhao has shown such camaraderie, I cannot let him bear the burden alone. Thus, I humbly request your support today. The starting bid will be 10 million, and I shall raise it to 12 million. I kindly ask you to grant me this favor, and after the auction concludes, I would be delighted to host you all for tea as a gesture of gratitude." His words were delivered with utmost humility and grace, reflecting his acumen as a businessman who understands the value of cordiality, in stark contrast to the unrestrained nature of his ancestors. Upon hearing his explanation, many in the audience were enlightened, chattering amongst themselves. "Ah, so that is the story. We indeed misjudged Manager Zhao. Since President Su has spoken, we must honor his request. Congratulations, President Su, on your resurgence. Let us sit together later and explore potential collaborations." They marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship of the jade pendant, recognizing it as a familial treasure of President Su. As the crowd murmured in agreement, many indicated their willingness to withdraw from the bidding. It is not that Su Yingfei held an overwhelming influence. Rather, it was a matter of practicality. Most present were seasoned professionals, adept at weighing the pros and cons, rather than acting solely on personal preference. Even those unfamiliar with Su Yingfei were aware of his reputation as a self-made entrepreneur who had built a substantial enterprise from the ground up. Though he had faced setbacks, it seemed he was now on the path to recovery. Given this context, they deemed it unnecessary to create enmity. Of course, in business, one cannot shy away from offending others. The crucial factor lies in the worth of the venture. For the average person, this jade pendant might merely be an ornament. Yet for Su Yingfei, it is a cherished family heirloom, invoking the legacy of his ancestors. To contend with him over what could be perceived as a trivial item would only serve to foster animosity. Therefore, many, after careful consideration, chose to extend their goodwill to Su Yingfei. However, as the saying goes, people possess myriad facets. While some extend favors, others may just as readily withhold them. Tian Shuelio raised an eyebrow and interjected loudly, "President Su, your statement is rather misguided. Since this is an auction, it should naturally go to the highest bidder. It seems rather presumptuous for you to expect everyone to withdraw with just a few words." The atmosphere shifted, and a wave of intrigue ignited among the crowd, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Su Yingfei was momentarily taken aback, yet a smile graced his face. Miss Tian, your words reflect not merely my reputation, but rather the collective support of everyone here, who are eager to facilitate goodwill. If you have a fondness for jade, I shall seek out a fine piece and personally deliver it to your residence as an apology. Humph. Tian Shui's expression darkened, and just as she was about to speak, her grandfather, Tian Lao, admonished her in a hushed tone. Silence. Behave yourself. He then gestured towards the stage. Xiao Su, please continue. I shall refrain from further involvement in this matter. Thank you, Elder Tian. Su Yingfei responded courteously with a slight bow, and upon noticing that no one else opposed, he descended from the stage. Only Tian Shui, silenced by her grandfather, seethed with frustration, her teeth grinding, eyes darting with undisclosed schemes. As the situation settled, the auctioneer finally resumed his duties. The 12th item is now up for bid, with a starting price of 10 million yuan. Su Yingfei promptly raised his bidding paddle. 12 million. With the prior groundwork laid, no one contested him this time, and the auctioneer understood that this was merely a formality. 12 million for the first time. 12 million for the second time. Humph. Tian Shui let out a cold snort, seizing the bidding paddle, eager to make her offer. How dare you, Mr. Su? Offend me time and again? Do you truly believe that Miss Tian is to be trifled with? I may concede this item to you. But do you think you can take it without offering something substantial? Not a chance. Just as she was about to call out her bid, a voice unexpectedly resonated from behind. 15 million. Huh? Tian Shui was taken aback, swiftly turning her head to look. It was not just her. Everyone present shared her astonishment. At the back, an individual was holding up a bidding paddle, their gaze brimming with provocation. Su Yingfei's expression darkened suddenly. For the person holding the placard was no stranger to him. It was none other than Zhang Mingjie. He never anticipated that this rogue would emerge to disrupt the proceedings. Su Yingfei wore a sullen expression, his tone somewhat unfriendly. Zhang, are you truly disregarding my face? Zhang Mingjie waved a finger dismissively, grinning as he replied. Oh, come now. Su, this is an auction. After all, the highest bidder prevails. Just the other day, my son was assaulted and frightened, so I thought to acquire a piece of jade for protection. Today, fortune smiled upon me, and I found something I quite fancy, hence my bid. Is there a problem? You. Su Yingfei pressed his lips together, choosing silence. He understood, in theory, that Zhang Mingjie's actions were entirely within the rules. If one extends courtesy, it is a matter of sentiment. If not, there is little recourse. Contemplating this, he disregarded Zhang Mingjie and raised his bidding paddle once more. 18 million. 20 million. Before his words had even settled, Zhang Mingjie immediately countered. 24 million. Su Yingfei clenched his jaw, going all in. Although he claimed to have the support of his ancestor, his greatest asset remained a collection of documents. Even if those documents were invaluable treasures, they were not liquid assets. His only cash was the 24 million he had won in the lottery. Was that sufficient? 25 million. Without hesitation, Zhang Mingjie matched the bid. His wife, standing nearby, shook her fist and exclaimed fiercely, Yes, exactly. Force him to part with some of his wealth. Let me vent my frustrations. The two were locked in a fierce battle. Yet there was an unspoken sense of something amiss. As Zhang Mingjie continued to bid, Su Yingfei fell silent. He was out of funds. With only 24 million, he could no longer compete. At that moment, Su Muyang spoke calmly, Continue bidding. Also, that Zhang fellow has a psychological bottom line of 50 million. Feel free to push it. Whether we retrieve the jade is secondary, but teaching him a lesson is essential. With the backing of his ancestor, Su Yingfei felt bolstered. However, he concealed this inner strength, biting his lip as if making a momentous decision. 28 million. No, 30 million. To Zhang Mingjie, Su's demeanor ignited a spark of determination. He was no ordinary trader. He possessed the acumen to navigate the market and would not act impulsively like his wife. Before Su Yingfei fell from grace, he had kept Zhang firmly under control. Now that Zhang had finally found his footing, he would not allow Su to overpower him again. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to force Su to bleed financially and deplete his resources. Observing Su's current display, it was evident he had received a financial boost, albeit not a substantial one. If he could maintain the pace, perhaps he could exhaust Su Yingfei's funds entirely. With these thoughts in mind, he resolutely raised his bid again. 35 million. Su Yingfei fell into a contemplative silence, hesitating to follow suit immediately. Many present were seasoned veterans, quickly discerning his indecision. The auctioneer paused for a moment before resuming his duties. 35 million for the first time. 35 million for the second time. 35 million. Wait a moment. Su Yingfei finally spoke, as if he had made a momentous decision. 40 million. Upon uttering that figure, he seemed utterly drained, leaning weakly against his chair. Zhang Mingjie, too, appeared somewhat uncertain. After a moment's reflection, he mockingly remarked, Mr. Su, you just claimed this as a treasured heirloom of your family. It seems it is not as significant as you suggested. A mere 40 million has put you in such a quandary? Ha ha ha. I wonder how your ancestors would feel if they knew this. Ha ha ha. A faint, cold smile crept across Su Mu Yang's lips. Ah, young man. You possess quite the audacity to invoke my esteemed name. Upon hearing this, Su Yingfei appeared to have received a tremendous jolt, abruptly rising from his chair. His eyes ablaze with fury. Zhang Mingjie, how dare you insult my ancestors? From this moment forth, it is a matter of life and death. 45 million. Before he could finish, Zhang Mingjie unexpectedly called out a bid. 48 million. Su Yingfei uttered without a moment's hesitation. However, as the words left his mouth, he suddenly jolted back to reality, his expression darkening. Zhang Mingjie, you deceived me. Ha ha. Zhang Mingjie erupted in laughter, his voice brimming with self-satisfaction. Ah, Su. I never imagined you could display such a lapse in composure. 50 million. Will you follow suit? If not, I shall simply take it back for my son Andy to enjoy. He chuckled. Given that it's a relic of your ancestors, it would be most fitting for my son. Wouldn't it? Panic spread through the crowd as they began to regard the two with newfound scrutiny. It appeared that Su Yingfei was on the verge of a significant downfall. Who would have thought that Zhang Mingjie, after such a prolonged rivalry, would gain the upper hand this time? It seemed prudent to keep a close watch on this shrewd young man in the future. What a pity for Su Yingfei. Had it not been for financial constraints and the necessity of reclaiming the family heirloom, he would never have been outmatched by Zhang Mingjie. At this juncture, Su Yingfei had no choice but to engage in the bidding, for if that jade pendant were to adorn Zhang Mingjie's son's neck, he would find himself utterly humiliated. Yet, could his finances sustain such a bid? Old Tian had been observing quietly until now, when he suddenly spoke in a low voice. Xiao Shui, when the time comes, bid for the pendant and deliver it to Su Yingfei. A timely assistance indeed. Grandfather? Tian Shui was taken aback. Old Tian narrowed his eyes, fixating on Su Mu Yang's silhouette, and murmured, this round, I wager that Su Yingfei will prevail. Do not forget. He mentioned that someone from his family had arrived, yet they have yet to speak. I have a strong premonition that the Su family will not remain passive. Tian Shui pursed her lips, unconvinced. Grandfather is getting old. The rudeness and lack of decorum displayed by that Su family member suggested they were not from a prestigious background. Was it truly worth such a display? Yet, as her grandfather had spoken, she reluctantly grasped the bidding paddle. Just then, Su Yingfei suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Everyone was momentarily stunned. What does Su Yingfei mean? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Yingfei clasped his hands toward Zhang Mingjie and smiled, saying, to be honest, although my finances have recently loosened a bit, they are still quite tight. I never expected you, Mr. Zhang, to be so generous as to sponsor me with 50 million. Rest assured, when I make my resurgence, I will remember your kindness, and you will face the consequences. Sponsorship? Everyone was taken aback, perplexed by this statement. But soon, some began to realize the implication. Oh dear, while we were engrossed in their rivalry, we overlooked a crucial detail. That jade pendant was entrusted to auction by Su Yingfei. This means that if Zhang Mingjie indeed spends 50 million to acquire it, the money would ultimately flow back to Su Yingfei. Were you trying to compete with Su Yingfei? You were essentially gifting him money. Suddenly, the gazes of the crowd towards Zhang Mingjie became laced with a hint of incredulity. This man was indeed remarkable. At this moment, Zhang Mingjie finally recalled what he had overlooked. Su Yingfei was the one who had entrusted the auction. Realizing this, his face turned ashen, akin to having swallowed a fly, filled with frustration. Meanwhile, Su Yingfei wore a radiant smile and beckoned to the auctioneer on stage. Mr. Zhang has bid 50 million. Will we not proceed further? The auctioneer, awakened from his daze, glanced quizzically at Zhang Mingjie and called out with precision, 50 million once, 50 million twice, 50 million thrice. Sold. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang, for successfully acquiring this jade pendant. Instantly, the venue erupted in applause, mingled with subdued laughter. Some even heard an exuberant voice proclaiming, thanks to the generous 50 million from our dear friend. The auctioneer's voice echoed through the hall, accompanied by hushed chuckles, creating a jarring contrast. Zhang Mingjie's face flushed crimson, his mind swirling in confusion. Damn it, I've been played by Su Yingfei. Witnessing Su Yingfei's smug expression ignited a fire within him. And suddenly, a thought struck him. Suing Fei, how dare you mock so many industry veterans? Huh. The crowd fell silent, puzzled by his words. Zhang Mingjie surveyed the room and declared loudly, everyone has seen it. Suing Fei claims this is a family heirloom, insisting it must be returned for the sake of his ancestors. But what happened? A mere 50 million secured it for me. What does this imply? It indicates that this is not some cherished heirloom, but rather a fabrication by Suing Fei. His intention was to deceive someone like me, an adversary, to inflate the price. You, Suing Fei, have a truly malicious intent. Is that so? A ripple of unrest coursed through the audience, many furrowing their brows. In light of the outcome, it indeed appeared that a jade pendant starting at an auction price of 10 million had been inflated to 50 million. Moreover, after deducting auction fees, all the proceeds would end up in Suing Fei's pocket. Were we truly being played for fools? Numerous spectators began to regard Suing Fei with a new perspective. Yet, many others silently applauded his cunning. No wonder Mr. Su could rise from nothing and thrive in the business world. His ingenuity was truly impressive. This was clearly a trap for the unwary. If you showed him respect, you would not be deceived. However, for those like Zhang Mingjie, who bore a grudge against him, it was a guaranteed pitfall. Astounding. Suing Fei's expression darkened as he exclaimed angrily, Zhang Mingjie, cease your nonsensical chatter. This is indeed an heirloom passed down through the Su family, and I would never jest about the honor of my ancestors. Is that so? Zhang Mingjie chuckled, nearly brought to tears by his laughter. If you claim its significance is so profound, then why not keep it? Could it be that the esteemed reputation of your ancestors pales in comparison to a mere 50 million? His laughter echoed, Ah, Mr. Zhang. You truly are a paragon of filial piety. With this proclamation, the commotion in the room intensified. If the former scenario held any truth, it could merely be dismissed as the cunning deceptions of the business world. Though somewhat unscrupulous, it was still within the realm of acceptability. However, if Suing Fei's assertions were accurate, that this was indeed a relic of ancestral lineage, yet he had chosen to sell it, how could one reconcile with such a betrayal? In an instant, many gazes turned towards Suing Fei, now tinged with a measure of suspicion. Zhang Mingjie, keenly aware of the shift, felt a surge of exhilaration within himself. Suing Fei, your reputation is utterly tarnished. Do you still wish to make a comeback? Who would dare to collaborate with you now? This dilemma suddenly confronted Suing Fei, leaving him momentarily at a loss. To admit that this is not a family heirloom would mean deceiving everyone present. To acknowledge it as a family relic would brand him a traitor to his own lineage. Damn it, how is it that Zhang Mingjie is so quick-witted today? Su Muyang has always been teasing Su Mingyu, appearing indifferent to the situation, yet secretly weighing his options. When it comes to cunning and strategy, Suing Fei stands out among the younger generation. However, as the saying goes, a gentleman deceives with propriety. He is somewhat upright, lacks a thick skin, and does not employ sufficiently ruthless tactics, which has placed him in this predicament. Nevertheless, with the elder ancestor present, how could the Su family allow outsiders to bully them? Ahem. Su Muyang gently cleared his throat. Suing Fei promptly bowed his body, respectfully inquiring, esteemed ancestor, what commands do you have for me? Su Muyang gently stood up while holding Su Mingyu and said softly, since everything is settled, let us return. Suing Fei was filled with shame. Yet there lingered a sense of reluctance within her. Ancestor, I apologize. Ing Fei has proven inadequate and has failed to retrieve the family jade pendant. It matters not. Su Muyang replied gently, shaking his head slightly, as he walked calmly outside. Suing Fei and Lu Wenhui were momentarily taken aback, but soon they hastened to follow. This action instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. Suing Fei, after all, is a person of considerable standing. How could he show such deference to that young man? Who exactly is this unfamiliar youth? Amidst the puzzled and speculative gazes of the crowd, Su Muyang had already approached Zhang Mingjie. Casting a glance at him, he coolly remarked, the treasures of the Su family are not easily obtained. Within 3 days, deliver the jade pendant to Su Ing Fei in pristine condition. With that, he dismissed the matter entirely and turned to leave. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, unable to grasp the situation. His words seemed to imply a threat. Yet Zhang Mingjie was no ordinary individual. Could he truly be intimidated? After a moment of stunned silence, Zhang Mingjie erupted into laughter. 3 days? You expect me to deliver it just because you say so? Let me make it clear. If I choose to deliver it, it will be to our family's teddy bear as a toy. I am eager to see what you can do about it. His boisterous laughter echoed throughout the vast venue, while the others fell into an uneasy silence. This matter was of no concern to them. They were merely here for the spectacle. Only old man Tian, after a moment of contemplation, slowly rose to his feet. Xiao Shui, come with me. Huh? Tian Shui was taken aback and quickly inquired, Grandfather, where are we going? The next auction item is your favorite, the 18 arhuts in Western painting. Isn't that why you came? Old man Tian shook his head slightly and replied, There is no rush. I find myself quite intrigued by that young man. Let us go and make his acquaintance. Make his acquaintance? Tian Shui was at a loss for words. The previous speaker had been so disdainful, and she had yet to settle the score with him. Yet now they were to seek him out? However, she dared not disobey her grandfather's command and promptly assisted him as they made their way outside. The Tian family was a renowned commercial dynasty in the province, and old man Tian was a respected elder in the business community. His departure drew the attention of many. However, most were only briefly curious before losing interest. A select few, quick-witted individuals, chose to follow suit and exited the auction house. Once outside the hotel, Lu Wenwei cast a furtive glance at Su Muyang, noting his calm demeanor. Still feeling uneasy, she cautiously spoke, Ancestor, please do not blame Fij. Today's events were indeed unexpected. Rest assured, we will retrieve the jade pendant as swiftly as possible. Blame him? Why would I? Su Muyang replied with a cheerful smile. You both ought to be concerned about your wedding arrangements. I have come here to confront death. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression abruptly shifted, and a palpable aura of menace enveloped him. At that moment, the long-dormant voice of the system echoed in his mind. Beep. The multi-blessing system kindly informs you. Detection of 026 Modern World. Your sole descendant, Su Lakai, has met an untimely demise. The host has lost the power granted by the 026 world, resulting in a decline in strength by 100,000th. What? This revelation instantly ignited Su Muyang's fury. One of my family's descendants has died under abnormal circumstances? Who is responsible? Who dares to harm a member of the Su family? With Tian Shui's support, old man Tian hastened out of the hotel, followed by several guests who had exited the auction. These individuals either sensed something amiss or sought to curry favor with old man Tian. However, just as they stepped outside, they were met with an overwhelming pressure that felt almost tangible. One individual, caught off guard, stumbled and fell to the ground. Others, though not as dramatically affected, felt their hearts tighten, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Old man Tian's expression changed, and he quickly looked up. There stood Su Muyang, his face dark with fury, emanating an aura so powerful it seemed to radiate from him. Such an imposing presence, who could he possibly be? An array of questions surged within old man Tian's mind. The pressure he felt was beyond anything he had ever encountered, surpassing even the most esteemed individuals he had met in his lifetime. Su Muyang's imposing aura diminished swiftly, returning to a state of normalcy, though his complexion remained quite grim. Fei, I have some matters to attend to. I shall leave this to you. Without waiting for Su Yingfei's response, he hastily departed. His pace, seemingly languid yet urgent, soon saw him vanishing amidst the throngs of people. What could have transpired? Su Yingfei and Lu Wenwei exchanged glances, both utterly perplexed. Su Mingyu pouted her little lips in discontent. Why did Uncle Zhu leave? He hasn't taught me how to perform magic tricks yet. Su Yingfei crouched down and spoke softly. Xiaoyu, Uncle has some matters to attend to. I will come back to play with you soon, all right? We should head home now. All right then, Su Mingyu replied, her little head drooping, displaying a countenance of discontent. The innocence of a child's heart is most perceptive, although their time together was brief. She could already discern that this uncle held a genuine fondness for her. Little Susu, wait. Just as they were about to depart, Elder Tian approached briskly, glancing toward the direction where Su Muyang had vanished. With a beaming smile, he inquired, Mr. Su, is this young one your family? Has he left on an errand? It's truly unfortunate that I did not get the chance to meet him earlier. Having sensed the remarkable identity of Su Muyang, he refrained from being overly presumptuous, addressing Su Yingfei with the more respectful Mr. Su instead of Little Su. Su Yingfei gently shook her head. I apologize, Elder Tian, but the Ancestor has left for some matters and will introduce you when the opportunity arises. Very well then, Elder Ancestor? Elder Tian was momentarily taken aback. What was this form of address? Su Yingfei let out a bitter smile, feeling somewhat helpless. The ancestral elder mentioned that our Su family has multiple branches, with significant differences in generational ranks among them. Given his lineage, I ought to address him as the ancestral elder. To be honest, this title indeed renders him quite helpless. Yet what can be done? After all, the ancestral elder has bestowed so much upon us. However, this explanation stirred a tempest within Elder Tian's heart. The vast discrepancies in generational ranks among the various branches suggest something profound. It indicates that the so-called Su family has a lineage that spans at least a millennium. Passed down through countless generations, it is no wonder such differences have emerged. My heavens! Could it be that the Su family is indeed the fabled lineage of 1,000 years? Su Wingfei was reluctant to linger on the topic, swiftly diverting the conversation. Mr. Tian, your arrival is quite timely. I recall that I owe the Tian family some debts. If it is convenient for you, shall we sit down together and settle these debts? Mr. Tian's mind raced, yet a smile graced his face. Mr. Su, you are being too courteous. It is merely a trifling matter of debt. However, I do have a suggestion. What project does Mr. Su intend to undertake next? I could invest an additional sum, combining it with the outstanding debts, treating it as a stake in the new endeavor. What are your thoughts on this? Not particularly appealing. Su Wingfei silently scoffed to himself. In the case of a typical project, it would be feasible to gather a few investors to consolidate resources and mitigate investment risks. However, the situation was different now. With the robust support of Su Muyang, Su Wingfei found himself in a position where he had ample funds and viable projects, rendering the concept of risk nearly obsolete. Wasn't he, this old dang, merely seeking an easy ride at this opportune moment? Nevertheless, as a seasoned businessman, Su Wingfei would not outright reject the offer. Old Tian, let us keep our matters distinct. Why don't we first settle the debts today? We can discuss the investment once our ancestor returns. After all, this is a family-supported venture, and I cannot make unilateral decisions. Old Tian, undeterred, continued to persuade him. Mr. Su is no stranger to the Tian family. Over the years, we have made significant strides in various industries. His words were abruptly cut off as a convoy of Rolls-Royce vehicles approached, with a magnificent extended version at the center. The cars glided silently to a halt before the gathering. Several men clad in black emerged, respectfully opening the car doors and then standing quietly behind Su Wingfei. The spectacle was decidedly extraordinary. Of course, given the wealth of those present, acquiring a Rolls-Royce was hardly an issue. However, no one had anticipated the formation of such a fleet, especially considering Su Wingfei had only recently been in a state of decline, and now this. Old Tian's mind raced as he tentatively inquired, Mr. Su, is this? Su Wingfei shook his head helplessly. This was a gift from my ancestor. Personally, I do not place much importance on such things, yet my ancestor insisted that, as I navigate the business world, a facade of decorum is necessary, thus compelling me to accept it. Enough said about that. Mr. Tian, please, let us board the vehicle and find a place to enjoy some tea. A number of individuals inwardly cursed at this turn of events. What do you mean by compelled? Are you truly reluctant? If you are so unwilling, why not gift it to me instead? Mr. Tian, seasoned and perceptive, began to clarify his judgment. From this moment onward, he resolved never to adopt an air of superiority in front of Su Wingfei. A mere introductory gift equated to an entire fleet of luxurious vehicles. Such generosity is not something just anyone can afford. Furthermore, given Su Wingfei's considerable talents, it appears he is on the verge of soaring to great heights. Fortunately, Mr. Tian had maintained a decent relationship with Su Wingfei in the past. However, that was not sufficient. He must continue to curry favor and escalate his efforts. Contemplating this, he suddenly broke into a smile. Mr. Su, as you are aware, our Tian family has been striving in the business realm for many years, and we possess a certain degree of resources. Even if our investment discussions do not align, should there be opportunities for collaboration that suit our family's interests, I kindly ask for your support. I, Old Tian, express my gratitude in advance. This declaration startled Su Wingfei. Mr. Tian was a respected elder in the province's business community. It was rare to see him lower his stature so significantly. Beside him, Tian Shui felt an intense indignation. How could they extend such courtesy to someone who could not even manage a woman? Yet, before her grandfather, she had no place to speak. Thus she could only stand there with a displeased expression. Mr. Tian pondered for a moment before continuing, Mr. Su, I still hold a modicum of influence. Regarding Zhang Mingji acquiring your family's jade pendant, if it is inconvenient for you to intervene, allow me to handle it. Before he could finish, a sudden commotion erupted from behind. Mr. Tian turned around in dissatisfaction, only to be momentarily taken aback. A throng of familiar faces surged forth from the hotel entrance. Shouldn't they be attending the auction? Upon sighting Su Wingfei and Mr. Tian, they flocked over, enthusiastically greeting them. Good day, Mr. Su. Good day, Mr. Tian. Mr. Su, do you have some time now? How about we go for a cup of tea together? Mr. Su, my brother has recently opened a new club in the eastern part of the city. Would you like to offer some guidance? Mrs. Su. That wasn't my intention. What was happening? Su Yingfei was momentarily perplexed, as was old Tian. Particularly, old Tian, with his astute and seasoned perception, detected a hint of curiosity and apprehension in the gazes directed at Su Yingfei. What had transpired? Why did they exhibit such expressions? Just as they grappled with their confusion, an ambulance suddenly arrived, with several medical personnel hastily wheeling in a stretcher. Old Tian furrowed his brow and turned to inquire, what exactly is going on? Why is everyone out here? And why has the ambulance come? Has a guest fallen ill at the hotel? Others exchanged glances, and someone finally mustered the courage to speak. Mr. Su, old Tian, after you left, Zhang Mingjie was about to hand over the jade pendant, and then he stuttered for a moment, feeling the weight of Su Yingfei's gaze upon him, and reluctantly continued. Then he had an accident. As soon as Zhang Mingjie took the jade pendant off the stage, he inexplicably stumbled and broke his nose. Just as he intended to sit down and rest, the chair suddenly collapsed, as if its legs had sunk into the ground. And blood was everywhere. The scene turned chaotic, but that was not the end. A lamp above him inexplicably fell, striking him and causing him to bleed profusely from his head, rendering him unconscious. We are unsure if he can be saved. Mr. Su, although we have not collaborated before, should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. By the heavens! Su Yingfei and old Tian, along with the others, were left utterly astounded. What kind of misfortune had befallen Zhang Mingjie, with such calamities occurring in succession? No, wait. A spark of realization lit up in old Tian's eyes, and he instinctively glanced at Su Yingfei, remembering Su Muyang's words before his departure, urging that Zhang Mingjie return the jade pendant within 3 days. Clarity dawned upon him. This series of events was undeniably connected to the enigmatic ancestor of the Su family. Yet, how had this been orchestrated? To the untrained eye, these occurrences could only be attributed to mere coincidence, unless old Tian surveyed the crowd, suddenly enlightened. No wonder these individuals regarded Su Yingfei with both respect and trepidation. Clearly, they were not simpletons, having arrived at the same conclusion as he. Either the ancestor of the Su family possessed extraordinary foresight and had laid a trap in advance, but such abrupt incidents would render that unlikely. Alternatively, could it be that some mysterious means were at play? The wealthier individuals often held fast to such beliefs. In an instant, old Tian's gaze towards Su Yingfei shifted dramatically. What manner of existence was the Su family? As the assembly lapsed into silence, the medical personnel emerged, pushing the stretcher. On it lay Zhang Mingjie, eyes closed, with blood clearly visible on his forehead and the back of his head. His wife followed the stretcher, crying and shouting, her usual composure having long since evaporated. Upon noticing Su Yingfei and the others observing her, she suddenly erupted, pointing furiously at Su Yingfei. Su Yingfei, you've killed him. You're finished. You're going to rot in prison. I've already called the police. After venting her rage, she felt insufficiently appeased and pulled the jade pendant from Zhang Mingjie's pocket, glaring fiercely. You wanted this pendant, didn't you? Well, I'll toss it into the cesspool. If you want it, go fish it out yourself. As she continued, Su Muyang stood quietly, yet an aura of simmering intensity gradually enveloped him. Who is it? A deep, resonant shout escaped through his clenched teeth. The sound reverberated, transforming the dilapidated apartment building into mere rubble in an instant. A vast and overwhelming consciousness swept recklessly across the surroundings. In but a fleeting moment, everything within a 1,000-mile radius was vividly imprinted in Su Muyang's mind. However, what he beheld left him utterly astonished. This world was not a normal one. It was a post-apocalyptic realm overrun by zombies. As he surveyed the scene, it was a sight of utter devastation and chaos. The streets were choked with an array of vehicles, haphazardly strewn across the thoroughfare. Debris danced in the wind, and the once bustling city lay in eerie silence, devoid of the usual clamor, creating an unsettling ambience. More disturbingly, numerous aimless zombies wandered the streets, clad in tattered rags and grotesquely disfigured, moving with bizarre postures. Occasionally, they emitted low, guttural growls that pierced through the stillness of the city, resounding ominously in the distance. No wonder he felt an overwhelming sense of malevolence upon arriving here. It was all too clear now. Su Muyang furrowed his brows and cast his gaze upon the lifeless body of Su Lakai. After a moment, his frown deepened. He had discerned that Su Lakai had transformed into a zombie even before he was dismembered. How perplexing. Had Su Lakai been attacked by other zombies? Or had he fallen victim to the hands of the surviving humans? Su Muyang pondered for a moment, gently closing his eyes. When he opened them again, they had transformed into a pale golden hue, one of the 36 celestial arts. The the return of heaven and sun. This technique allows one to perceive the universe, illuminating the realm of Yinfu, enabling the understanding of all past causes and effects without obstruction. As the golden light enveloped the corpse, an invisible thread of causality emerged in Su Mu Yang's field of vision. One end connected to the center of Su Lukai's partially exposed brain, while the other spiraled aimlessly in the air, seemingly in search of something. Yet, there was no further development. The end of that thread merely drifted without purpose, utterly failing to discern any direction. This is impossible. Su Mu Yang's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, he had initially intended to trace the threads of causality to uncover the murderer of Su Lukai. However, to his utter astonishment, the Celestial 36 Techniques method of reversing the heavens and returning the sun proved utterly ineffective. How could this possibly be? Su Mu Yang's heart sank immediately. He had long realized that this realm was, at best, merely a small world. The hierarchy of the heavenly path was, in fact, only on par with that of the heavenly martial world. The surging malevolent energy had even caused the heavenly path to teeter on the brink of chaos. In such circumstances, it was astonishing that the powers from the supreme realms had seemingly faltered. Could it be that the force responsible for the demise of Su Lukai was even superior to the level of the heavenly path in this world? How could that possibly be? After a moment of contemplation, Su Mu Yang resolved to set this troubling question aside for the time being. He had just executed the technique of reversing the heavens and returning the sun, which had not been without effect. Therefore, there were more pressing matters at hand. Su Mu Yang slowly extended his right hand, gradually reaching towards Su Lukai's lifeless form. As his arm drew nearer to the corpse, his right hand began to transition from solid to a translucent state. Where's this place? Su Lukai opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment upon his countenance. He found himself in a profound and dimly lit expanse, an emptiness that seemed to stretch infinitely, as if it were an embodiment of void itself. Amidst this obscurity, a solitary faint white light hovered in midair, dispelling a modicum of darkness. The source of this luminescence was one Su Lukai was all too familiar with. It was the jade pendant he had worn since childhood. Yet, what was the meaning of this? In this formless abyss, Su Lukai attempted to venture in a singular direction. However, no matter how far he traversed, the surroundings remained unchanged, the position of the jade pendant steadfast and immovable. He endeavored to examine the pendant, but aside from its glowing aura and the warmth it emanated, it proved to have no other effect. Time became an indistinguishable blur as he exhausted every conceivable option. Despair beginning to take root within him. Could it be that he was to be eternally ensnared in this inexplicable realm? How maddening. Just as hopelessness enveloped him, the surrounding shadows began to swirl violently, and suddenly, a colossal rift ripped through the sky, allowing light to pierce through and dispel the boundless darkness. A titanic hand emerged from the fissure, traversing the void, cleaving through the darkness, and reaching directly for him. Su Lukai was rendered speechless, his instinct urging him to evade. Yet his body felt paralyzed, immovable as if bound by unseen forces. This is it. As that immense hand drew ever closer, Su Lukai, overwhelmed by despair, closed his eyes. Su Lukai, if you do not awaken now, when will you? A deep voice resonated, akin to the tolling of a great bell, compelling Su Lukai to open his eyes once more. What met his gaze left him utterly flabbergasted. The first figure he beheld was a young man with his hands clasped behind his back. The second glance revealed, to his shock, that this was none other than himself, broken and battered, lying motionless on the ground. Could it truly be? If that was his body, then who was he? In that moment of confusion, Su Lukai's mind became a tumult of chaos. Observing his own lifeless form, the young man, Su Mu Yang, could not help but sigh in resignation. Lukai, do not stare. That is your corpse. Me? A corpse? Su Lukai pointed at the corpse, then turned his finger towards himself, a look of bewilderment on his face. Just as he was about to retort, he suddenly fell silent once more. For it was in that moment that he realized his hands were remarkably translucent. No, it was not just his hands. His entire body was equally transparent. Su Mu Yang let out a faint sigh and spoke softly. You have passed away. However, fortunately, you were adorned with the Su family's jade pendant, which has preserved your soul from dispersing. Now, I must inquire, how exactly did you meet your demise? Ah, jade pendant? Soul? Su Lukai gazed at his semi-transparent form and touched the jade pendant that had mysteriously returned to his chest, feeling even more bewildered. Your words suggest that I could accuse you of promoting superstitions. Yet, considering his current predicament, he remained silent for a considerable time before finally mustering the courage to speak. Who are you? Su Mu Yang sighed softly. You may refer to me as your ancestor. Ancestor? Sulakai fell into a state of confusion once more. Isn't that a bit much? Given my current state, do you really intend to take advantage of me? Noticing the incredulous expression on his descendant's face, Su Muyang's already irritable mood grew even more agitated. However, upon glancing at the pitiful state of Sulakai's corpse, he chose to restrain himself. This young man had already endured enough misfortune. It was wise to exercise a bit more patience. With a gentle flick of his finger, the jade pendant on Sulakai's chest began to pulse unexpectedly. This jade pendant is a relic passed down by me, your ancestor. Now, could you enlighten me on the circumstances of your demise? Who was responsible for your death? How did I die? A flicker of confusion crossed Sulakai's eyes. After much contemplation, he despondently shook his head. I do not know. I only recall that one day, out of nowhere, a multitude of zombies appeared, attacking anyone in sight. And those bitten succumbed to the same fate. Subsequently, I inexplicably fell into a peculiar state, teetering between a hazy oblivion and a semblance of awareness. Then, I found myself in an obscure space, illuminated solely by this jade pendant. After that, I was seized by a colossal hand, resulting in my current predicament. His words were vague, yet Su Muyang quickly pieced together the puzzle. Earlier, while extending his divine sense, he had discerned that the air in this world was infused with a heavy, malevolent essence. Being ensnared by such a substance would inevitably lead to one becoming a zombie. Akin to the viral infections depicted in certain apocalyptic films, he had not exerted his full power, yet his probing encompassed a vast expanse of 1,000 miles, which had been utterly engulfed by this virus, leaving no living being in its wake. The hazy state described by his descendant suggested that he had been infected and transformed into a zombie. As for the mention of a dark space, it indicated a state of complete demise following dismemberment. Fortunately, the protection of the Su family jade pendant had preserved his soul within the spiritual realm. Otherwise, he would have truly perished. Yet, the pressing question remained. Who was the perpetrator? By what means had they slain Sulakai, leaving him utterly baffled? To be frank, Su Muyang was incensed. His power stemmed from two sources, one derived from the fortunate offspring system, which enhanced his cultivation with each descendant born. The other originated from the strength of various worlds. As long as he left progeny in a particular realm, he could indirectly harness its power through their bloodline connection. The more significant and influential his descendants were in that world, the greater the power he could draw upon. However, in this 026 world, his bloodline had been severed, resulting in a decline in his strength, an affront he could not tolerate, especially since this had occurred through an unknown method. Even under the protection of the Su family jade pendant, leading to Sulakai's demise. What manner of individual possessed such capabilities? Observing the young man who claimed to be his ancestor seemingly lost in thought, Sulakai refrained from interrupting, instead curiously examining his own state. After a brief interval, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes, and he exclaimed with excitement, "Of course. If a soul exists, does it mean I am now a ghost? Am I truly dead or alive? If ghosts exist, does that imply the existence of an underworld? Can I be reincarnated? Could I live another lifetime? Who would willingly choose death if life were an option? Although I am technically deceased, if I could be reborn, would that not grant me several more decades? And if I could retain my memories during reincarnation, how delightful it would be, like the protagonist of a novel. What is death in the grand scheme of things? The next life shall be my time to shine." Su Muyang cast a glance at him and replied with irritation. "The rules of this world are far from perfect. There exists only the realm of mortals, devoid of any cycle of reincarnation. Once one has passed away, there is no return. If you wish to be reborn, you must seek out a grand world with well-defined cosmic laws, but do not harbor such hopes." A hint of melancholy crossed his face. "Young one, the higher you ascend, the more likely you are to attract the attention of certain entities. In a realm beyond your comprehension, I, your ancestor, am blessed with an extraordinarily powerful wife, one who even I cannot contend with. When it comes to it, you would have to respectfully address her as ancestor grandmother. This esteemed ancestor grandmother possesses unparalleled beauty, a gentle disposition, formidable strength, and considerable influence. Her only flaw lies in her somewhat petty nature and her penchant for jealousy. She cannot even tolerate my numerous close female friends with whom I share no substantial relations. I have countless women and innumerable descendants across the myriad worlds, and such matters must remain hidden from her. If I were to bring a true descendant of pure blood to that world, young one, you might survive. But I would certainly languish in a state of half-life. When faced with the choice between my own existence and that of my progeny, Su Muyang unhesitatingly chose himself. Then does that mean I would be doomed? No. Does that imply I would be reduced to a wandering spirit, existing in a state of limbo? Good heavens! What is the point of living under such circumstances? Suddenly, Sulakai's complexion turned ashen, and he felt utterly unwell. In his current state, he was unable to eat, drink, play games, or engage in romantic pursuits. How absurd. The world was infested with zombies, even if it were possible to date. Would he truly entertain the idea of a romance with a zombie? That would be exceedingly grotesque. This meant that he was destined to drift aimlessly as a lost soul, returning to a previous state where he could do nothing but stare blankly at the jade pendant. Goodness, what meaning could life hold under such circumstances? It would be far better to simply cease to exist. Confronted with these thoughts, Sulakai felt utterly despondent and completely hopeless. Sumu Yang let out a cold snort and remarked indifferently, "Who says you cannot survive?" At this moment, the potency of these words was undeniably immense. Sulakai paused for a moment, then suddenly rushed over and seized Sumu Yang. "Please, save me. I do not wish to die. Nor do I wish to become a ghost. I beg you, please save me." Sumu Yang dug at his ear, seemingly unable to comprehend clearly. "What did you say? Help me. What? Please, help me. What? I beg you, save me. I will bow to you." After several attempts, Sulukai suddenly had a moment of enlightenment and finally understood. "Ancestor, save me. That's more like it." Sumu Yang sighed in relief. Such descendants, separated by countless generations, are indeed troublesome, particularly those from the modern world, indoctrinated with materialistic education from a young age, making them even more difficult to reach. "They won't even call me ancestor, each one more unfilial than the last." Seeing Sulukai finally change his words, Sumu Yang no longer pressed him, extending 2 fingers and speaking calmly. "To save you, there are 2 methods. The first is to transform your soul into that of a ghostly practitioner. Once your strength increases, you can transcend the realms of the living and the dead and reconstruct your physical form. I choose the second option." Sulukai blurted out without a moment's hesitation. "Ghostly practitioner? That sounds ominous. Do you not know that I am easily frightened? I can't even bear to watch horror films. If you expect me to become a ghostly practitioner, I fear I might scare myself to death just by looking in the mirror before I even complete the transformation. What is the second option?" Sumu Yang cast a peculiar glance at him and spoke leisurely. "The second option is also quite simple. I shall take action and reshape a corporeal form for you, then return your soul, and you shall naturally live again." "Oh my goodness! I have made the right choice." At that moment, Sulukai felt as though the heavens had opened up for him. "I am going to live. I truly am going to live. In an instant." He was overwhelmed with excitement, dancing with joy and tears streaming down his face. Sumu Yang chose not to disturb him, merely observing with a gentle smile. When the other finally regained a semblance of calm, he leisurely began to speak. "However, my dear ancestor, the endeavor of reconstructing your physical form is no trivial task. The effort required is significant, and the rare materials alone are numerous. Thus, a question arises. Although you are indeed a descendant of the Su family, how do you intend to repay this debt?" Repay the debt? Sulakai was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that, although this person claimed to be his ancestor, it was their first encounter, and the nature of their relationship was indeed uncertain. What reason did this individual have to assist him? After much contemplation, Sulakai gritted his teeth and resolved firmly. "Ancestor, whatever conditions you have, whatever you wish for me to undertake, please do let me know, and I shall undoubtedly fulfill it." He had come to understand that since the ancestor had spoken, he would not remain idle. However, at present, he possessed nothing of value, nothing that would warrant another's interest. The only conceivable possibility was that the ancestor sought him to perform some task. Yet, what could a solitary spirit like himself accomplish that a formidable being capable of subduing ghosts and reshaping flesh could not? Alas, in the face of mortality, what choice did he have but to acquiesce? Observing his resolute demeanor, Sumu Yang finally unraveled the mystery. He raised 2 fingers once more and spoke slowly. "Firstly, you are to guard this realm for a century. Rest assured, the new body I shall provide will be durable and ever rejuvenating, allowing you to thrive for a millennium without issue." A millennium of existence? Sulukai swallowed hard, yet found his mouth parched. Well, as a wandering spirit, it was indeed peculiar for him to have a moist mouth. How could an ordinary person possibly live for a millennium? All it takes is a mere century? Goodness! Isn't this akin to effortlessly gaining 900 years? Such an offer would be foolish to refuse. "No worries. Ancestor, leave it to me. A century is but a century. I shall not compromise even a single second." Su Lakai's chest thumped with a resounding silence. Yet it was precisely this imposing presence that he sought, wasn't it? He merely acquiesced, oblivious to the fact that Su Muyang had uttered the words guard and defend. Su Muyang did not expose the truth, but rather smiled and presented his second condition. Secondly, within this century, you must bear 10 descendants for the Su family. No problem. It's merely a matter of giving birth to 10. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lakai was prepared to agree. Yet, as the words began to form, they abruptly halted. Akin to a duck whose neck has been grasped, a sudden realization struck him. If my memory serves me correctly, it seems this world is overrun by zombies. You expect me to bear 10 children? With whom shall I procreate? With zombies, perhaps? Good grief. Ancestor, I have greatly misjudged you. I never anticipated that a man with such prominent brows and eyes could possess such a peculiar taste. Observing the frantic movements of his eyes, Su Muyang let out a cold snort, and with a surge of formidable force, he pinned Su Lakai to the ground. Boy, what are you pondering? Do not presume that I am unaware. The purpose of the Ancestor is to ensure that you bear more offspring to continue the Su family lineage. Do you comprehend the consequences of allowing you to reproduce with a zombie species? Su Lakai was pinned to the ground, his face a portrait of indignation and sorrow. Is it my fault for your lack of clarity? Is it not entirely natural for me to be perplexed by matters pertaining to both the soul and the body? Su Muyang let out a cold snort and chose not to engage further, instead lost in contemplation as he stroked his chin. The mere act of reconstructing a physical form seemed rather trivial. One could simply gather some earth and mold it into shape. However, the crux of the matter lay in the realization that a rudimentary physical form would only yield a feeble existence, lacking even the capacity for reproduction. Moreover, he had not forgotten that Su Lakai had fallen victim to an unknown entity. If such a mysterious presence were indeed weak, it would merely be a second serving of prey. Surely, he could at least put up a slight resistance, buying enough time for his own arrival? With this in mind, the materials for this corporeal vessel required careful consideration. After pondering for a while, Su Muyang let out a long sigh. It was futile to evade certain matters. Ultimately, one must confront them. For the sake of these ineffectual descendants, what shame could an esteemed ancestor endure? Resolute in his decision, he no longer hesitated. He seized Su Lakai's soul and vanished into the ether. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, a mysterious portal suddenly materialized in the air. In a vast and boundless jungle, there lay an expansive azure lake. At the very center of this lake stood an immensely tall and flourishing tree. Bellamy, adorned with a crown and wielding a scepter, led numerous kinfolk, kneeling reverently before the tree. In an ancient and mystical tone, they offered fervent prayers. Oh, sacred and majestic mother tree, you are the wellspring of life, the weaver of seasons, the guardian of all growth. It is you who has bestowed upon us life, illuminated our wisdom, and granted us the right to thrive upon this land. Today, your child Bellamy shall uphold your will, taking up this sacred queen's scepter to inherit the title of Elven Queen. With humility and reverence, I shall fulfill the duties and obligations of the Elven Queen. May the Elven forest flourish, may all living beings coexist in harmony, and may love and peace endure forever. May the mother tree be with us. Following this lengthy invocation, countless elves knelt before Bellamy, their faces alight with fervor. May the mother tree be with us. May the queen be with us. Bellamy rose gracefully, raising the queen's scepter and pointing it toward the heavens. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, she appeared both sacred and inviolable. Yet, at that moment, an incongruous voice suddenly rang out. Ancestor, where is this place? Wow, beautiful women. So many beautiful women. Hey, hey, hey. Their ears, goodness, could they be fairies? Everyone was taken aback, instinctively turning towards the source of the voice. To their astonishment, beneath the mother tree, two figures had inexplicably appeared. One was a young man with his hands in his pockets, and the other, a specter. A filthy specter. How dare such a wretched soul desecrate the sacred mother tree? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! An elf shrieked. Instantly, all the elves were engulfed in fury. Some drew bows, others unsheathed slender swords, while yet others brandished staffs, commencing to chant spells. In the very fabric of the world, formless and intangible magic surged forth. What on earth are they doing? Su Lakai was taken aback and quickly hid behind Su Muyang. He did not comprehend the wooden stick he held, but the presence of swords and bows clearly indicated that they were aimed at him. Goodness, are they intending to take my life? Su Muyang surveyed his surroundings and let out a faint sigh. In an instant, the tumultuous magical energy settled as if nothing had transpired. The elves, who were poised to surge forward, found themselves immobilized as though bound by unseen restraints. What manner of sorcery is this? The elves were struck with profound terror. Su Yang, however, paid them no heed. His gaze fell upon Bellamy, a trace of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Bellamy, it has been such a long time. You have grown so much. Are you preparing to inherit the title of the Elf Queen? Upon noticing Bellamy, who was fixated on him, her eyes wide with astonishment and her delicate lips forming a perfect O, the scepter she held clattered to the ground. Lord Muyang. Why, you're Lord Muyang. In an instant, she twisted her body and fled in a frenzy, neglecting even the fallen queen's scepter. Her voice rang out incessantly, Elder Alice. Elder Alice. It is Lord Muyang. Lord Muyang has returned. Lord Muyang has returned. In this state, there was no trace of the regal composure she had displayed moments before. What on earth is happening? All the elves stood in shock. Who is Lord Muyang? Why does the queen react this way? And what connection does this have with Elder Alice? Su Lukai peered out, curiosity gleaming in her eyes as she surveyed this and that, mustering her courage to inquire, Elder, what is happening here? Are they not akin to the fairies depicted in Western literature? And why did the queen react to your presence as if she had encountered a specter? Who, pray tell? Is that Elder Alice? A barrage of questions came forth in rapid succession. Su Muyang's face flushed slightly, rarely displaying a hint of embarrassment, and he immediately shouted, What does the matter with my ancestor have to do with you? Silence yourself. He was infuriated by his own humiliation. How astonishing that he had succumbed to such indignation. In Su Lakai's gaze, the flame of curiosity ignited instantaneously. Old ancestor, if that is your desire, then I shall not be weary. Please, share your tale. Moments later, a colossal green radiance suddenly surged from the distant horizon. The light flickered erratically, emanating a subtle yet imposing pressure. The trees on either side abruptly recoiled, revealing a broad pathway. Moreover, those trees, robust enough to be embraced, even seemed to bend slightly, as if to welcome an esteemed visitor. Is a significant figure approaching? Su Lakai craned his neck, straining to peer into the distance of the grand avenue. In the far horizon, a verdant silhouette flickered intermittently, as if shimmering between existence and illusion. With each ephemeral flicker, the distance diminished considerably. Within mere moments, the figure had materialized before them. It was an ethereal female elf of statuesque grace, her alabaster skin glowing with a pearlescent luminescence. Her eyes sparkled like twin celestial gemstones, profound and radiant as the brightest stars in the nocturnal firmament. Clad in an unadorned emerald robe of austere design, the simplicity of her attire paradoxically accentuated her transcendent elegance. Every movement exuding aristocratic refinement. She seemed like an elven maiden stepped out from an ancient painting, though of course, she was indeed an elf. All hail the Grand Elder. Chorused the assembled elves. Though immobilized, they had been glaring ferociously at Su Muyang and his companion, with some hot-tempered individuals already hurling vehement curses. Yet at the elf's appearance, their voices united in reverent greeting before falling into expectant silence. To everyone's astonishment, the elf paid them no heed whatsoever. Her luminous gaze remained transfixed upon Su Muyang, those magnificent eyes glistening with what appeared to be the faintest mist of unshed tears. Su Muyang let out a soft sigh and spoke gently, Alice. It has been a long time. Alice remained silent, only extending her trembling right hand, slowly reaching towards Su Muyang's face. Just as her hand neared, she suddenly turned her head away, presenting Su Muyang with the elegant curve of her nape. Her voice, cool and detached, carried an almost imperceptible tremor as she asked, Who are you? What do you want? Ah, how intriguing. Su Lakai watched from the side, his eyes sparkling with excitement, his innate curiosity thoroughly ignited. As if he were merely a moment away from fetching a small stool and popping open a couple of beers. The tone, the gestures, the expressions all reminiscent of a melodramatic evening soap opera. Wouldn't you agree? A catchy line echoed in his mind. You are cold, you are heartless, you are unreasonable. It is you who is cold, heartless, and unreasonable. Where am I cold? Where am I heartless? Where am I unreasonable? Yet, he overlooked one crucial detail. Was the elder truly that kind of person? In Su Lakai's incredulous gaze, he witnessed Su Muyang wrap his arm around Alice's waist, drawing her close, before leaning in for a kiss. Astonishing. Su Lakai was so astonished that he jumped up. Elder brother, oh no, ancestor. This is not how the plot is supposed to unfold. Are you being so blunt and straightforward? Is there no foreplay at all? Not only he, but all the elves present were left dumbfounded, rooted to the spot, scarcely able to believe their eyes. The foremost archmage of the continent, the grand elder of the elf clan, was being forcefully kissed. The atmosphere instantly turned deathly silent. As Su Muyang embraced her, Alice froze momentarily, initially intending to struggle. Yet, the long-desired scent enveloped her, intoxicating her in an instant. She melted like a pool of azure water, languidly collapsing into Su Mu Yang's arms, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. The familiarity of her actions was strikingly skilled. Holy moly! Sulakai was utterly dumbstruck. What on earth is happening? Just moments ago, she appeared to detest him, proclaiming her hatred and disinterest, and now suddenly they are so affectionate? Could this be the legendary first move of the domineering CEO's playbook? If a woman is disobedient, kiss her? Elder Alice, wait. Elder Alice. The elf queen Bellamy flew in from a distance, breathless as she called out. However, upon witnessing this astonishing scene, she too was rendered speechless, stumbling and nearly falling from the sky. Fortunately, her voice roused Alice from her trance. Alice instinctively lifted her head, only to find countless elves staring at them in shock, which immediately filled her with embarrassment. Her delicate features flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, and she buried her face into Su Mu Yang's chest, refusing to look up again. The stark contrast between her usual regal composure and her current shy demeanor evoked a sense of idle collapse among many elves. Yet, Su Mu Yang, with an unwavering demeanor, seemed entirely unfazed. He affectionately brushed his fingers through Alice's silky green hair, laughing heartily. Little Bellamy, I'll catch up with Alice. Please entertain the little friend I brought along. With that, he vanished with Alice in a flash. For a moment, everyone was left stunned, their gazes converging on Sulakai, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, suspicion, and hostility. Under the intense gaze of so many elves, Sulakai felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were transparent and exposed. Well, he was indeed half transparent at the moment, so being seen through was only natural. Fortunately, Bellamy soon approached him, curiously assessing him. She placed her right hand on her chest, slightly bowing, her tone laced with respect. I am Bellamy, the current queen of the elves. May I inquire as to your name, sir? What is your relationship with Lord Mu Yang? Being addressed so respectfully by such a stunning beauty, the elf queen herself, startled Sulakai. He instinctively reached out to shake her hand, then reconsidered, feeling it inappropriate, and opted instead to mimic her gesture, placing his hand on his chest and bowing. Your Majesty, you flatter me. I am Sulakai, and descendant of the Ancestor. He faltered momentarily, unsure of what else to say. After all, Su Mu Yang had merely instructed him to refer to him as Ancestor, and he was uncertain about how to articulate their familial connection. In fact, he had only learned that this ancestor was called Mu Yang from Bellamy. However, that information proved sufficient. Bellamy's eyes lit up with excitement as she eagerly inquired, Sulakai? Su, are you akin of Lord Mu Yang? Yes, I believe so. Sulakai replied uncertainly, nodding. Bellamy's enthusiasm surged, gesturing invitingly. Lord Sulakai, please, come to the Queen's palace for a discussion. Servants, prepare the grandest feast to welcome Lord Mu Yang and Lord Sulakai. Huh? What is happening? Sulakai was momentarily taken aback. How could it be that, as the Queen of Elves, she displayed such politeness upon encountering the kin of her ancestors? The other elves exchanged bewildered glances, equally perplexed. What on earth was happening today? Elder Alice appeared unfazed, yet her majesty seemed out of sorts as well. In the air, a few crows cawed, heightening the awkward atmosphere. Bellamy offered an apologetic smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. My Lord Lakai, I sincerely apologize for my oversight. Sulakai wiped away the non-existent drool and feigned magnanimity, saying, Your Majesty, you are too kind. I truly appreciate your goodwill, but this is my fault. A great mage like myself should humbly apologize, and any reasonable man would choose to forgive, wouldn't they? Besides, it is not a matter of great consequence. The incident arose when Bellamy ordered a lavish reception for Sulakai. Consequently, an array of rare magical fruits was presented as if they were of no worth. If other mages on the continent were to witness this, they would surely turn green with envy. It is well known that the elven race occupies the bountiful elven forest, renowned for its abundant magical fruits. Moreover, this feast was personally commanded by the queen herself. Magical fruits of the 7th and 8th tiers were abundant, and even several rare 9th-tier magical fruits graced the dining table. Who among the ordinary would not be salivating at such a sight? Yet, alas, Sulakai is not an ordinary person. At present, he exists as a translucent soul without a physical form. No matter how delectable the offerings may be, I am left merely gazing in hunger, utterly unable to partake. Bellamy, too, seemed solely focused on hospitality, forgetting this crucial detail, which rendered the situation rather awkward. Noticing Bellamy's apparent guilt, Su Lukai swiftly adopted a gentlemanly demeanor to steer the conversation elsewhere. By the way, Your Majesty, you may simply call me Lukai. I am but an ordinary individual. The title of Lord Lukai is a burden I cannot bear. That simply cannot do, Bellamy insisted with a shake of her head. You are a relative of Lord Muyang, and your noble status warrants respect. Furthermore, you may address me as Bellamy. Su Lukai scratched his head, unsure of how to clarify his feelings. Surely, I cannot confess that I am not well acquainted with the Ancestor. Nevertheless, I wonder what deeds the Ancestor accomplished to elicit such deference from Her Majesty. After contemplating this, he tentatively suggested, how about this? Let us forego formalities. I shall call you Bellamy, and you may refer to me as Lukai. By the way, what exactly did the Ancestor do? You seem to hold him in high regard. Upon mentioning this, Bellamy's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lord Muyang is truly remarkable. Centuries ago, when Elder Alice journeyed across the continent, she encountered Lord Muyang. With his assistance, her powers soared, shattering the limits of the continent's sorcerers and ascending to an unprecedented divine realm. As for me, I was but a newborn at the time, and by fortunate happenstance, I received guidance from Lord Muyang, which enabled me to become a 9th-level sorceress and succeed as the Queen of the Elves. Lord Lukai. Lord Muyang mentioned that he aided Elder Alice's breakthrough using the secret techniques of the Su family. As a relative of Lord Muyang, do you possess this secret technique? Could you possibly? Her face bore a hint of embarrassment, yet her expression radiated hope as she gazed at Su Lukai. Who wouldn't he desire to attain such unparalleled strength as a divine sorcerer? I, too, am a magician with dreams and aspirations. However, this hope is destined to lead her to disappointment. Su Lukai is, after all, merely an ordinary individual, despite his lofty claims. What do I know of wizards or divine beings? Presently, his sole focus rests upon a striking young lady who, astonishingly, has lived for several centuries. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman is, the more adept she seems at deception, just as the two of them were lost in their own thoughts. The queen's palace suddenly trembled ever so slightly. Su Lukai remained unresponsive, yet Bellamy, after a brief moment of astonishment, was suddenly illuminated with fervor and swiftly soared out of the palace. Upon witnessing this, Su Lukai promptly followed suit. In the distance, a sudden milky white halo emerged, radiating with an overwhelming and magnificent aura, spreading outward in all directions. Above this halo, a faint green essence lingered, intertwining gracefully. As the halo swept past the nearby trees, the originally robust and lush elven wood visibly expanded in size. No, it was not merely a singular ring. After the first halo, another one materialized. With the emergence of each halo, the ground trembled once more. What could be the cause of this phenomenon? Su Lukai blinked in confusion, his mind clouded with uncertainty. The commotion had already drawn the attention of many nearby elves, who quickly gathered around, chattering in a flurry. Your Majesty, what has happened? Is there an enemy attack? Oh, what a rich and sacred aura of life. It surpasses even that of the mother tree. Forgive me. Not only was the life force extraordinary, but the natural elements were also remarkably vibrant. Your Majesty, what is going on? As they debated, Bellamy swiftly settled into a cross-legged position. A look of joy on her face as she assumed a meditative pose, loudly urging everyone, all members of the elven race, begin meditating at once. Lord Muyang is assisting Elder Alice in enhancing her magical power. This is a tremendous opportunity. Why are you all still standing there? Just as her words faded, a young elf exclaimed in surprise, what is happening? I was swept up in that halo and have advanced from a level 3 archer to a level 4. What kind of power is this? Regrettably, no one was able to respond, as everyone had already sensed the remarkable nature of the halo and had sat down to enter a meditative state. Su Lukai remained standing, glancing around, unsure of what to do. Meditation? I can't do that. At that moment, the ground trembled violently, and a halo much larger than before surged outward. The meditating elves were swept by the halo, and dozens of them radiated a vibrant green light. This was a manifestation of magical advancement. After a few muffled cheers, silence fell upon the scene as everyone seized this rare opportunity to meditate fervently. Su Lukai stood there, bewildered, his curiosity piqued as he focused on the halos. One after another, he observed them carefully and soon discovered, to his astonishment, that the appearance of these halos seemed to follow a pattern. After every 9 normal halos passed, a super halo would emerge, accompanied by violent tremors and the occasional flash of green light from the advancing elves. However, as time progressed, the frequency and amplitude of the halos became increasingly erratic and unpredictable. At times, a series of super halos would arrive like a tempest, leaving one breathless. At other times, they would appear like a gentle breeze, with normal halos occasionally giving rise to an unexpectedly powerful super halo, filling everyone with anticipation for the next surprise. After pondering for a long while, Sulukai scratched his head, a perplexed expression on his face. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable familiarity and embarrassment with this rhythm. As the day waned, the halos ceased to appear, and the elven forest returned to its former tranquility. Yet amidst this calm, countless cheers erupted. Wow, I advanced from a level 4 swordsman to a level 6. My elven bow has mutated. I can now create void arrows. I never expected that with my aptitude, I could advance to a level 7 grand sorcerer. I can't believe I have comprehended the gift of the goddess of life. This is a forbidden spell of the life element. Is this real? Your Majesty, what is happening here? Bellamy's face was also alight with excitement, clearly having reaped immense benefits herself. This is all thanks to Lord Mu Yang. Elder Alice was able to advance to a divine sorcerer because of Lord Mu Yang's assistance. These halos are, in fact, a result of the energy released while Lord Mu Yang was aiding Elder Alice in her enhancement. I was able to advance to a level 9 sorcerer because I had experienced these halos several times in the past. Lord Mu Yang is the most esteemed friend of our elven race. Praise Lord Mu Yang. The crowd erupted in astonishment, disbelief etched on nearly every face. Just a release of energy could bring us such great fortune? Who exactly is this Lord Mu Yang? Could he be the legendary deity? Yet the one who voiced this was the esteemed elven queen, and they had all genuinely felt these occurrences. Even the most improbable events began to garner belief. With a growing curiosity about Su Mu Yang among many, Your Majesty, who is this Lord Mu Yang? Bellamy replied with a mysterious smile and a hint of pride. That is something I cannot reveal. Just know that Lord Mu Yang is incredibly powerful and esteemed. Also, this is Lord Su Lukai, a kin of Lord Mu Yang. Please be sure to show him your respect. All eyes turned to Su Lukai once more, but this time, instead of suspicion and wariness, there was warmth and respect. A few brave elves approached him, curiously studying him. At that moment, a languid voice called out, Bellamy, bring that young friend to me. Yes, recognizing Alice's voice. Bellamy hastily dispersed the crowd and led Su Lukai away, instructing him along the way. Elder Alice can be a bit aloof and doesn't usually speak much. If she seems neglectful, do not take it to heart. As a relative of Lord Mu Yang, you are a friend of our elven race. As she continued her advice, Su Lukai's expression grew increasingly peculiar. An aloof personality? Is she referring to the shy girl who embraced him in public and kissed him warmly? No way. Could it truly be? Before long, they arrived at a treehouse nestled deep within the forest. The treehouse was modest in size and elegantly simple, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. Upon entering, Su Mu Yang sat calmly in a chair, sipping tea, exuding a serene demeanor reminiscent of an ancient sage, untroubled by worldly matters. Alice sat beside him, one hand lazily propping up her chin, her complexion rosy, her eyes shimmering with life. Though she still donned her simple green robe, her aura had transformed dramatically, now radiating a captivating charm. Even Bellamy couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, Elder Alice, you look stunning today. Alice's eyes momentarily flickered with a hint of panic before she composed herself and turned her gaze to Su Lukai. Is this the young friend you brought? Yes. Su Mu Yang replied, a hint of awkwardness in his expression. This is Su Lukai, my descendant. Descendant? Alice exclaimed, standing abruptly, her expression darkening as her gaze shifted between Su Lukai and Mu Yang. After scrutinizing Su Lukai closely, her voice quivered. Black hair, is this your child with Candace? Candace? Bellamy's expression shifted dramatically, while Su Lukai wore a look of utter bewilderment. Who is that? Why does it sound like a foreign name? Wait, how did I become the child of the Ancestor and that someone? Su Mu Yang's expression grew increasingly awkward. No, Alice. Let me explain. No need for explanations. Alice sighed, her demeanor becoming even more displeasing. I understand now. It is not Candace, but rather Isabella? Isabella? Bellamy's countenance shifted once again, while Su Lukai appeared even more perplexed. No, but who is Isabella? Su Mu Yang shook his head gently, replying, It's not Isabella, nor Alice. Before he could finish, Alice interrupted him, her expression darkening immediately. Could it be Sophia? Monica? Elena? Margaret? With each name she uttered, her countenance grew increasingly grim. By the end, her delicate face resembled a canvas smeared with ink. Su Mu Yang rubbed his temples, feeling a subtle headache creeping in. Women, he sighed softly. And with a flick of his hand, Bellamy and Sulakai suddenly found themselves in a daze. When they regained their senses, they discovered they were standing outside a treehouse, which was enveloped in a transparent barrier. Bellamy blinked in confusion and murmured to himself, "A soundproof barrier? Is Master Mu Yang discussing some confidential matters with Elder Alice?" Sulakai was utterly indifferent to these matters. "Who is Isabella?" as mentioned by Elder Bellamy and Alice. Bellamy turned his head, his expression grave. "Isabella is the High Priestess of the Holy See and the true leader of the Order faction in the continent of Ace. She is also the only Grand Sage in the history of the continent." What an extraordinary figure. Sulayton was instantly taken aback, but soon his curiosity piqued. "What about Candace?" "Candace is the Grand Judge of the Dark Alliance Tribunal and the true leader of the chaotic faction on the continent of Ace. She is also the only martial deity in the history of the continent of Ace." Astonishing. This is equally impressive. Sulaikai's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment as he muttered to himself. These two women were each more formidable than the last. And Elder Alice seemed to lack a bit of competitive edge. As a modern individual, he was far from naive like Bellamy. He had already discerned many underlying truths. He held a favorable impression of Alice, and, noticing her seemingly disadvantageous position, felt an unspoken concern. Both were leaders of their respective factions. With esteemed statuses, could Alice possibly contend with them? Little did he know that Bellamy, upon hearing his words, shot him a fierce glare. Who said that? Elder Alice was, after all, the first mage god in the history of the Ace continent, the leader of the neutral faction. She, alongside Isabella and Candace, was recognized as one of the three greatest experts on the continent. Yet, in my view, Elder Alice was truly the most formidable. Goodness, who would have thought? Sulakai was momentarily taken aback. I initially assumed that Alice was merely an ordinary elder of the elven clan, yet to my astonishment, she is also a leader of considerable stature. Then, who are Sophia, Monica, Elena, and Margaret? Bellamy scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. I vaguely recall that they were princesses of several human empires from centuries ago, but surely they must have perished long ago. At this moment, Sulaikai's emotions were exceedingly complex, a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment. "Oh, Ancestor, it turns out you were indeed a scoundrel. Moreover, your conquests are not of the ordinary sort. Truly impressive." Bellamy, reflecting on the earlier scene, suddenly found himself engulfed in doubt. "Right. Elder Alice mentioned that you might be a descendant of one of them?" Sulakai fell into a moment of silence. How am I to respond to such a statement? I too wish my mother were one of the three great masters, a princess of the empire, perhaps. Yet the reality is, my mother is merely an ordinary housewife. Fortunately, he was spared from answering that awkward question. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the familiar yet embarrassing aura surged forth. It was not until dawn broke that Sulakai and Bellamy were summoned back to the wooden cabin. Upon seeing Alice again, the lingering emotions on her face were still palpable, her gaze seemingly evasive. However, her tone had softened considerably, almost tinged with a hint of compassion. "Poor child. You have suffered. Come here, and let Annie take a look." Ah, the corners of Su Mu Yang's mouth twitched involuntarily. The hierarchy was suddenly thrown into disarray. If we were to truly consider lineage, Sulakai would have to address her as great-grandmother. Nonetheless, women are invariably most sensitive to matters of age. If he were to actually call her great-grandmother, it would likely provoke even the gentlest Alice into a fit of rage. Sulakai is also quite adept at navigating situations. By now, what is there left for him to comprehend? This venerable elder possesses extraordinary abilities. Nevertheless, his desire to resurrect himself still led him to seek an audience with Elder Alice. What does this signify? It suggests that Alice either wields formidable powers or possesses remarkable treasures. Having grasped this insight, Sulakai naturally understood the course of action he should take. Upon hearing Alice's summons, he promptly approached with utmost respect. "Greetings, Auntie." He expressed sincere apologies for arriving empty-handed, acknowledging his oversight. "Next time, I shall be better prepared to honor you." A smile blossomed on Alice's face, growing increasingly satisfied with the young man. "A good child. Your intentions are what matter, and I do not lack such offerings." She then turned to Su Muyang and inquired, "Do you wish to resurrect him? With your capabilities? This should pose no challenge, I presume?" Su Muyang nodded and elucidated, "I intend to create another physical form to serve as a vessel for his soul. However, if I merely fabricate a random corporeal body, I fear it may not suffice. Should I exert excessive force, the limitations of power within his realm would render it incapable of accommodating him. After much contemplation, I sought your assistance. Here." I can craft a physical form that is precisely calibrated to the power threshold of his world. Ah, dear me? Sulakaitan's eyes suddenly brightened. After enduring so much, he had long since comprehended the significance of strength. Naturally, the more powerful, the better. Did the elder imply that his new body possessed immense power? The elder was indeed considerate. Alice pondered for a moment before slowly nodding her head. I understand your meaning. Bellamy, please take charge and escort this child to the mother tree for the rebirth into an elven fruit. What? Bellamy's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, he bowed respectfully and said, As you wish, esteemed Elder Alice. Sulakai observed her expression, which appeared somewhat troubled, as if she were enveloped in a fog of confusion. What, pray tell, is this spirit fruit? Why does it cause such distress for Bellamy? Seeing the confusion etched on his face, Su Muyang kindly explained, Lakai, the elven race is markedly different from humanity. The elves possess a sacred mother tree, which absorbs magical energy to bear fruit. Each elven fruit nurtures a single elf, and when the fruit ripens, an elf is born. Of course, elves can also reproduce through conventional means. However, such second-generation elves are often significantly limited in both talent and potential. Your Aunt Alice is willing to allow you to be reborn as a first-generation elf, which is no small investment. This explanation opened Lukai's eyes to new wonders. He had only heard of live birth and oviparity, and now he learned that elves were born from fruit. Truly, the world is vast and full of marvels. He finally understood why Bellamy was so troubled. The mother tree requires substantial energy to create each elf, and with each elf born, the elven community loses a precious resource. As the elven queen, it was no surprise that Bellamy would be displeased. Suddenly, a thought struck him. By this logic, was Elder Alice also born from the mother tree? If so, what did that imply about the relationship between the ancestor and Alice? Could it be that the tree was, in a sense, the ancestor's mother-in-law? The complexities of these relationships were bewildering. Despite his swirling thoughts, he knew the importance of decorum and quickly bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, and Alice. And thank you, Queen Bellamy. Hold on. Su Muyang interjected abruptly, setting down his teacup and gazing intently at Alice. Alice, if it were merely a matter of elven reincarnation, I would not exert such effort. What I propose is for him to enter the life spring of the mother tree for a baptism. Through the life spring, we can reshape his very essence. What? The moment those words were uttered, it was as if thunder struck. Bellamy leaped to her feet, exclaiming, Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. That is the life spring. Even Alice's expression darkened. She looked deeply at Su Muyang, then at Lokai, and sighed heavily. Muyang, you know well that the life spring is the source of power for the elven race. Even as the eldest of the elves, I would not dare to easily acquiesce to such a request. Though her words were not an outright refusal, the implication was unmistakably clear. Sulakai was utterly bewildered. What exactly is the spring of life? However, since Alice stated that it is the source of power for the elven race, it must be something extraordinary. The appetite of the ancestor is truly insatiable. Wait a moment. Is the ancestor's perplexing request for his own benefit? If so, then carry on, ancestor. I have no objections whatsoever. Heeding the ancestor's words, let's ensure he is unharmed. Su Muyang was not surprised by their reactions. He merely raised his hand gently, as if to voice something. Upon witnessing the situation, Sulakai hastily bowed and paid his respects. Ancestor, Lakai and Bellamy shall take their leave. You and Aunt Alice may proceed with your discussions. As he spoke, he grasped Bellamy's hand and made to exit. Internally, he could not help but murmur to himself. Given the circumstances, it was evident that the ancestor intended to employ some special means to persuade Elder Alice. He could not afford to be a mere bystander in this matter. Otherwise, he would surely find himself cast aside once more, just as he had been previously. This time, there was no need for your intervention. I shall depart on my own. Su Muyang's movements froze, and a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. What a contemptible descendant you are, possessing the audacity to slander the ancestors. Do you truly believe that the ancestral spirit is oblivious to your innermost thoughts? The elder raised his hand, merely to amplify the gravity of his words. Do you think that I, as the elder, possess no other talents besides persuading women? If you lack understanding, refrain from speaking carelessly. Though his heart seethed with indignation, now was not the time to reprimand him. He shot him a fierce glare and retorted with annoyance. Where do you think you're going? We were just discussing your matters. He then turned to Alice with a serious demeanor. Alice, you have misunderstood. If I wish to utilize the fountain of life, I shall certainly pay the corresponding price. This price will be satisfactory to you, the elven clan, and even the mother tree of the elves. Huh. Alice was momentarily taken aback. Su Muyang gently took her hand and said softly, given the nature of our relationship, I care for you deeply and would never wish to put you in a difficult position. Alice's eyes sparkled with emotion, nearly overflowing with sweetness. The children are watching. Please, do not be so improper. Despite her words, she held Su Muyang's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Su lowered his head in silence. Those two old rascals. How despicable. Perhaps due to the inherent innocence of the elves, Bellamy, bewildered, inquired, My Lord Muyang, what do you mean? The fountain of life is the most treasured possession of the elven race. It takes 100 years for the mother tree to yield a single drop. Su Muyang smiled softly without responding to her. Instead, he took Alice's hand and stood up. Let us proceed to the mother tree of life. We shall also gather the nearby clansmen, as it would provide them with an opportunity. Alice nodded gently, obediently following him as they made their way outside. Su Lakai found himself momentarily entranced upon seeing Bellamy, hastily pulling her aside and whispering, Bellamy, why are you still in a daze? The Ancestor has proclaimed that he wishes to bestow opportunities and benefits. It was only then that Bellamy came to her senses, her eyes igniting with brilliance as she hurriedly exclaimed, I will go gather the others. In mere moments, Su Lakai found himself alone in the treehouse. He gazed towards the direction where everyone had vanished, an expression of sorrow and indignation crossing his face. You all only know how to bully me. Do you not realize I am just an ordinary person? Is there truly no one to assist me in my descent? How am I to navigate down from such a towering treehouse? Sighing, he resolved to descend carefully. As he began to gingerly climb down, a sudden realization struck him. He smacked himself on the forehead and muttered, Have I gone completely daft? You have become nothing more than an incorporeal spirit, yet you toil away climbing down. Why not simply leap? Would that truly cause you injury? Upon reaching the mother tree of the elves, Su Lakai was met with a cacophony of voices. All the nearby elves had gathered. However, unlike their previous hostility, the elves now regarded Su Muyang with expressions of respect and awe. Even Su Lakai basked in this newfound admiration, as many elves bowed in greeting, leaving him feeling rather elated. As the assembly reached its fullness, Su Muyang, who had been whispering with Alice, finally rose. Ascending into the air, he formed a series of hand seals and declared, Arise. At his command, the ground trembled violently, akin to the upheaval of a dragon awakening. Not only that, but within a 100-mile radius, the surrounding trees began to transform rapidly. Some grew instantaneously into towering giants, while others withered away into dust, dispersing into the air. A few even appeared to uproot themselves, relocating before re-establishing their growth. What is occurring? The crowd was filled with confusion, yet one elf's eyes sparkled with realization as he called out, What vibrant natural elements! His exclamation prompted others to delve deeper into their perceptions, leading to collective astonishment. The natural elements in the environment surged to life, their vitality seemingly animated. As if they were rejoicing. Not only did their activity amplify, but their concentration also escalated dramatically. In such an environment, one could expect their magical training to progress exponentially. While some marveled, others began to meditate, striving to harness the natural elements permeating the air. Among the elves, only Alice and Bellamy remained unfazed. Alice's gaze remained fixated on Su Muyang, her eyes reflecting a sense of enchantment at his formidable presence. Conversely, Bellamy's attention was captivated by the mother tree, exclaiming in astonishment, The mother tree! It is indeed growing. Her observation prompted the others to notice that the central mother tree of the elves was visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. Originally standing over 100 meters tall, its dense canopy had covered a vast area. However, the mother tree now seemed to burgeon with vigor, sprouting branches and leaves at an alarming pace. In mere moments, it had ascended dozens of meters, its expansive crown becoming increasingly lush, creating an overwhelming sensation of shade. Yet it was not merely growth that was apparent. The vitality of the mother tree was palpably flourishing, teeming with life. Hundreds of colorful elven fruits began to form rapidly. All praise the mother tree. All praise Lord Muyang. Witnessing this spectacle, Bellamy was on the verge of tears from excitement. As Su Muyang had articulated, the birth of the elven race depended on the mother tree's production of elven fruits. However, each time fruit was formed, it consumed immense energy. Thus, the number of elves birthed in this manner was limited, with most being second-generation elves born through conventional means. The disparity in strength and potential between those born from the mother tree and those bred normally was vast. To witness the birth of over 100 first-generation elves was indeed a monumental event for the elven race. Haha. Su Muyang descended gracefully and proclaimed, "Esteemed friends of the elven race, I am the beloved of Elder Alice. Today, I have come to the elven forest to establish the Eastern Emu Grand Formation. This formation is designed to gather the elements of nature, thereby aiding my fellow elven friends in their cultivation endeavors. Furthermore, it possesses the ability to ensnare and vanquish foes. With this formation as our guardian, the elven kingdom shall no longer tremble in fear of external threats. Although the effects of trapping and defeating enemies were not yet felt, the enhancement in cultivation was undeniably apparent to all. The rich magical ambience and the vibrant natural elements created an environment for cultivation that was more than tenfold swifter than before. The transformation of the mother tree was also evident to everyone present. However, he claimed to be the beloved of Elder Alice. According to elven customs, for the sake of preserving the purity of their lineage, intermarriage with outsiders is strictly forbidden. Yet, one must ponder, is Su Muyang truly an outsider? Given the abundance he has bestowed, how could he possibly be considered one? In that moment, all the elves bowed in deference to Su Muyang, their hearts filled with admiration. Bellamy wore a particularly serious expression. Lord Muyang, from this day forth, you shall be regarded as the most esteemed friend of the elven race. Su Muyang waved his hand and said with a cheerful smile, there's no need for such formality. As long as Alice is happy, that is all that matters. A delicate mist clouded Alice's beautiful, large eyes, and her gaze seemed to shimmer. I am so happy, truly delighted. Just being able to see you brings me immense joy, especially considering all that you have done for the elven race. Su silently bowed his head, unable to suppress his inner disdain. Such base flattery could ensnare even the esteemed Grand Elder into a state of confusion. One wonders whether to attribute this to the ancestors' remarkable cunning or the inherent naivety of the elven race. As Su Muyang was about to speak, he suddenly caught sight of Su Lukai's peculiar expression, instantly freezing in place. How could I have forgotten about this lad? I casually uttered a couple of words, and he somehow overheard them. This truly is a predicament. He cleared his throat, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. I had previously mentioned the intention to immerse this young man in the fountain of life for a baptism. Of course, I am aware that the fountain of life is exceedingly precious, with the mother tree of the elves able to condense but a single drop every decade. Utilizing the fountain of life to reconstruct this lad's flesh and blood would undoubtedly place a tremendous burden on the mother tree. I would never intend to put you in a difficult position. Another surprise? Alice's eyes sparkled with renewed excitement. Su Muyang smiled gently as he approached the mother tree of the elves, surveying it with keen interest. He spoke aloud, you, as the mother tree of the elves, embody the essence of life and nurture the elven race. Alas, the path of magic is not the true way. You have strayed, unable to awaken wisdom or undergo your innate transformation. Today, I wish to borrow 100 pounds of your life essence to assist my descendants in their cultivation. In return, I shall enlighten you and bestow upon you the primordial Imuju cultivation method. From this moment forth, our karmic ties shall be severed. With that, he extended a single finger and gently pressed it against the trunk of the mother tree. Observant elves soon noticed a small, verdant orb of light at his fingertip. Though diminutive, it seemed to pulsate with boundless vitality, evoking an irresistible longing in all who beheld it. As the orb entered the mother tree, it shuddered violently and began to grow at an astonishing rate. In a short time, it soared skyward, its peak disappearing into the clouds above. Not only that, but from its colossal canopy, countless natural elements surged forth, tinting the clouds above a vibrant green. The tree's crown overshadowed the sun, creating an expanse so vast that it seemed limitless. It felt as though, in that moment, this towering giant was the sole entity remaining in the cosmos. As the offspring of the mother tree, all present elves sensed her elation and knelt in reverence, offering their tributes. Praise the magnificent mother tree, they chorused, Alice included among them. Only Su Lukai stood agape, his neck craned to gaze skyward in awe. Having lived in the modern world, he had never witnessed such extraordinary supernatural phenomena. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, he abruptly turned to Su Muyang, his eyes brimming with yearning. Master, it turns out my ancestor is the true master. As if sensing his thoughts, Su Muyang casually explained without even turning his head, the Tree of Elves, also known as the Tree of Life, possesses rather extraordinary origins. However, it lacks sentience and cannot cultivate. For countless years, it has merely absorbed and released energy by instinct. accumulating a truly oceanic reserve. Now that I've enlightened it, the tree is temporarily struggling to adapt, resulting in this massive energy leakage. It will stabilize shortly. After much contemplation, Su Lakai finally conjured a phrase that most aptly reflected his current sentiments. Grandfather is truly remarkable. Su Muyang's lips twitched slightly. You, my dear boy, with that one remark, have instantly diminished the average cultural standard of our esteemed Su family. Enough of this flattery. If you cannot commend sincerely, then simply attend to the tasks entrusted to you by our ancestor. Would our venerable ancestor truly expend such effort if it were not for you, you rascal? Su Lakai pointed to his own nose, momentarily taken aback. Just then, the mother tree of the elves underwent yet another transformation. Its entire trunk rapidly diminished in size, swiftly returning to its original form. Yet, everyone noticed a distinct difference. Previously, the mother tree appeared rather ordinary in appearance, but now, its trunk gleamed like jade, pure, warm, and vibrant with life. Among the hundreds of colorful magical fruits that had just blossomed, several had transformed into a resplendent rainbow hue. Furthermore, a visage gradually emerged upon the jade-like trunk, a countenance of an elderly woman, etched with wrinkles and imbued with the weight of years, yet sparkling with the luminous glow of wisdom. A gentle voice resonated within the hearts of all present. It seemed as though it was her first utterance, though somewhat unrefined. The meaning was unmistakably clear. The mother tree had bestowed wisdom. Countless elves stood in stunned silence before erupting into thunderous cheers. Soon, one elf knelt before Su Muyang, offering the highest tribute of their kin. More and more elves followed suit, bowing in reverence, until even Alice could no longer resist the urge to pay her respects. Su Muyang hastily pulled Alice up and turned to the mother tree of the elves, saying, "There is no need for such formality between us. It is merely a transaction. For now, you should focus on comprehending the primordial wood technique. Additionally, I kindly request the opening of the spring of life." The tree of life nodded, its immense trunk gradually parting to reveal a gaping opening. Within this hollow, a pool of milky white spring water emanated a soft, ethereal glow. Merely gazing upon it, Su Lakai felt a profound yearning rising from the depths of his soul, a desire that seemed to stem from the very essence of life itself. Su Muyang waved his hand, and Su Lakai soared into the air, landing directly in the spring of life. Ah, what bliss! Su Lakai nearly moaned in delight. Although he lacked a physical form at present, it was astonishing that soaking in the spring of life enveloped him in a warm, comforting sensation. It was several times more pleasurable than any hot spring experience he had ever encountered. Su Muyang nodded in satisfaction, about to speak when suddenly his eyes flickered, as if a thought had struck him. The tree of life? Shall we reach an accord? Bellamy is also your child, and now she is the reigning elven queen. Presently, you have borne 18 elven fruits. Once they come to fruition, they shall embody the essence of divine magic. However, with Bellamy's mere 9th level strength, she is inadequate to lead the elven race. Since you are opening the fountain of life this time, why not allow Bellamy to partake in the baptism as well? The elven mother tree slowly nodded. As you wish, esteemed Lord Muyang. Upon learning that she could indeed receive the baptism of the fountain of life, Bellamy was momentarily stunned, then erupted with joy. Thank you, Lord Muyang. Thank you, mother tree. No need for such formality, Su Muyang replied with a warm smile. The elven mother tree, now cultivating the primordial wood technique, would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement in power, and the fountain of life has become less precious than before. Even if I do not mention it, in due time, the elven mother tree will grant you this opportunity. He spoke with a nonchalant tone, yet Bellamy remained profoundly grateful. Lord Muyang, you are far too humble. Were it not for your intervention, I would not have known when such an opportunity would arise. I am truly thankful to you. Suddenly, Su Muyang chuckled. Little Bellamy, when did you become so courteous? Since you insist on expressing your gratitude, how about assisting me with a small request? He gestured towards Su Lakai, who was soaking in the fountain of life, and with a hint of melancholy, he continued. This fellow is utterly clueless about cultivation, and my expertise is not particularly suited for him. As you both undergo your baptism simultaneously, which will require some time, why not take this opportunity to impart some natural magic to him? Without hesitation, Bellamy nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Master Muyang. I will teach Lakai everything I know. That is splendid, Su Muyang replied with a wave of his hand, and Bellamy immediately soared into the fountain of life. As both had entered, the tree hollow gradually sealed its entrance, returning to its original trunk form. However, within the fountain of life, Su Lakai was utterly bewildered. Wait, Ancestor, what is happening? I can understand you finding me a teacher for magic. Consider it a private tutor. But why must this tutor bathe with me? Is this not akin to a fabled couple's bath? In this dimness, a solitary man and a woman sharing a bath. Aren't you concerned about potential mishaps? Yet, the thought of sharing a couple's bath with a tutor seemed rather exhilarating. As the tree hollow closed, darkness enveloped the fountain of life. Soon, however, the jade pendant adorning Su Lukai's chest levitated, hovering in midair like a small sun, emanating a soft white light that rendered the fountain increasingly dreamlike. Bellamy, immersed in the fountain of life, couldn't help but emit a comfortable sigh. Yet, in such a secluded and intimate environment, Su Lukai found it difficult to suppress his nervous gulp. Ancestor, are you testing me with this? Which individual can withstand such a trial? Aren't you afraid of causing a catastrophe? As if in response to his doubts, the jade pendant in the air transformed. The once soft white light gradually shifted to a gentle pink, tender and romantic, resembling a dream. Under this pink hue, the already stunning Bellamy seemed to radiate an ethereal glow, leaving Su Lukai momentarily spellbound. My apologies, Lukai. It is simply too delightful. Bellamy's cheeks flushed as she realized she had been so absorbed in the pleasures of the fountain of life that she nearly forgot about Su Lukai. It's quite all right. Su Lukai swallowed hard and discreetly shifted his gaze. No, he must resist the temptation. Perhaps this is a test from the ancestral spirit. If he remains steadfast and endures such trials, the all-powerful Ancestor is sure to reward him. Besides, has not the Ancestor already enlightened the wisdom of the Mother Tree of Elves? Now, as he is within the very essence of the Mother Tree, should anything untoward occur, it would be witnessed firsthand by the Mother Tree itself, particularly since this Mother Tree has manifested the form of an elderly woman. This absolutely cannot happen. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, an unexpected event unfolded. The jade pendant's radiance suddenly expanded, swiftly transforming into a pink canopy that enveloped the fountain of life completely. This canopy seemed to possess a barrier effect, rendering the outside invisible and soundless. By the same token, whatever he did inside, even the Mother Tree of Elves would be oblivious, right? With this realization, Su Lukai felt a surge of courage, and a sense of shame dissipated in an instant. Bellamy, let us explore the realm of magic together. Now even the Mother Tree of Elves will be unaware that I am actually a novice in magic. Otherwise, how embarrassing that would be. Time passed unmeasured until the tree hollow slowly opened, allowing the external light to illuminate the space once more. Su Lukai was awakened by the joy of learning, and to his astonishment, he discovered that he had a body. No longer was he translucent as before. He had regained his familiar form. However, unlike before, this body possessed exquisite skin, radiating a soft, milky glow akin to the essence of life itself. Come forth. The voice of Su Muyang resonated from outside, revealing little emotion. Thank you, Lord Muyang, Bellamy exclaimed as he soared into the air, landing before Su Muyang with a face full of astonishment. Lord Muyang, Elder Alice, it seems I have now surpassed the level of a 9th-tier mage. With a warm smile, Su Muyang benevolently remarked, Bellamy, your aptitude is commendable, and you have indeed reaped numerous benefits from this baptism. However, you have yet to reach the realm of the divine mage. You can only be considered a half-step divine mage. To truly transcend into the divine mage realm, certain opportunities must arise. Bellamy, undeterred, maintained a cheerful demeanor, expressing, I am still quite content. Thank you, Lord Muyang. Su Muyang slightly nodded, then turned his gaze towards Su Lukai, his expression suddenly growing pale. Su Lukai stumbled awkwardly as he landed, nearly losing his balance. A broad smile spread across his face, excitement rendering him almost giddy. Master, I have not disappointed your expectations. I have mastered all of Bellamy's magic. Although I am still not entirely proficient in its application, I shall practice diligently in hopes of meeting your standards in due course. At that moment, his expression seemed to implore praise. Master, I have withstood your trials, dedicating myself to the study of magic, remaining entirely unperturbed by worldly beauty. Are you not pleased with me? Do you not see my potential? Please, shower me with compliments. Teach me some remarkable skills. However, his words ignited a fury within Su Muyang. You little rascal, are you truly inept? The master has provided you with an opportunity, and yet you remain ineffective. Even if your physical capabilities are lacking, you could at least cultivate some emotional bonds. Yet, here you are, focusing solely on magic for such a long time? Is mastering magic truly your foremost concern? At this rate, how will the Su family ever thrive? each generation more unfilial than the last. Truly, you drive me to despair. Bellamy blinked in surprise, suddenly exclaiming, "Huh? Why is it so quiet? Where have all the people gone?" Alice's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her gaze. Su Muyang, possessing an exceptionally thick skin, spoke earnestly. "During this period, I have frequently assisted Alice in enhancing her magical prowess, resulting in a considerable leakage of energy. They have reaped excessive benefits and advanced at an alarming rate. I fear their foundations may be unstable, so I have decided to let them venture out and assimilate their gains." Before Bellamy could inquire further, Su Muyang deftly shifted the subject. He cast a sharp glare at the bewildered Su Lukai, then gently took Alice's hand and said softly, "Alice, I apologize, but I must take my leave." "Leave?" Alice exclaimed, momentarily forgetting her shyness as she abruptly lifted her gaze. You are leaving?" "Indeed," Su Muyang replied, gesturing towards Su Lukai with a hint of resignation. "Truth be told, I wish to spend more time with you. However, this descendant of mine is disappointingly inept. Although I have recreated my flesh and blood through the fountain of life, it does not yet constitute a true body. I must devise a means to further refine it. Alas, as the ancestor of the Su family, I find myself beset by many frustrations." Alice silently lowered her head, her beautiful eyes now clouded with mist. "Could you perhaps stay with me for a few more days?" Su Muyang sighed softly. "I wish I could. However, this little rascal's foundation is unstable. If he does not recover swiftly, it may hinder his future cultivation. After all, he is a descendant of the Su family, and I cannot afford to be so irresponsible. Don't involve me in this." If Su Lukai could wield the art of invisibility, he would undoubtedly employ it without hesitation. "Oh, you old ancestor. Deceiving naive elves is one thing, but do you truly believe you can fool someone as knowledgeable as I? This posturing clearly indicates that you wish to escape while using me as an excuse. Bah, you old scoundrel. Cat. Oh, ancestor, must we depart at once?" Seeing Alice's pitiful demeanor, Su Lukai felt a pang of compassion. After all, she is his aunt, and it seems he has inadvertently elevated his own status significantly. Su Muyang cast an imperceptible glare at him and remarked, "Your body is now constructed from the spring of life, imbued with an abundance of life force. In other words, you have become a fantastical version of the flesh of Tang Sing, tempting anyone who gazes upon you to take a bite. If you are willing to continue down this path, I have no objections. Then I shall relent." Su Lukai immediately acquiesced. "Forget it. A friend's peril is not worth a hermit's sacrifice. Aunt Alice, I apologize." Alice sighed softly, and with her exquisite beauty, anyone who beheld her could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. "Are you preparing to depart from this world? When will you return? Shall I have the pleasure of seeing you again?" After a moment of hesitation, Su Muyang finally let out a long sigh. "Alice, I do not wish to conceal the truth from you. For the time being, I shall not depart from this world. I intend to embark on further travels for a while longer. As for our meetings, there will be ample opportunities in the future." Instantly, Alice transformed her worry into joy, gazing at Su Muyang with eager anticipation. "If possible, may I accompany you on your journeys? Just as we did in the past, adventuring together across the continent." Su Muyang's expression revealed a hint of difficulty. "Alice, the current state of this lad is quite dire. He possesses flesh, but lacks a skeletal structure. Thus, I plan to visit the Dark Alliance to borrow their artifact, the Scythe of Death, to construct a skeleton for him." "Wait, an artifact?" Su Like's eyes suddenly brightened. Although he was unaware of what the Scythe of Death was or the extent of its power, the mere mention of the word artifact suggested that it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Indeed, the ancestor was quite considerate. However, what he did not anticipate was that Alice, upon hearing this, astutely seized upon the crux of the matter. "To the Dark Alliance? Does that mean you intend to seek out Candace as well?" Su Muyang chuckled awkwardly, his expression tinged with embarrassment. After all, Candace was the Grand Judge of the Dark Alliance. Should anything happen with the Scythe of Death, she would undoubtedly pursue an investigation, potentially implicating her as well. As a friend, both morally and emotionally, I felt compelled to inform her in advance. Alas, were it not for this fellow, I would not have placed my friend in such a predicament. His pompous demeanor was enough to rattle Su Lukai's composure. "Oh, ancestor, I implore you to act like a decent person. Why must you use me as a shield to rendezvous with your lover? You incessantly claim that I am your descendant. Yet in reality, I am merely your pawn. A pawn you force into service, at that. And Alice, please do not fall for this." Indeed, Alice fell silent. Although she was quite innocent as an elf, She possessed an extraordinary sensitivity in certain matters as a woman. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. What happens after we locate the scythe of death? Cough, cough. Su Mu Yang's embarrassment deepened. This lad had flesh and bone, yet lacked vital organs. Thus, I must make a journey to the Holy See to procure the heart of an angel. With the heart of an angel as his core, I would forge the organs he so desperately needed. As the ancestor of the Su family, I was truly burdened with concern for my descendants. Silence enveloped the room, a heavy stillness taking hold. Even Su Lukai found himself devoid of any retorts. Ancestor, if my memory serves me correctly, you have a lover named Isabella, the high priestess of the Holy See, do you not? Why must you seek out each of your lovers to assist in my bodily restoration? Are you certain that your intentions are purely to help me regain my physical form? To say such things in front of Alice. Do you not fear igniting a fire in your own backyard? However, to his utter astonishment, upon hearing Su Mu Yang's words, Alice suddenly broke into a radiant smile. An expression of uncontainable joy. Mu Yang, you have no idea how happy this makes me. With your strength, you could have discreetly sought them out. Yet you chose to confide in me. This indicates that I hold a significant place in your heart. Thank you. I am truly overjoyed. Oh no. Su Lukai painfully closed his eyes. Aunt Alice, do you realize you have been manipulated? He lamented. After all, you are one of the 3 great masters of the continent. Can't you maintain a modicum of dignity befitting a master? He mused that if this continued, he would soon be reduced to a mere shadow of himself. Little did he expect that this moment would arrive so swiftly. Suddenly, Alice spoke again. If that is the case, then I shall accompany you. Even Su Mu Yang was momentarily taken aback. Alice smiled confidently, displaying a hint of mischief and pride. Since you intend to borrow the scythe of death and the heart of the angel, conflicts may very well arise, and as the foremost sorceress of the continent, I can certainly be of assistance. Moreover, you sought me out first upon your return and have spent this considerable time with me. If anyone should feel jealous, it would be those 2. Stunned, Su Lukai found himself speechless. Oh, Ancestor, you truly are the epitome of manhood. Oh, wind sprite, dancing in the atmosphere. Grant me transparent wings, that I may soar freely through the heavens. Su Lukai intoned the incantation in an ancient tone. In an instant, the elemental forces of wind became invigorated, swiftly coalescing behind him into a pair of translucent wings, lifting him gently into the air. Bellamy flitted around him with grace, continuously offering guidance. Yes, exactly like that. Maintain a steady output of magic. Add a touch of magical energy to the left wing, and you shall turn right. To ascend, you must amplify your magical output. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Su Lukai accelerated abruptly, colliding forcefully with a large tree ahead. Strangely, he emerged from the impact unscathed, transformed instead into a flat disc. His round head was squashed into a pancake-like shape, with his nose, mouth, and eyes all concaved, resembling a child's simplistic drawing. Not only his face, but his entire body flattened against the tree, while his arms and legs, propelled by inertia, flailed and became tightly entwined around the trunk. Bellamy, far from being astonished, covered his mouth with amusement. Su Lukai, feeling dejected, leaped down and rubbed his face with his hands a few times, reshaping his nose, eyes, and mouth. He then took several deep breaths, allowing his body to expand back to its normal form, and lamented, Ancestor, why do I feel as though I have become a piece of clay? I can mold myself into any shape I desire. Not far behind him, a pristine white unicorn followed leisurely. Su Mu Yang cradled Alice as they sat upon the unicorn, engaged in hushed whispers. With a smile, he remarked, Did I not mention? While you may appear to have taken on a corporeal form, it is merely flesh and blood infused with the essence of the fountain of life, not yet fully solidified. Hence, I am compelled to assist you in locating the scythe of death in the heart of the angel. Did you genuinely believe my motivations were solely to seek out individuals? Is that the kind of person I am? Sighing, he continued. I had intended to illuminate my heart with the moonlight, yet it seems the moonlight merely illuminates the gutter. Alas, magic is indeed a challenging pursuit. With a misstep in his control, Su Lukai once again plummeted from the heavens, landing in a heap. As he reassembled himself into a semblance of normalcy, he couldn't help but express his heartfelt sentiments. Earlier, while indulging in a couple's bath within the tree hollow, he had absorbed the foundational theories and incantations of magic. However, putting them into practice proved to be far more complex. Alice smiled gently, offering him solace. Lukai, you have performed admirably. The continent's mages ascend from simplicity to complexity, gradually honing their skills, thus mastering their powers with ease. You, however, have been forcibly elevated through the fountain of life. Though you now possess the magical prowess of the 9th level, your understanding of power control is quite lacking. Nevertheless, with such a foundation, it will not be long before you emerge as a true 9th level nature mage. Bellamy, too, scoffed, clearly irked. Indeed, I toiled for 2 centuries to reach the status of a 9th level mage. You, in mere days, have acquired 9th level magic. Should this word spread, countless souls would turn green with envy. Su Lukai chuckled with pride. Are you envious? Jealous? Resentful? Alas, what can be done? I am fortunate to have a remarkable ancestor. In response to his boastfulness, Su Muyang playfully delivered a light slap to the back of his head, nearly knocking him off balance. What are you so smug about? Given your current situation, mastering nature magic will yield swift results, while delving into elemental magic will prove significantly more arduous. To abandon your studies in nature magic in favor of elemental windwings, should you succeed, it would indeed be a marvel. Su Lukai skillfully withdrew his head, chuckling. Old ancestor, while that may be true, the ability to soar through the skies is indeed the dream of humankind. Moreover, how magnificent it is to glide through the heavens with wings. What nonsense! Su Muyang nearly burst into laughter, taken aback by his naivety, appearing utterly inexperienced. Very well, if you wish to delve into elemental magic, pursue it by all means, for it bears no adverse consequences. However, within a fortnight, you must master the natural magic to perfection. Su Lukai's face instantly fell into a frown. To master this in just half a month, how much hardship must I endure? Ancestor, I believe that learning cannot be accomplished in a single bound. Progressing step by step is the true path to success. Su Muyang let out a cold snort and spoke indifferently. In half a month, we shall arrive at the territory of the Dark Alliance. By then, after I forge your skeleton with the scythe of death, you will also need to learn necromancy from Candace. Time is indeed of the essence. What nonsense is this? Su Lukai's face turned pale, and his words trembled slightly. Ancestor, is that necromancy really like what is depicted on television, all skeletons and such? Ancestor, I'm truly terrified of ghosts. Please don't frighten me. Afraid? Su Muyang replied lazily. Then allow me to offer you an opportunity. If you master necromancy upon your arrival at the Holy See, I shall have Isabella teach you light magic. How does that sound? Light magic, which is inherently luminous, is the best counter against ghosts. Once you master it, those spirits will scurry away from you. I shall learn. Upon hearing that he need not fear ghosts, Su Lukai immediately perked up. However, a moment later, he realized something was amiss. Wait, before I can learn light magic, I must first deal with those spirits, right? So the dilemma arises. Mastering light magic means I will no longer fear ghosts, but to learn light magic, I first have to confront those very ghosts. Isn't this akin to the age-old question of which came first, the chicken or the egg? Ancestor, are you jesting with me? Alice, listening to their conversation, grew increasingly perplexed. Muyang, with your capabilities, if your intention was merely to create a physical body for him, there should be numerous methods available. Why must it involve these 3 specific items? And why is it necessary to learn these 3 schools of magic? Su Muyang cast a glance at the sorrowful and indignant Su Lukai, shaking his head with a sigh. Alas, what can be done? After all, his world is indeed peculiar. Having mastered these 3 schools of magic, he could wield necromancy to command the undead, employ light magic to purify the surroundings, and utilize nature magic to restore vitality. If he could achieve this, it would be a tremendous act of merit. Tremendous merit? Su Lukai's ears perked up instantly. The concept of merit is familiar to anyone who has perused online novels. It is indeed a most precious boon. Bellamy blinked in confusion and interjected, Lord Muyang. What exactly is merit? What benefits does it confer? Su Muyang explained with a beaming smile. The benefits would be immense. To put it succinctly, the heavenly Tao in that realm has been tainted, resulting in a complete imbalance, losing its ability to regulate the cosmos. If this young man truly manages to restore that world to its former state, he would be rendering an extraordinary service to the universe. The Tao is selfless. As a reward, it is entirely plausible that he could replace the heavenly Tao, becoming the sovereign of that realm. Oh, the so-called heavenly Tao can be roughly understood as a being akin to a creator deity. All living beings in the world would revere him. The cosmos would operate according to his will, granting him immortality and eternal existence. Wow. This explanation left the 3 individuals speechless. They had initially believed that his aim was merely to resurrect Su Lukai, but they had not anticipated that Su Muyang's ambitions far exceeded their wildest imaginations. He intended to forge a creator deity out of sheer will. How on earth is that possible? How could this be? Su Lukai's speech has become quite stuttered. To replace the way of heaven, one could hardly dare to even conceive such a notion. Look at your pitiful state. What is truly impossible? Su Muyang let out a cold snort, bearing an expression of frustration akin to that of a mentor disappointed with a student's lack of progress. It was merely a small world, and the strength of the heavenly Tao was limited. What was there that could not be replaced? If a department manager in a company performed poorly, the boss would become furious and dismiss him, replacing him with a more capable individual. Was this not entirely reasonable? The Su family boasts a lineage of remarkable talent, with some engaged in the establishment of the celestial court, while others are preparing to create the realm of reincarnation. If one can construct a complete 3 realms, then what is there to fear in contemplating the heavenly Tao of a mere human world? When the Ancestor instructed you to guard that realm for a century, did you think it was mere idle talk? Based on my estimation, with just 100 years of dedicated effort, you could thoroughly purify that world and subsequently take the place of the heavenly Tao. I pose to you a single question. Are you willing to undertake this task? If you are not inclined, I shall summon members from the Su family in other worlds to take on the challenge. Why hesitate? Su Lukai exclaimed, leaping up with fervor, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Is it not merely a century? Let us proceed. The Ancestor has paved the way to such an extent that one can simply await victory. What is there to deliberate? Even if it fails, it would only amount to the squandering of 100 years. After all, the Ancestor stated that this new body could endure for 1,000 years. Have you truly contemplated this? Su Muyang suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, stating with gravity, to repay a debt of gratitude, one must first make sacrifices. Attaining great merit and receiving the acknowledgement of the Tao is not as simple as mere words. Over the span of a century, you must diligently labor day in and day out, without a moment's negligence. In that 100 years, apart from yourself, no other beings will inhabit that world, and you will have to endure immense solitude and loneliness, without a single soul to converse with, unless, he cast a swift glance at Bellamy, his words laden with implication, unless you are willing to share a portion of your merit and seek out suitable companions. The ancient forces and dormant vitality awaken at this moment. By my will, I summon the power of nature. O trees, heed my call. Nature's magic, bestow upon you vibrant life, allowing the verdant essence of the forest to endure eternally. Su Lukai recited a lengthy incantation with fervor, and naturally, the elemental forces began to coalesce under his command, merging seamlessly with the verdant expanse before him. In an instant, the forest appeared to have been infused with vitality, growing at an astonishing pace. Master, I have succeeded. I can now wield the 9th level magic, natural growth. Despite being breathless from exertion, Su Lukai could not contain his exhilaration, shouting with unrestrained joy, what an achievement. Su Muyang let out a cold snort and said indifferently, with the fountain of life as your flesh and blood, is it not expected that you wield 9th level natural magic? Your power is too dispersed, and your control over the elements is rather crude. You should engage more with Bellamy. Su Lukai nodded vigorously and rushed to Bellamy's side, chattering incessantly. Ever since he learned about the path laid out for him by the Ancestor, Su Lukai had been invigorated, as if under the influence of a stimulant. He devoted himself entirely to magic, neglecting even meals. After all, he was no longer a normal person, brimming with energy and having no need for sustenance. His fervent dedication, however, only served to infuriate Su Muyang. Kid, you've got your priorities all wrong. Your focus now should be on finding suitable allies. Do you understand? Reluctantly, he found himself having to devise ways to nudge him closer to Bellamy. Seeing the camaraderie between Su Lukai and Bellamy, Alice smiled with a hint of amusement. I believe the elven race is about to select another queen, just like in the old days. Su Muyang was taken aback. In the past, Alice had been the most gifted elf and the designated heir to the elven throne. However, after meeting Su Muyang, she had voluntarily relinquished her claim to the title, settling for the role of an elder. After all, she was no longer pure at that time. Similar situations had arisen with Isabella from the Holy See and Candace from the Dark Alliance. Reflecting on the past, a sweet smile graced Alice's lips. Yet at that moment, her expression suddenly shifted, and she exclaimed urgently, "Thorn barrier." In a radius of several miles, all natural elements coalesced instantly, forming a thick barrier around the two of them. The barrier glimmered with a vibrant green hue, adorned with countless barbs that radiated an unsettling cold light. Not far away, Su Lakai and Bellamy were momentarily stunned, for Alice's formidable magic had completely drained the nearby natural elements, even dissipating the magic they had conjured. What was happening? What was Elder Alice attempting to do? But in the next instant, they quickly understood. A shadow on the ground suddenly surged forth, transforming into a streak of black light that darted towards the thorn barrier. Before the barrier had fully formed, it had already penetrated within. Sigh. Alice paused slightly. Then, with a resigned sigh, she dispelled her magic, revealing the scene inside the barrier. Ancestor, Lord Muyang. Upon closer inspection, Su Lukai and Bellamy were instantly struck with terror. Within the barrier, Su Muyang stood silently, yet beside him loomed a shadow, entwined in dark mist, holding a short sword that radiated an eerie glow. The blade's tip was deeply embedded in Su Muyang's chest. Ancestor, Su Lukai, upon witnessing this scene, rushed forward without a moment's hesitation, his heart filled with profound grief and indignation. How could the ancestor be wounded? Good heavens, could he possibly perish like this? My dream of the Tao was yet to commence, and now it might be thwarted. Silence. Alice snapped irritably, gesturing with her hand as several vines sprouted from thin air, ensnaring him firmly in place. Moreover, one vine effectively sealed his mouth, rendering him mute. Elder Alice, Bellamy exclaimed in alarm, his voice urgent. Humph, Alice huffed, turning her head away, presenting the onlookers with the exquisite back of her head. Indeed, something was amiss. Sulakai, after all, is not foolish. He quickly discerned the underlying intricacies. Who is that ancestor? Capable of elevating Alice to the realm of the divine mage. What must his own prowess entail? Yet this time, even Alice reacted, employing protective magic. Why then did the ancestor remain utterly unresponsive? With such suspicions in mind, Sulakai scrutinized the scene once more, ultimately uncovering an anomaly. The dagger appeared to be embedded in Su Mu Yang's chest, yet there seemed to be not a trace of blood. Had the ancestor been struck or not? Was he injured or unharmed? The dark mist churned, gradually dissipating into the air, as that figure slowly revealed its true form. Hiss! Su-like inhaled sharply, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Beautiful, truly breathtaking. The figure before him was an exquisitely stunning woman. She was clad in a form-fitting black leather armor that accentuated her perfectly voluptuous physique. With broad shoulders, a slender waist, and long legs enveloped in black knee-high boots, she exuded an explosive sense of power. Her sleek black bob shimmered under the sunlight, reflecting a metallic luster. Beneath a high forehead lay a pair of piercing crimson eyes, sharp as a hawk's, and below them were her delicate, deep purple lips. This striking combination of eye and lip color not only enhanced her allure, but also radiated an enchanting glow. Even after spending considerable time in the elven forest and witnessing numerous handsome men and beautiful women, this captivating lady left Su like utterly mesmerized. She was so stunning that even in comparison to Aunt Alice, she stood unparalleled. Sulakai was momentarily taken aback. Why should he compare her to Alice? Nonetheless, he could not help but secretly draw parallels between the two. In contrast to Alice's serene and composed demeanor, this woman exuded a certain audacious flamboyance and heroic elegance. Most importantly, Alice was an elf, possessing the slender and delicate physique characteristic of her kind. In stark contrast, this woman's figure presented a breathtaking curve, imbued with an indescribable allure. How absurd! What was he thinking? Su Laikai hastily shook his head vigorously. After all, this was the nemesis of the ancestor's assassination. However, nemesis? He was mistaken once more. Su Muyang maintained a tranquil demeanor, as if the dagger that had pierced him had not struck at all. He simply gazed at the woman before him, his voice gentle. Candace, it has been a long time. How have you been? The name Candace left Su Lu Kai momentarily astonished. If memory serves, this name signifies the leader of the chaotic faction, the Grand Judge of the Dark Alliance Tribunal. Moreover, she holds another significant title as one of the ancient patriarch's lovers. What kind of scenario is this? An encounter with an old flame, punctuated by a dagger? Yet, the patriarch is a scoundrel, deserving of such treachery. As a devotee of beauty, Su Lukai unhesitatingly sided with Candace. You are still alive? Candace inquired, her tone laced with a palpable bitterness. Su Muyang remained enveloped in a gentle smile. Naturally, you once proclaimed that if I were to perish, it could only be at your hands. Ah, Su Lukai silently lowered his head. A true master, indeed. Even the art of romance is executed with such uniqueness. Yet, who could have anticipated that upon hearing these words, Candace would not feel delighted, but rather, her anger would intensify. With a swift motion, she drew her short sword and, with a sharp thrust, drove it in. Then tell me, upon your return, why was Alice the first one you sought? Su Mu Yang's expression shifted dramatically. His face clouded with sorrow. In truth, my return this time was primarily for him. He indicated towards Su Lu Kai and elucidated. This is my descendant. He met with misfortune and perished, leaving only his soul behind. Candace's gaze pierced through Su Lu Kai like a dagger. With just a glance, her fury surged once more. Engaging in the familiar dance of drawing and sheathing her sword, again and again. Such an abundant life force. This is your child with Alice? You actually fathered a child with her? Alice turned her head away in response. At her words, her delicate face flushed crimson, and she huffed indignantly. Humph. He is not my descendant. Not. Candace exclaimed, her voice rising in pitch, as if she had been set ablaze with anger. Damn it. How infuriating. How could Isabella have beaten me to it? As she spoke, she stabbed at the air with her short sword. Su Lu Kai felt a pang of bitterness. What is your situation? Are you all suggesting that my mother could only be one of you? You truly underestimate my ancestral lineage. I can confidently assert that the degree of infidelity in my family's history far exceeds your imagination. As Candace continued to inflict harm upon Su Mu Yang, Alice finally reached her breaking point. With a flash of green light, a vibrant emerald magic arrow materialized, striking Candace's short sword from her grasp. Candace, this makes 18 times. Do not be so insatiable. Not only her, but even Su Mu Yang's expression gradually darkened, his gaze now laden with an ominous intensity. Woman, you are playing with fire. Do not dare challenge my patience, for the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Is that so? Candace raised an eyebrow, her demeanor rife with provocation. But I am precisely curious to see what consequences might arise from angering you. Su Mu Yang slowly approached her, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. If you intended to provoke me deliberately, let me inform you. You've succeeded. No one escapes my control, and you shall be no exception. Enough of your nonsense. Candace suddenly roared. A surge of impenetrable black mist erupted from her form, swallowing the very light itself, shrouding the sky in darkness. Then let me witness the extent of your power. Boom. The overwhelming tide of dark energy exploded outward, hurling Su Lu Kai and Bellamy far into the distance. They tumbled through the air before barely managing to land on the ground. Incredible! Bellamy gasped in astonishment. I've already surpassed the 9th tier, yet before her, I stand no chance. Is this the might of a divine-level expert? Meanwhile, Su Lu Kai's expression grew increasingly peculiar. All right, I get it. You want to fight and exchange threats. But why does this dialogue feel so familiar? And Bellamy, you're far too naive. Doesn't this sensation of being flung away seem oddly recognizable? Are you certain it was Candace who threw us? Ah, Elder Alice, are you injured? Why is your face so flushed? Before Su Lu Kai could explain, Bellamy suddenly exclaimed again. Alice stood at the edge of the black mist. Her delicate cheeks flushed a deep crimson, like ripened apples glistening with vitality. At Bellamy's question, she bristled with embarrassment and irritation. Silence, she snapped. Have the two of you mastered forbidden spells yet? Can you cast them instantaneously? Instead of wasting time on idle thoughts, shouldn't you be training? Azure Barrier, Absolute Defense, Moonlight Veil, Earth's Guardian, Cyclone Mist. One after another, spells erupted from her, crimson, azure, ivory, obsidian, layering upon each other like nested domes, encasing Su Lu Kai and Candace within an impenetrable fortress of magic. Astounding, Bellamy murmured, eyes wide with awe. Elder Alice is truly formidable, to unleash so many forbidden tier protective spells in an instant. I always believed she specialized in nature magic, yet her elemental mastery is equally peerless. Then, realization struck her like lightning. No. If even the aftermath of their battle requires this level of protection, just how powerful is Candace? Does Lord Muyang truly need to exert himself against her? As if confirming her fears. The earth trembled violently, great fissures splitting the land as though a dragon writhed beneath the surface. Bellamy sucked in a sharp breath, whispering to herself, I wonder how the battle fares. Will Lord Muyang be harmed? Turning to Su Lu Kai, she asked urgently, Aren't you the least bit worried for Lord Muyang? Su Lu Kai sighed. Please, just stop talking. Su Lu Kai covered her face, unable to bear the sight of such a Na'vi sprite. One must wonder, how lacking in discernment can your kind be? Even a sprite as oblivious as you can ascend to the throne as queen of your people? Do you not find this rhythmic tumult familiar? Shall I enlighten you? Time passed, though it felt like an eternity, until the earth finally regained its former tranquility. The layers of barriers dissipated, revealing the twinkling starlight beyond. Bellamy's expression grew increasingly grave. Lord Muyang must have triumphed. Yet, it took such an extensive duration to vanquish Candace. The title of martial god is truly well-deserved. She pushed aside Su Lukai's hand that was covering her mouth and inquired, "Lukai, why are you silencing me? Could it be that Lord Muyang has suffered defeat?" Su Lukai wore a sorrowful expression, wishing he could dig a hole and bury himself. "Bellamy, as our senior, is it appropriate for you to discuss such matters? I would wager that, despite the distance, they would undoubtedly hear us given their prowess. Even if you desire to perish, must you drag me into it as well?" Indeed, the ground beneath them suddenly heaved, propelling them swiftly forward. In no time, they found themselves before Su Muyang and the others. At that moment, Su Muyang's countenance remained serene, exuding an air of ancient wisdom. Alice stood nearby, glaring fiercely at Bellamy. Meanwhile, Candace lingered on the other side, her gaze oscillating between Bellamy and Su Lukai, her expression filled with intrigue. After observing for a while, she suddenly turned to Alice and remarked, "Alice, it seems you are considering entrusting the education of this little sprite to that young scion of the Su family?" "Education? What education?" Bellamy was taken aback, then immediately felt a surge of indignation. "In the realm of magical education presided over by Su Lukai, I find myself in the role of a mentor." Yet, she refrained from elaborating further, instead gracefully performing an elven salutation. "Queen Bellamy, it is an honor to meet you." "Esteemed Chief Justice, you seem to be filled with fervor. Might you require my assistance with healing?" "What on earth?" A few individuals were momentarily taken aback. Alice was the first to regain her composure, her expression darkening as she waved her hand nonchalantly. "Edict. Silence." An invisible beam of light, imperceptible to ordinary eyes, descended upon Bellamy. Bellamy's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth opening in a silent gasp. "Oh my!" Candace suddenly exclaimed. "Edict magic? You possess the ability to wield edict magic? This is a form of rule-based magic said to be exclusively mastered by deities. Have you achieved another breakthrough?" Alice, maintaining her composure, cast a subtle glance at Su Muyang, replying with a smile, "Recently, I have fortuitously made some new advancements." "Sister Alice." Candace grasped Alice's hand affectionately. "Would you teach me? Otherwise, I fear I shall be unable to contend with Isabella." "At the very least, I can offer you a trade," she declared resolutely. As if making a momentous decision, her expression tinged with reluctance. "I have 17 chances left. How about I exchange one with you?" Alice's face flushed crimson. What are you saying? In front of the children, have you no sense of shame?" Sulike desperately lowered his head, envisioning himself as a quivering quail. "You cannot see me. You cannot see me. You cannot see me." Alas, how could he possibly remain unnoticed? Especially now, as Alice, both embarrassed and angry, sought a means to divert the conversation. Like, "Come greet your Aunt Candace. Your Aunt Candace is the chief judge of the Dark Alliance Court, and your matters will inevitably fall under her purview." With his facade shattered, Sulike could only approach resignedly, bowing respectfully and greeting. "I have the honor of meeting you. Aunt Candace, you are truly beautiful. It is no wonder that the Ancestor speaks of you so often." Alice's gaze turned increasingly perilous. "Young man, you have never uttered such words to me." Candace, however, instantly brightened, her expression warm as she regarded Sulike. "Oh my, such sweet words. For that alone. Whatever you need, I shall take care of it." It was only at this moment that Su Muyang leisurely interjected, "I wish for this lad to learn necromancy. After much consideration, it seems you possess the greatest mastery of this art on the continent, hence my visit." "TCH. Candace pouted, clearly displeased. "What good is necromancy, anyway? It is still entirely suppressed by Isabella. Had I not promptly modified my martial skills, I would surely have found myself unable to hold my head high before her." Impressive. The current Sulike had just begun to grasp the power dynamics of the continent, and her words astonished him. This Aunt Candace, it seems, was also adept in both magic and martial arts, having reached sublime heights in both disciplines. Yet, from her tone, it was clear that even with her formidable prowess, she remained firmly overshadowed by Isabella. Just how powerful must that other individual be? Truly, she is worthy of being the beloved of the Ancestor. When it came to serious matters, Candace adopted a more solemn demeanor, scrutinizing Sulike intently, her brows slightly furrowed. "This lad is quite peculiar. His life force appears abundant yet is remarkably insubstantial. Moreover, as life and death are opposing forces, how could he possibly learn necromancy?" Su Muyang explained with a cheerful smile, "Of course, that is not feasible at the moment. However, this matter still falls upon you, after all. You are the Grand Judge of the Dark Alliance. Not anymore. Candace suddenly interrupted him, her gaze filled with a peculiar expression, as if caught between laughter and tears. If you had arrived a couple of days earlier, I would still hold that title. But now, I am no longer the Grand Judge. What on earth? A few of them were taken aback, with Alice exclaiming, "What happened?" Candace shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly and stated, "I no longer wish to be the Grand Judge. But those old geezers in the council refused to agree. In a fit of anger, I gave them a good beating and forcefully defected from the Dark Alliance. So, now, not only am I no longer the Grand Judge, but I am also a wanted criminal of the Dark Alliance. I estimate that news will spread across the continent in a couple of days. By then, I can only imagine how many adventurers will come chasing after me for the bounty the Dark Alliance has placed on my head." Despite discussing such a significant matter, Candace's tone and expression were remarkably relaxed, devoid of any hint of concern. "Please, I am one of the 3 greatest masters of the continent. Who do I have to fear, aside from Isabella and Alice, my rivals and sisters?" Sumu Yang felt a tinge of curiosity. "What happened? Why did you suddenly depart from the Dark Alliance? Would you like to know?" Candace's eyes glinted as she playfully extended a finger. "If you owe me one more time." "Forget it, I'm not interested in knowing anyway. Whether the Dark Alliance thrives or perishes has no bearing on me." Sumu Yang pursed his lips, exhibiting an air of indifference. Women, after all, must never be allowed to gain the upper hand. Candace leaned in closer, her smile reminiscent of a mischievous little creature. "Are you truly not curious? This matter pertains to you, you know." "He." Sumu Yang responded with a polite smile. "If I were genuinely interested, I could simply calculate it with a flick of my fingers. What event in this realm could possibly elude my awareness? Yet, such an approach would render it rather mundane. Furthermore, he was well acquainted with Candace, aware that she was not someone who lacked a sense of priority. The fact that she could leverage this situation to her advantage indicated that the issue was not severe, remaining entirely within the realm of control. Since she wished to indulge in a little secret to heighten the intrigue, he decided to feign cooperation. In truth, this could be seen as a fortuitous turn of events. Sumu Yang's objective this time is undoubtedly directed towards the Scythe of Death. However, out of respect for Candace's status and dignity, he refrains from employing coercive measures, instead opting for a more diplomatic approach akin to that employed with the elven race, whereby he is willing to offer a certain price in exchange. Now that Candace has severed her ties with the Dark Alliance, he finds himself unencumbered by previous reservations. Shall he simply take the Scythe of Death? As he contemplates this, a sudden thought strikes him, prompting him to lift his gaze towards the distance. What is it? What does he see? Noticing his demeanor, Candace feels a twinge of curiosity. Suddenly, Sumu Yang burst into laughter, realizing the truth of the saying that one often encounters what they speak of. A death mage was hastening towards them, wielding the Scythe of Death with a formidable level 9 power. "TSK, TSK, Candace, your pursuer has arrived." With a rhythmic sound of grinding bones, a colossal skeletal dragon soared through the air. Its immense form stretched several dozen meters in length, with its skeletal structure resembling a jagged mountain. The dragon's bones gleamed with a ghastly pallor, and its massive, menacing skull housed hollow eye sockets that seemed to burn with an eerie blue flame, emanating an aura both mysterious and terrifying. "Oh my!" Su Lukai was taken aback, instinctively retreating a few steps, his face turning as pale as a ghost. The skeletal dragon appeared exceedingly terrifying, did it not? In contrast, the others maintained an air of indifference, casting curious glances at Su Lukai. Bellamy, who had just been freed from her silence, spoke candidly. "Lukai, why such a reaction? Are you afraid of the skeletal dragon? How could that be?" Su Lukai bristled at the query from the striking beauty, puffing out his chest in an effort to assert his masculinity. "I am merely curious. After all, this skeletal dragon, devoid of feathers on its wings, was capable of flight, an anomaly that defied the principles of physics." He let out a few awkward chuckles, attempting to dispel the tension. Sumu Yang could not help but chuckle in silence. "In that case, I shall leave this necromancer to you. With the ability to summon a bone dragon and wielding the Scythe of Death, she certainly presents a formidable challenge. If you manage to defeat her, I shall invest more effort into crafting your bones when the time comes." "What is this nonsense?" Sulakai's face turned pale. "For heaven's sake, I am terrified of ghosts. And now, you expect me to compete against professional players?" Sumu Yang cast him a sidelong glance and spoke nonchalantly, "Of course. If you are inclined to cherish the delicate, there are alternative methods. I can arrange an illusionary trial for you, sending you to the underworld." "That's her," Su Lukai exclaimed without a moment's hesitation. "The underworld? Goodness. That's a genuine concentration camp for spirits, the kind that could terrify anyone. He suddenly froze, realization dawning upon him. Cherishing the delicate? Ancestor, are you implying that this necromancer is a woman? Candace interjected with a cheerful grin. Not only is she a girl, but she is also quite a beautiful one. Selena, I am here. Her voice carried across the distance, causing the skeletal dragon to suddenly accelerate and dive down. From its back leapt a petite figure clad in a gray robe, complete with a large hood that obscured her features. Upon noticing the presence of several individuals, she trembled slightly and then slowly approached, respectfully bowing to Candace, whispering, "Good afternoon, teacher." Candace waved her hand dismissively. "No need for that. Are you here to apprehend me?" "Of course not." Selena shook her head in earnest confusion. "How could I possibly come to capture my teacher? I am here to invite you back." "That amounts to the same thing," Candace replied with a playful smile. "What if I choose not to return?" Selena appeared momentarily stunned, scratching her head in bewilderment. "But my father said that if you do not return, then I have no reason to go back either." "Teacher, what am I to do?" Candace slapped her forehead in exasperation, her expression tinged with helplessness. "Muyang, this is my apprentice, the youngest daughter of the co-chairman of the Dark Alliance. This girl possesses remarkable talent in necromancy, though she is somewhat timid." "What? Timid?" Everyone was taken aback. How peculiar it sounded to hear of a timid necromancer. Su Muyang cast a few glances at Selena, feeling somewhat speechless. Initially, he had presumed that the delivery would be made directly to his doorstep, allowing for the opportunity to repurpose the individual as a sparring partner for Su Lukai. However, to his surprise, she turned out to be his junior, making any attempts at coercion somewhat inappropriate. Nevertheless, having traversed the realms for many years, could such a trivial matter truly confound him? In but a moment, Su Muyang devised a plan. In truth, persuading Candace to accompany him was not out of the question. Selena lifted her gaze slightly, only to quickly avert her eyes again, seemingly too timid to meet Su Muyang's stare. Witnessing her social anxiety, Candace felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks. "This was Master Muyang, effectively your grandmaster." His words conveyed my sentiments. "Good afternoon, Grandmaster." Selena instinctively performed a respectful greeting, only to realize her faux pas as she abruptly raised her head, her expression one of astonishment. "Grandmaster?" It was only at this moment that everyone clearly beheld her features hidden beneath the hood. As Candace had remarked, she was indeed a rare beauty. Her long, silvery hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, and her fair visage resembled a freshly bloomed white rose, delicate and pure. Her large, bright eyes sparkled with curiosity and innocence, akin to crystalline waters, and combined with her petite stature, she resembled a girl who had stepped straight out of a comic. Yet, for reasons unknown, she exuded an aura akin to that of an adorable little rabbit, both naive and endearing, as if she could be startled at any moment. This stood in stark contrast to the chillingly grim image of a necromancer that many had previously held. Su Muyang was already aware of the situation. Hence he was not taken aback. After all, that trivial hood could not obstruct his vision in the slightest. Observing Selena's adorably dazed expression, his mood seemed to brighten considerably. He pointed at Su Lukai and cheerfully remarked, "If you wish to send your teacher back, it is quite simple. All you need to do is kill him, and I shall allow Candace to return." "What? Murder?" Upon hearing these words, Selena's complexion turned ashen, as though she had received an immense shock. She staggered backwards several steps, frantically waving her hands. "No, no, no. How could I possibly kill someone? Killing is wrong. What nonsense is this?" Nearly everyone was bewildered. "You, a necromancer, a pivotal figure of the evil faction, embodying the very essence of death, interact with the deceased daily. Yet you claim that killing is wrong? Have you mistaken your role?" Candace rubbed her temples, offering an exasperated explanation. Selena had always been timid and possessed a kind heart. Yet her talent in necromancy was unparalleled. That was precisely why Candace had taken her on as a disciple. In her youth, Selena had merely been a child. So Candace allowed her to focus solely on the study of necromancy, postponing any engagement with violence. Recently, she had just turned 18, marking her transition into adulthood. Candace had intended to gradually introduce her to the darker aspects of her craft, but unforeseen circumstances had caused her to abandon that plan. The revelation struck Bellamy as if 1,000 arrows pierced her heart, delivering an overwhelming blow. 18 years old, a level 9 necromancer? What a terrifying talent. As an elf, a favored child of nature, it took her 200 years to reach level 9, already among the most gifted in her kind. Yet now? First, Sulukai achieved level 9 while soaking in a bath, and now an 18-year-old level 9 emerges? Good heavens, when did this world become so alien? However, upon hearing this, Su Mu Yang's gaze suddenly sharpened. Very well, I shall propose a different condition. You will spar with this individual, and if you win, Candace will accompany you back. What do you say? Su Mu Yang, ever adaptable, promptly altered the terms of the wager. Candace raised her eyebrows slightly but chose to remain silent, tacitly accepting Su Mu Yang's challenge. Is that so? Selena tilted her head, scrutinizing Sulukai. Her expression suddenly clouded with concern. Yet, I seldom engage in physical confrontations, and he appears quite formidable. Sulukai straightened his chest, and it immediately trembled. Little sister. Fret not. My touch will be gentle, I assure you. I shall not make you cry. Selena, tugging at her small face, glanced at Candace. Seeing her master gazing encouragingly at her, she could only nod in resignation. Very well, but you must go easy on me. Of course. Faced with such an adorable little girl, Sulukai felt increasingly buoyant. Instead of retrieving her staff, Selena swiftly formed hand seals and chanted, O souls lingering on the brink of life and death, break free from the shackles of the void and respond to my call. Mist of spirits, vortex of souls. Converge upon me. Let the bones reassemble. Let the soul fire reignite. Bellamy, observing Sulukai's smug demeanor, felt an inexplicable annoyance and couldn't help but mutter. Isn't that a necromancy incantation? Such a rudimentary spell, yet it cannot be cast instantaneously? I truly overestimated her. Just as her words trailed off, she abruptly halted. For before Selena, a sinister specter of a necromantic portal was slowly unsealing. Rows of spectral warriors and teams of phantoms emerged in orderly formation, swiftly encircling Selena. Not only that, but behind these lesser minions, more formidable undead entities began to materialize. Oh, even Alice was taken aback. Skeleton warriors, ghouls, death knights, ghost assassins, soul wardens, undead liches, and bone dragons. This little girl possesses remarkable strength. Given her level of expertise, to receive the accolade of impressive was indeed a testament to her prowess. Candace swelled with pride. Of course, just look at who trained her. However, she shook her head helplessly, choosing not to elaborate further. There was no need for further discussion, for the battlefield had shifted dramatically. After summoning a vast horde of undead creatures, Selena did not immediately launch an attack. Rather, she continued to chant incantations. Wall of the Nether, Bone Armor, Guardian of the Nether Spirits. A series of protective spells were fervently cast upon herself. On the other side, witnessing Selena's chaotic summoning, Sulukai was momentarily stunned. It dawned on him that this seemingly shy little girl was, in fact, a bona fide level 9 necromancer. Meanwhile, he was merely a novice who had only recently begun to dabble in magic. In his state of hubris, how could he have claimed he wouldn't make her cry? It remained uncertain who would end up in tears. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Sulukai wished he could slap himself, but fortunately, he was quick to react and began casting spells. Under immense pressure, his spellcasting speed noticeably quickened. Vine Armor, Thorn Shield, Wild Barrier, Life Restoration. A flurry of protective spells were hastily cast upon himself. He even managed to cast 2 consecutive healing spells. Yet the peculiar thing was that both were fervently defending, with neither daring to initiate an attack. This scene left several spectators at a loss for words, finally understanding Candace's earlier expression. Just how fearful were these two of death? Not even a tentative assault. Indeed, they were both novices with 0 battle experience. Alice exchanged a glance with Candace, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Is this truly your apprentice? Candace sighed, remaining silent. What could she say? This little girl had scarcely engaged in combat her entire life. In contrast, Su Mu Yang nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, this little girl shows great potential. Given time, she could easily surpass Candace. What? Candace gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Is that for real? You mean Selena could actually surpass me? Alice and Bellamy shared her shock. It is known that throughout the history of this continent, there have only been 3 divine-level experts, and Candace is one of them. If what Su Mu Yang suggested were true, and Selena surpassed Candace, that would mean she had transcended the divine realm. Su Mu Yang nodded and patiently elucidated. The manifestations of power have never been singular. Candace, although you possess both martial and magical prowess, ultimately, you have harnessed the essence of death to its fullest extent. This young girl, however, treads a different path, one of the Yin giving rise to the Yang. When the force of death reaches a certain threshold, it blossoms anew within the realm of demise, resulting in a complete metamorphosis of power. At that moment, a glimmer of tenderness flickered in his gaze. I will find her an exceptional master. Humph. Candace suddenly snorted, her expression darkening. The notion of finding a master did not concern her. Yet, the tenderness reflected in Su Mu Yang's eyes was unmistakable, stirring an inexplicable sense of unease within her. What kind of master could evoke such longing in you? Su Mu Yang remained oblivious to her peculiar behavior, still immersed in a certain emotion. She hailed from a lineage emblematic of slaughter and annihilation. Despite possessing unparalleled power, she did not succumb to the boundless carnage like her kin. Instead, she emerged untainted from the mire, exuding a gentle disposition and a kind heart, embracing all beings with compassion. One fateful day, through her benevolent heart, she attained profound enlightenment regarding the essence of life and death's cyclical nature, thereby achieving the highest path. Candace, with each passing moment, felt an increasing discomfort within her heart, as a sense of jealousy began to intensify. Su Mu Yang hails from another realm, and she is fully aware of it. In other realms, Su Mu Yang is accompanied by women, a fact she is well aware of. Yet, she has steadfastly believed that regardless of how many women Su Mu Yang may have, she would still hold a place of significance in his heart. However, today, this conviction has been shattered, for at this moment, the tenderness in Su Mu Yang's gaze, capable of melting anyone's heart, is something she has never experienced before. In an instant, the flames of jealousy within her have surged fiercely. Even her words are laced with a hint of gritted teeth. So, she is the one you truly cherish? She is the rightful mistress of the Su family? Su Mu Yang remained enveloped in a certain sentiment, instinctively shaking his head. No, my true wife is not well. His expression suddenly shifted dramatically, for as Candace uttered the words the true mistress of the Su family, in a realm beyond endless time and space, within an extraordinarily magnificent palace, an indescribable and unseen presence slowly opened its eyes. Seal the heavens, conceal the earth, sever the cause, yield no fruit. On the continent of Ace, the heavens transformed. The once unreachable sky seemed to draw nearer, oppressive to the point of suffocation. Beyond the horizon, a vague gray chaos swirled and surged, carrying an immense, overwhelming force that instilled trepidation. The expressions of Candace and her companions had completely changed, for within their sight, Su Mu Yang, who was exerting himself to cast a spell, had morphed into an existence beyond their comprehension. At times, he manifested as myriad forms, each strikingly distinct, and upon closer inspection, one could see countless Su Mu Yangs. At other moments, he condensed into a singular entity, infinitely compressed, resembling a bizarre painting. At times he was ethereal, at times real, oscillating between the two states. Though seemingly close at hand, it felt as if an infinite expanse of time and space lay between them, rendering him utterly unattainable. What is happening? The women were utterly dumbfounded. Beyond endless time and space, an unknown presence slowly opened a pair of phoenix-like eyes, gazing toward a sensed direction. Though it was merely a casual glance, it seemed to pierce through layers of space and the vastness of time. Where the gaze fell, countless beings in the world felt an instinctual reverence, bowing humbly to the ground. May the Empress be blessed. After a fleeting glance, the Empress withdrew her gaze, murmuring to herself, the mysteries of fate? Unfathomable? Merely trivial matters. She gently caressed her flat abdomen before slowly closing her beautiful eyes once more. It was only at this moment that Su Mu Yang retracted his divine powers, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly, concealing the secrets of fate. Otherwise, someone's jealousy would have erupted once again. Mu Yang, what has happened to you? The events that had transpired were beyond the comprehension of the few present. Candace cautiously inquired, her previous audacity entirely diminished. Although Su Mu Yang felt a lingering sense of trepidation, he still offered a considerate reassurance, saying it is of no consequence, merely a concealment of celestial secrets. Earlier, you inadvertently touched upon an existence that is both nameless and unseen. With her cultivation, the mere utterance of her name can evoke a response within her. Should she whimsically choose to investigate, then? He refrained from finishing his thought, silently adding in his mind, she would certainly discover that there are other women outside. What? Simply mentioning a name can summon such awareness? The group was instantly taken aback. Their current level of cultivation rendered them incapable of comprehending such a realm. Yet their astonishment was undeniable. However, the pressing question remained, had anyone actually mentioned a name just moments ago? They quickly racked their memories, only to find themselves frozen in realization. If memory served correctly, the only phrase that bore any relation to a name was the one spoken by Candace, referring to the true mistress of the Su family. This indicated that even the mere mention of a specific title could elicit some form of response. Good heavens! What manner of being is this woman? A whirlwind of thoughts engulfed the crowd, and an oppressive silence fell over the scene, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Su Muyang let out a helpless sigh and turned his gaze towards Su Lukai and Selena. Given the commotion that had just ensued, how could these two inexperienced novices possibly have the inclination to fight? Now, they resembled two frightened quails, cowering in a corner, trembling with fear. Alas, it is what it is. With a resigned shake of his head, Su Muyang found himself devoid of any desire to continue playing the game after the recent upheaval. Initially, he had contemplated training Su Lukai, but now it seemed wiser to allow him to mature at his own pace. With this thought in mind, he gently waved his hand. Suddenly, a rift in the dimensional space opened beside Selena. A uniquely designed, colossal scythe, as if drawn by an unseen force, soared from the dimensional void and landed directly in Su Muyang's grasp. This scythe, entirely black and towering over a person, was forged from an unknown black metal, its handle adorned with intricate and eerie patterns. The sharp blade emanated a faint purple luminescence, exuding an ominous aura while simultaneously evoking an inexplicable sense of sanctity. Ah! My scythe of death, why does it refuse to obey? Selena exclaimed instinctively, taking a step forward to pursue it. However, upon seeing Su Muyang wielding the scythe, she hesitated. Timidly retreating behind Candace, she whispered, "Teacher, my master has taken my scythe." Su Muyang smiled gently and said, "Little girl, since you have no desire to take a life, how about lending me the scythe of death for a while? Rest assured, I promise to return it to you." Selena shrank her neck and timidly replied, "Master, don't think you can deceive me. My father has said that the scythe of death is a divine artifact that must not be shown to others, or else I will find myself in serious trouble." Su Muyang chuckled softly, casually brushing his hand over the scythe of death. The elongated weapon began to tremble violently, and then swiftly melted into a viscous black liquid. Amidst Selena's exclamations of astonishment, the liquid surged forward rapidly, transforming into a dark metallic skeleton. Su Muyang then chuckled, "Since you fear being seen by others, why not change your appearance?" With that, he casually gestured, and the metallic skeleton sprang to life with a cacophony of clattering sounds. It dashed towards the terrified Su Lukai, colliding headfirst into him. "Ah!" Su Lukai gasped in astonishment, instinctively attempting to evade. Unfortunately, how could he possibly escape? The metallic skeleton collided with him, and instead of knocking him down, it swiftly merged into his very being, all occurring with an astonishing naturalness and fluidity. "Ah!" Su Lukai was momentarily taken aback, raising his arm to scrutinize it closely, even going so far as to squeeze it a few times. In stark contrast to the previously gelatinous form he had inhabited, his current body bore a striking resemblance to that of a human being. Beneath the flesh, he could discern the unmistakable hardness of bones. Had he finally acquired a corporeal form? In that instant, Su Lukai was nearly overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. Su Lukai have finally become solid. His elation, however, was met with urgency from Selena. While she harbored a fear of Su Muyang, her trepidation towards Su Lukai was considerably less. She rushed to stand before him, her large, innocent eyes now clouded with moisture, her hands anxiously exploring his form as if on the verge of tears. "How could you take someone else's belongings? Quickly, return my scythe." Gazing into Selena's pure, wide eyes, Su Lukai felt an inexplicable pang of guilt surge within him. How could he, of all people, have appropriated the treasured artifact of such an adorable little girl? Was he still human? No, it was the ancestor who had taken her belongings. I am blameless. How shameful it is for a distinguished ancestor to pilfer from a mere child. As a connoisseur of beauty, Su Lukai instinctively aligned himself with Selena, casting a profound disdain towards the ancestor. What a disgraceful descendant! How dare one slander the ancestor? Su Muyang cast a displeased glance at Su Lukai. Yet inwardly, he felt little ire. To others, being captivated by a beautiful woman might seem akin to being a sycophant, but to the elder, such admiration was a sign of promise. Of course, this was contingent upon one's ability to succeed and subsequently father a brood of 10 or 8 offspring. As long as you could bear children, you would be hailed as a great benefactor of the Su family. However, you are still quite inexperienced, and thus, I, the elder, shall lend you a helping hand. Su Muyang swiftly donned a benevolent expression, smiling warmly at Selena. "Selena, do you wish to reclaim the scythe of death?" Selena cast a furtive glance at her master, sensing an ulterior motive, yet she nodded slightly and whispered, "Of course I do. My father mentioned that it is a cherished artifact of our lineage, of great significance." "That's precisely the point." Su Muyang nodded with a sense of relief and continued speaking. I am your master, and I have no intention of seizing your possessions. I merely wish to borrow them for a while. This young man needs to attend to certain matters, thus requiring the use of the scythe of death. But only for a brief period, merely 100 years. After that, the original will be returned. 100 years? Selena's mouth formed a perfect ta shape in disbelief. Isn't that a long time? Yet, she found herself lacking the courage to refute Su Muyang and instead cast a pleading glance towards Candace. Observing the little girl's pitiful demeanor, Candace felt both amused and exasperated. Nevertheless, she affectionately ruffled the girl's hair and gently reassured her, do not worry. Your master is a genuinely good person. He would never truly mistreat you. She refrained from directly contradicting Su Muyang, recognizing that he must have his reasons for such actions. Moreover, the authority he had just exhibited inspired in her a genuine awe, even a slight apprehension. Will he be upset with me? I used to tease him quite a bit and had a penchant for playfully poking him with a knife, she pondered. Su Muyang smiled meaningfully. If you find a century too long, there is indeed a solution. Undertaking this task alone would naturally require 100 years. However, I have enlisted Bellamy's assistance, which should suffice within 40 to 50 years. Alas, if only we had a powerful necromancer to aid us. We could accomplish it in no more than a decade. His words were rather blunt, even though Selena was somewhat naive to the world's intricacies. She grasped the underlying implication. For a moment, she was torn with indecision. To seize it? Please, how could one possibly overpower such a formidable master? To refrain from seizing it? Losing the artifact would surely invoke her father's ire. Must she truly adhere to the master's suggestion and assist Su Lukai in this endeavor for a decade? Observing her turmoil, Su Muyang fanned the flames further. Selena, if you do not wish to take a life, do you desire to save one? Save someone. Selena's eyes suddenly sparkled, but as thoughts coursed through her mind, she furtively glanced at Candace, adopting a fierce expression. I am a necromancer. After all, I will inevitably have to take many lives. The onlookers were left speechless. Honestly, how could such a clumsy performance possibly deceive anyone? Su Muyang remained indifferent, continuing to entice. The world this young man inhabited had encountered some misfortunes, with the undead rampant and humanity nearly extinguished. I entrusted him with your death scythe, aiming to eradicate those undead creatures and restore clarity to the world. Unfortunately, he is but one man, weak and solitary, and it remains uncertain how long it will take him to cleanse the undead. In fact, it is possible that his pace of extermination may not surpass the rate at which the undead proliferate. Alas, at this rate, one wonders when that world will ever return to normalcy. Selena fell into a profound silence. By now, Su Lukai was quite aware of the elder's intentions. A surge of joy filled his heart, prompting him to chime in eagerly. Indeed, there are billions of undead creatures there, relying solely on my strength. I cannot fathom how long it would take to cleanse them all. Although Bellamy is also a level 9, as a nature mage, she excels in environmental restoration. But her capabilities in eliminating undead beings fall considerably short. Bellamy, instantly displeased, retorted, Can you refrain from belittling me while elevating others? With the two of you as mere novices, I could easily triumph over both. Observing her pouting demeanor, Elder Alice sighed silently. Oh, foolish child. Do exercise a bit of caution. Su Muyang wore an expression akin to that of a bystander relishing the unfolding drama. What a delightful surprise this was. This rascal had previously failed to spark any chemistry with Bellamy despite their prolonged interactions in obscurity, yet he unexpectedly found himself attracted to the adorably naive lowly type. However, it seemed Bellamy harbored a modicum of feelings for this scoundrel. She liked him. He didn't reciprocate. He liked her. She was indifferent. Wasn't this a classic melodramatic scenario? Nevertheless, the situation was what it was, and eventually, they would be cast into a secluded world where they could pursue their affections freely. As long as the Su family could expand its lineage, the rest was beyond the concerns of the ancestors. After some contemplation, Selena weakly confirmed, Are you certain you will return my death scythe? I am indeed. Su Lukai exclaimed with great joy, eager to swear multiple oaths to affirm his sincerity. The ancestors had proclaimed that upon the completion of their endeavor, he could assume the mantle of a celestial authority. At that juncture, would he still care about this miserable scythe? Witnessing his unwavering conviction, Selena could only pout in agreement. Very well then, you must keep your word. When shall we embark on our journey? Su Lukai, somewhat dazed, turned his head and inquired, Elder, when shall we set forth? Su Muyang was taken aback, delivering a sharp reprimand. You foolish boy, have you lost your senses? Did not the Ancestor mention that after acquiring the Scythe of Death, we still need to pay a visit to the Holy See? The Holy See? Candace's expression tightened as she interjected. Muyang, you are aware of this? Several individuals turned their puzzled gazes towards her, with Alice unable to restrain her curiosity. Candace, what is the matter? What do we know? Seeing their genuine confusion, Candace reluctantly explained, is it not due to Isabella's predicament? My departure from the Dark Alliance this time is precisely to prepare for a visit to the Holy See. Though her words were fierce, who could be deceived by such thoughts? Especially Alice, who was acutely aware of their relationship. This was not merely a matter of taking advantage of a misfortune, it was undeniably an endeavor to rescue Isabella. Perhaps, to avoid entanglement with the Dark Alliance. She had staged an act of defection. While Isabella's plight startled Alice, she remained untroubled. Even Su Muyang did not take it to heart. The fact that Candace had not mentioned the matter immediately upon their meeting indicated that she believed it to be easily resolvable. If his own partner had faith in his abilities, how could he falter? However, despite his reassurances, curiosity gnawed at him. As one of the continent's top 3 masters and the High Priestess of the Holy See, what calamity could befall Isabella? Candace's expression was peculiar. Just a few days prior, the Pope of the Holy See had received a divine oracle from the celestial realm, stating that they were to initiate the angelic rebirth, ushering Isabella into the divine realm to be reborn as a 4-winged angel. As she relayed this, she attentively observed Su Muyang's expression. Indeed, his countenance darkened noticeably. Not only him, but Alice's expression soured as well. Bellamy, however, was perplexed by the implications. Upon hearing this revelation, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Angels? And 4-winged angels at that? Is this true?" It was said that occasionally the celestial realm would select virtuous, pure, and powerful believers from the Holy See to ascend to divinity. Yet, it had always been 2-winged angels. 4-winged angels had never been witnessed before. Nonetheless, given Lady Isabella's remarkable prowess, it seemed only fitting for her to ascend to such heights. Sulakai wore a face of profound envy. The legendary angels, their mere mention evokes admiration. While he was not well versed in the intricacies of the divine realm, he had heard whispers of angels in his previous world. In his understanding, angels were celestial messengers, embodiments of beauty, sanctity, kindness, and integrity. It seemed a fortunate occurrence that the previously unacquainted and Isabella could be deemed an angel. Yet, why did the elder's countenance betray such discontent? Soon, Su Muyang elucidated this perplexity. Look, as a member of the Su family, it is imperative that you elevate both your strength and your perspective. The term angel sounds enchanting. Yet in truth, it is merely a puppet. Puppet? Both Sulakai and Bellamy were taken aback. Fortunately, Su Muyang, intent on broadening their horizons, patiently elaborated. Most angels are birthed from the angel rebirth pool. They are pure energy entities devoid of consciousness, and thus can only be regarded as puppets. Should a human aspire to transform into an angel, they too must enter the angel rebirth pool for baptism. Angels that emerge from such metamorphosis possess strength and potential far superior to the former type, qualifying them as the Sea Army de la Sea Army of Angels. However, the critical aspect lies within the angel rebirth pool's profound mysteries. All who undergo this baptism have a seed of loyalty sown deep within their souls. In essence, once reborn as an angel, they are bound for eternity, incapable of betrayal. Thus, while they may be called angels, they are, in fact, no different from slaves. A being stripped of its self-will is simply a more advanced form of a puppet. Su Muyang had long since discerned that this world does not exist in isolation. Rather, it is intricately linked to 2 other realms. According to the lore of the Ace Continent, one of these realms is known as the Divine Realm, while the other is referred to as the Nether Realm, both of which can be considered as the higher realms of the Ace Continent. However, the barrier between the Ace Continent and these realms is remarkably solid, making interaction exceedingly challenging, and as a result, contact is relatively infrequent. Su Muyang traversed through countless worlds, encountering a plethora of realms that failed to pique his curiosity, thus he never felt compelled to investigate them further. However, the existence of angels was a phenomenon prevalent across many worlds, rendering it rather unremarkable. With a mere moment of contemplation, he deduced that the celestial beings of this world were no different. In earlier years, he had casually mentioned this matter to Candace and others. Consequently, the reincarnation of angels was perceived as a monumental blessing by most, yet for Candace and her companions, it was an utterly dire situation. Upon receiving the news, Candace promptly resolved to rush to Isabella's aid. Although she harbored animosity towards Isabella, it stemmed merely from the jealousy typical among rivals. At their core, they were all women of Sumu Yang, bound by sisterhood. There was little genuine enmity between them, especially when they occasionally sought assistance from one another during their sparring sessions. However, just as she stepped out, she encountered Sumu Yang, alleviating her concerns entirely. Sumu Yang's explanation caused the expressions of Su Lukai and several younger individuals to shift dramatically. No wonder the elder's countenance was so grim. Someone was attempting to usurp his woman. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lukai cautiously inquired, "Elder, what shall we do? If we rescue Aunt Isabella, will that not provoke a conflict with the divine realm?" To be candid, his heart was racing with trepidation. Not long ago, he had been an ordinary young man living in a modern metropolis. Though he had recently been exposed to extraordinary powers, certain deeply ingrained beliefs were not so easily altered, and his understanding of advanced forces remained woefully inadequate. The divine realm sounded majestic and overwhelmingly powerful, while the elder appeared formidable. Could he truly contend with legendary angels or even mightier forces? Candace discerned his underlying concerns and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "My dear boy, do you lack faith in your elder? This situation isn't as troublesome as you perceive. Even without your elder, I would manage just fine. Your elder has stated that the spatial barriers are exceedingly robust, making the passage to the divine realm quite challenging to breach, requiring vast amounts of energy and resources. I had initially intended to venture to the Holy See myself to destroy the passage and rescue Isabella. Once the passage is obliterated, re-establishing it would be no simple feat. However, now that your elder is present, the divine realm has encountered a monumental dilemma. Your elder's temperament is not as placid as you might imagine." Sumu Yang nodded slightly, yet his thoughts wandered elsewhere. The realms of divinity and the underworld were trivial matters to him. In times past, if someone dared to provoke his beloved, even if merely to elicit a smile from her, he would not have hesitated to obliterate the divine realm without a second thought. However, circumstances have shifted. In earlier days, although he had descendants scattered across the heavens, their births were solely for the enhancement of his power, often devoid of emotional attachment. Frequently, upon receiving his system rewards upon their birth, he would simply depart, indifferent to their futures. After all, with so many progeny, it was impossible to oversee them all. Yet now, the situation has changed. To transcend his current limitations, he must devise ways to empower his offspring, ensuring their strength would ultimately reflect upon him. Considering this perspective, Sumu Yang pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. "Never mind, let us spare the divine realm for now and focus on rescuing Isabella. The divine realm serves as a commendable training ground, so it shall remain for the time being. My Su family has many descendants. I shall send them to the divine realm for their training. After all, for my family to grow ever stronger, we must gather diverse resources." He spoke with a casual tone, yet Su Lukai's expression shifted dramatically. The implication of the ancestor's words was clear: to nurture the angels of the divine realm as a sharpening stone for the Su family's younger generation. The ancestor was not only intent on destroying the divine realm, but also on thoroughly draining it. "Wait, I am also a descendant of the Su family, which means I too may have the opportunity to enter the divine realm for training. Perhaps I might even engage in combat with those legendary angels? Good heavens. Can I possibly manage that? All right, to avoid prolonging this matter, let us set off for the Holy See at once," Alice interjected, sensing the tension in the air. Yes, Candace exclaimed suddenly, her eyes lighting up with a thought. With a swift gesture, a massive portal of the undead opened, and a colossal skeletal dragon emerged, dwarfing Selena's dragon by several times and enveloped in a swirling black mist that nearly took on a tangible form. Candace leaped onto the back of the skeletal dragon and naturally commanded, "You two, the young lad and the little fairy, ride on Selena's skeletal dragon. It's essential for the youth to engage in more interaction. The three of us old folks shall take my dragon king." Alice's cheeks flushed suddenly, and she instinctively refused. "No, the noise is too much." She abruptly fell silent, unable to continue. Meanwhile, Bellamy exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, Lukai. What kind of magic is this? This is evidently nature-based magic, yet I have never seen it before." Curiously, she reached out to touch Su Lukai's face. At that moment, two large leaves had sprouted above his brows, obscuring his eyes entirely, while his ears had transformed into two sizable fruits, blocking them thoroughly. Bellamy was instantly filled with curiosity. There existed nature magic that she was unaware of. However, the purpose of casting magic is to effectively combat foes. Yet now, by covering his eyes and ears, he was rendering himself vulnerable to attack. Truly, a novice with zero battle experience. As she continued to explore, Su Lukai could only helplessly dispel the magic. his expression decidedly peculiar. Well, I merely sought to develop a spell that could close off the five senses, but alas, I can only manage to blindfold my eyes and block my ears for now. The best solution would be to play dead. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Selena, as a necromancer, do you possess any magic that could allow one to feign death? Something that could render one oblivious to the world, impervious to sight or sound. Completely unaware even if the sky were to collapse? Selena blinked in confusion before her eyes brightened. Indeed, if I pretended to be dead during a fight, might I not be spared the battle altogether? Let me ponder this. However, creating one's own magic is quite challenging. You are truly impressive for being able to conceive such an invisible spell, she remarked, observing the two novices earnestly discussing such trivial magic. Bellamy suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of superiority. One ought to be more astute in life, just as I am. Su Muyang's lips twitched slightly as he helplessly spoke. Enough of this nonsense. Do you truly wish to brazenly soar upon a skeletal dragon to the Holy See? I shall instead establish a fixed-point teleportation. Let us proceed directly. As he spoke, he gestured lightly in the air. Mysterious elements coalesced instantaneously, forming a shimmering hexagram that sparkled with golden light in the atmosphere. Su Muyang lifted his foot and stepped into the hexagram. Moments later, his figure suddenly vanished, leaving only the hexagram flickering uncertainly. Candace retracted the bone dragon and cast a sideways glance at Su Lukai, remarking nonchalantly, "Kid, have you even begun to create your own magic? Quite impressive talent you possess." Su Lukai felt a slight tingling sensation on his scalp. Alice, with her serene disposition, treated him exceptionally well, and he was not particularly apprehensive around her. However, Aunt Candace was an entirely different matter. She had the audacity to confront even the elder, and with such a fiery temperament, reprimanding him would be akin to chastising a grandchild. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that, in terms of generational hierarchy, he could hardly be considered even a grandchild. With this thought in mind, he hurried towards the hexagram. Aunt Candace was overly complimentary. Was this the teleportation array? How wondrous! Just as he was about to pass through the hexagram, the flickering symbol inexplicably vanished into thin air. Su Lukai was sprinting with all his might. Unable to react in time, he stumbled heavily to the ground, his vision exploding with stars. Suddenly, Candace's brow furrowed upon witnessing this. Muyang had deactivated the teleportation array? Was he intending to resolve the issue himself, thereby sparing us from involvement? Alice also knitted her brows, but then seemed to recall something. She lifted her gaze to the sun, her expression darkening. If memory serves, Isabella is indeed a germaphobe, isn't she? Candace nodded in confusion, uncertain why this topic had arisen. Indeed, under normal circumstances, this would be the time she took her bath, wouldn't it? Yes, she typically spent half an hour bathing. Her words abruptly ceased as she tugged at her hair, a layer of frost settling upon her face. How infuriating. This time, she had seized the opportunity. Alice shook her head in resignation. Let us wait here. I estimate it will take her about half a day. Candace, increasingly agitated, raked her fingers through her hair. You make it sound simple, but Isabella will certainly seize the opportunity without letting go. Based on my understanding of her, it could take at least a day and a night. This is driving me mad. Her ire was swiftly directed at Su Lukai, who was sitting on the ground, cradling his head and groaning. You little rascal, come over here. Don't you want to learn necromancy? Let Aunt Candace teach you properly. No, please, Su Lukai exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror. Aunt Candace, I truly fear ghosts. At least allow me some mental preparation before you come near. Before long, he was engulfed by a relentless swarm of skeletons and phantoms. In the absence of transcendence through battle, he faced death amidst it. Under the threat of a certain dread power, Su Lukai grew and gained enlightenment. He did not learn to summon ghostly bone dragons or any such spells, but remarkably, he independently mastered various necromantic protective spells. Even some peculiar combat experiences awakened within him at an astonishing pace. For instance, how to endure blows with less pain, how to appear more graceful while being struck, and how to feign greater suffering. Time slipped away, and after what felt like an eternity, the dizzy and dazed Su Lukai finally glimpsed the familiar hexagram through the gaps in the horde of skeletons. Under immense hope and pressure, his inner universe erupted. His body, transformed by the artifact known as the Scythe of Death, suddenly radiated an astonishing necromantic aura, sweeping away the surrounding undead like a violent tempest. Then, propelled by the fastest speed of his lifetime, he dashed into the hexagram. Ancestor, save me. Tumbling through the hexagram, Su Lukai emerged in a resplendent hall. Before him lay a scene that felt hauntingly familiar. Su Muyang sat with an air of serene wisdom reminiscent of ancient sages, while beside him was an exquisite beauty. Her skin, as delicate and flawless as sheep-fat white jade, radiated a sacred aura under the dim light. Cascading golden locks fell like a waterfall upon her slender shoulders, each strand seemingly aglow with divine brilliance. The corners of her lips were perpetually lifted in a gentle smile, reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, capable of dispelling the shadows from one's heart. Though she sat in tranquil repose, an atmosphere of holiness and tenderness enveloped the surroundings, evoking a deep sense of reverence. "Oh, goddess!" Upon seeing her, Su Lukai felt an immediate fondness and promptly bowed respectfully. Younger generation Su Lukai pays respects to Aunt Isabella. "Rise," came Candace's dissatisfied voice from behind. Having traversed the spatial array, she noted Su Lukai's deference towards Isabella and felt a surge of irritation. "Young man, I have kindly taught you necromancy, yet I have not received such respect from you." Caught between the conflicting commands of the two women, one urging him to rise and the other insisting he remain respectful, Su Lukai found himself at a loss. Fortunately, Isabella's gentle voice broke the tension. "Good child, please rise and relax in the presence of your aunt. There is no need for such formality." Observing her demeanor, Isabella's irritation deepened. "Do not be deceived by her pious facade, you younger generation. She is the high priestess of the sacred church, responsible for missionary work. The light magic they wield can be quite insidious, possessing a hypnotic effect. Otherwise, how would there be so many fanatical followers?" Isabella smiled softly, unperturbed. "The divine shows compassion to humanity, showering the world with light. As divine messengers, we are to spread the gospel of the divine. The reverence of the people for the divine stems from their inherent goodness and their yearning for love and light. It has nothing to do with indoctrination." Su Lukai shrank back slightly, choosing silence. To be honest, his first impression of Isabella was overwhelmingly positive, not solely due to her stunning beauty, but also because of the aura of purity and gentleness that surrounded her. Yet, upon speaking, her words brimmed with references to the divine and light, echoing the sentiments of fervent religious followers. As a modern-day individual and an avowed atheist, Su Lukai felt no reverence for deities, especially now that he had the formidable backing of his ancestor. Isabella's discourse significantly diminished his initial admiration. Noticing his peculiar expression, Su Muyang chuckled softly and explained, "Lukai, although she practices light magic, she ultimately walks the path of deification through faith. By igniting the divine fire with the beliefs of the masses, one can condense divinity into godhood. This method has its advantages and disadvantages, which I will elaborate on later when the opportunity arises." Candace scoffed dismissively, sneering, "Such a path can easily lead one to folly. Just look at Isabella. Despite your fervent devotion to the divine, the deity is about to enslave you. Is that something you would accept?" Isabella maintained her serene expression, embodying purity. "The divine cannot err." "What?" Su Lukai was momentarily stunned. Both Alice and Candace, being the Ancestor's women, were unwaveringly devoted to him. Yet here was Isabella, displaying such fervent devotion to a deity. Did that mean the Ancestor held a lower status in her heart than those ethereal gods? "Ancestor, are you truly capable?" Not only was he bewildered, but Candace was equally taken aback. In her memory, Isabella had never been so conventional. Otherwise, she would not have taken on the role of a saint and engaged with Su Muyang in such intimate ways. But after several years apart, how could she have changed so much? After scrutinizing Isabella closely, Candace felt a surge of defiance and retorted, "What if the divine is wrong?" Isabella remained steadfast in her serene piety. The divine's gospel benefits all beings. Every decision made by the divine impacts countless lives. Thus, if the divine were to err, it would also affect innumerable beings. For the sake of all, we, the faithful, must risk our own lives to guide the divine back to the righteous path. Candace was momentarily speechless and continued to press, "What if the divine does not heed your counsel?" Isabella sighed softly, her voice imbued with compassion and mercy. "If that were the case, for the sake of countless beings, I would have no choice but to resort to force and take the divine's place. If I were to become a god, I could rectify the chaos and correct the errors of false deities." Su Lukai nearly choked on his own words. "I apologize. Aunt, I was wrong. I should never have questioned you. You are truly remarkable." Candace, too, was dumbfounded, instinctively exclaiming, "You becoming a god? Would that mean you would not err?" Isabella looked at her as if she were simple-minded. "I have already stated, the divine cannot err. If I were to become a god, How could I be mistaken? Sulukai was left utterly speechless. You articulate such compelling logic, though he grasped the dialogue's essence. Bellamy and Selena were left in a haze, struck by an overwhelming sense of shock despite their inability to comprehend fully. Selena tugged at Candace's sleeve, whispering, "Teacher, what did you mean by what you just said?" Candace regarded Isabella with a complex expression, her tone equally intricate. To put it simply, if the divine's will does not concern me, then it is right. If the divine's will is against me, then it is wrong. Can the divine make mistakes? Selena gasped in astonishment, echoing Candace's earlier question. What if the divine is wrong? Then I shall counsel them, and if they do not listen, I shall strike them down. From now on, I shall be the divine. Anyone who disobeys shall face my wrath. Eventually, they will comply, and then I shall never be wrong. Selena fell silent, her youthful worldview shaken to its core. Suddenly, Su Mu-young chuckled lightly. Candace, you have fallen behind Isabella by quite a margin. If she advances further, achieving the realm of above heaven and below, only I am supreme, she will be able to condense her divine essence and truly become a deity. What? Candace's expression turned to one of shock. Until now, she and Isabella had always been on equal footing. Although she had always been slightly behind due to their inherent elemental conflict, they were ultimately of the same caliber. But now, to discover that she had not even touched the threshold of divinity while Isabella was merely a step away? How had she surpassed her by such a distance? Not only Candace, but even the usually tranquil Alice was now perturbed. Mu-young, is what you say true? Indeed. Su Mu-young provided an affirmative response. However, it is at this juncture that the true peril lies. Similarly, proclaiming I alone reign supreme in heaven and earth, success would elevate one to divinity, while failure would lead to enlightenment. The distinction between becoming a god and becoming a Buddha hinges on a single thought. How treacherous indeed. What is this? Sulukai grew increasingly bewildered. When had becoming a Buddha become so unappreciated? Alice also inquired with a hint of confusion. Becoming a Buddha? What is that? Some sort of heretical path? Precisely. Su Mu-young nodded vigorously. In my opinion, the Buddhist sect represents the most insidious path in existence. It is the mortal enemy of our Su family. After all, they bizarrely prohibit the act of procreation. Su Mu-young spoke the unvarnished truth, a statement so candid that it could not be more genuine. My ultimate trump card is the multi-child, multi-blessing system, yet the Buddhist sect insists on cultivating a life of austerity and celibacy. Does this not directly oppose my own beliefs? If by chance any of my descendants were to succumb to such thoughts and pursue the path of Buddhism, I would suffer immeasurable loss. Isabella nodded slightly, displaying no astonishment. The path to divinity is inherently fraught with challenges, a reality I have long accepted. Therefore, Mu-young, I require your assistance. Before Su Mu-young could respond, Candace interjected. That is an absolute necessity. After all, we are his women. If he does not care for us, who will? She asserted. Isn't that right, Alice? Alice nodded in agreement, her expression mirroring Candace's. If you tend to her, you cannot neglect us, can you? You pave the way for his ascension. What of us? Su Mu-young's gaze was somewhat peculiar, as if he had discerned Isabella's intentions, yet he did not voice any objections. Speak your mind. What assistance do you require? At this moment, after much preparation, Isabella finally unveiled her true objective, her tone imbued with a hint of hope. Since Candace and Alice are in agreement, I shall be forthright. To prevent any missteps on my part, could you perhaps mentor me for a while? What? Candace and Alice were momentarily taken aback. After all this circumlocution, was that the crux of your request? Were not those who pursued religious endeavors supposed to be Na'vi? Why then do you possess such cunning? How disheartening it is to discover that beneath your innocent visage lies a scheming heart. Seeing that the two women were about to retort, Su Mu-young quickly interjected to ease the tension. In that case, prior to the divine realm's guidance, I shall devote myself to instructing Isabella. Candace, Alice, there is no need for haste. When your pivotal moments arrive, I shall likewise extend my assistance. The two women exchanged glances and reluctantly acquiesced. Their relationship was both simple and complex, yet they understood the significance of priorities. Given that Isabella was at a critical juncture, it was only natural that she should take precedence. Nonetheless, a twinge of resentment lingered within them. For them, engaging in profound exchanges with Su Mu-young was not solely for enjoyment, it was also a means to enhance their prowess. Although the three had always engaged in a silent competition, they shared a bond akin to sisterhood, far from the discord imagined by outsiders. Yet now, it seemed that this scheming individual had seized an opportunity. How infuriating, indeed. When my time to break through arrives, I shall ensure I receive thorough guidance. Meanwhile, Sulukai, who had been masquerading as a quail, gazed enviously at the bewildered Bellamy and Selena. This instantaneous understanding was truly vexing. To be candid, I envy your pure and beautiful simplicity. Alas, I can never return to such a state. The esteemed individuals had swiftly resolved the most pressing matters, before finally recalling something of lesser importance. Isabella, how did you originally intend to handle the angel reincarnation in the divine realm? Speak plainly. What does that have to do with me? Huh? Isabella's nonchalant retort left Candace utterly flabbergasted. This is the divine realm's initiative to guide your reincarnation as an angel. How can you claim it is unrelated to you? Isabella replied with casual ease. Becoming a reincarnated angel is a dream for countless individuals. As the future deity, how could I possibly disregard the humble wishes of my followers? Candace's confusion deepened. What do you mean by that? Isabella smiled gently and replied, ever since the news broke, numerous high-ranking officials within the church have inundated me with congratulatory gifts, seeking my patronage. Even that old coot, the Pope, has offered a handsome sum. Thus, my true dilemma lately revolves around to whom I should sell this coveted position of angel reincarnation. Sell? With a sudden collapse of resolve, Sulukai fell to his knees. Auntie, I initially thought I had sufficiently overestimated you, yet it appears I have gravely underestimated you. No wonder Candace Auntie has been so thoroughly outmatched. Your vision is on an entirely different plane. Candace had merely contemplated the destruction of the guiding passage, while Isabella, on the other hand, entertained the notion of selling the reincarnation slot. Who could have anticipated such a revelation? Projecting an image of sanctity in public while secretly engaging in underhanded dealings, one can only kneel before such a scheming auntie. Seeing Sulukai's exaggerated reaction, Sumu Yang felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. All right, get up. I haven't forgotten your matter. After a brief contemplation, he turned to Isabella and inquired, what if we were to persuade the Pope to exchange the heart of an angel for the opportunity to reincarnate as an angel? Do you think that would be feasible? If not, I may have to resort to forceful means. I am certainly not willing to relinquish the heart of an angel, as it holds considerable significance for this young man. Isabella's attention finally shifted to Sulukai, who she scrutinized with astonishment. Transforming the essence of life into flesh. Wielding the scythe of death to forge bones, do you intend to use the heart of an angel to forge the vital organs? What is your aim? Before Su Muyang could respond, Alice interjected calmly. This young man is a descendant of Muyang. He intends to harness the powers of life, death, and nature to amass great merit and ultimately usurp the position of the heavenly Tao. Isabella nearly lost her composure, stifling an expletive as she exclaimed, I have toiled for ages to barely graze the threshold of divinity. And now you tell me this fool aims to ascend to the position of the Creator God in one fell swoop? Alice maintained her tranquil demeanor and continued, it is not solely him. Our elven kin Bellamy and Candace's apprentice Selena will also follow him to achieve divinity. Although it may take a decade, the weight of Alice's words struck Isabella profoundly. 10 years to attain the status of Creator God, and you dare to complain about the duration? Moreover, not only for himself but also for his companions? What have I been laboring towards all these years? Observing the typically serene Isabella on the verge of breaking, Candace couldn't help but revel in her satisfaction. Now you understand that there are greater powers beyond your own. She silently commended Alice for her cleverness. As the atmosphere among the women grew increasingly tense, Su Muyang felt overwhelmed. An old adage came to mind. 3 women constitute a drama. And he was certainly not deceived. Thankfully, Sophia, Monica, Elena, and Margaret had departed early. Clearing his throat, Su Muyang redirected the conversation. Isabella, do you find this proposal plausible? After a moment of contemplation, Isabella nodded gradually. The Pope is advanced in years. If he does not break through soon, he may lose his opportunity entirely. Thus, if he were to trade the heart of an angel for this chance, it should not pose a significant issue, as the sacred artifact belongs to the church, yet life is ultimately his own. However, she added with a sly smile, her tone softening, the heart of an angel is a sacred relic of the church, accumulated through the dedication of countless generations. Sweat beaded on Sulukai's forehead as he realized the implications. He was all too familiar with this narrative. With such importance laid upon the heart, would the next line not entail an increase in compensation? Rather than passively awaiting fate, he decided to take the initiative, leaving a good impression. Aunt, I would never ask for your assistance without reciprocation. If there is anything you require of me, please do not hesitate to mention it. Although I may lack capabilities, I have my ancestor to support me. Sumu Yang nearly kicked the young man for his audacity. You certainly have mastered the art of leveraging your ancestor. Yet, Isabella regarded him with newfound respect. You possess a sharp wit. No wonder your ancestor has invested so much in your development. This task is indeed simple for you. I have a niece who recently turned 20, a competent 9th-level paladin. Unfortunately, she is more inclined towards combat, which is quite troublesome for me. How fortuitous! Su Lakai exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. Aunt, you have no idea. My world is overrun by zombies, billions of them. With just as few, who knows how long it would take to fight through them. I feel a kinship with you. And given our relationship, I must speak candidly. Could you possibly ask your niece to assist us? Thank you. Isabella appeared pleased, her expression reflecting satisfaction. This young man truly knows how to navigate social interactions. Yet, she feigned reluctance. But if she were to join, it might detract from your merits. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? How could that be inappropriate? Su Lakai retorted urgently. Aunt, battling requires a complete team of warriors, priests, and mages. Look at our team, mostly mages and healers. We desperately need a tank. Without frontline protection, our backline mages and healers are at great risk. If you allow your niece to join us, it wouldn't be robbing you of merit. Rather, it would be aiding us, or even saving our lives. You are so benevolent and kind-hearted. Surely you would not stand idly by while we face danger? The room fell silent, utterly perplexed. Although they did not comprehend terms like tank, the audacity of Su Lakai's reversal of roles left them bewildered. What was once Isabella's desire to seize his merits had transformed into his plea for assistance. How had he managed to turn the tables so completely? Isabella and the others, hailing from noble lineages, found themselves struggling to grasp Su Lakai's perspective. Reputation? What was that? However, Su Muyang nodded in approval, his face radiating admiration. You have a bright future ahead. The 3 essential qualities in courting a woman are courage, subtlety, and a thick skin. You embody them all. If you persist, you will surely rise to prominence within our lineage. However, you are still somewhat youthful, having forgotten the most crucial matter, requiring me, your elder, to fill in the gaps for you. He cleared his throat and unexpectedly inquired, By the way, Isabella, is your niece beautiful? A few people were momentarily taken aback. Isabella instinctively nodded. Of course, she is considered the most beautiful among the 4 great beauties of the Holy See. Although she cannot compare to me, she is certainly much more attractive than that little sprite mage. Stealing a glance at the darkened expressions of Bellamy and Selena, Su Lakai's heart was already brimming with joy. One is noble and elegant, another is adorably clumsy, and there is one even more beautiful than them, taking 3 young ladies to slay monsters. Even if nothing were to transpire, would certainly elevate his spirits. If Su Muyang were to discover this line of thought, he would undoubtedly deliver a few sharp reprimands. Young man, what I desire is for you to experience something. Without such experiences, how could one conceive children? At this moment, however, Su Muyang appeared oblivious, still reveling in the prospect of the Su family gaining a new daughter-in-law. Isabella, when will the portal to the celestial realm be opened? Isabella, thinking he was concerned about the matter of the heart of the angel, replied with a smile. The portal is not so easily activated. After receiving the divine oracle, the Holy See has been in preparation. However, calculating the time, it will take at least another half-month. Rest assured, within 3 days at most, I shall secure the heart of the angel. Then we shall depart immediately. As for others, they may do as they please. Su Muyang gently shook his head and said, No, we shall wait here. I wish to observe this teleportation passage, for I intend to use it to pinpoint the coordinates of the divine realm. Ah, it seems an intriguing spectacle is about to unfold. The few women familiar with his temperament immediately became interested. Yet, little did they know that if Su Muyang were to ascertain the coordinates of the divine realm, it might not bode well for them. Previously, Su Muyang had been indifferent to the divine realm, as the system had presented him with numerous worlds, some of which he had yet to cultivate. For instance, on the continent of Ace, despite having 3 women, the disparity in life levels rendered procreation exceedingly challenging. Consequently, he had yet to leave any descendants there and was unable to harness the world's power. After all, he had not yet finished consuming the meat in his own pot. Why should he concern himself with the divine or the underworld? However, the situation had changed. In his quest to swiftly enhance his strength and break through his limitations, besides nurturing his offspring, the elder must also personally take action and resume his former endeavors. He hoped that in the divine realm, there would be a few fair maidens, both beautiful and fertile. Does this mean we shall have little to occupy us for the next half-month? Candace remarked, her eyes sparkling. Upon hearing this, Sulakai suddenly jolted, leaping from his chair. "Elder," he exclaimed, "I wish to take Bellamy and Selena out for a stroll. We may not return for a few days. Would that be acceptable?" At that moment, his heart was on the verge of collapse. With the old, unpredictable fellow around, who could tell what mischief he might concoct next, remaining here could result in numerous unexpected expulsions. The best strategy, indeed, was to flee. Isabella nodded with satisfaction, increasingly pleased with her perceptive junior. No wonder Mu Yang had chosen to nurture him so vigorously. After all, this was the headquarters of the sacred church. An elf and a necromancer walking down the street would be nothing short of a provocation. "How about this?" she continued. "My grandniece, Hebel, is currently training in the Beast Mountain range. You young ones might as well go together. It would provide mutual support." Su Mu Yang casually pointed. And two small orbs of light, one white and one black, flew directly into Su Lukai's mind. These encompassed the complete set of light magic and necromancy. "Initially, I intended for your two aunts to teach you, but now it is up to you to gradually comprehend it on your own. When you return in a few days." Sulaikato, quick-witted as ever, spoke in a hushed tone. "Rest assured, my esteemed ancestor. Although I currently lack the heart of an angel and may not wield light magic, I have certainly perfected nature and necromancy spells to an exquisite degree. I shall not bring disgrace upon your venerable name." Satisfied, Su Muyang nodded and casually tapped the air a few times, summoning the familiar hexagram once more. "May the esteemed ancestor and the three enjoy themselves. We shall take our leave." With the ancestor having issued an eviction order, Su Lukai dared not linger. He swiftly pulled the bewildered Bellamy and Selena along, vanishing into the portal. Once the hexagram faded from sight, Candace suddenly recalled a crucial question. Did they know Hebel? Though that was of little consequence, the priority was to establish a barrier first. Hammer of holy light. A colossal hammer, radiant with divine luminescence, plummeted from the heavens, striking a mighty dragon with tremendous force. The impact sent the dragon crashing to the ground, creating numerous deep fissures in the already hardened earth. A figure clad in silver armor approached the fallen beast, the single-handed sword in her right hand resounding as it struck against the shield in her left. "Black Dragon Ernest, a month ago, you slaughtered an entire village in the Principality of Pran under the auspices of the sacred church, a grievous sin. I, Paladin Hebel, hereby condemn you to death in the name of the sacred church." As she raised her sword to deliver the fatal blow, a hexagram shimmering with golden light suddenly appeared before her. Three figures materialized out of thin air, and in a moment of unpreparedness, her sword inadvertently pierced the chest of one of them. "Ah!" Sulake let out a sudden cry, as he led Bellamy and Selena through the hexagram. His heart brimmed with secret joy, finally free from those pesky old foes, no longer living in constant trepidation. However, to his utter astonishment, just as he landed and had not yet steadied himself, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Looking down, he discovered a gleaming single-handed sword embedded in his heart. Terrified, he screamed. Not only was he startled, but so was Sibel. Upon realizing the dire situation before her, she instinctively conjured a sphere of white light. Holy healing. This was a healing skill of the paladin, renowned for its efficacy in mending wounds. Yet, to her surprise, the spell had no effect whatsoever. To be fair, it wasn't entirely ineffective. At the very least, it roused Sulakai from his shock. In a flurry, he hastily extracted the sword, rubbing the wound with his hands. And astonishingly, the injury began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Throughout this ordeal, not a single drop of blood was shed. Sulakai had already discerned that his body was no longer ordinary. His flesh and blood were composed of the fountain of life. There is an old adage that says, "Drawing a knife to sever water only makes it flow more." Thus, could this corporeal form, entirely made of liquid, truly morph like jelly? It was far more complex. Just as blades could not sever flowing water, his body was impervious to ordinary weapons. He even suspected that should he be cleaved in twain, he could seamlessly reassemble himself. Coupled with the immense vitality contained within the fountain of life, one could say he was nearly immortal. However, this characteristic underwent a transformation upon merging with the scythe of death. In simpler terms, my flesh can be toyed with at will, my bones, no matter how much you exert yourself, remain unbreakable. As long as you cannot slay me, the one destined to perish will inevitably be you. Today, this remarkable trait was briefly showcased, leaving Sibel bewildered. Meanwhile, Ernest had long since fallen into despair, but this sudden turn of events rekindled a glimmer of hope within him. Observing Sibel lost in thought, he seized the opportunity as her grip on the holy light hammer slackened. Dragon blood ignite. The blood coursing through him ignited like flames. boiling with fervor. This tumult brought him immense strength. With a powerful flap of his black wings, he unleashed two tremendous shockwaves that sent the unsuspecting individuals sprawling to the ground. The holy light hammer dissipated into motes of white light in the air. Ernest wasted no time, flapping his wings with all his might, his form darting away like a streak of black light vanishing into the horizon. "Stop, you scoundrel!" It was only at this moment that Sibel reacted, but it was too late. After cursing under her breath and stamping her feet in frustration, she turned, her displeasure evident. "Who are you? Why are you suddenly here? Are you accomplices of Ernest? What on earth is going on?" Sulukai felt somewhat dazed and, upon raising his gaze, was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a tall female paladin, her stature reaching an impressive height of 1.80 meters, which is exceptional among women. Yet, she appeared anything but bulky. Rather, she exuded an aura of grace and valor. Her skin was as pristine as ivory, yet it bore a subtle bronze hue. The contours of her face were sharply defined, with a prominent nose and a slightly lifted chin, while her brows were slightly thicker than those of the average woman, all of which conveyed her tenacity and pride. Clad in exquisite silver armor adorned with intricate holy runes, the formidable breastplate embraced her statuesque form, showcasing the unique strength and beauty of femininity. A mere glance was sufficient for Sulukai to ascertain her identity. Shibir. His certainty stemmed from her striking beauty, rivaling that of Bellamy and Selena. However, what irked him was that this was their first encounter, and she had already thrust a sword into him. As Sulukai scrutinized Shibir, she too was assessing the three unexpected intruders. Her initial focus fell upon Sulukai, the one she had just wounded. But her attention swiftly shifted to Selena. The reason was evident. The overwhelming surge of necromantic energy emanating from Selena was unmistakable to her as a paladin. "Evil necromancer, perish," she thought. "Judgment of light," she proclaimed, her single-handed sword swiftly tracing a symbol in the air. A cross of holy light surged forth with divine power, hurtling toward Selena. Following this, she wielded her shield in her left hand and her sword in her right, charging forward with determination. The sequence of events unfolded with alarming rapidity. Selena, a novice with no combat experience, was rendered utterly oblivious, standing there in a daze. There is no need to mention Sulukai, whose combat experience is not only shallow, but whose attention is also captivated by the beauty of Sibel. Only Bellamy reacted swiftly, and without the time to retrieve his staff, he unleashed a flurry of instant spells. Thorn Shield, Vine Entanglement, Wooden Spear. Though the level of these instantaneous spells was not particularly high, Bellamy's combat experience was commendable, and he executed these spells with remarkable precision. A verdant shield materialized out of thin air, effectively blocking the holy light cross. The vine entangled around Selena's waist, pulling her away, while the wooden spear shot directly toward Sibel. Such low-level magic would naturally not inflict any harm upon Sibel, yet it provided a brief obstruction. Just enough time to pull Selena away to safety. It was only at this moment that Sulukai finally came to his senses, urgently exclaiming, "Stop! Sibel, halt! We are not your enemies." However, Sibel paid no heed to his explanation, completely disregarding him as she darted towards Selena. "Damn that necromancer! I, representing the Holy See, declare you a sinner." The moment Sulukai heard this, he felt a surge of annoyance. Another fool brainwashed by religion. Bellamy, strike first and ask questions later. Vine Entanglement. Without needing further instruction, Bellamy knew what to do, unleashing a barrage of instant spells. Although their levels were not high, the sheer force of their assault was sufficiently intimidating. A level 9 mage? Sibel's expression shifted. It was only then that she realized the man before her and the elf were both radiating the aura of level 9 magic. Yet, instead of instilling fear in her, this realization only stoked her fighting spirit further. "So, you are all in league with this necromancer. Then let you all perish." Armed with sword and shield, she charged forward. In an instant, the three became entangled in fierce combat. As soon as the clash began, Sulukai could not help but silently lament, for he and Bellamy, despite their alliance, found themselves being overwhelmed by Sibel. Theoretically, having undergone the baptism of the Fountain of Life, Bellamy had surpassed level 9, yet he was still not at the divine level, merely achieving a demigod status. After merging with the Scythe of Death, Sulukai's power ascended to a demigod level. When merely considering the surface strength, the prospect of two demigods battling a 9th-level opponent appears overwhelmingly favorable. However, the reality of combat is far more intricate. Bellamy, a master of natural magic, excels in the arts of control, support, and restoration. In Sulukai's words, he embodies a backline support role. Additionally, given the urgency of the situation, Bellamy had no time to retrieve his staff, rendering his unarmed spellcasting significantly less effective. Su Lukai is needless to say, possessing great strength, yet lacking the skill to wield it effectively, akin to a child brandishing an AK-47, impressive in appearance, but ultimately ineffective. The crux of the matter lies with Shabir, a level 9 paladin, who embodies versatility, capable of offense, defense, mobility, and healing. It is hardly surprising that she can take on 2 foes single-handedly as she boldly engages the enemy in their rear lines. Selena, initially taken aback by the unfolding chaos, soon grasped the situation. Oh, it appears a battle is upon us. What should I do? As a novice with 0 combat experience, she instinctively resorted to her most adept method. With the opening of the necromantic portal, hordes of undead surged forth, charging towards Shabir. Selena skillfully began to cast various protective spells upon herself. However, after completing her preparations, she suddenly rolled her eyes and collapsed to the ground. A level 9 necromancer. Shabir's expression turned grave. Since when has there been such an abundance of level 9 mages? In this desolate region of the Beast Mountain, could 3 emerge so easily? Yet, undeterred, her resolve only intensified. With a mighty roar, she erupted in radiant light, enveloped in a divine aura as she plunged into the throng of undead. Despite their numbers, the undead were disorganized, fighting solely on instinct without any coordination. Furthermore, the inherent advantage of the light against the undead proved significant. Even amidst the overwhelming horde, Shabir maintained the upper hand. Skeletons were shattered into fragments, and phantoms dissipated into nothingness. In that moment, Shabir seemed to be possessed by the spirit of a war deity. However, the sheer volume of undead still impeded her progress, granting Bellamy and Su Lukai a momentary respite. Bellamy, retreating with an increasingly dark expression, found it infuriating that as the queen of the elves and a demigod, she was being suppressed by a mere level 9 paladin. Do you truly believe me to be a mere Pikachu? She seethed. With a swift motion, she retrieved her staff from the dimensional space and began to chant an incantation. Dancers of the leaves, walkers of the roots, under the gaze of sun and moon, unite to form a wall of fortitude, imprisoning those who defy nature. Elven will, the wrath of nature, the prison of the natural world, confine. As the spell was cast, trees within a radius of several miles began to stir. Countless trees and vines coalesced into layers of cages, descending upon Shabir in a deluge. With the infusion of natural elements, the trees became immensely sturdy, and the vines remarkably resilient. Even Shabir would require considerable effort to sever a single strand. Yet, she managed to cut through 1, then 2, and soon hundreds. Ultimately, a colossal cage took shape, ensnaring Shabir completely. Seeing Shabir contained, Su Lukai exhaled a sigh of relief. All right, Selena, it is done. You may recall your undead. They are quite unsettling to behold. However, his words met with silence. Turning in confusion, he beheld Selena lying motionless on the ground nearby. Selena? Selena? Su Lukai was taken aback and hurried over, crouching down to examine her closely. He noticed that Selena's complexion was pallid, devoid of even a hint of color. Could this be true? A heavy sensation enveloped Su Lukai's heart as he extended his trembling hand, slowly reaching towards Selena's nose. Moments later, Su Lukai suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him, as if all his strength had been drained, causing him to collapse limply to the ground. No breath. Selena had ceased to breathe. Could it be that Selena was dead? The adorable and endearing Selena was gone. Selena! With a sudden exclamation, Su Lukai dropped to his knees without a moment's hesitation. He then clasped his hands together and pressed them against his chest, rhythmically performing compressions. 1, 2, 3. He continued without pause. What was he doing? Bellamy, having restrained Zybier, initially approached to assess the situation, but was taken aback by the scene before him. In the absence of any news regarding Selena's fate, Su Lukai was engaged in this desperate act. Bellamy's expression darkened considerably. Su Lukai performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation for a while. Yet he still sensed no heartbeat, and his mind was utterly in disarray. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to another modern emergency technique. With one hand pinching Selena's nose and the other supporting the nape of her neck, he took a deep breath and pressed his lips against hers. Oh dear. Bellamy's face instantly flushed with 2 shades of crimson as he hurriedly turned away. Su Lukai, what are you doing? Even in such a state? You dare to act like this? Have you lost all sense of humanity? Su Lukai, feeling a surge of urgency, shouted, Why are you still standing there? Hurry. Come and save her. Quickly, you perform cardiac resuscitation while I administer artificial respiration. We must bring her back to life. It was at this moment that Bellamy snapped to attention, realizing that this was not the time for discussion. The immediate priority was to save a life. She swiftly waved her staff and recited a series of incantations, unleashing a hazy green light. Life restoration. However, to her astonishment, the restorative magic proved utterly ineffective. A wave of despair washed over Bellamy. Look, she is a necromancer. My nature magic has been significantly weakened. Magic? Magic. Suddenly, Su Lukai was struck with a profound realization. This was not the modern urban world he was accustomed to, but rather a realm steeped in magic. Enchanting sorcery capable of achieving feats once deemed impossible. As the old adage goes, a person's potential is like a hidden treasure. When pressed, it can be revealed. In this pivotal moment, he recalled the necromantic spells imparted to him by his ancestor. At this critical juncture between life and death, enlightenment dawned upon him. With his hands swiftly forming intricate seals, he chanted an ancient incantation. I am the harbinger of the undead, unlocking the gateway to soul restoration. From darkness as the soil, and resentment as the sustenance, let the wounds of the soul mend. Let the spirits of the departed regain their completeness. And let the lost souls once again radiate their light. Soul restoration. The ninth tier necromantic spell, soul restoration. As the incantation flowed from his lips, elemental forces gathered rapidly from the cosmos, transforming into a power that nourished the soul and infused itself into Selina's being. Su Lukai gazed hopefully at Selina's petite figure, yearning for even the slightest hint of a reaction. However, his heart sank in disappointment as Selina remained utterly still. It was over. Su Lukai sat limply on the ground, his eyes vacant. Selina was truly gone. Bellamy pondered for a moment, and suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Lukai, swiftly devise a means to contact Lord Muyang. He must possess a solution. Indeed, we must seek the Ancestor. Su Lukai suddenly lifted his head, reigniting a flicker of hope. The Ancestor was so formidable that even a wandering soul like himself could be revived. Surely, he could also restore Selina to life. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore the Su family's jade pendant from around his neck. Just as he was about to shatter the pendant to summon the Ancestor, a deep, resonant female voice echoed, Divine Light. Instinctively, both of them turned towards the source of the voice. They beheld the enormous cage that confined Zybier, from which countless beams of white light shimmered through the gaps, causing the cage to swell slightly. Oh dear. Bellamy's expression shifted, and she quickly raised her staff, preparing to reinforce the cage once more. After initially restraining Zybier, she had neglected it. To her surprise, without her control, the cage's power had diminished somewhat, allowing Zybier to seize an opportunity to attempt a forceful escape. Wait. Suddenly, Su Lukai halted her, his expression as cold as ice, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Release her. What? Bellamy was taken aback, hastily responding. Releasing her would be too troublesome. It would be better to wait until Lord Muyang and the others arrived. I cannot wait any longer. The murderous aura in Su Lukai's gaze intensified. She had killed Selina. She must pay with her life. Even if Selina could be revived, she still had to die once. Let her go. At this moment, Su Lukai was utterly consumed by rage. Witnessing Selina's demise before him, feeling utterly powerless, ignited a profound fury within him. Seeing his demeanor, Bellamy inexplicably felt a surge of panic and instinctively dispelled the nature's prison. Evil necromancer, accept my judgment. As the nature's prison was undone, Sibel emerged, surrounded by holy light, brandishing her sword and shield. However, the scene that met her eyes rendered her momentarily speechless. Su Lukai was slowly rising from the ground, his eyes crimson, radiating a terrifying glow. He extended a finger and bit down hard. Instantly, drops of milky white blood oozed from the wound, eerily suspended in midair. Moreover, Su Lukai extended his other hand and forcefully pulled at the injured finger. A segment of black bone was extracted from the wound, rapidly elongating in the wind. In mere moments, it transformed into a uniquely shaped colossal scythe. This scythe, entirely black and towering over a person, was forged from an unknown black metal, with the handle intricately engraved with beautiful yet sinister patterns. The sharp blade shimmered with a faint purple glow, exuding an ominous aura while simultaneously radiating an inexplicable sense of sanctity. Sibel's pupils constricted as she involuntarily exclaimed, the necromancer's divine artifact, the Scythe of Death. Indeed. She recognized it. This was the legendary artifact of the Necromancer clan within the Dark Alliance, the Scythe of Death, an entity that could rival the Holy Sea's sacred relic, the Heart of the Angel. Yet now, this artifact was wielded by an unknown youth, who was brandishing the scythe of death and chanting an ancient incantation in a peculiar tone. Shadow of the night, spirit of the abyss, traverse the boundary of life and death, descend before me. With my blood, I summon your power. With my will, I beckon your scythe. With souls as offerings, with death as the guide, unveil the feast of demise, allowing the power of souls to blossom in the darkness. As the incantation was recited, the colors of the world abruptly shifted, a haunting green mingling with a ghastly white, recklessly emanating an aura of death. Within a radius of several dozen miles, countless flowers, grasses, and trees withered and decayed, ultimately returning helplessly to the earth. A myriad of birds and beasts had their vitality instantaneously siphoned away, transforming into skeletal remains before disintegrating into powder and scattering with the wind. All the forces of death converged before Su-la-Kai, coalescing within the few droplets of blood that danced in the air. At last, the blood traced a colossal hexagram in the void, and at its center, an immensely large scythe of death slowly emerged. The incantation of Su-la-Kai has finally reached its concluding phrase, the necromancer's curse, soul harvest. Within the sacred church, several women were engaged in a heated debate, charged with palpable tension. After a thrilling round of rock, paper, scissors, they had barely reached a consensus regarding the order of proceedings. Now, however, their discourse had shifted to the matter of timing. At that juncture, Sumu Yang abruptly twitched his lips, reluctantly interrupting their discussion. All right. Let us pause for a moment. We must step outside. The women cast him puzzled glances, their expressions tinged with skepticism. You're not attempting to feign incapacity to escape, are you? Sumu Yang felt somewhat helpless towards these female spirits. Stop daydreaming. Those little ones are already at each other's throats, nearly bursting their brains out. Are you not curious to witness the commotion? The women exchanged glances, each silently contemplating. The negotiations had reached an impasse, and the most prudent course of action was to temporarily set aside their disputes and seek alliances. Thus, taking a moment's pause did not seem detrimental. With this thought, they all nodded in agreement. As for Sumu Yang's claim about their brains nearly bursting, they did not concern themselves with such hyperbole. After all, with Sumu Yang watching over them, how could anything truly go awry? As Sumu Yang activated the teleportation array, several figures vanished from sight in an instant. On the battlefield, Zybier had already sensed the chilling presence of death. Underneath this immense pressure, she too erupted in response. The battlefield had transformed into a realm of death. With no means of escape or evasion, it was a matter of enduring the onslaught. Holy Shield, Divine Protection, Sacred Barrier, and Light Guardian, a series of protective spells enveloped her completely. It must be said, Zybier's combat prowess was indeed remarkable. In the blink of an eye, she had shifted from a well-rounded paladin to a pure tank. However, regrettably, despite her strength, she was still merely a level 9 paladin. And what of Su-la-Kai? His power level had ascended to that of a demigod. The spell he unleashed was one of the ultimate necromantic curses, conjured using his own blood, his very life essence, as a catalyst, wielding the artifact known as the Scythe of Death. How could it be so easily resisted? As that enormous scythe drew nearer, Zybier's various luminous shields shattered like fragile bubbles. She felt her soul being gradually torn apart by an agonizing force. Though she fought valiantly with all her might, despair began to envelop her heart. Could it be that today, she was destined to perish here? She was the hope of the Holy CS generation, praised even by the continent's foremost expert, Isabella, who believed she could one day transcend to godhood. Evolving from an ordinary paladin to the first divine knight in the history of the AC continent. Yet today, was she truly to meet her end? No. She could not concede. A defiant light shimmered in her eyes as her entire magical essence ignited. Even her shield solidified slightly under this eruption. However, many circumstances are not swayed by subjective will. Despite her desperate efforts to ignite her power, the massive scythe continued to dismantle her shields, relentlessly approaching her. Finally, the last layer of defense was shattered. Zybier's magical energy had been completely expended, her vitality stripped away, and her soul relentlessly torn asunder. She could muster no strength. Kneeling on one knee, she propped herself up with her sword, summoning the last vestige of her power to remain upright. With a proud tilt of her head, she fixed her gaze upon the Scythe of Death. I am Zybier. You may conquer me, but you shall never subdue my spirit. Just as the scythe was about to strike, a voice suddenly echoed in her ear. Freeze. The word seemed to press a pause button, and everything in the universe came to an abrupt halt. Even the formidable scythe was rendered motionless, unable to advance. It seems the little ones are quite spirited. A voice laced with laughter emerged, and Zybier mustered the strength to glance up. To her astonishment, 4 figures had appeared out of nowhere, one of whom was her idol since childhood, her great-aunt Isabella. Aunt. Hope rekindled in Zybier's eyes. Her great-aunt was the first great sage in the history of the AC continent, the continent's supreme champion. With her presence, could this turmoil finally come to an end? Yet, to her surprise, Isabella merely surveyed the surroundings with a hint of resignation on her face. Muyang, Zybier is gravely injured. What do you propose we do about this? Huh? Zybier was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Who was her great-aunt conversing with? Su Muyang waved his hand, and the ominous aura of the realm of the departed dissipated in an instant. Even the scythe of death retraced its path, vanishing into Su Lukai's body. Ancestor, please save Selena. She has slain Selena. Upon the emergence of the Ancestor, Su Lukai resembled a man who had found salvation. Tears streamed down his face, his voice a blend of astonishment and righteous fury. Su Muyang, however, did not respond to him. He merely surveyed his surroundings and shook his head in resignation. You all, why engage in conflict only to ravage the environment? Do you not comprehend the wisdom that clear waters and lush mountains are akin to mountains of gold and silver? There is an utter lack of awareness regarding sustainable development. As he spoke, he deftly executed a series of hand gestures, directing a gentle finger. Time reversal. With the incantation, the world around them seemed to be rewound as if a reverse button had been pressed, moving in a rapid, swirling motion. Countless branches and fallen petals ascended from the ground, returning to their rightful places on the trees, transforming from yellow to green, bursting forth with vitality from decay. As the trees flourished abundantly and flowers bloomed in profusion, teeming with life. In the air, countless particles of dust coalesced once more, forming skeletons that rapidly sprouted flesh, scales, and feathers, ultimately transforming back into their original avian and terrestrial forms. The sounds of chirping birds and roaring beasts filled the air, startling them into a frantic scatter, brimming with exuberance. As he gazed across the battlefield, stretching for dozens of miles, it appeared strikingly identical to its state before the conflict began. The only differences lay with their group. Selena remained quietly sprawled on the ground, while Sheber lay exhausted and defeated. This astonishing spectacle left everyone gasping in disbelief, rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of what they had witnessed. Though they knew their ancestor was powerful, they had not anticipated such overwhelming strength, capable of resurrection, capable of reversing the flow of time. Su Lukai was stunned for quite a while, suddenly awakening with a face full of ecstasy. Ancestor, Ancestor, please save Selena. Selena? Su Muyang suddenly wore a peculiar smile, and his gaze turned oddly intense. My boy, there's no need to rush concerning Selena. Let us first discuss your matters. My matters? Su Leighton was momentarily taken aback. What is it that concerns me? The others were equally filled with curiosity. Su Muyang cast a glance at Selena, who lay on the ground, a broader smile gracing his features. Young man, earlier you were all too familiar with Selena. Did you ever consider her feelings? She is an innocent maiden, unjustly subjected to your indignities. How will she face the world henceforth? Therefore, you must take responsibility for your actions. What nonsense is this? Su Lukai was momentarily bewildered. Elder, what are you saying? This is a matter of life and death. Elder, I was just trying to save someone. You are aware of cardiopulmonary resuscitation and artificial respiration, are you not? Hee. Su Muyang raised an eyebrow and turned to inquire, Isabella. As the High Priestess of the Holy See, you are the expert when it comes to saving lives. Have you ever heard of these life-saving techniques? Isabella's gaze towards Su Lukai held a hint of peculiarity. I have never heard of them. Su Lukai nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder, you are truly putting me in a predicament. It is understandable that Isabella and the others are unaware, as they belong to a different system. But to claim ignorance yourself? I cannot believe that for a moment. What are you trying to do? Are you intent on labeling me as a lecher? Su Muyang shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. Candace, I never anticipated that this young man would prove to be such a libertine, taking advantage of others' vulnerabilities. Selena hails from an illustrious background, and if this matter were to leak, it could irreparably tarnish her reputation. However, this young man is, after all, my descendant, and I find it difficult to impose punishment upon him. After much contemplation, I believe there is but one course of action left. Why not facilitate the union of these two young souls? It appears they share a strong bond, and we could be the architects of their happiness. What say you, Candace? What on earth are you suggesting should be settled? Su Lukai was utterly bewildered. Speaking of which, Ancestor, why do you deviate from the norm? Whether it is to rescue someone or to resolve the issue with Zybier, that would be the correct approach. Yet, you inexplicably brand me with the label of a lecher, then insist on forcibly pairing me with someone. What on earth is going on? While I concede that Selena is indeed beautiful and charming, she has only just turned 18. Oh, Selena is already 18? Candace, somewhat dazed, quickly regained her composure and eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, exactly. Rest assured, I will take care of this matter. I can make decisions regarding Selena, and even her father would not have a say. In just a few words, this matter was seemingly settled. Hearing them discuss these irrelevant issues without a care, Alice became quite displeased. I must say, enough of this from both of you.